Thank you for watching this video. Your support means a lot and motivates me to keep creating more content. If you enjoyed the video, please leave a like, share your thoughts in the comments, and subscribe so you won't miss upcoming videos. Part 4, leave it to me. It just so happens that the dragon blood potions you need will also take some time to arrange and produce, Agnes said quite readily. Flying away from the iceberg, Gao Yang landed on a flat open space at Agnia's signal. Then, he saw Agnia take out a scroll and tear it open. A portal appeared before Gao Yang's eyes. "Let's go, Gao Yang." After saying this, Agnia stepped into the portal first. Gao Yang did not hesitate and followed her into the portal. A flash of light passed, and the two had returned to the city they had left earlier. It was the same street, and they were still at the edge of the street. Agnia made a welcoming gesture, like an elegant lady. "Gao Yang, welcome to the Light of Barnard, the hometown of the legendary Archmage Matilda Allen, the city of mages Paua." Gao Yang raised his eyebrows, feeling a bit unaccustomed to this, then revealed a smile and said, "It is a great honor. Let me think. As for where we are going, it is already quite late. It is time for a meal. Gao Yang, follow me." Agnia walked onto the street and turned back to call out to Gao Yang. Gao Yang stayed in Barnard for a full 7 days. During these 7 days, under Agnia's guidance, he visited almost all the famous spots in the city of Paua, tasted a large amount of local delicacies, and incidentally experienced the grandeur of the Barnard Mage Academy, the highest institution of learning in this plane. In short, it was a very fulfilling week. On the morning of this day, just as Gao Yang finished his daily cultivation, Agnia rushed over from outside, full of excitement. "Gao Yang, your potions have all been successfully crafted." A smile appeared on Gao Yang's face. After waiting for so long, it was finally time for the harvest. Agnia came into the courtyard and took out bottle after bottle of potion from her inventory, placing them neatly on the stone table nearby. Before long, the entire stone table was almost covered in potions. Gao Yang walked up to the stone table, first thanked Agnia, and then picked up a bottle of potion from the surface. Dragon blood secret medicine, vitality quality type. Potion description: a potion derived from the blood of a white dragon, processed by the hands of a master alchemist. It maximizes the stimulation of the abundant energy contained within the dragon blood, making it easier to absorb. Special effect: apply it to the surface of the body to slowly increase physical strength and vitality. A very good potion. Gao Yang put down the dragon blood secret medicine in his hand, the smile on his face growing wider. On the stone table, there were 200 bottles of dragon blood secret medicine in total. Such a quantity was enough for him to use for a very long time. Agnia stood to the side and said, "Gao Yang, your dragon blood has basically been used up. The remainder is the cost of crafting the potions. Moreover, there is a limit to the use of dragon blood secret medicine. Depending on each individual's physical constitution, it can increase an attribute by at most 1 point. I hope you can understand this. I really troubled you, Agnia. The effect of the dragon blood secret elixir has already exceeded my expectations." Gao Yang replied with a smile. Chapter 234, The Fed Thunder. With the dragon blood elixir in hand and a complete white dragon corpse in his inventory, this trip could be considered a full success. Gao Yang did not continue to stay in the Barnard Plain. On the afternoon he received the elixir. He bid farewell to Agnia. While it had required a cross-plane teleportation scroll to arrive, the return journey was much simpler. He only needed to go through the Multiverse Network and spend some Multiverse Network disaster coins, and a portal opened up before him. Stepping through the portal and experiencing a period of dizziness, Gao Yang successfully returned to Kiyu village. Back home, he looked up at the clock hanging on the wall. It showed that it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And as for the date, another 8 days had passed. This meant that the time flow in the Barnard Plain was almost identical to that of Blue Star. Having been away from home for another week, Gao Yang only glanced at the time after entering the house before heading toward the back mountain. After such a long time, he wondered how Thunder was doing. He hoped it hadn't gnawed on his Kello fruit tree. When Gao Yang found Thunder, he discovered that this nightmare beast was lying comfortably in a nest it had trampled out for itself. Not far away, there was a huge food bowl that looked like a bathtub. containing some unfinished chunks of meat. A cursory glance was enough for Gao Yang to understand who had been feeding Thunder. Only the official authorities knew about his location, so it was naturally the officials who had come to feed it. He just didn't know when they had discovered Thunder living in the back mountain. However, this also made Gao Yang breathe a sigh of relief. Although Thunder was his mount, it was a genuine nightmare beast with extremely high attack power. If it had truly been driven to desperation by hunger and done something untoward, it would have been a massive disaster, especially since his location was very close to Kyu village. If Thunder had rushed out of the back mountain and run into the village, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Seeing Gao Yang approach, Thunder climbed out of its nest and rubbed its massive head against Gao Yang's palm. Gao Yang patted it and reached into his inventory, intending to take out some roasted meat for it. But after a moment's thought, he changed his mind and took out something else instead. Withdrawing his hand, a bottle of scarlet elixir appeared in his palm, immediately capturing Thunder's full attention. Thunder looked at the dragon blood secret elixir in Gao Yang's hand, its entire body beginning to tremble slightly. It was a mix of longing and fear. It could feel that this small bottle of elixir was emitting a lethally attractive aura. Although a nightmare beast is a transcendent creature, there is still a huge gap between it and top-tier creatures like dragons. Gao Yang didn't tease it. He opened the dragon blood secret elixir and poured it directly onto the meat chunks in its food bowl. Thunder let out a hiss, and after receiving Gao Yang's permission, it plunged its head into the bowl and began to chew greedily on the meat chunks stained with the dragon blood secret elixir. After feeding Thunder a bottle of the dragon blood secret elixir, Gao Yang patted its neck and then walked over to where the kello fruit tree was growing. Having not seen it for a week, the kello fruit tree was growing even more astonishingly. The effect of the heart of 10,000 trees seemed to be much better than he had imagined. Walking a few dozen meters to the side, Gao Yang tore open a stone-to-mud scroll. The ground in front of him began to churn, and he skillfully sank the frost giant's corpse into the quagmire. Only after it was completely submerged did he use a mud-to-stone scroll to restore the land. Having fertilized the kello fruit tree, Gao Yang clapped his hands, then returned to his bedroom to plug in his phone. While waiting for the phone to charge, he took out a bottle of dragon blood secret elixir and applied it to his body. Soon, most of his skin surface was evenly coated with the dragon blood secret elixir. A burning sensation traveled from all parts of his body to his mind. Gao Yang frowned slightly. This level of pain was not much of a problem for him. What he cared about was the medicinal effect. As the dragon blood secret elixir gradually permeated his skin, he could feel his skin and muscles slowly improving. However, this improvement was not obvious. If his physique hadn't already been transcendent, and his control over his own body hadn't been so strong, he wouldn't have been able to sense this faint enhancement. Soon, a bottle of dragon blood secret elixir was completely absorbed by Gao Yang, and his skin returned to its original wheat-colored tone. Gao Yang silently estimated the results and reached a conclusion. Based on the enhancement effect of the dragon blood secret elixir, he would need to use at least 150 to 200 bottles to potentially increase his physique by a full point. This was not because the dragon blood secret elixir was ineffective. On the contrary, its effects were extremely potent. It was simply because Gao Yang's physique was already transcendent, and his physical fitness was far superior to that of melee professions at the same level, which resulted in the dragon blood secret elixir's effect appearing weak. However, Gao Yang was already very satisfied with this improvement. After reaching the transcendent level, obtaining any single transcendent attribute point was no easy feat. Being able to increase a physique attribute point through the dragon blood secret elixir was a huge gain for anyone. It was just that there was a time limit on the use of the dragon blood secret elixir. One could use at most 1 bottle per day, and the effect of a second bottle would be significantly diminished. This meant that to increase his physique by a full point, the time required would be measured in half-year increments. Gao Yang finished his battle chi practice and looked at the phone nearby. The battery had charged to 50%, which was enough to use. He picked up the phone and dialed Ruan Xiaoyu's number. On the other end, in an office complex in Jinghu City, Ruan Xiaoyu was attending a meeting. On the podium, a middle-aged man in a white shirt was speaking incessantly about something. Just then, the phone Ruan Xiaoyu had placed on the table in front of her suddenly rang. The harsh ringtone echoing through the quiet conference room. The speech was interrupted, and the middle-aged man looked displeased. His gaze fell on Ruan Xiaoyu like a knife, attempting to use his eyes to let her know what the rules were. Ruan Xiaoyu picked up the phone. She first glanced at the caller ID, and a flash of brilliance suddenly erupted in her eyes. Without the slightest regard for the ongoing meeting, she turned and walked out of the conference room, leaving behind a displeased middle-aged man and a group of bewildered colleagues. "Hello, Gao Yang, is something the matter?" Ruan Xiaoyu's voice carried a hint of anticipation. "Thank you for taking care of lighting these past few days." Listening to the voice coming from the other end of the line, an irrepressible smile bloomed on Ruan Xiaoyu's face. "Maintaining social stability is something we are supposed to do. It was just a matter of being in the right place at the right time." Ruan Xiaoyu did not reveal too much emotion, neither fishing for credit nor being overly modest. "If you have time, come over to my place. I think there are some things you might find useful." After saying this, Gao Yang hung up the phone. As for Ruan Xiaoyu, she could no longer suppress the excitement in her heart. She walked quickly back to her car and began making calls. Soon, the call connected, and Ruan Xiaoyu explained Gao Yang's recent call to the person on the other end. Less than 20 minutes later, a motorcade consisting of 3 black Autos sped off in the direction of Qiyu village. Chapter 235. A scene beyond the limits of mortal acceptance. The evening, before the sun had completely set, the motorcade Ruan Xiaoyu was in had arrived at Qiyu village after an hour of rapid driving. The car doors opened, and Ruan Xiaoyu stepped out, followed by 3 older men. The man in the lead had a square face, and his features bore a slight resemblance to Ruan Xiaoyu's. He came to Ruan Xiaoyu's side and said in a low voice, "Xiaoyu, let's get started. Regardless of what Gao Yang gives us, it is the other party's support for the country, and this is a good beginning." Ruan Xiaoyu nodded slightly. As a Multiverse Network player, although she had seen quite a few magical items and had even provided some samples for the country's research in this area, her strength was ultimately too low, and the supernatural power contained in the items she provided was not significant. Gao Yang, however, was different. Based on their last meeting and conversation, it was already known that he had stepped into the extraordinary realm, coupled with the fact that he had taken the initiative to offer some useful items this time. It meant that the grade of these items would definitely not be low. Therefore, the authorities attached great importance to this after receiving the news, and for this operation, Ruan Xiaoyu's father had even come in person. This was already the highest level leader that the Jinghu city authorities could dispatch. It was not that there were no others, but rather that they could not get away. Ruan Guohua looked up at the 3-story villa before him, a trace of emotion in his eyes. Once upon a time, this was nothing more than an ordinary village, but now, it had become a special existence with a status equivalent to that of the most central location in the capital. There was no other reason, only because there was a special and powerful existence here. Ruan Xiaoyu and her group arrived at the main entrance. After knocking on the door, a few minutes later, with a crisp sound of a mechanical lock, the door opened. Gao Yang's figure appeared in the eyes of the 4. At the mere sight of him, Ruan Guohua felt as if his heart had been gripped by an invisible giant hand. A terrifying pressure rushed toward him, causing his vision to go black. Beside him, the other 2 accompanying personnel were even worse off, facing Gao Yang. They could not even stand steadily, swaying as if they were drunk. "Oh, sorry. I forgot to restrain my aura." Just as the 3 were feeling extremely uncomfortable, a slightly apologetic young voice broke the oppressive atmosphere. Huff, huff. The pressure vanished abruptly, as if fish had returned to the water. The 2 men beside Ruan Guohua could not help but gasp for air, greedily breathing in the fresh air. Ruan Guohua was slightly better off. He wiped the fine beads of sweat from his forehead and offered a smile toward Gao Yang. As for Ruan Xiaoyu, as a Multiverse Network player, she only felt a moment of panic before the sensation faded. "Gao Yang, good afternoon." Ruan Xiaoyu extended her hand and spoke first. Gao Yang shook it symbolically, then turned and walked inside, saying at the same time, "I didn't expect you to come today. I thought you would come in a couple of days. Come in together." Only then did Ruan Xiaoyu look back at her father and the others before stepping inside. The group passed through the courtyard and arrived at the living room on the 1st floor. Gao Yang sat on the sofa, signaled for them to sit, and poured water for them himself. Sorry, I am the only one at home. You all will have to make do with this to moisten your throats. Because they understood Gao Yang's uniqueness, none of the three, including Ruan Guohua, felt any dissatisfaction with Gao Yang's actions. They all picked up the water glasses in front of them with smiles on their faces. Ruan Xiaoyu looked at the drink in the glass before her. She could feel a trace of familiar energy within it. Is this the same drink I had last time? She thanked him and, without standing on ceremony, picked up the glass and took a sip. After a pause, Gao Yang spoke. Having you all come over this time is also because I wanted to thank you in person. For so long, I have been able to feel the care the country has shown me. As soon as Gao Yang spoke, the smiles on the faces of Ruan Guohua and the others grew even wider. Wasn't this exactly why the country had done what it did? Ever since they learned of the existence of the Multiverse Network, as well as those races and even gods that possessed all sorts of incredible abilities, the country had already begun to make preparations. The goal was to lay a solid foundation for the country's development in the future. When the video of the night Gao Yang returned was circulated at the highest level meeting, everyone clearly realized that the future of the country, and perhaps the entire Blue Star, had deviated from its original trajectory and plunged headlong into a more mysterious and vast world. So, I think this should serve as a token of my appreciation. After Gao Yang finished speaking, 3 exquisite crystal vials suddenly appeared in his hand, filled with a crimson liquid. Ruan Guohua and the others looked at the vials on the table and turned to look at Ruan Xiaoyu, their gazes filled with inquiry. Under the gaze of the three, Ruan Xiaoyu reached out and picked up one of the vials from the table. And then, her body began to tremble slightly. She suddenly looked up, staring at Gao Yang in disbelief, and stammered, "Gao Yang, this should be even more important to you, shouldn't it? In fact, it's not that important." Gao Yang leaned back on the sofa, his voice calm. Has it already reached this level? Ruan Xiaoyu's expression was somewhat complex, but she quickly composed herself. This is indeed worth researching. Thank you, Gao Yang. With a wave of her hand, a silver-white metal case appeared on the table. In front of the others, she placed the 3 bottles of dragon blood potion into the case and closed it. After handing the case to one of the people beside her, Ruan Xiaoyu looked at Gao Yang and asked with curiosity, "Gao Yang, do creatures like dragons really exist?" As soon as these words were spoken, Ruan Guohua and the other 2 men were jolted, wondering if they had misheard. Gao Yang nodded and said, "Of course they exist. The potion in your hands was produced by one. That must not have been easy. Challenging a dragon is simply too insane," Ruan Xiaoyu said as if it were a matter of course. Hearing this, Gao Yang felt that saying anything more to her would be useless. So, he stood up and walked toward the martial arts arena in the backyard, gesturing for them to follow. Upon arriving at the arena, Gao Yang looked at the 4 people who had followed him, thought for a moment, and said, "The scene you are about to see might be too overwhelming for ordinary people. There is a possibility of life-threatening danger, so you may choose to turn back." This sentence was actually directed at the 3 men accompanying Ruan Xiaoyu. Gao Yang was not exaggerating. Creatures like dragons, whether dead or alive, possess an incomparable suppressive force over mortal beings. When the gap in strength is too great, this suppressive force can even manifest as actual physical harm, such as causing a mortal's heart to stop. Ruan Guohua and the other 2 exchanged glances, both seeing the determination in each other's eyes. Gao Yang waited for a few minutes. Seeing that no one left, he said nothing more and walked forward. After walking about 10 meters, he stopped and waved his hand gently. The next moment, a colossal beast filled the vision of Ruan Xiaoyu and the others. At the same time, a heavy pressure instantly spread out. Ruan Guohua's heart gave a violent jolt, his face turning deathly pale, his eyes bulged, and the composure he had cultivated over a long time was completely shattered in this instant. He looked at the behemoth before him. Even though it was just lying there quietly, he could feel a terrifying, mountain-like, and unshakable pressure emanating from its body. The sharp claws, the hard scales, the wide wings, and the thick tail, every detail confirmed its identity. A dragon from Western mythology, chapter 236. He is a national treasure. Ruan Guohua had lived for nearly 50 years and had never been as uncomposed as he was at this moment. The excellent education he had received since childhood made him confident that he could remain unmoved even if Mount Tai collapsed before him. But the scene before his eyes, while not quite the collapse of Mount Tai, brought an impact far greater than that. It was the shattering of the cognition he had built since childhood. It was the terrifying impact of a legend spanning 5,000 years breaking through the dimensional wall and descending into reality, leaving him feeling disoriented, helpless, and not even knowing who he was. Ruan Guohua opened his mouth, moving it a few times, and finally, it turned into two simple and clear words, "Holy crap!" At this moment, only these two words could express the overflowing emotions in his heart. Standing before him, Ruan Xiaoyu was equally devastated as she looked at the dragon's corpse. She had imagined that the gap between her and Gao Yang would be enormous, but that imagination had never had a concrete basis. But now, seeing the massive corpse of this dragon, that gap had inexplicably become tangible, so much so that she could clearly perceive that she and Gao Yang were like a true dragon soaring in the 9 heavens versus a lowly insect struggling in the mud. Gao Yang was strong enough to slay a dragon, while she struggled to even clear some of the more difficult dungeons. A deep sense of frustration welled up in her heart, to the point where Ruan Xiaoyu felt a bit disheartened. Gao Yang turned back to observe Ruan Xiaoyu and the others. Seeing that they all remained conscious, he nodded slightly. Regardless of anything else, the overall quality of the people sent by the authorities was indeed very high. As you can see, this is a dragon. Please, stop talking. We can all see it. Ruan Guohua forced himself to shift his gaze. Only by not looking at the corpse could the mental pressure he was under be slightly reduced. Mr. Gao Yang, may I ask you a few questions? Ruan Guohua asked softly. Gao Yang turned to look at Ruan Xiaoyu. His eyes filled with inquiry. Ruan Xiaoyu quickly introduced him. Gao Yang, this is my father, Comrade Ruan Guohua, who is currently mainly responsible for cultural promotion in Jinghu City. Gao Yang's interactions with the authorities had always been like this, adhering to the principle that the more one says, the more mistakes one makes. He had always communicated directly only with Ruan Xiaoyu. As for the others, he neither asked about them nor cared. The authorities had also maintained a corresponding tacit understanding, never making any corrections or interference regarding his behavior. Gao Yang nodded slightly to show he understood, then looked at Ruan Guohua and said, "Hello, Mr. Ruan. As long as it does not involve personal privacy, I can accept your questions." A smile appeared on Ruan Guohua's face. He took a light breath and then quickly said, "Mr. Gao Yang, I know this request might be a bit excessive, but I still want to ask you." His gaze shifted from Gao Yang to the massive corpse, and then, as if he had made up his mind, he said, "Could you cut off a tiny bit of this dragon's biological tissue for research purposes?" After speaking, he immediately looked at Gao Yang, wanting to see if he could discern anything from his expression. Ruan Xiaoyu's face changed slightly. She had not expected her father to make such an excessive request. One had to know that as a legendary creature, every part of a dragon was a treasure, and its value was immeasurable. If he did this and caused Gao Yang to feel resentment, then everything they had done previously might have been in vain. Gao Yang did not immediately state his position, and Ruan Guohua's heart sank. He then suddenly realized that he had been too impatient. He quickly tried to remedy the situation, saying, "Mr. Gao Yang, if it is not possible, it does not matter. We will proceed according to your will." After he finished speaking, a light breeze blew past, and Ruan Guohua felt a chill on his back, without him realizing it. His back had already been completely soaked with sweat. Ruan Xiaoyu also spoke up at this time. "Gao Yang, my father does not quite understand the value of a giant dragon. Please do not mind his words. Of course, if it is possible, I can use multiverse disaster coins to purchase it from you." The four of them looked at Gao Yang, waiting for his reply. Facing the slightly nervous gazes of the four people, Gao Yang gave a casual smile. With this smile, the somewhat heavy atmosphere instantly became relaxed again. "There is no need for a purchase with multiverse disaster coins. This giant dragon is so large that a little bit of flesh and blood tissue is nothing." "Thank you, Mr. Gao Yang. The country will certainly remember your contribution." Ruan Guohua beamed with joy, his voice sounding invigorated. It is getting late. Take what you need quickly so you can all get off work early. After Gao Yang finished speaking, he walked toward the corpse of the white dragon. 10 minutes later, Ruan Xiaoyu, Ruan Guohua, and the other two stood at the entrance of the villa, repeatedly expressing their gratitude to Gao Yang. In Ruan Guohua's hand, he was dragging a suitcase. Inside was a piece of giant dragon meat with scales still attached, weighing over 10 kedis. This greatly exceeded Ruan Guohua's expectations. He had originally only hoped to be able to cut a few thin slices of meat, but he had not expected Gao Yang to be so generous. On the return journey, in the car where Ruan Guohua and Ruan Xiaoyu were located, the two sat in the back row. In front of them was a display screen showing a huge conference table. At this moment, the conference table was already filled with people. The above is the detailed process of this trip. We had a deep exchange with Gao Yang. The other party gave us a bottle of dragon blood secret medicine, as well as 13 caddies and 6 ounces of dragon meat. This has extremely high promotional significance for our comrades' research. After Ruan Guohua finished speaking, his eyes could not help but glance at the large suitcase placed on the seat beside him. And this suitcase was also within the sight of the people participating in the meeting through the screen. After Ruan Guohua finished speaking, the people at the conference table began to communicate with each other. Finally, the elderly man with graying hair sitting at the head of the table spoke up. The items gifted by Gao Yang must be well protected. That is the first point. Additionally, regarding the security clearance level of Comrade Gao Yang, I suggest raising it to be equal to mine, or even potentially above mine. Such a talent is indispensable to us. That is the second point. Finally, I ask Comrade Guohua and Comrade Ruan Xiaoyu to return as soon as possible to subject both items to scientific research. As soon as the old man said this, a buzz of discussion immediately erupted in the meeting room. Even Ruan Guohua and his daughter outside the screen looked at each other, both seeing shock in the other's eyes. They were not shocked by the high status given to Gao Yang, but rather by the decisiveness of the decision-maker. Gao Yang did not care about things like Ruan Guohua and his daughter participating in a meeting, nor did he have any way of knowing. He had now arrived at the Multiverse Trading Center and found the proprietress of the food shop he always patronized. "You are saying that you want me to cook a meal for you?" The proprietress looked at Gao Yang across the bar with some surprise. Gao Yang nodded with certainty and then said, "That is right, boss lady. Your culinary skills are the most impressive I have ever seen. I am preparing to hold a gathering recently and I am still lacking a powerful chef. I am sorry, everyone. Today is June 1st. There will be another chapter later." Chapter 237, The Dragon Banquet in Progress. Proprietress smiled, her perfect figure seated in the chair, looking elegant and intellectual. "You know, since I can operate a shop in this trading center, my daily income is quite considerable. If I delay a day of my time for your private banquet, who will bear my losses?" Gao Yang nodded. He was already prepared for this point. "That is why I am willing to pay to ask for the boss lady's help in processing some ingredients. It is mainly because I really do not know how to handle the ingredients in my hands." "Money? Are you talking about multiverse disaster coins?" The proprietress covered her mouth and let out a soft laugh. "In many cases, the purchasing power of multiverse disaster coins is not that strong. You will understand this point later. Besides multiverse disaster coins, I also have other general equivalents that can be used for trade. For example, how about monocrystals?" Gao Yang took up the topic and suggested, Monocrystals are indeed a hard currency. But are you sure you want to use monocrystals as payment for the reward? You should know that the value of monocrystals is very high." The proprietress leaned forward slightly, looking at Gao Yang to confirm. Naturally. Sigh. "What a pity. I recently took a large order. The other party is a multiverse network player in a war world. You know how urgent war matters are. And the other party offered quite a lot." The proprietress sighed and slumped somewhat weakly against the bar. This posture left her slender waist completely exposed, sketching out an exaggerated curve. "All right then." Gao Yang sighed slightly. "Then, boss lady, do you have any friends who can handle ingredients like giant dragons? Could you help introduce me? There are certainly some, although giant dragons are very difficult to process." What? What did you say? Your ingredient is a giant dragon. The proprietress suddenly stood up from her chair. Her hands pressed against the tabletop as she stared at Gao Yang with wide eyes. Answer me. Did you say your gathering is going to use a giant dragon? Facing the somewhat aggressive proprietress, Gao Yang could not help but lean his body back a bit before saying, yes, an immature white dragon. Because I cannot process it, I came here to ask you, Gao Yang, please definitely let me handle this banquet. The proprietress grabbed Gao Yang's hand and spoke with a serious expression. But boss lady, do you not still have a large order? It is still early. At most, I will just work some more overtime. Fine, then how much do you think is appropriate for the reward? Reward? What reward? Did I mention that? The proprietress blinked her innocent large eyes, her expression looking somewhat guiltless. Don't start with the buts and ifs. You are a grown man. Where do you get so many questions from? The proprietress glared, looking ready to start a fight if things didn't go her way. Gao Yang wisely chose to shut his mouth. Afterward, he calmly withdrew his hand from the proprietress's grip and continued. I won't take up too much of your time, proprietress. The gathering is in a few days, so I will have to trouble you then. No problem. When the time comes, I will let you see the true power of a level 10 monster chef. The proprietress patted her chest with extreme confidence, the massive force causing a ripple that made Gao Yang politely shift his gaze. That said, you might not know which part of the white dragon you have in your hands. Creatures like dragons require special handling techniques, and different parts must be prepared in different ways. Gao Yang looked a bit conflicted. He glanced at the proprietress and then said, you are certainly more thoughtful about this than I am, proprietress. However, I truly do not know which part of a dragon is the most delicious. Do you have any suggestions? That depends on what parts you actually have. I should have mentioned earlier, it is an unaged white dragon. The whole thing, Gao Yang emphasized. The proprietress froze for a moment, asking reflexively, the whole thing? That is right. The whole thing, about 30 meters long. The proprietress suddenly burst into loud laughter. Gao Yang, you are the coolest friend I have ever met. Where is the dragon? Let me see it. I guarantee you, I will make this gathering absolutely flawless. Just wait to taste the dragon. As she spoke, she dragged Gao Yang toward the kitchen without giving him a chance to object. Gao Yang had no choice but to let her pull him along. Soon, the proprietress looked at the white dragon carcass lying quietly before her. Her eyes filled with joy. Look at these scales. Look at these thighs. Gao Yang, have I ever told you that dragons are the best ingredients in this world? Gao Yang shook his head slightly. He had truly never heard that before. But none of that mattered now. The proprietress removed some meat and organs from different parts of the dragon carcass and then kicked Gao Yang out of her shop. Gao Yang was not annoyed. Now that the chef problem was solved, the next step was to invite the friends who would be attending the dinner. Returning to his bedroom, the first person Gao Yang looked for was naturally Milafina, the cat elf. Milafina had once invited Gao Yang to her hometown to participate in their grandest festival. Now that he had such high-quality ingredients, Gao Yang naturally would not forget her. Gao Yang sent the message, and within 2 minutes, Milafina had already replied, taking the initiative right from the start. Hi, Gao Yang. Have you almost forgotten about me? We haven't been in touch for a long time. Milafina, I have been quite busy lately, and I have been in a situation where I could not contact the outside world. I hope you can understand. Gao Yang sincerely explained the situation and then continued. I have obtained some top-tier ingredients this time and plan to hold a gathering. You must come. Mio is their delicious grilled fish, if you want it. There will naturally be plenty. However, I don't think you have ever eaten the main ingredient this time. HMPH, is there any food that this cat hasn't eaten? That is impossible. Hearing this sundear tone, Gao Yang could already imagine Milafina holding her little head high. A dragon. Have you ever eaten one? A dragon, you can eat that. The main dish for this gathering is dragon, you know. Gao Yang revealed a satisfied smile. Mio, then I will reluctantly participate. Ending the conversation with Milafina, Gao Yang contacted Agnia. After all, she was the one who provided the location of the dragon. And although the process was a bit of a blunder, the result was good. As Gao Yang expected, Agnya readily accepted his invitation to the gathering. Afterward, Gao Yang invited several others he had added as friends during the Goddess of Luck event, and then sent a message to Ruan Xiaoyu. Just like that, all the guests needed for this gathering had been notified. Now, all he had to do was wait for the time to come. Chapter 238 Successive Visits. Gao Yang was idle here, but Ruan Xiaoyu, who received the invitation, was practically exploding. When Gao Yang's invitation reached her hands, everyone in the know expressed unparalleled excitement and enthusiasm. What followed was a tidal wave of messages and calls, all with one goal. Everyone wanted to accompany her to the banquet tomorrow night. Facing these excessive demands, Ruan Xiaoyu ignored them all. Don't let her fragile, lily-like appearance in front of Gao Yang fool you, in front of others. Her aura was no less than anyone else's. In fact, because she possessed strength that surpassed ordinary people, she was even more cold and aloof. However, Ruan Xiaoyu did call Gao Yang the next day, mainly to ask if he needed any help setting up the venue or cleaning up after the dinner. Unfortunately, Gao Yang immediately declined her offer. Early on the third day, while Gao Yang was practicing his battle aura in the training grounds, a spatial vortex opened not far from his side. Gao Yang turned his head and saw the proprietress stepping out of the portal, looking full of energy. A dead magic plane. Gao Yang, don't tell me this is the world you grew up in. The proprietress walked toward Gao Yang, speaking with surprise as she approached. Gao Yang stood up to greet her and nodded slightly. As you can see, this world is my home. The proprietress stared at Gao Yang's face for a long while before whispering, "What a lucky guy." The brief greeting ended, and the proprietress quickly got into character. She asked, "Where is tonight's banquet being held? Because cooking a dragon is quite difficult. I need an open space to serve as a kitchen. What do you think of the place we are in right now? It is very open. This place is quite good." The proprietress looked her on and said affirmatively. Gao Yang said casually, "Then let's do it here. By the way, boss lady, do you have the appropriate kitchenware? Are you insulting a monster chef?" The boss lady's beautiful eyebrows arched, looking like two willow leaf blades. "I don't want to hear such questions from your mouth again. Even if you are the one providing the dragon ingredients, my apologies. Then tonight's banquet will depend on you, boss lady. There won't be many people, just 7 or 8. Gao Yang said sincerely. "Rest assured." The boss lady waved her hand and then walked toward one side of the martial arts arena. After choosing a spot, one piece of kitchenware after another which didn't look like kitchenware at all landed with a thunderous thud. Gao Yang's eyelids twitched slightly, and he chose to leave immediately. In the afternoon, Milafino was the first to arrive. "Neo Gao Yang, where are you? This cat has arrived." Milafino was as lively as ever. The moment she stepped out of the portal, she began calling out for Gao Yang in her carefree manner. Gao Yang leaped down from the balcony and walked quickly to Milafina. Milafina sat elegantly on the ground, tilting her small head up to look at Gao Yang. "Gao Yang, you seem to have become stronger again." Milafina tilted her head, looking Gao Yang up and down. Gao Yang understood what she meant. His physical size hadn't changed, but his constitution had already surpassed the extraordinary level. Therefore, to Milafina, a cat spirit, it felt as though he had become stronger. "Milafina, your perception is as sharp as ever. I have indeed become much stronger." Gao Yang squatted on the ground, keeping his line of sight as low as possible. He reached out to stroke Milafina's furry head while speaking. "Congratulations, Gao Yang." Milafina jumped onto Gao Yang's shoulder and then asked, "Is that why you held this banquet? Because you've become stronger again?" Actually, it's just because I couldn't digest my prey quickly enough. And I also felt it was necessary to socialize with a friend like you. Milafina, for example, by having a meal together," Gao Yang explained with a smile. Just then, the doorbell at the main gate rang. Gao Yang turned and walked toward the gate, explaining to Milafina, "One of my friends has arrived. She is also from my world. She was chosen by the Zhongwan after me and became a Zhongwan player." The gate opened, and Ruan Xiaoyu appeared before Gao Yang. She wore a smile, and upon seeing Gao Yang, she greeted him. "Good afternoon, Gao Yang. Who is this?" As Ruan Xiaoyu spoke, her attention was entirely fixed on Milafina, who was perched on Gao Yang's shoulder. It was no wonder. Milafina was incredibly beautiful and would be an eye-catching presence anywhere. Milafina sat gracefully on Gao Yang's shoulder. Seeing Ruan Xiaoyu looking at her, she spoke elegantly. "Hello, friend of Gao Yang. I am Milafina, a cat spirit, and also a comrade in arms who fights alongside Gao Yang. It is a pleasure to meet you." Ruan Xiaoyu snapped out of it and quickly said earnestly, "Hello, Ms. Milafina. I am Ruan Xiaoyu, a friend of Gao Yang. It is also a pleasure to meet you." Milafina remained elegant, but Gao Yang could feel that behind his back. Her tail was wagging so fast it looked like a windshield wiper. Clearly, Ruan Xiaoyu's very formal address of Ms. Milafina was very much to her liking. "Come in." Gao Yang stepped aside, and Ruan Xiaoyu walked past him. After that, it was Agnia. Unlike the three who had arrived earlier, Agnia's entrance was extremely flashy. With the sudden appearance of a ring of fire, the temperature in the area rose slightly. From within the ring of fire, Agnia stepped out, wearing mage robes that looked like raging flames, holding a chalcedony staff, and stepping on flames. Her gaze, which seemed capable of scorching one's heart, swept across the area, and her powerful aura caused the few who were unaware to pause for a moment. The next moment, the flames vanished, and Agnia revealed a smile before appearing in front of Gao Yang. "Ha, Gao Yang. I'm here. Look what I brought you." As Agnia spoke, a box of exquisitely packaged wine appeared in her hands. "For tonight's gathering, I risked being beaten to a pulp by my teacher to steal this bottle of dragon's flame from his collection. It tastes the best when paired with dragon meat." As soon as these words were spoken, the powerful and mysterious image she had crafted upon her entrance vanished instantly. Milafina sat on a lounge chair, watching the interaction between Agnia and Gao Yang, and nearly laughed out loud. Gao Yang looked at the exquisite wine box in her hand, then looked at Agnia, his eye twitching as he said, "Agnia, you really didn't have to do that. What kind of talk is that? You are my friend. Besides, we are having a dragon banquet tonight. How could we just deal with it simply? I think even if my teacher knew, he would support me in doing this. After all, only magic and fine food should never be let down. That's what my teacher said." Agnia was righteous and confident. Gao Yang could not refute her. Chapter 239. The banquet begins. "All right. Go rest for a while. The banquet won't start for a bit yet," Gao Yang said with some helplessness. Agnia followed his suggestion and walked toward Ruan Xiaoyu and Milafina. There, a row of lounge chairs had been set up, and beside them were some fruits and snacks prepared in advance. These had all been prepared by the boss lady ahead of time. As a professional chef, whenever she received a banquet order, she habitually prepared everything that might be needed. Just as Agnia and Milafina were getting to know each other, a spatial portal opened once again. A pair of figures, wrapped in an embrace, appeared before everyone's eyes. The moment they appeared, a mouthful of fresh dog food was forcibly shoved into the mouths of the few single people present. "Darling, we've arrived." Garuda held his girlfriend Leah's slender waist, staring affectionately into her eyes. After a slightly mushy, wet kiss, Leah finally managed to break free from his embrace. "There are many people here, Garuda." Leah's face flushed red, and she looked at the others with a hint of embarrassment. Garuda rubbed his messy golden hair and quickly locked onto Gao Yang's figure. Holding Leah's hand, he walked up to him. "Big boss, we meet again. I didn't expect you to actually invite us. This really makes us feel flattered." Garuda's voice was very familiar and casual, which had a lot to do with his flamboyant personality. Although he had only met Gao Yang once, Garuda was able to act as if they had known each other for a long time. Gao Yang smiled and replied, "Welcome to you both." He still had a deep impression of the couple, Garuda and Leah, namely, they were incredibly capable in a fight, and the coordination between the two had even given him some trouble back then. "Sorry, I'm a bit late." Just then, a slightly timid voice rang out from the side. Gao Yang knew who it was just by hearing the voice. That boy with extreme luck. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw the boy with extreme luck standing to the side, shoulders hunched, looking somewhat embarrassed. "Ah, brother, what are you saying? Didn't we just arrive ourselves? Besides, the banquet hasn't even started yet. So even if you were later, it wouldn't be considered late." Before Gao Yang could think of what to say, Garuda had already walked over, draped an arm around his shoulder, and spoke with extreme enthusiasm. Garuda's enthusiasm clearly made the boy with extreme luck feel a bit uncomfortable. But due to his own personality, he didn't show any obvious resistance, letting Garuda take the boy with extreme luck away. Gao Yang waited for a while longer, but the shadow assassin named Dark Crow never appeared. Glancing at the time, he saw it was getting late, so Gao Yang stopped waiting. After receiving a signal from the proprietress, she immediately brought the food that had been prepared long ago onto the massive dining table. As the lids of the serving dishes were lifted, a rich, thick fragrance wafted over, followed by a unique aroma that blended spiciness, the scent of meat, and floral notes. 3-leaf purple flower braised dragon tongue. Please enjoy, everyone. The proprietress briefly introduced the ingredients and the name of the dish before turning and walking away. I propose that for tonight's dragon feast, we all have a toast to thank Big Boss Gao Yang. Garuda raised his wine glass, which was filled with the dragon's flame brought by Agnya. The crimson as blood liquid inside the transparent glass clinked, looking truly enticing. Thank you, Big Boss Gao Yang. Thank you, Gao Yang. Everyone raised their glasses one after another. As a glass of dragon's flame went down, the atmosphere suddenly became heated. Everyone stopped suppressing the cravings in their hearts and began to taste the first dish. As expected of dragon tongue, this texture is more delicious than any food I have ever eaten, Agnya exclaimed while eating. The head chef's skills are truly superb to be able to make dragon tongue taste this delicious. Milafina also spoke up. This dragon tongue was very much to her taste. At the same time, she kept taking photos to record the event. These were all assets to elevate her status within her clan. Milafina could already imagine how high her status in the clan would be after returning from this banquet. Charcoal grilled dragon tendon. Please enjoy, everyone. Blanched dragon heart. Please enjoy, everyone. As the proprietress went back and forth, one delicious dish after another was brought to the table. No one was reserved, and Gao Yang was naturally no exception. The banquet lasted until late into the night before it finally ended. The people who participated in the banquet tonight all lay on lounge chairs, looking at the starry sky, speechless. Gao Yang lay next to Milafina, and only then did he have time to look at the notifications from the general network. Because you have consumed a large amount of high-grade food, your health points have been slightly increased 3. A single dragon feast increased his maximum health by 7%. Not bad at all. After lying there for a while longer, Gao Yang was the first to speak. I would like to ask you all, does anyone here know how to save the lives within a plane when that plane is about to collapse? Agnya turned her head in surprise and said, Gao Yang, this is not something we can do at our current stage. Even my teacher wouldn't be able to do it. You have to realize how massive the number of lives in a plane is. Perhaps only a legendary archmage could manage it. Gao Yang nodded. He naturally understood the difficulty, but it was precisely because of that he intended to ask everyone. They came from different planes, so perhaps they might have some clues. Plane collapse. Garuda took over the conversation and said slowly, I remember the Plane Guardian Association is extremely adept at handling such situations. I sent an email to the Plane Guardian Association, but many days have passed, and I still haven't received a reply. Gao Yang said with some helplessness. That's normal. Those big shots in the Plane Guardian Association are busier than the next, all occupied with hunting down plane destroyers. It's perfectly normal that they don't have time to reply. Garuda smiled. Gao Yang, will this plane collapse very soon? Milafina asked. It won't be that fast. There might be about 20 years left, but it could also collapse in the next instant. Gao Yang thought for a moment and said. Milafina licked the corner of her mouth, her gaze filled with nostalgia. My great-grandmother's grandmother once said that when you encounter a problem that is currently difficult to solve, the best way is not to seek help, but to work hard to improve your own strength. When your own strength reaches the required level, the solution will naturally come to you. Milafina's great-grandmother's grandmother makes a lot of sense. If it's not that urgent, Big Boss Gao Yang, you can continue to improve your strength. Maybe you will find a way then, Agnya said. Chapter 240. The journey continues. The dragon feast ended with everyone getting drunk. As for Gao Yang's question, No one was able to provide an effective suggestion for the time being. As a warrior with a transcendent physique, Gao Yang's ability to break down alcohol was still extremely outstanding, at the very least. Among the few people attending the banquet, he was the strongest. Even the Dragon's Fury, a special vintage from a mage's private collection, could not plunge him into a long-lasting stupor. When the sun rose once more, Gao Yang was already sitting cross-legged in the center of the training grounds, battle ore steaming off his body. He had eaten quite a bit of dragon meat at the dragon banquet yesterday, and even now, he still felt a strong sense of fullness. Under these circumstances, converting the life essence contained within the meat into his own battle ore was an excellent choice. It was not until he finished his battle ore cultivation that Ruan Xiaoyu slowly drifted awake. As for Melifina and the others, they had each returned home after the meal. Her strength was the lowest, and her tolerance for alcohol was poor. She had only drunk 1 glass of Dragon's Fury last night before becoming hopelessly intoxicated, eventually sleeping the night away in a guest room on the 2nd floor. Ruan Xiaoyu rubbed her still aching forehead and walked onto the balcony. The first thing that caught her eye was Gao Yang, who was swinging his sword in the training grounds. The sword wind whistled, and his battle aura surged, even from such a distance. Ruan Xiaoyu could clearly hear the sound of the air being torn apart. She finally understood why Gao Yang's strength was so formidable. It was undoubtedly inseparable from this kind of rigorous training. Ruan Xiaoyu rested one hand on the railing and, with a slight push, leaped down from the balcony, landing steadily on the ground. Ruan Xiaoyu walked toward the training grounds. She reached the edge and waited for about 20 minutes before Gao Yang finally stopped swinging his sword. "Thank you for your hospitality last night." A towel appeared in Ruan Xiaoyu's hand. She handed it to Gao Yang as she spoke. Gao Yang took the towel, wiped the sweat from his body, and looked at her, saying, "Don't mention it. Besides, that dragon was too much for us to finish anyway. 1 more person or 1 less makes no difference. Furthermore, we are friends." Ruan Xiaoyu blossomed into a smile. She nodded heavily, then looked up at the sun and said, "It is getting late, so I will head back now." Gao Yang nodded. Ruan Xiaoyu's departure had no effect on Gao Yang. After finishing his sword practice, he sat cross-legged on the spot and began to meditate. As he connected with Heiyao, each meditation session deepened the bond between him and the sword by a fraction. This deepening was not obvious, but for Gao Yang, it was a process of slow accumulation. Sooner or later, he would achieve a state of perfect harmony with the sword in his hand. Just as Melifina had said last night, when there is no other way for the time being, continuously strengthening one's own power is an absolutely correct and effective path. As for how to improve his strength, increasing his attributes was the most basic and convenient method. However, merely increasing attributes was not enough. He also needed matching skill specializations that could fully unleash the power of those attributes, along with many other more detailed requirements. Gao Yang pulled up the Multiverse Network interface. If he wanted to improve his strength, he naturally could not do without the Multiverse Network. Daily dungeons, campaigns, or large-scale events were all capable of satisfying the demands of Multiverse Network players to become stronger. After consecutive level-ups, Gao Yang's general XP was no longer enough to continue leveling up. He needed more. This was only one aspect. On the other hand, he needed to temper his combat techniques through battle. Beyond that, he also required more extraordinary items that could enhance his overall strength. Aside from abyss training, there were not many options available that could satisfy these needs. This scarcity was only because his strength was limited. If one were to look at the entire multiverse, such choices were countless. The most famous was the endless blood war between the Abyss and the Hells. In this super large-scale war that swept across multiple planes and involved countless factions, there was never a shortage of wealth and resources. Of course, death would always accompany them, and he, it seemed, had unlocked the relevant module after reaching the extraordinary level. Gao Yang opened the campaign section, and a dense list of battlefields immediately refreshed on his retina. He was somewhat surprised, mainly because he truly had not expected there to be so many ongoing wars. And this was only the wars existing near his current plane's crystal sphere system. Wars that were too far away did not refresh on his multiverse network list. Gao Yang sat on the ground, browsing through them with great interest. After many strange and long-winded plane-related place names, he discovered some familiar terms, for example, Gikshu, the Xuanhuang world, and Azeroth entities that existed in Blue Star's myths and legends, or names known to the public in the form of virtual games. So, in other planes, these places truly exist. Are they real? Gao Yang muttered to himself. He then understood the situation. This must be the result of different planes infiltrating and intertwining with one another. With numerous wars available to choose from, Gao Yang looked through them and suddenly saw a familiar name, Battle of Mount Buzhou. Gao Yang's gaze narrowed slightly, and then he shook his head. If this was truly the war he had heard of, then he had no qualifications to enter it at this time, although he wanted to take a look to see if there were any figures from myths and legends, and wanted to see Mount Buzhou. For the time being, he should try to avoid the extraordinary worlds of the Eastern lineage until his strength reached a certain level, especially for an ordinary Multiverse Network player like him, who had not received any professional inheritance related to the Eastern lineage, without a background, without an inheritance, and without an endorsement. If he were to enter an extraordinary world with an Eastern mythological background, he would very likely be cleared out as cannon fodder. In short, in the Eastern lineage, to get by, one must talk about influence and background. Without these two things, one was likely just a small fry. Ignoring this battlefield, Gao Yang continued his search. Finally, he saw a war that seemed decent. War of Sea and Land, the Dewoma Front. Type: racial battlefield, humans. Sea folk battlefield area. Border of the Dewoma and Oris Plains. Lania Crystal Sphere System battlefield situation. Plain Eastern Front, humans 60%, sea folk 40%. Plain Central Front, humans, sea folk. Plain Western Front, humans 32%, sea folk 68%. Battlefield background: the Dewoma Plain was originally a plain dominated absolutely by the human race. In contrast, the Oris Plain is entirely submerged in vast oceans, and as a result, intelligent life forms known as the sea race were born there. Over a long period of time, for some unknown reason, the two planes collided. The human race realized for the first time the terror lurking in the deep sea, while the Oris sea race likewise gained a clear understanding of the two-legged intelligent life forms living on land. The mutual understanding between the two sides began with blood and death, stretching on and on, never ceasing. And time. None to exit the war plane. One must maintain a non-combat state for at least 10 minutes. Campaign rewards: General EXP, Multiverse Network disaster coins, challenge achievements, titles, kill drops, action first kill. Chapter 241. 86 times the power. For a war plane without specific requirements and with non-human opponents, Gao Yang felt no pressure whatsoever. Moreover, as the Oris Plain is an oceanic plane, the number of marine creatures within it must be astronomical. Under such circumstances, the speed of gaining Multiverse Network EXP would be much faster. Furthermore, in this type of battlefield, his title Army Breaking Killing Star would be able to gain even greater bonuses. In summary, this war plane was indeed extremely suitable for Gao Yang at this moment. With a thought, the Multiverse Network prompt appeared before his eyes the next instant. Multiverse Network prompt: does the player wish to enter the plane battlefield? War of Sea and Land Dewoma Frontline. Warning: this plane battlefield is a real plane. Players participating in the war will face the risk of death, and the consequences resulting from the player's actions in this war will not disappear when the player leaves the plane battlefield. Multiverse Network prompt: this plane battlefield may feature units such as gods descending through believers or divine life form leaders. Gao Yang looked at the information and prompts refreshing before his retina, then confirmed it directly with his consciousness. There was nothing more to say. Daring to actively participate in war and actively pursue strength meant he had already prepared himself to fall along the way. What's more, the possibility of encountering gods in this plane war made him even more interested. Multiverse Network prompt: 2000 Multiverse Network disaster coins deducted successfully. Teleportation beginning. Following a dizzying sensation, a large amount of inexplicable flowing light appeared before Gao Yang's eyes. After a heavy sense of vertigo passed, he found himself standing inside a pyramid-shaped tent, with a massive magic circle covering the entire floor beneath his feet. Multiverse Network prompt. Teleportation successful. You have entered the plane battlefield. War of Sea and Land Devoma Frontline. Current location, Plane Eastern Front. Based on the relevant rules of this plane battlefield, your initial relationship with the sea races, immortal enmity. You have gained 10 points of basic war merit. P.S. May every human who crosses endless distances to set foot on this land be able to leave safely. And may the dawn protect everyone. Commander of the Devoma Human Coalition Sea Race Slayer Melon Sorokov. War of Sea and Land Devoma Frontline Battlefield Template. War Merit Data Faction. Initial Faction Quest Optional. Report to the Outsider Center. Common, Conquer Elite, Terminator Leader. Regarding the initial faction quests, Gao Yang did not choose any. Since they were optional, it meant they did not hold much value. One point worth noting was that the entire plane battlefield lacked any legendary identifiers, which meant that, basically, no legendary combat units would appear here. For Gao Yang, this was undoubtedly good news, although his current combat power was not low even within the extraordinary realm. If it involved the upper echelons of the extraordinary combat field, he could not guarantee whether his combat power would allow him to survive before stepping out of the pyramid-shaped tent. For the sake of caution, Gao Yang added his only point of extraordinary attribute to strength. As the extraordinary attribute point vanished, a surging, scorching energy appeared abruptly, then violently rampaged through his body, beginning to reinforce his bones, flesh, and nerves. Under the influence of this heat, he let out an irrepressible hiss. His skin turned bright red in an instant, and scorching heat vented outward from his entire body. He gritted his teeth so hard he nearly shattered them. He had to admit, he had been a bit too eager. The difference between improvements after reaching extraordinary attributes and those before was too great. This kind of pain was not something an ordinary person could endure. If his physique had not already reached the extraordinary realm, he might have exploded and died from his physical strength being unable to be contained during the attribute increase. Fortunately, this heat came quickly and left just as quickly. In less than 10 minutes, the reinforcement was complete. Gao Yang's spirit suddenly relaxed, followed by an extreme sense of emptiness and hunger. It felt as if his stomach was burning, and terrifying gastric acid was being secreted within it, intending to decompose everything in his stomach, and even himself, into nutrients to supply the body cells that were currently screaming frantically. Gao Yang reacted extremely quickly, instantly taking a bottle of dragon blood secret medicine from his inventory and drinking it down without a moment's hesitation. As the dragon blood secret medicine hit his stomach, a massive amount of energy erupted within his abdomen, but this energy was also being rapidly decomposed and absorbed. Judging by the speed, it would be completely absorbed in less than 10 minutes. Gao Yang continued to take food from his inventory and began to eat ravenously. Fortunately, he still had some jerky made from dragon meat in his inventory, which provided him with enough nutrients and energy for his body to absorb. After eating 3 large pieces of 2-pound dragon meat jerky, Gao Yang finally stopped eating. Feeling his now distended abdomen, Gao Yang finally calmed down. That was close. I almost digested myself. After this attribute increase, Gao Yang fully realized the double-edged nature of using attribute points to raise attributes. Although doing this could save a significant amount of time during the process, power does not come from nothing. If he had not held on or lacked sufficient nutritional intake, he would still have been unable to escape death. Fortunately, he pulled through. Gao Yang clenched his fist, and with the movement, the air in his palm emitted a sharp, piercing crack. To crush the air with just a single clench, how exaggerated that was. Gao Yang's strength attribute had now reached as high as 21 points. The power of 86 times that of an ordinary person was concentrated within his body, and the strength it brought was terrifying. After briefly adapting to his surging power, Gao Yang stood up and walked toward the entrance of the tent. Stepping out of the tent, Gao Yang was met with a massive plaza. At this moment, there was a group of Multiverse Network players in the plaza. It was clear they belonged to the same batch that had entered with Gao Yang. Gao Yang scanned the Multiverse Network players in the plaza but did not find a single familiar face. This was normal. The multiverse was infinite, and the number of players and choices were vast. The probability of running into an acquaintance on a plain battlefield was lower than finding a needle in a haystack. Moreover, Gao Yang's acquaintances were not on the same plane as him, and the probability of multiverse network players from different planes being matched together was even lower. There was a solution to this situation, which was to establish a multiverse network player guild. By entering dungeons or battlefields in the form of a guild, they could act as a group. However, for Gao Yang at the moment, he had not yet encountered a suitable player guild, nor did he have any intention of forming one himself. Chapter 242. The Faithful Believer of the God of War. The multiverse network players in the plaza were all standing there quietly, appearing to be reading battlefield information. This silence lasted only a few minutes before players began sending out party invitations in the multiverse network player battlefield channel. Because the war between humans and the sea race was grand in scale, and the average level of the sea race was relatively high, the multiverse network players participating in this war were basically all within the transcendent sequence. There were no existences below the transcendent sequence. Gao Yang stood to the side with interest, watching the complex and varied party information in the battlefield channel. There were those seeking tank warriors, those seeking spellcasters, and those seeking other professions. In short, it was a mixed bag. However, all the party information clearly stated one thing: teammates could not be harmed while in a party. If violated, they would suffer punishment from the justice contract. This was a tacit understanding among players. If it were just entering some dungeons, the cost of death would be nothing more than a day or two of weakness. But on this real plain battlefield, if one died, it was a true death. Few players who could reach the transcendent sequence would feel comfortable turning their backs to strangers they had just met. While Gao Yang was browsing the information posted on the battlefield channel, individual multiverse network players had already begun to walk out of the plaza, seemingly prepared for solo combat. Gao Yang thought for a moment and decided to go to the Otherworld Visitor Center to take a look. If nothing else, he at least needed to get his hands on a map of this battlefield. Just as he set off, he felt a gaze land on him, and someone was walking in his direction. Gao Yang turned his head to look in the direction the gaze was coming from, and saw a male human multiverse network player wearing golden armor and holding a spear and shield walking toward. The God of War protects me. Greetings, stranger and powerful multiverse network player. I am Taran Bloom, the most devout believer of the God of War. The gods guide me. If you do not mind, perhaps we could become comrades in arms. And this would be my honor. The multiverse network player who called himself Taran Bloom was a believer of the God of War, so his appearance on this plain battlefield was perfectly normal. Looking at the equipment on his body that emitted a faint shimmer, it was clearly not an ordinary object. It might even have been blessed by divine power. This also proved from the side that this warrior's strength was not weak. Looking at his hearty smile and his chiseled, resolute face, he gave off a sense of stability and reliability, and fortunately, Gao Yang did not feel he needed a comrade whose combat style overlapped with his own. If possible, he would have preferred a pendant like Melifina as a teammate. Furthermore, there was another point. This guy was a faithful believer of the God of War. It was well known that faith could give people strength, but faith could also destroy a person's will. In a situation where one could not figure out the other party's true circumstances, rashly forming a party with a faithful believer of a god was inadvisable, because no one knew what kind of will was hidden beneath their seemingly calm exterior. Gao Yang shook his head and declined the other party's party request. Sorry, I am used to adventuring alone. May your journey of adventure always be smooth sailing. May the God of War protect you. Upon hearing this, Taran Bloom tapped his spear and shield together in front of him, then turned and left. It was not until he was out of Gao Yang's sight that a look of disappointment appeared on his face. It seems that a war maniac who can obtain a title like army-breaking killing star is not so easily won over, especially when the other party is not a believer of the God of War. What a pity. This was the guidance of the gods, yet I was unable to do better. Taran Bloom looked at the notification information refreshing on his retina, feeling somewhat self-reproachful. If it had been Talia, she might have been able to pull him into the camp of the God of War. Recalling Talia's formidable strength, uninhibited personality, and fiery passion, Taran Bloom felt somewhat helpless. It was a pity that Talia had not come to this plain battlefield, and he could not contact her at this moment. Gao Yang naturally did not know what Taran Bloom was thinking. He was now just following the obvious exit of the plaza and walking forward. Not long after leaving this plaza, he arrived at another one. In this plaza, besides the Multiverse Network players, there were also some humans who did not belong to the Multiverse Network. If there were no surprises, they were the native humans of the Duoma Plane. At the front, standing before a high platform, was a fully armed warrior. His gaze swept across the entire plaza, and as he looked at these humans from other worlds, his heart was filled with gratitude. Then, he took a deep breath, and the next moment, a voice like rolling thunder erupted from his chest. Greetings, humans who have traveled from afar. I am a battalion commander of the 23rd Regiment of the Eastern Theater of the Sealand War on the Duoma Plain. First of all, I would like to thank you all for extending a helping hand. Gao Yang stopped in his tracks after hearing the voice translated by the Multiverse Network. He saw the battalion commander on the high platform continue. It is an honor to fight side by side with you all in the days to come. But before we engage in battle, there are a few points I need to inform you of. First, all non-human units are our enemies. Do not harbor any pity for alien races. This is a conclusion drawn from countless blood and lives. Second, war is everywhere. If, during battle, you find that the sea race you are fighting suddenly becomes berserk, it means that a royal unit of the sea race or sea beast has appeared nearby. For the former, you may attempt to kill them, but if it is the latter, please do not hesitate. Disengage immediately and run as fast as you can. As for the reason, refer to the first point. Finally, I ask that you warriors who have come from afar please do not disturb the soldiers who have just retreated from the battlefield and are resting or recovering from their wounds. Like you, they are all human. Before this, they may have experienced a war that lasted for days without sleep. Perhaps they lost a part of their bodies in the war, or perhaps they are enduring unspeakable pain. They do not have what you call quests or hidden quests. They are simply a group of warriors who purely want to defend their homeland. Nothing more. Lastly, allow me, on behalf of all the humans of the Duoma Plain, to offer you our highest respect. After speaking, the fully armed battalion commander raised his right hand, struck his left chest heavily, and bowed earnestly to all the players in the plaza. Chapter 243: Smelting Everything in Battle. Gao Yang listened to the battalion commander's speech on the high platform and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow slightly. The situation he described was something Multiverse Network players were indeed capable of doing, and it was highly probable that they would do so. It seemed that the humans of the Duoma Plane were already aware of the behavior of Multiverse Network players. Gao Yang shook his head. Then, guided by the surrounding soldiers, he arrived at the Otherworld Visitor Center to collect a map of the current front line. Afterward, he walked out of the military camp, identified his orientation, and headed south. The contact line between the Duoma and Aruzi plains was a plain boundary stretching for thousands of miles and 300 kilometers wide. The moment the Duoma and Aruzi plains made contact, war undoubtedly broke out between them. As time passed, the humans of Duoma gradually understood the combat methods of the sea race and absorbed and mastered ways to fight in the water. Meanwhile, the sea race of the Aruzi Plain was also constantly learning during this process, mastering more advanced arts of war. For instance, right now, Gao Yang was on a reef. In front of him were a large number of crude, salty-smelling defensive fortifications. Behind these fortifications was a large group of lifeforms holding harpoons, spears, and other sharp weapons. They also possessed 4 limbs, but they had thin webs between their armpits and fingers. They had no noses. Their faces were narrow and long, and their lips were thin and wide, revealing shark-like sharp teeth. On both sides of their necks were symmetrically arranged, pulsating gills, and they had extremely long tails behind them. These were the sea race of the Aruzi Plain. At this moment, these sea race members looked at Gao Yang in terror. The defensive fortifications they had painstakingly piled up were like castles built of sand by children in front of Gao Yang. As the massive black sword burning with raging battle aura swung casually, a large number of defensive fortifications instantly burst apart. The shattered fortifications turned into sharp weapons, piercing into the bodies of the sea race behind them, and pale blue blood began to flow across the reef. Gao Yang had already transformed into his dragon form, holding the black obsidian sword, which had been enlarged to its limit. wantonly unleashing his battle aura and swiftly reaping the lives of these sea race members. Occasionally, arrows and ice spikes made of seawater would shoot at his dragon scales, only to shatter powerlessly and silently. A string of language that Gao Yang could not understand came from the mouths of the sea race at his feet, although he did not understand it. Judging by the expressions of the sea race, he could guess it was nothing pleasant. He simply swung the weapon in his hand in silence, smashing through one defensive fortification after another with overwhelming power, and incidentally swatting the sea race behind these fortifications to death on the ground. The area of this reef was not large, only about 1 square kilometer. Therefore, Gao Yang did not stay here for long. After slaughtering all the sea race on this reef, he rested for a moment, then flapped his dragon wings and soared into the sky once again. This battle contributed nearly 20,000 general XP and several thousand Multiverse Network disaster coins to him, which was a decent gain. Most importantly, this kind of battle carried absolutely no risk. It was truly a case of I came, I saw, I conquered. And wherever I went, nothing grew. A long time after Gao Yang left, a human soldier who looked like a scout climbed onto the reef. His movements were cautious, using the scattered rocks on the island to conceal his figure. This behavior came to an end when he saw the wreckage of a defensive fortification. Among the ruins of the building were a large number of dismembered sea race corpses. In their originally ferocious and cruel, oversized eyes, only endless terror and fear of death remained. The human scout swallowed hard, then quickly circled the reef and returned to his original position. His hand trembled slightly as he pulled a cigarette case from his chest, then struck a match with the same shaking motion. Only when the familiar scent traveled through his nasal cavity into his lungs and rushed to his brain did he finally manage to calm down. He took another deep drag, which burned nearly half of his last cigarette, and exhaled a thick ring of smoke. He finally felt a little more at ease. As a scout who always charged at the forefront of the army, he had long been prepared to die in battle at any moment. Originally, he had saved this cigarette for when he was discovered by the sea race, but at this moment, it seemed it would no longer be needed. He finished the cigarette in silence, dropped the butt into the pale blue soil, and crushed it before turning to jump off the reef. He needed to bring the news of his discovery back to the Devoma defense line. They seemed to have invited an extraordinary stranger. For an entire day, Gao Yang had destroyed 5 defensive bases established by the sea race on the reefs. As for the number of sea race members who had died by his hand, he could no longer remember, since these sea race members all looked exactly the same in his eyes. Even if Gao Yang wanted to keep a record, it was simply impossible. He could only judge his progress in the war by his constantly rising general XP. Oh, there was also something called battle merit. But as for what use battle merit had, Gao Yang was not particularly concerned. As it stood, his battle merit, which had just barely exceeded 10,000, did not seem to amount to much. At this moment, Gao Yang had already reverted to his human form. He carried the black obsidian in one hand and a large piece of dried meat in the other. Strolling across the sea with an easy gait, beneath his feet, battle chi spread out. This was merely a simple application of battle chi, but it provided him with enough buoyancy to support his walking on the surface of the sea. Of course, this was only because Gao Yang's current total amount of battle chi and his recovery speed exceeded his consumption rate. Otherwise, he would not have dared to do this, nor would he have been able to develop such a method of using battle chi. After fighting for an entire day, Gao Yang did not feel tired at all. On the contrary, he felt increasingly invigorated, because in this constant slaughter, he was shocked to discover that the power imbued in his attacks was continuously increasing. Although this improvement was very subtle, it was clearly visible to Gao Yang's perception. In my attacks, I am exerting not just strength, but also my stamina, willpower, and even some other power that I do not fully understand. Gao Yang chewed on the dragon meat jerky in his mouth, thinking silently. In the constant fighting, the various types of force contained within me are also slowly fusing, which makes my attacks increasingly powerful. Gao Yang swallowed the dragon meat jerky and interrupted his thoughts prematurely, because the web of battle chi he had released to cover a radius of 1,000 meters around him had just been violently torn apart. 16 sea race members in total. I just don't know how strong they are. Gao Yang stood where he was and began to wait quietly. For the current Gao Yang, a distance of 1,000 meters was nothing more than a fleeting moment. After waiting on the sea for 2 minutes, 9 sea race members appeared in Gao Yang's field of vision. The sun was about to set, and its fiery red light illuminated this sea area, bursting forth with brilliant golden rays that also shone upon the human figure standing sword in hand in the center of the sea race's encirclement. Chapter 244, Sea Race Elites, No, Just Drama Queens. Gao Yang stood on the sea, watching the 9 sea race members closing in. Previously, there had been 16 sea race members in his perception, but now there were only 9. Where the remaining 7 had gone was self-evident. The aura displayed by these 9 sea race members was not weak. At the very least, they were stronger than any of the sea race members on the 5 defensive reefs he had previously destroyed. In this light, they belonged to the elites within the sea race, though it wasn't clear how many of them were within the transcendent sequence. The leader of the sea race was about half a head taller than the others. Its physique was exceptionally burly, and the muscles beneath its fish scales were piled up like rocks. The gaze they directed at Gao Yang held no fear or terror, only cold cruelty. Clearly, they must have dealt with enemies as powerful as Gao Yang many times before. Or rather, their mission was to resolve troubles that ordinary sea race members could not handle. The leading sea race member's narrow lips parted and closed. It was still that unknown language. Although Gao Yang knew the other party was speaking to him, it was a pity that he could not understand. Even though he had the multi-language translation system provided by the comprehensive network, it was impossible to translate the language of creatures from a hostile faction in such a state of opposition. However, for Gao Yang, he did not need to understand his opponent's thoughts. He only needed to use the weapon in his hand to hack the opponent into and turn them into the fuel for his own growth, that was all. In the next instant, battle chi surged from Gao Yang's body, and an arrow of air shot out from his nose and mouth. His massive, 10-meter-tall dragon form swung the equally long black greatsword, wrapped in raging battle chi, and with an incomparably violent roar, slammed it heavily onto the surface of the sea. Boom! Black obsidian collided violently with the sea surface. The terrifying power was poured entirely into the seawater beneath them, as if a bomb had exploded underwater, and countless water columns dozens of meters high shot into the sky. Gao Yang stood holding his sword. The chaotic seawater could not block his vision, and massive amounts of water lashed against his dragon scales, crackling loudly. He was 10 meters tall, holding a giant sword, his body surging with murderous intent, a terrifying figure like a demon, standing firm as if he were a needle pinning down the sea. An unintelligible roar erupted from within the seawater, and the next moment, several black shadows lunged toward Gao Yang. The sea race member in the lead was only a few meters away from Gao Yang before it could strike him. Gao Yang's dark golden vertical pupils suddenly looked toward it. The next moment, the strength in Gao Yang's feet exploded, accompanied by the shattering of the sea. His sturdy body surged forward, wrapped in a thick shadow of death and carrying a suffocating pressure. In front of him, the sea race member he had locked onto faced the giant dragon form of Gao Yang. Its expression changing drastically. Its figure paused, and in the next instant, it prepared to pull back and retreat. Gao Yang suddenly exhaled and shouted, his voice exploding like a thunderclap. In just a split second, his empty left hand had already clenched into a fist and blasted forward. The massive, dragon-scaled fist swept up a foul wind, whistling as it struck. It was too close to Gao Yang, so close that even though it had unleashed all its energy, it still could not escape Gao Yang's attack range. Following a muffled thud, a circular shockwave suddenly expanded. The body of that Sea Clan member turned into a sharp arrow, shooting rapidly toward the distant horizon of the sea. A one-hit kill. Gao Yang did not stop his movements. He abruptly retracted his fist, and as his battle aura surged, he swept out with his sword. The power, condensed to the extreme, tore through the void, carrying the momentum of a thunderbolt as it swept across. The tip of the black glittering sword even emitted a series of ear-piercing sonic booms. Swoosh! With a soft sound, the bodies of the 3 Sea Clan members charging toward Gao Yang trembled simultaneously. Blood sprayed from their chests, and their bodies, sliced in two, fell powerlessly into the seawater below. In just one encounter, A quarter of the 16 Sea Clan members were already dead. The sea surface returned to calm. Gao Yang held his giant sword, still standing on the water just as he had been before. As for those Sea Clan members, they had already disappeared beneath Gao Yang's feet. 12 Sea Clan members were gathered together, looking in terror at the massive shadow on the sea surface. The strength of this monster had already exceeded their threshold of endurance, to the point that their thoughts of fighting to the death had been greatly diminished. They were elites among the Sea Clan, fearless warriors, but they were not brainless. Facing such an enemy, simple courage and fearlessness were not enough. The tall Sea Clan leader had an ugly expression on his face. After roaring a few times, he took the initiative to float toward the surface. Just then, the remaining Sea Clan warriors hurriedly grabbed his body, dragging him back to prevent him from surfacing to fight the monster to the death. The tall Sea Clan member struggled hard a few times but could not break free. So, he angrily shouted something at the warriors who were blocking him. But no matter how he scolded them, the other Sea Clan warriors would not let go. After arguing for a while longer, the tall Sea Clan leader gave up. Dragged by the many warriors, they dove toward the deeper seabed. Gao Yang lowered his head slightly, his gaze falling into the increasingly deep seawater. Then, he curled his lips in slight dissatisfaction and returned to his human form. He had originally thought he would encounter elite Sea Clan members capable of giving him an exciting fight, but he hadn't expected them to be even worse than the ones on the reef. Killing just 4 of them had been enough to scare the rest of the elites away. He wondered if they would be punished after returning to the Sea Clan settlement. Thinking this, Gao Yang sat down casually on the sea surface. Beneath him, dense battle aura formed a giant wooden board, supporting his body like a raft. Battle aura is truly too useful. Gao Yang praised it inwardly, then remained still, drifting slowly with the waves. The sun slowly set, and there was not a glimmer of light left on the sea. As far as the eye could see, there was only the endless ocean. Not even a single island appeared. The pitch-black sea surface was like a cage from which one could never escape, trapping every living creature that attempted to challenge the ocean. Gao Yang sat cross-legged on the battle aura raft, holding a bone that was 5 meters long. At the end of the bone, a thin, glowing thread hung down into the sea. That's right. Gao Yang had a rare moment of interest and wanted to try the legendary sea fishing. But judging by the current situation, the results of sea fishing were not very ideal. What he caught were basically ordinary sea fish, with nothing special about them. Is it a problem with the bait? Or is it because I didn't pre-bait the area? Gao Yang muttered to himself. When he was working before, he had a colleague in his early 30s who was very keen on fishing. Under his influence, Gao Yang had learned some basic knowledge about fishing. Gao Yang thought for a moment, lifted the bone he was using as a fishing rod, and then the battle aura fishing line retracted, returning to his hand. He hooked a piece of fresh dragon meat onto the hook and then cast the dragon meat bait back into the sea. Chapter 245. A fisherman never returns empty-handed. Facts proved that changing to high-grade bait did not necessarily mean fish would bite. At the very least, for Gao Yang, this was very true. Gao Yang looked at the bait he had just retrieved with black lines on his forehead. This piece of dragon meat had been soaking in the seawater for over half an hour, and not a single fish had bitten. This made him have to wonder if there were even any fish in the ocean of the Aura's plain. Should I catch a Sea Clan member and pretend it's a fish I caught? A dangerous thought flashed through Gao Yang's mind, only to be rejected by him immediately. If he did that, how would he be any different from those fishermen who couldn't catch anything but would try every trick in the book just to avoid coming home empty-handed? Thinking this, Gao Yang cast the bait into the sea once more. Whether it was a change of luck or some other reason, this time, only 10 minutes after the bait was cast, Gao Yang felt a massive, overwhelming force coming from the rod in his hand. The strength of that force was so great that if he hadn't reacted in time, the fishing line made of battle aura would likely have been snapped by the fish on the hook. Gao Yang's eyes lit up, and he instantly became energized. He stood up abruptly, spread his feet apart, and the battle aura raft beneath him automatically split into 2 halves, allowing him to stand firmly on the sea surface. The next moment, he shot forward as if he were surfing. In front of him, the fishing line was pulled taut. Gao Yang felt the power at the end of the battle aura line in his hand and slowly began to retract it. As for the hook, under his control, the moment it was bitten, It had already shattered into several pieces, piercing deeply into the fish's mouth. A battle of wits and strength between a fisherman and a hooked fish unfolded upon this deep sea. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, and are passed, and Gao Yang looked with some surprise at the fishing line that remained pulled taut. After an hour of tug-of-war, the fish on the hook still possessed such formidable strength that it truly exceeded his expectations. Just as Gao Yang began to grow impatient and intended to follow the fishing line to personally meet that large fish, his expression shifted abruptly, and his body leaped high into the air toward the side. The next moment, a thick tentacle emerged from the seawater beneath the spot where he had just been standing. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow as he looked at the octopus tentacle, which was dozens of meters long, 2 or 3 meters wide, and covered in suction cups. It seemed he had hooked a big catch. The next moment, the octopus tentacle seemed to have discovered Gao Yang and lashed out toward his position. With this strike, a terrifying force was unleashed, the sea surface exploded, and a massive amount of seawater surged into the sky. Excitement filled Gao Yang's eyes, and in the next instant, he transformed into a humanoid giant dragon. He gripped the battle chi fishing line with both hands, and as his battle chi poured into it, the line, which was originally only as thick as a finger, became as thick as a cable. Gao Yang held the line and began to pull it back continuously. The owner of the octopus tentacle seemed to be provoked, as 3 more tentacles emerged from the sea, and all 4 tentacles lashed out at Gao Yang repeatedly. Relying on his agile body, Gao Yang constantly changed his position on the sea surface, dodging the strikes of the tentacles. Occasionally, when he couldn't dodge 1 or 2, he relied on his physique to take the hits head-on. Every time a tentacle slammed into him, it caused his muscles and bones to vibrate violently and his blood to boil. Under this onslaught, Gao Yang became even more invigorated. The two persisted for a few more minutes, and Gao Yang could already see a massive silhouette gradually emerging beneath the pitch-black sea surface. Accompanying it was a suffocating sense of oppression. Gao Yang licked the corner of his mouth, a hint of madness appearing in his eyes. He threw his head back and let out a long roar, his arms exerting frantic force. Violent power and battle chi surged from within his body like a volcano about to erupt. The next moment, following his full force outburst, the massive silhouette beneath the sea grew closer and clearer. "Get out here for me." Gao Yang exerted force with his legs repeatedly. A violent roar mixed with a wild shockwave instantly exploded in all directions. Following his movement, a giant squid was forcibly dragged out of the seawater by him. This squid, including its body and tentacles, was nearly 100 meters long. When it was pulled out by Gao Yang, its giant eyes were filled with shock. The other end of the fishing line in Gao Yang's hand was connected to the junction of the giant squid's body and tentacles, its mouth. The giant squid only left the sea for a brief moment before its massive body fell heavily back into the seawater. "So what if you're a sea beast? A fisherman never returns empty-handed," Gao Yang roared excitedly, then turned into a blur as he charged toward the giant squid. He transferred the fishing line to his left hand, and with a casual grip of his right hand, the black obsidian blade appeared in his grasp. Gao Yang's massive body crashed into the seawater like an exploding bomb, sending water splashing everywhere. As soon as he entered the water, several tentacles lashed out at him. In the seawater, the agility of these tentacles was greatly increased. Facing the attack of these tentacles, Gao Yang did not dodge or evade, and his giant sword slashed out with a roar. Terrifying power was wantonly unleashed with his strike. Even in the seawater, a powerful sword oar shot out, creating a series of bubbles in the water. As the giant sword slashed, the giant squid's tentacles were severed immediately, and pale blue blood instantly polluted the entire sea area. Gao Yang stared at the giant squid's body, constantly pulling on the fishing line to close the distance between them. The giant squid had extremely strong regenerative abilities. The tentacles that had just been severed seemed to possess their own consciousness, quickly reconnecting and reforming into complete tentacles. Gao Yang, his entire body burning with golden red battle chi, fought the giant squid frantically in the water like a madman. The terrifying aftermath caused the surrounding sea area to begin to churn, and thunderous roars echoed from time to time. This giant squid had extremely tenacious vitality, but its attack power was not particularly strong, although its tentacles had great strength. They could only make Gao Yang feel pain. They were unable to cause him serious injury. The giant squid also realized this and kept trying to break free from the fishing line to escape during the battle. But it was intercepted by Gao Yang every time. The distance between the two grew shorter and shorter. Finally, Gao Yang broke through the obstruction of the giant squid's tentacles and arrived in front of its body. Looking at the giant squid before him, Gao Yang revealed a satisfied smile. The next moment, the giant sword in his hand slashed down fiercely. A huge wound appeared on the giant squid's body. Gao Yang did not stop, slashing several more times in succession, nearly cutting the giant squid into several pieces. Comprehensive network notification. You have killed a medium-sized sea beast. You have gained 10.0 points of general EXP. Comprehensive network notification. You have attracted the attention of the mother of sea beasts. When you are within a certain distance of the mother of sea beasts, you will be attacked by her. Chapter 246. I walk my own path 2 in 1. Two comprehensive network notifications flashed before Gao Yang's eyes. Gao Yang only glanced at them before shifting his attention back to the giant squid carcass on the sea surface. As for the mother of sea beasts, he would deal with that when he encountered it. For now, no one could stop him from tasting his spoils of war. Maintaining his giant dragon form, Gao Yang grabbed the giant body of the squid sea beast, used black obsidian to carve off a large piece of the squid's body tissue, and then pulled up a limp tentacle, looking conflicted. After a while, he finally carved off a section of the tentacle that looked decent enough. Afterward, he sat on the sea surface, and his surging battle chi burned fiercely in front of him. Gao Yang used black obsidian to skewer the squid sea beast's tentacle and placed it over the battle chi flames to roast it slowly. The sun furnace had imbued his battle chi with flame properties. These flame properties could be used to fight enemies, and naturally, they could also serve as a fire for roasting meat. It was just that compared to ordinary fire, his battle chi flames were slightly less efficient. After roasting for a full half hour, the 7 or 8 meter long tentacle had dehydrated and curled up from the heat of the flames, releasing a rich, savory aroma. Gao Yang held it to his lips, tore off a strip to taste, and frowned slightly. Although the quality of this sea beast was excellent, and it tasted delicious even without any seasoning, he felt something was missing. The flavor profile seemed a bit bland. Gao Yang thought for a moment, clapped his hands, and retrieved a large bottle of dragon blood from his inventory. This was the remaining dragon blood that had not been drained from the white dragon's body. The magical factors contained within the dragon's blood gave it unique properties. Just like this white dragon's blood, it carried a spicy kick with a hint of minty coolness, making it incredibly refreshing. Gao Yang opened the cap and smeared the dragon blood onto the roasted tentacle. He took a bite, and juices overflowed. Gao Yang chewed the squid tentacle heartily. The addition of the dragon blood truly enriched the flavor. Amidst the savory taste of the seafood and the spicy kick, there was a cooling sensation that cut through the greasiness, leaving Gao Yang full of praise. Indeed, high-end ingredients only require the simplest cooking methods. The dragon blood squid tentacle was the perfect testament to this point. Transforming into a dragon granted Gao Yang more than just formidable combat power, it provided an all-encompassing enhancement, truly turning him into a dragon in human form. As such, Gao Yang's digestive capacity was now at a dragon's level. The squid tentacle was packed with abundant energy. Once this energy entered his stomach, it was quickly broken down into nutrients, fueling his actions. Any excess nutrients were channeled into his sun furnace, and as the flames danced, these nutrients were converted into Gao Yang's battle chi. Gao Yang thoroughly enjoyed this squid tentacle barbecue. He wiped his mouth, stood up, and looked at the squid carcass on the sea surface. After a moment of thought, he used his black obsidian blade to cut off some of the essence parts and stored them in his inventory. Only then did he retract his battle chi rope. Without the restraint of the rope, the massive squid carcass began to sink slowly toward the seabed. Having finished all this, Gao Yang spread his wings and flew into the sky with satisfaction. The pitch-black night could not hinder his vision. Through the vertical pupils of a dragon, the world before him appeared in shades of black, white, and gray. After identifying his direction, he flew rapidly into the distance. After flying for a full hour, Gao Yang finally spotted a protruding reef on the boundless sea. On the reef, There were some faint lights flickering. The familiar architectural style told him that this was territory occupied by the Sea Clan. But that did not matter, since he had arrived. This reef was now his. A pair of powerful dragon wings flapped, and his massive body tore through the air, emitting a series of booms. Gao Yang did not dodge or weave. Like a fighter jet, he descended with a thunderous crash. The slaughter continued, and the sounds of shouting and roaring echoed across the empty sea, lingering for a long time. Just 10 minutes later, Gao Yang had returned to his human form. He found a clean spot and sat down cross-legged in silence. Although his physique was extraordinary and sufficient to support him for 3 to 5 days without sleep, Gao Yang followed his old routine whenever possible, sleeping for a few hours every day. Only by maintaining this normal routine and sleep cycle could he avoid easily forgetting his identity as a human. Excessive killing could cause one to lose themselves, although Gao Yang did not want to admit it. Since becoming a player in the comprehensive network, the number of lives lost at his hands was beyond calculation. Even though he viewed all of this with a peculiar mindset, somewhat like playing a game, no matter how many deaths occurred. In his eyes, they were merely a string of meaningless numbers. But this game was too real. So real that Gao Yang could not simply ignore it. However, Gao Yang's powerful will constantly reminded him that he must never kill for the sake of killing. Only by keeping this in mind could he avoid getting lost in the illusion of wantonly destroying lives and wielding the power of life and death. The night passed quickly. When the golden sun leaped out of the sea and bathed the world in 10,000 rays of golden light, a human scout also landed on the reef where Gao Yang was located. He looked at the reef, which had turned into a bloody hell, and felt a chill in his heart. However, due to intelligence passed down from the rear, he did not feel panicked. He merely paused for a moment, then began to search the reef with a composed expression. The objective of the search was simple. Although that powerful outsider possessed exaggerated combat power, he lacked patience. After slaughtering the enemies before him, he did not bother to find and kill those hiding in the filthy corners, which resulted in some fish slipping through the net. The human scout had come here primarily to clean up those survivors. He circled the small reef but found no surviving Sea Clan members until he discovered Gao Yang sitting on a clean patch of ground. His footsteps came to an abrupt halt, as the human scout from the Dervoma plane looked at Gao Yang. Gao Yang also turned his gaze toward him. "Dervoma human warrior?" Gao Yang asked, looking at the wary human. Upon hearing Gao Yang's question, the scout's wary expression vanished. He struck his left chest with his right fist, bowed slightly, and performed a military salute toward Gao Yang. Only then did he speak. "Warden, scout of the 3rd Battalion, 9th Combat Regiment of the Eastern Theater, greets you, honored one." Gao Yang waved his hand, signaling that such formality was unnecessary. Warden straightened his body again and looked at Gao Yang, his expression conflicted. However, this hesitation lasted only for a moment before he brushed it aside. He looked at Gao Yang and asked, "May I ask, powerful outsider, were all the Sea Clan members on this reef killed by you?" Gao Yang nodded slightly. Seeing Gao Yang nod, a look of fanatical respect appeared on Wharton's face. He performed a military salute to Gao Yang once more and said, amidst Gao Yang's puzzled gaze, "Honored outsider, thank you for extending a helping hand. These reefs controlled by the Sea Clan are like festering sores, located within our human territory. They are like venomous snakes, ready to bite us at any moment. Your actions have saved at least several thousand humans who would have otherwise died at the hands of these sea tribes. The Eastern Commander of the Sea Land War has already sent you an invitation. If you return to the military camp, please be sure to visit the commander's tent. He wishes to express his gratitude to you in person." Gao Yang looked at the human scout before him, not having expected that merely destroying a few reefs could cause such a significant reaction. However, there was no real need to visit the commander's tent. Gao Yang waved his hand slightly, signaling to Wharton that such formalities were unnecessary, and then said, "I came here of my own accord, and I bring nothing but slaughter. There is nothing else to offer. If you truly wish to thank me, you can provide me with more locations where the Sea Tribe armies are gathered." Wharton nodded heavily, then stepped forward and placed the parchment scroll containing the information he had collected in front of Gao Yang. Strictly speaking, his actions were a violation of the Devoma military laws. But facing such a powerful reinforcement, Wharton no longer cared whether he was breaking the law. In any case, the enemy intelligence he had gathered would eventually be known to all human soldiers. Gao Yang, this powerful outsider, was simply learning of it a little earlier. He figured the others would understand. Gao Yang picked up the parchment. On the A4 size paper, several points were marked with red circles. These circles represented the locations of the Sea Tribe armies that Wharton had identified. Although the nautical chart was somewhat crude, with Wharton, the cartographer, there to explain it, Gao Yang quickly understood the specific positions of the Sea Tribe forces. According to Wharton, based on the frequency with which he encountered Sea Tribe scouts, the smallest group of Sea Tribe forces he had detected numbered around 30,000, while the largest exceeded 150,000. For this intelligence, he had nearly been surrounded and killed by Sea Tribe scouts. But thanks to his own considerable strength, he had managed to escape by a stroke of luck. As for how he, a human, managed to escape the encirclement and slaughter of the Sea Tribe scouts, he did not say, and Gao Yang did not ask. Compared to how Wharton managed to escape with his life, Gao Yang was far more concerned with those Sea Tribe armies. They represented a massive amount of general XP. As long as he wiped out these Sea Tribe armies, he would not have to worry about his general XP for some time. Soon, at his request, Wharton began to redraw the nautical chart, using their current reef as the starting point. In just a few minutes, a brand new nautical chart appeared in his hands. Gao Yang took the new chart, searched for the locations of the Sea Tribe armies, and then stored the chart in his inventory. Then, thank you, Wharton, Gao Yang said. Standing up, he looked at the ladder and added, "The time is getting late, and I must continue on my path." Having said that, to Wharton's shock, Gao Yang's body suddenly grew larger, and a pair of broad dragon wings abruptly unfurled. Wharton swallowed hard, looking at the dragon wings that almost completely obscured his vision. Even with his experience in life and death, he could not remain calm in the face of this. It was not until Gao Yang flapped his wings and soared into the sky that Wharton regained his senses. Muttering to himself, "Are all these outsiders this monstrous?" His question, naturally, went unanswered. Gao Yang had already surged into the sky, speeding across the horizon beneath the endless blue heavens. He traveled at high speed, constantly adjusting his direction, searching for traces of the so-called Sea Tribe armies. The sun rose higher and higher, and Gao Yang had already flown a great distance, until at one moment, his dark golden vertical pupils suddenly narrowed, looking at the seemingly empty ocean below. Beneath the azure surface, a massive shadow was slowly moving forward, and like ordinary schools of fish, this large shadow was orderly, and many small, radial black dots darted back and forth around it, looking very much like scouts constantly feeding back intelligence. "Found you," Gao Yang grinned. The next moment, he abruptly folded his dragon wings and dove toward the sea surface below. His speed was so great that the air before him became incredibly viscous, and ripples of air exploded around him. The 1,000-meter altitude vanished in an instant under Gao Yang's dive. As Gao Yang watched the sea surface drawing closer, dark purple vines rapidly covered his entire body from his chest, forming a massive, sharp horn atop his helmet. The nether vine armor was in place. Gao Yang switched to the title Army Breaking Killing Star. In the next instant, like a sharp arrow, Gao Yang violently pierced the surface of the sea, his massive body crashing into the Sea Tribe army beneath the waves. The Sea Tribe warriors, caught off guard, were torn apart by Gao Yang's horn one after another. It was not until he had plunged dozens of meters into the sea that Gao Yang halted his downward momentum. Blade Storm, without a moment's hesitation, Gao Yang looked at the Sea Tribe warriors surrounding him from all sides and directly activated Blade Storm. In an instant, terrifying sword energy swept out, and a powerful suction force rapidly formed a massive whirlpool in the seawater. The surrounding Sea Tribe warriors were caught in the vortex, unable to resist the powerful suction emanating from its center. They could only watch in despair as they were sucked into the whirlpool and torn to shreds by the razor-sharp sword energy. Supported by sufficient battle aura and the attribute bonuses from the Army Breaking Killing Star title, Gao Yang had no reservations, and the Blade Storm spun faster and faster. In just 5 seconds, A massive whirlpool with a diameter of over 100 meters had formed and was continuing to expand. What made these sea tribes even more desperate was that as time passed, they discovered that the lethality of this sword energy vortex was becoming increasingly intense. The sword energy, which they could barely resist at first, now meant instant death upon contact. There was not the slightest possibility of survival. At the 10th second, the diameter of the sword energy vortex exceeded 200 meters. At the 16th second, the diameter of the sword energy vortex exceeded 800 meters. At this moment, Gao Yang, who was at the center of the blade storm, also felt heavy pressure. Executing blade storm in seawater was completely different from doing so on land. Because of the presence of the water, the blade storm drew in the surrounding seawater to form a massive vortex, and its lethality was undoubtedly greatly enhanced. However, everything has its trade-offs. While the blade storm was greatly enhanced, the pressure he endured also increased exponentially. The amount of seawater he had set into motion was far more than 100 or 1,000 tons. Trying to force this massive volume of water, weighing tens of thousands of jun, to rotate in a predetermined direction was not something that could be accomplished with a simple command. Even with his attributes significantly boosted by the blessing of the army-breaking killing star, he still struggled to withstand the crushing pressure of the seawater. After barely holding on for another 3 seconds, Gao Yang finally lost his grip, and the terrifying vortex, which had expanded to just over 1,000 meters in diameter, suddenly collapsed the next moment. Tomorrow is the college entrance exam. I wish all candidates success in achieving top marks and reaching their goals. Chapter 247, Title Strength Enhancement Tui. Gao Yang terminated the blade storm and spat out the seawater he had accidentally swallowed. The seawater was thick with a pungent, bloody stench, almost making him vomit up the grilled squid he had eaten earlier. Splash! He flapped his dragon wings and surged out from the seabed. Sunlight bathed his powerful body, and his dragon scales shimmered brilliantly under the rays. He lowered his head to look at the churning sea below. The area that had been boiling just moments ago had now fallen into a hair-raising, deathly silence. Through the rolling water, one could see a vast number of severed limbs and broken bodies floating to the surface, so numerous they almost choked the entire expanse of the ocean. Some had their eyes wide open in terror, others wore blank expressions, and some faces were twisted in agony. The variety was endless, however, for all the Sea Clan members within the range of the blade storm. Death had descended upon them with absolute impartiality, except for a tiny fraction of the Sea Clan army on the fringes who had fled into the distance the moment the blade storm began. Every other member had perished under Gao Yang's blade. The severed limbs mixed with the heavy scent of blood attracted a large number of marine creatures from the surrounding waters. To them, this was a feast gifted by the heavens. Although there were many corpses of their own kind in this feast, what did that matter? In the face of survival and evolution, everything else seemed to hold little significance. Gao Yang withdrew his gaze and pulled up his Multiverse Network panel. He looked at his general EXP. After several battles, he had now accumulated 430,000 points. It had to be said that this was indeed an exaggerated number. But since General EXP was an extremely useful resource for all Multiverse Network players, no one would ever complain about having too much of it. Gao Yang was no exception. He nodded with satisfaction, and then cast his gaze toward the distance. His current vision was even sharper than an eagle soaring through the sky, so he easily spotted a team of Multiverse Network players rapidly approaching from far away. Having no intention of making contact with them, Gao Yang flapped his dragon wings and quickly vanished from the scene. About 15 minutes after Gao Yang flew away, a group of 7 people approached the sea area. Raymond traveled silently through the air above the sea, and his teammates beside him also moved forward with solemn expressions. In the sea beneath them, an endless sea of severed limbs and broken bodies floated on the surface. It took them nearly 10 minutes to completely cross this sea of death. Raymond finally couldn't help but curse in his native language and took a few heavy breaths. He wasn't someone who hadn't seen the world before this. Death should have been a common occurrence for him and his teammates. As Multiverse Network players who needed to use General EXP to raise their own levels, the growth and advancement of every player were always achieved by stepping over the corpses of countless Multiverse Network monsters. They naturally assumed they had seen enough of the world. However, when the sea before them came into view, they finally understood the true meaning of shocking to the eyes. Raymond expressed that he did not wish to experience this feeling of being surrounded by countless corpses a second time. Originally, they had obtained some information and wanted to use their coordination to engage in guerrilla warfare and gain some generally XP. They had a very clear self-positioning regarding the Sea Clan army. But now, they were all dead. Through the pheromones remaining in the air, Raymond could sense that apart from these dead Sea Clan members, there was only one aura. One so powerful it made him tremble slightly. In other words, the one who had created this bloody hellscape had done it all alone. The realization of this conclusion made the hair on Raymond's body stand on end. Was that entity not afraid of the retaliation from the gods worshipped by the Sea Clan? According to what Raymond knew, the Sea Clan of the Aura's plane was protected by gods. Perhaps this god was merely a local deity born on the Aura's plane. But to them, it was still a terrifying existence they could not contend with. Moreover, with such a massive slaughter, would that person's heart not be shaken in the slightest? Raymond had no answer to this question, but an obvious answer was already surfacing in his mind. Raymond stopped in his tracks, looked at his teammates behind him, and said softly, "Everyone, I have sufficient reason to believe that among the Multiverse Network players who entered in the same batch as us, there is a Titan." His statement broke the silence of the team, and soon, someone asked Raymond, "What exactly did you see?" Raymond couldn't help but look back at that sea of death before speaking. "I saw scarlet death, scorching flames, and a natural disaster that felt as tangible as reality descending upon this place." As a fate warlock, Raymond's words carried immense weight for his teammates. The group was silent for a moment, and then someone continued, "I hope that Titan is not a player from the evil faction." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone nodded in agreement. Although they were all participating in this war between humans and the Sea Clan, not all participating players followed the rules. Among them, there were also evil and chaotic Multiverse Network players. On this real and unforgiving battlefield, encountering an evil-leaning player, especially when that person was a Titan with terrifying combat power, would be nothing short of a catastrophe for most players. Raymond shook his head and said, "Rest assured, based on my perception, that big shot may not act entirely in accordance with order, but he is not an existence of extreme evil either. Regardless, Raymond, keep his aura in mind and make sure you never forget it." "That is right, Raymond. You must remember it well. You must never offend this big shot." The group discussed for a moment, their voices overlapping, before quickly departing the area. Gao Yang was unaware of the discussion held by Raymond's team. At this moment, he was flying over the endless sea, checking the Multiverse Network notifications refreshing before his eyes. Multiverse Network notification. Based on your actions, your title Army Breaking Killing Star has absorbed relevant power, and the title's strength has been upgraded. Army Breaking Killing Star type, epic title. Title requirements. Can be unlocked after single-handedly annihilating an organized enemy force of over 10,000, provided that one's personal level does not exceed the enemy's average level by more than 15. Title description. Even when outnumbered, one can single-handedly break an army. Amidst the slaughter of blood and fire, forge a legendary monument with the flesh and bones of your enemies. Title attributes. When facing relevant enemies, 1. Gain a fear effect based on the amplification attribute, the number of kills in a single battle during the act of single-handedly breaking an army. 2. Gain a total attribute bonus based on the number of enemies killed. The maximum bonus for this effect is 300%. 3. You have gained a passive intimidation effect or like ability. All organized armies or units must perform a will check when facing you. The intensity is based on the total number of that race's lives you have slaughtered. If the check fails, the unit falls into a state of collapse. Chapter 248, The Changing Battlefield Situation. The epic title Army Breaking Killing Star had received an upgrade, adding a relevant attribute. For Gao Yang, the effect of this attribute was quite good. At the very least, when he encountered these sea tribes later, he believed the resistance he faced would be even weaker. After reviewing the upgrade to the Army Breaking Killing Star, Gao Yang continued to scroll through the Multiverse Network notifications. Multiverse Network notification. Your reputation with the human faction in the Dewoma plane has been updated to respected, based on the relevant multiverse network rules for this plane. Your transactions in this plane will be at 90% of the base cost. Multiverse Network notification. You have completed the killing achievement, Sea Tribe Exterminator. Your relationship with the Sea Tribes of the Oritz plane is permanently set to eternal enemy. Multiverse Network notification. You have slaughtered a massive number of living units. The aura of death and the wails of the departed will forever surround you. Your charisma has undergone irrelevant skewed traits, slaughter, destruction, natural disaster, terror. Multiverse Network notification. When you perform actions related to your charisma skew, you can draw power from them. And your charisma attribute will also be improved. Multiverse Network notification. You have gained a new status, slaughter. Type, charisma-related special status description. You are a moving natural disaster. You are the flame of destruction. You are the undertaker of death. You are the ender of life. Immeasurable lives have perished because of you, but their deaths and curses will accompany you forever. They will and weep day and night, attempting to warn their kin to stay away from you and avoid you. Effect. Your negotiation success rate is significantly increased. But this success rate only exists for actions related to your charisma skew. P.S. Socializing relies on charm, and negotiation also relies on charm. The only difference is that the former is fake charm. Only negotiations conducted with a blade held to the throat can reveal the most real and undeniable charm. Negotiation expert, Void Sword Demon, Plane Destroyer, Zhuang Kang. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow. He had a lot to say about this newly acquired status. As a contemporary youth who had received a modern education and successfully completed higher quality education, he felt that the appearance of this status was a desecration of the education he had received. A serious desecration, however. Upon seeing the specific effects of this status, Gao Yang admitted that it seemed not too bad, but then he thought about it, and it seemed he didn't actually negotiate with enemies very often. Most of the time, when facing targets that required negotiation, he usually used the greatsword in his hand to conduct the corresponding negotiations. Forget it. One more status is just one more status. Gao Yang could only choose to accept it silently. But what did charisma has undergone a relevant skew mean? And why was it skewed towards slaughter and death? Could it be that the more he killed, the higher his charm became? Could this kind of charm still attract the opposite sex? And what kind of existence would the attracted opposite sex be? Gao Yang shook his head slightly, shaking the thought from his mind. He was no longer an inexperienced boy. On the contrary, during his time in the Eberron Demon Wastes, what he had tasted had already surpassed that of the vast majority of people. Perhaps it was time to find an opportunity to go see Lisa. A long time had passed since he finished his training, especially since the time flow in the Eberron world was not equivalent to the world he was currently in. Thinking this, Gao Yang's massive body swept across the sea. The wind pressure he brought with him cutting the seawater below to a depth of several meters. Of course, besides this, his battle merits had also increased significantly. Originally just over 10,000, his battle merits had now reached 30,000, nearing 40,000. However, Gao Yang had not yet returned to the human encampment, so what exactly his battle merits could be exchanged for remained an unknown. He was not in a hurry. It would not be too late to consider returning to the human encampment after he had located all the Sea Tribe armies that Wharton had scouted. The next day, late at night, a massive whirlpool with a diameter of 1,000 meters on the pitch-black sea surface acted like an eye of the deep sea, wantonly devouring all living things in its vicinity. Below this whirlpool was the figure of Gao Yang, spinning crazily while wielding his sword. Surrounding him were countless Sea Tribes falling into a state of collapse. Running around like headless flies, they fled in chaos, only to be torn into pieces by the terrifying sword energy the next moment. This was the third Sea Tribe army Gao Yang had discovered. Compared to the previous two, the number of Sea Tribes in this army was even more astonishing. Of course, this also made Gao Yang's slaughter even more efficient. Under the dual enhancement of the epic title Army Breaker Killing Star and the Slaughter status, these Sea Race armies had almost no ability to resist, especially as Gao Yang continued to kill the Sea Race. His overall attributes were rapidly improving, which in turn caused the damage he could inflict to increase exponentially. It was like a snowball. rolling larger and larger until it became unstoppable. This was the situation the sea race faced when confronting Gao Yang. Whether they resisted or fled, they could not escape the eternal fate of death. The vortex lasted for a full 25 seconds before finally collapsing completely. A few seconds after the vortex collapsed, a figure shot out from beneath the surface of the sea. Gao Yang's expression did not fluctuate in the slightest, but his slightly glowing red slit pupils indicated that his current state was not very good. Excessive slaughter had ultimately taken its toll on him. This influence could no longer be suppressed by his powerful willpower, and his red glowing eyes were proof of this. System prompt: you have absorbed relevant power from your charm skewing behavior, and your charm has increased to a certain extent. Gao Yang put away the black obsidian, intending to take a rest. If he continued to kill like this, he might truly be dominated by the slaughter and become a machine that only knew how to kill. Guided by the starlight above, Gao Yang flew toward the north. He did not know if it was the result of the system players joining in over the past few days, or because of his own slaughter of the sea race armies. In any case, the current situation on the battlefield of the Sea Land War had undergone significant changes. Of course, this change was limited to the eastern front of the plain. Originally, on the eastern front of the plain, the human race's power accounted for 60%. But now it had reached 64.8%, infinitely close to 65%. This indicated that humanity's control over the Eastern Front battlefield was continuously deepening. And it also meant that the sea race on the Eastern Front was dying in large numbers. Gao Yang roughly calculated that he had killed nearly 100,000 sea race soldiers. If his kills accounted for the majority, then he could roughly estimate the specific troop strength the sea race had deployed on the Eastern Front. However, according to the information he had gathered, there was another massive battlefield on the eastern front of the Sea Land War that could be called a meat grinder. There, countless humans and sea race were fighting day and night, and the number of lives lost there every day was beyond counting. Therefore, although Gao Yang had killed quite a few sea race, compared to the massive war between the two planes, this number did not seem too exaggerated. Chapter 249. The advancing sea race and the steps to godhood. Beneath the calm and waveless sea surface lay a magnificence that ordinary beings could hardly reach. And in a certain part of this deep sea, a group of high-ranking and powerful sea race were gathered in an ancient palace. I can no longer sit by and watch my people die in such a humiliating way. As royalty, we need to be responsible for the lives of billions of sea race citizens. A sea race member with dark purple scales was arguing fiercely in this ancient palace. Because of his agitation, his scales emitted a ring of dark purple halo, looking exceptionally striking. Prince Algu, please maintain the elegance of the royal family. The sea race sitting on the large crystal seat at the head of the palace, wearing a crystal crown, looked at him with eyes as calm as a lake and spoke slowly. My king, if we do not take action now, the morale of our sea race warriors will completely collapse. Upon hearing this, Prince Algu first tidied up his emotions slightly, then looked up at the figure on the throne and spoke in a relatively calm tone. My king, what Prince Algu said is indeed the truth. In just 2 days, 3 of our sea race armies on the Eastern Front have suffered devastating blows. Out of a total of 150,000 sea race warriors, fewer than 20 have escaped. Opposite Prince Algu, a sea race member with cyan green scales stood up and said, according to the descriptions of the lucky survivors, the only thing they saw was a terrifying sword-chi storm that churned the ocean. Any sea race warrior who was close was torn to pieces by the sword-chi storm. The king, sitting on the throne, did not speak in response to the 2 princes' proposals. Just then, a slightly sharp voice came from the right side of Prince Algu. Prince Algu is so anxious. Could it be because your own offspring were among those 3 armies at the time? The implication was that Prince Algu's intention was to avenge his own offspring. This simple question alone made Prince Algu's face turn livid, his chest heaving violently, as the Aura's plain was entirely composed of oceans. The population of the sea race was far more than 100 billion. With such a massive number, the interest factions within were countless. Even on the front lines, such factional strife could not be avoided. Prince Algu took a deep breath, trying his best to suppress the anger in his heart, and said slowly, Prince Hartz, I hope your words just now only represent your personal opinion. The warriors on the front line are fighting bloody battles and risking their lives for the future of the Orisi race. And now, they have suffered unimaginable pain and death. Yet in your eyes, it is merely for one of my offspring. Could it be that in your eyes, I am such a foolish fish man who cannot distinguish between what is important and what is not? Or is it that the fish man is someone else? Prince Hertz's expression remained unchanged. He just looked up at the figure on the throne, bowed slightly, and said, "My king, this is my point of view. I also feel unspeakable pain and regret for the sacrificed sea race warriors. But the battle in the center of the front line has now reached a white-hot stage. If we, the Orisi race, achieve a total victory on the central front, then the defeat of the Devoma humans is inevitable. Therefore, my suggestion is to concentrate all our strength to win the war on the central front. As for the eastern front, when necessary, we must make trade-offs." Prince Hertz's suggestion was simple, but precisely because it was simple, it was difficult to find fault with it. Standing from the perspective of the Orisi race as a whole, winning the war on the central front and completely establishing the sea race's victory had self-evident significance. Furthermore, once this was achieved, the final outcome of the planar war between Aoris and Devoma was already sealed. Therefore, Prince Hertz's proposal won the support of many royals in the palace. However, for the sea race royals like Prince Algo, such a proposal was equivalent to forcing their forces, factions, and families to their collective deaths. The reason was simple. Prince Algo and the other royals who had previously supported him had their factions and military strength concentrated on the eastern front. This had been decided when the planar war first began. If they chose to abandon the eastern front for the sake of the central front, there would be no path to survival left for them. Even if these royals managed to stay alive, a royal who had lost their army could no longer be called a royal king. The life of not a single sea race warrior should be abandoned. As royals, we must be responsible for all sea race warriors. This is the teaching left behind by the mother goddess. Prince Algo's voice was impassioned, going so far as to invoke the sea race's mother goddess. "I believe the mother goddess would agree with my suggestion," Prince Hertz said with a cold sneer. "King, I suggest that we must maintain the deterrence and suppression of the eastern front, while simultaneously dispatching elite royal warriors to thoroughly eliminate the human who is causing panic among our warriors. The opponent's status within the human army is surely not low. Killing them will not only boost the morale of our sea race warriors but also shatter the morale of the human army, which is of vital importance to the overall war situation." In a flash of inspiration, Prince Algo quickly proposed a suggestion that was equally effective. The next moment, the ancient palace was plunged into a heated debate. This argument lasted for a long time, until the sea race king sitting on the throne let out a faint snore, at which point the debate came to an abrupt end. All the royals stared at the king on the throne with complex expressions. As dirty politicians, they already understood the king's intent. This way of muddling through neither supporting nor rejecting either side meant that a decision had already been made. Prince Algo glared fiercely at Prince Hertz before being the first to walk out of the palace. He had to hurry. Not only did he need to deploy the sea race forces on the eastern front, but he also had to conscript high-level sea race experts, intending to kill Gao Yang in one fell swoop. As for Prince Hertz, his speed was no slower. No matter what Algo wanted to do, he had to oppose him. If the other party wanted to deploy forces to the eastern front, he would transfer the sea race soldiers from the eastern front to fight on the central front. If the other party wanted to conscript high-level experts, he would recruit those experts into his own faction, preferring to send them to logistics rather than letting them go to Algo. Whether it was the sea race's actions or their arguments, none of this had anything to do with Gao Yang. At this moment, he had already returned to the human military camp on the eastern front. This was a vast area by the sea, with endless military facilities stretching as far as the eye could see. It is worth mentioning that because of the existence of extraordinary powers in the Devoma Plain, their civilization's development tended toward the extraordinary side rather than the technological side. Therefore, in this massive camp, various rune technologies and magic were very common, but other than that, the military transport vehicles appeared somewhat less extraordinary. Following the directions, Gao Yang arrived at the rest camp for visitors from other worlds. This was an area specifically designated by the humans of the Devoma plane for the use of comprehensive network players or visitors from other planes like Gao Yang. Here, most living facilities such as lodging and dining were provided for free. But if it involved high-end needs, such as drinking or conducting magical experiments, additional payment was required. This payment could be in the form of military merit or various high-value items. Gao Yang's first impression after arriving in this special zone for visitors from other worlds was that there was absolutely no oppressive atmosphere of war here. All the humans here were going about their own business. On their faces, one could see laughter, one could see sorrow, and one could see indifference, but one could not see oppression. Perhaps this was the unique trait of comprehensive network players. Whether it was for a dungeon or for this real life or death plane or war, comprehensive network players always maintained a sense of detachment, as if they were outsiders. It was just like a player using a controller to guide a character through an adventure. They certainly would not feel the slightest sadness over the death of a game character, especially when they could press the pause button to forcibly halt everything. This player trait became even more apparent at this moment, in a tavern opened by the humans of Devoma. Raymond and his team members were drinking local specialty wine and recounting various interesting stories from their adventures. When a team member told a joke that made the others burst into laughter, Raymond held his wine glass with a serious expression and turned his head to look toward the entrance of the special zone. "Raymond, what's wrong?" A team member noticed Raymond's abnormality, stopped laughing, and asked casually. Raymond maintained his posture, his head turned, and said solemnly, "I can feel it. That big shot who represents death and natural disaster has arrived at the special zone for visitors from other worlds." Oh, the movements of the other team members suddenly froze, and the hands holding their wine glasses became stiff. "Then, should we go and meet this big shot? Get familiar with them. At least, we won't be treated like cannon fodder and mowed down on the battlefield." Someone tentatively offered a suggestion. A flash of hesitation crossed Raymond's face. On one hand, he was terrified of the aura exuded by this big shot. On the other hand, driven by the guidance of fate and a death wish, he felt compelled to go and meet a big shot of this level. "Captain, let's go. This is a safe zone. Since that big shot can come here, they shouldn't be a chaotic evil existence." Yeah, Captain, let's hurry up." In the end, urged by his team members, Raymond put down his wine glass and led his team, following the guidance of fate, toward the location where Gao Yang was. At this moment, Gao Yang was at the Battle Merit Inquiry and Exchange Station set up by the Devoma humans, browsing through the items available for exchange with battle merits. It must be said that when a plane is at the brink of life and death, the bargaining chips it can bring to the table exceed everyone's imagination. Previously, Gao Yang felt that his battle merits were not of much use, but now, he only felt that he had a massive deficit in terms of battle merits. Battle Merit Exchange List. First place, Plane Core Energy, 803. Required battle merits, 30,000. Second place, Seed of Divinity. Required battle merits, 25,000. Third place, Soul Fruit. Required battle merits, 23,000. Not to mention anything else. Just looking at the top 3 on this exchange list made Gao Yang freeze. He did not know what a soul fruit was, but after reading the description of its effects, his breathing became uncontrollably heavy. The effect of the soul fruit is simple. It can significantly enhance the soul strength of the consumer, and there is even a certain probability of inducing a qualitative change in the soul. For all living beings, the soul is an extremely important existence, even for gods. A high-quality soul means a high-quality supply of faith. This is why those fanatics are guided to the corresponding divine kingdoms by the gods they worship after death. It is because the faith they can provide is hundreds or even thousands of times that of ordinary believers. As for what the Seed of Divinity was, Gao Yang fell into silence after reading about it. It is well known that only gods can possess divine power, which is an extremely high-level and even omnipotent form of energy. And the Seed of Divinity is an important component in becoming a god. To become a god, the steps are extremely complex. The first point is to obtain divinity and become a demigod. Obtaining divinity can be achieved by killing divine creatures or by being an existence that has made outstanding contributions to the world. However, Whether it is the former or the latter, the difficulty is far beyond imagination. The floor for divine creatures is legendary, and a legendary being with divinity is definitely not weak among the legendary sequence. As for the latter, those are existences like the son of the plane or the son of the world. Trying to kill such an existence within this world is equivalent to making an enemy of the entire world. The risks and difficulty are extremely high. If one truly obtains divinity, the next step is to select a divine portfolio. Of course, the better divine portfolios have long been snatched up by those gods. The important role of a divine portfolio is to cultivate believers to obtain the power of faith. With a good divine portfolio, cultivating believers is extremely simple. For example, Tempest, the god of war, receives faith from all living beings who engage in combat and war. Although they do not offer faith to Tempest, their actions have touched upon the domain of war, so they still contribute faith to Tempest, the god of war. After obtaining the power of faith by cultivating corresponding believers through the divine portfolio, one must ignite their own divine fire. If successful, one can become a quasi-god, and subsequently condense a divine spark to become a true god. During this process, divine power will gradually be born. At this stage, the divine power is at its weakest. This seed of divinity, to put it bluntly, is a seed of divine power. Possessing it allows one to save a massive amount of time during the process of ascending to godhood, thereby accelerating the formation of one's combat power. For any existence aspiring to become a god, this represents an indescribable temptation. Of course, the fact that such a precious item is openly displayed as a reward for battle merit exchange shows just how difficult the current situation of the Dewoma humans is. At the same time, it also indicates that the Dewoma humans are still a very long distance away from ascending to godhood. Chapter 250 Plane Core. Of course, this was also extremely distant for Gao Yang. Right now, he was still a long way from even reaching the legendary stage, and his path to the legendary rank had only just become clear. Ascending to godhood was not something he could touch at the moment. Gao Yang cast his gaze to the top of the battle merit exchange list. Such a precious item as the Seed of Divinity could only rank second on this list. The first place was a Plane Core. Plane Core energy, item type, divine material, item level, item quality, orange gold description. When the material plane of a world is destroyed, a certain existence condensing the essence of the plane's matter will be born from the remains of the material plane. In the eyes of artifact forgers, it is the top-tier mineral existing in nature to those who perform mysterious rituals. It is a flawless ritual material, and for archmages, their mage towers are also in urgent need of such a pure energy condensed existence. If you possess the corresponding legendary arcane knowledge, you will understand the endless mysterious uses of this item. However, you also need to know what kind of cruel reality its birth corresponds to. This Plane Core with 803 of energy required a staggering 30 million battle merits. Gao Yang was very curious about how the humans of the Dewoma plane obtained a Plane Core. One must know that this thing only emerges from destroyed planes. The birth of a Plane Core means that all living beings on that plane were buried along with it. Or, before the plane was destroyed, it was already a plane without any life. Moreover, such a Plane Core was openly appearing on the Dewoma Battle Merit Exchange list, and the Plane Guardian Association had not taken any action, which was truly strange. But regardless, such a Plane Core was a supreme treasure for all the Zhongwan players participating in the war, especially for all players with magic-based classes. As for why? For mages, whether it is a mage tower, an archmage tower, or the ultimate goal of all mages, a floating city, all require an extremely high-level energy source. And a Plane Core capable of supporting a plane is naturally the top-tier energy source. Gao Yang still remembered the information he had seen about the Plane Guardian Association in the Information Exchange Center of the Player Social Hub. Among them was a wanted notice for a legendary mage. The reason he was wanted was simply because he had destroyed a plane inhabited by evil creatures and extracted its Plane Core to serve as the energy source for his floating city. His actions had drawn the long-standing pursuit and hunt of the Plane Guardian Association. The following is a direct quote from the legendary mage of that floating city. I do not deny the noble motives of the Plane Guardian Association, nor am I ignorant of the significance of the rigid order you uphold. Just as a paladin might face a trial where a choice is difficult, sometimes what appears to be a rigid adherence to rules can, in fact, bring about less suffering in the long run. However, Lisa Goldra, I merely extracted the core of an evil plane to serve as the energy source for my floating city. And for that, I have been hunted by your adjudication units for over 150 years, across dozens of crystal spheres. Regarding this, I require a reasonable explanation, Lisa Goldra. The price is never paid too late. One day, I will pilot my floating city and descend upon the Plane Guardian Association. Lord of the Floating City, Destroyer of Elements, Legendary Archmage, Simmons Roy. It can only be said that all legendary achievements are epic chapters worthy of being sung by the world, and those who can achieve legend status are never weak, like this legendary Archmage, Simmons Roy, who, in order to build his own floating city, did not hesitate to personally destroy a plane and make an enemy of the Plane Guardian Association. The key is that he truly accomplished the feat of destroying a plane, and he managed to survive for over 150 years while being hunted by the Plane Guardian Association, a terrifying force possessing more than 50 legendary figures, traversing dozens of crystal spheres without ever meeting his end. The strength of Simmons Roy must surely be renowned throughout the multiverse. Of course, Gao Yang knew just how exaggerated the amplification of a floating city could be for a mage. Just as a legendary mage would be capable of the insane act of destroying a plane for the sake of its energy core. And here, in this life and death battle between two transcendent planes, such a plane core had appeared. Gao Yang did not know what this signified, but that did not stop him from wanting to get his hands on it. A plane core is not merely useful as an energy source for floating cities or mage towers, as the heart of a plane. Its functions are too numerous to be described in words. The existence of a plane core is more akin to a philosopher's stone, capable of eliminating costs and creating objects out of thin air. Glancing at his own battle merits, which hadn't even reached 1%, Gao Yang simply turned and left the building. It seemed he would need to stay in this plane for quite some time. To that end, he needed to maintain his state, and a short rest was an excellent choice for him. Just as he stepped out of the battle merit exchange, a group of people walked straight toward Gao Yang. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow slightly. The gazes and movements of these players never left his vicinity. Were they looking for him for something? Or were they harboring ill intentions? But Gao Yang did not believe he knew them. So this rather obvious approach was likely the former. He walked 2 steps and saw that the group had already reached him. The human male in the lead exuded an inexplicable aura. Gao Yang was very familiar with this. It was the scent of fate. Raymond, surrounded by his teammates, approached Gao Yang with a slightly flattering smile. He was still 3 or 4 meters away from Gao Yang when he extended his right hand, intending to shake hands. By the time he got closer, a single glance from Gao Yang caused him to freeze in place, his extended right hand hanging helplessly in midair. Raymond was not overly embarrassed. He gave a dry laugh, withdrew his hand, and then looked at Gao Yang, saying, "Sorry, big boss. I'm Raymond, the leader of the Thunderlight Adventure Team. We were just curious. So, we wanted to come and get to know you." Gao Yang was confused. "Do we know each other? Or have we met before?" Raymond shook his head to deny it, then quickly added, "Not at all. But my teammates and I have witnessed your battle achievements. Those sea creature corpses filling the sea area truly left us in great shock." Once Raymond said this, Gao Yang had an impression. When he routed that sea creature army, he had indeed seen people moving in his direction. It must have been this adventure team. "Big boss, why don't we eat and chat? My treat," Raymond suggested immediately upon seeing Gao Yang lost in thought. It's a holiday these past few days, and as everyone knows, holidays are always much busier than workdays. I apologize for the late update. Chapter 251. The cause and effect of the battle merit ranking treasure. In a private room at a tavern, Gao Yang and the 8 members of Raymond's team sat together. Compared to the restraint when they first met, the players of Raymond's team were now completely hyped, especially after discovering that Gao Yang was not as unapproachable as they had thought. Bottle after bottle of fine wine was consumed, and the temperature in the room rose significantly with their enthusiasm. Raymond sat next to Gao Yang, hiccuping from the alcohol, his eyes slightly unfocused as he said, "Big boss, I don't know why, But when I sensed your aura back then, my first reaction was to run as far away as possible. But in my heart, there was always a mysterious feeling, a desire to have a conversation with you. So, when I sensed you had arrived here, I brought my teammates over immediately. Compared to the carefree nature of Raymond's team, Gao Yang, as a lone wolf, was not greedy for alcohol. Therefore, he picked up the fruit juice on the table in front of him, took a sip, looked at Raymond, and said casually, "It's just the guidance of fate." The drunkenness in Raymond's eyes vanished by more than half. He sat up straight and looked at Gao Yang in surprise. "Big boss, you have also come into contact with fate. Is that strange?" Gao Yang countered. Raymond suddenly realized even someone like him had been favored by fate, let alone a player of the big boss's level. It must be that before this, he had already received the attention of fate. In fact, Raymond's guess was not wrong at all, though there was one difference. What Gao Yang had received was not just the attention of fate, but also luck. The goddess of luck's torrent domain had strengthened Gao Yang's talent, and this was not merely a manifestation of luck. It had also, invisibly, deepened the attribute of fate within him. In particular, within the Saint Gold world, the interaction between the plane consciousness of the Saint Gold world and Gao Yang, along with the gift it bestowed upon him, had increased his weight of fate to 2. Therefore, Gao Yang was already able to roughly perceive those in his vicinity whose aura of fate exceeded that of ordinary people. And Raymond was exactly such an existence. When they had met earlier, Gao Yang had already sensed a familiar feeling from him. Upon hearing Raymond's statement, Gao Yang completely understood where this familiar feeling came from. It was the guidance of fate in the dark. Raymond paused, then continued, "Big boss, are you participating in the Sealand War for the rewards in the top 3 of the battle merit leaderboard?" Gao Yang shook his head, then nodded. Raymond could not understand his actions, but he did not interrupt, simply waiting quietly. "Previously, I only wanted to earn some generally XP. But after I saw the rewards on the battle merit leaderboard, that idea changed." Just like us. Raymond laughed heartily, then said, "However, big boss, you should be different from us. The war involving the Dawoma humans is actually very famous within the Multiverse Network." Gao Yang was slightly startled, then asked in return, "Because of the rewards?" "That's right. Because of the rewards," Raymond nodded. "The Sealand War has been going on for nearly 100 years. But the rewards for the top 3 on the battle merit leaderboard only appeared in the last 30 years. Before that, these precious treasures did not exist. Many people speculate that this is because the long-term fighting has caused a gap in the combat power of the Dawoma humans, forcing them to increase the rewards to attract more players to come and share the pressure for them." Gao Yang was somewhat surprised that the Sealand War was so famous. "The Oris Sea clan possesses gods, you know that, right, big boss?" Gao Yang nodded slightly. He had learned this information from the Multiverse Network when he first entered the war. Raymond continued, "Most of the time, the difference in combat power between a plane that possesses gods and one that does not is immense. This is also the reason why the Sea Clan has an advantage over humans in the Sealand War. It is precisely because the number of casualties among the strong individuals of the Dawoma humans in the war far exceeds that of the Sea Clan that they have had to bring out their best hidden treasures to attract more powerful humans. Then, logically speaking, this action of theirs should be able to attract legendary powerhouses. With an existence of that level, they should be able to turn the tide of the war, especially since these rewards include a plane core." Gao Yang wondered. "That brings us to the restrictions of the Sealand War. To participate, one must obtain the consent of the plane consciousnesses of both Dawoma and Oris. Now, because the planes are merging, they have become entangled with each other. Ultimately, this formed an entry restriction, although the specific situation of this restriction is unclear. It is certain that legends cannot enter the Sealand War." Raymond clearly knew a lot of information, and he poured it all out to Gao Yang without reservation. In his view, as long as Gao Yang put in a little effort, he could find this information on the Multiverse Network. It was better to take the initiative to say it while the other party didn't know, so as to improve his favorability. "I see." Gao Yang nodded, considering it a better understanding of the Sealand War. "However, big boss, if you want those rewards, you need to speed up," Raymond said abruptly. Gao Yang was confused. "So, He listened as he continued. As far as I know, there are players in this Sealand War battlefield who have stayed here for over 20 years. After such a long time, the battle merit they have accumulated has reached an extremely exaggerated level. Who knows when they might accumulate enough battle merit to redeem those precious treasures. Moreover, as time goes on, the fame of the Sealand War will only grow, and perhaps more powerhouses will come. Gao Yang shrugged. He had no good solution for this. He was already doing his best. It was foreseeable that if he maintained his current speed of acquiring battle merit, the time required would be measured in years. After all, encountering such independent Sea Clan armies was not that easy. The distance to catch up with those Multiverse Network players who had been fighting on this battlefield for decades could be said to be very far. Thinking this through, Gao Yang had some realization in his heart. It seems the goal of the Dewoma humans has already been achieved. He would just take it one step at a time. His current strength, even among the Transcendent sequence, could not be considered the strongest. If he rashly competed with those veteran Transcendent players, some accident might occur. Furthermore, the high-end combat power of the Dewoma humans had suffered excessive losses, and there must be a reason for this, which most likely had to do with the gods of the Aura's plane. Thinking of this, he could not help but think of the prompt the Multiverse Network gave when he entered the battlefield. Multiverse Network prompt. This plane battlefield may feature units such as gods in believer descent states, divine life form leaders. So, is it possible to encounter them? Chapter 250 to Planning and Departing Big Boss. Let's at each other as friends. At the end of the meal, Raymond said with a hint of anticipation. Gao Yang looked at his teammates behind him, who were leaning on each other and drunk, and finally agreed to his friend's request, not for anything else. But the information Raymond provided during this meal alone was enough. This had high reference value for him to assess the danger level of this plane battlefield, and it also had reference significance for his subsequent actions. If it had not been for the information provided by Raymond, he might have already been heading toward the center of the Eastern Front, as that was where the greatest number of Sea Clan members could be found. After bidding farewell to Raymond's squad, Gao Yang found an empty house and moved in. After performing his meditation, he did not do anything else and simply lay down on the bed to rest. He slept soundly for the entire night, and it was not until the sun rose the next day that Gao Yang woke from his slumber. He sat by the bedside for a few minutes to ensure his mind was clear before getting up to wash. 10 minutes later, he sat at the dining table, leisurely eating a dragon meat dish. This was something he had requested the landlady to prepare. He still had plenty in his inventory, enough to last him for a long time. While eating, Gao Yang opened his personal status window. Name, Gao Yang. Profession, Warrior. LV 12 health points. Battle Chi: 5500/5500 Strength: Agility: Constitution: Intelligence: Charisma: Perception: Free attribute points. So far, both his strength and constitution had reached the Transcendent Realm. His next goal was to bring his agility to the Transcendent Realm as well. However, unlike strength and constitution, his true agility attribute was only 16 points. The extra 2 points came from the Wind Wolf badge. The agility provided by the Wind Wolf badge would no longer be effective once he reached the Transcendent level, which was not good news for Gao Yang. This meant that if he wanted to raise his agility to the Transcendent level, he would need at least 4 more attribute points. As for the other 3 attributes, Gao Yang did not care much about them. He had a very clear understanding of his own positioning. His intelligence was slightly higher than that of an average person, but he was far from being a genius. As for charisma, if not for the 2 points granted by the Spider Goddess, his charisma would only be 9. Perception was decent, but compared to his 3 main attributes of strength, constitution, and agility, Gao Yang was not in a hurry to improve it. As it stood, his willpower was sufficient to handle most situations. Finishing the last bite of his food, Gao Yang stood up and walked outside. After a night of sufficient rest, he had fully recovered, and it was time to embark on his journey once again. After all, he was not the only one eyeing the top 3 treasures on the military merit leaderboard. Walking out of the military camp, Gao Yang was preparing to head toward the maritime front when he unexpectedly saw Tyrant Bloom walking toward him. "Hello, stranger and powerful Omni Network player. We meet again." Gao Yang nodded slightly. "Hello, Tyron." Tyron Bloom walked up to Gao Yang, a look of admiration in his eyes. Having not seen him for only a few days, the aura of slaughter surrounding this human, who held the title of army-breaking killing star, had grown even more intense. "Are you planning to head to the maritime front, Excellency?" Tyron Bloom asked casually. Gao Yang noticed that there were several new scratches on his armor and some wear on his shield, indicating that he had not been idle these past few days either. Gao Yang nodded slightly. He did not have any particular feelings toward Tyron, strictly speaking. This was only their second meeting. "Pardon my intrusion, but the aura of slaughter on your body is already very heavy. If you enter the maritime front again without letting it dissipate, I fear there will be problems." Tyron Bloom pointed at Gao Yang and spoke. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow. As a devout believer of the god of war, the man was actually able to see the aura of slaughter on him. This was no ordinary person. Gao Yang looked him straight in the eyes and asked directly, "So, Tyron, do you have any suggestions? I can eliminate the aura of slaughter on your body for you, which would spare you from being troubled by those who have already perished. However, Excellency, you would need to believe in the god of war." After Tyron Bloom finished speaking, he looked at Gao Yang with great anticipation. Under his gaze, Gao Yang shook his head slowly. "Slaughter is not my goal. I merely need to use slaughter to achieve my objectives. This aura of slaughter will have no further impact on me. If I really had to say, I wasn't even afraid of them when they were alive. So, why would I need to worry about what they could do to me after they are dead?" Tyron Bloom's goal was simple. Through his interaction with Gao Yang, he hoped to pull him into the camp of the god of war. Being able to see the thick aura of slaughter and the wails of kings surrounding Gao Yang was his special ability. He was not lying when he said that such an aura would attract doom and misfortune. But to clear such an aura, aside from relying on time to slowly wear it away, one could only use the power of faith to cleanse it, that is, the divine arts granted by the god of war. However, Tyron Bloom was unwilling to help Gao Yang for free, which was why he proposed that Gao Yang offer his faith. Watching Gao Yang's retreating back, Tyron Bloom sighed with regret and glanced once more at Gao Yang, who was almost out of sight. The next moment, he decisively chose to leave the Dawoma plain. He would go find Talia. Since he couldn't do it, he would have to let Talia come. Two monsters who both held the title of army-breaking killing star should have some common language. Right. Gao Yang was unaware of Tyron's actions. By this time, he had already arrived at the intelligence office and obtained the latest information regarding the eastern front of the battlefield. After reading the intelligence, Gao Yang already had a rough plan in mind. Next, if he wanted to quickly gain military merit and general experience, he would have to go to the very front line of the eastern battlefield. Destroying the defensive reefs built by the Sea Clan, while risk-free, was simply too slow in terms of efficiency, and opportunities to destroy isolated Sea Clan armies did not come often. Only the front line of the war between humans and the Sea Clan, the meat grinder where millions of humans and Sea Clan members slaughtered each other, could satisfy his needs. Gao Yang found a human soldier at the intelligence office and stated his intentions, after which he was led by the soldier as they walked outside. "Thank you for extending a helping hand, respected traveler. The core of the battlefield is too far from our current location, so we need to use a teleportation device to reach it." As he walked, the soldier continued to explain to Gao Yang. "After the teleportation is complete, there will be specialized airships to transport you to the deep rear of the battlefield. After that, once you have registered, you will be able to join the battle. Thank you." Gao Yang nodded in gratitude. While the two were talking, a massive building appeared before them, with countless soldiers moving in and out rapidly. "This is the place," the soldier said. Chapter 253, The Eastern Core Battlefield, a spectacle of plane collision. Gao Yang and the soldier followed the flow of people into the giant building, and he then saw that inside this massive structure were individual partitioned rooms. Many soldiers lined up to enter these rooms, and then never walked out again. From other rooms, however, came soldiers who were being carried on stretchers, leaning on crutches, or covered in bandages, all scarred and weary. The soldier beside Gao Yang also saw this scene. His eyes dimmed slightly, and then he spoke calmly. "Those are warriors who have retreated from the core battlefield. They need to recuperate and receive treatment at the base camp. If their injuries heal, they will choose whether to continue fighting or stay at the base camp according to their own wishes. If the injuries are severe, they will be sent back to their hometowns and will no longer participate in the war. Gao Yang did not speak, just quietly listening to the soldier before him. He was not old, appearing to be only in his 20s. But his right leg and right hand were both mechanical prosthetics, clearly. He was also a veteran who had retired from the battlefield. That over there is the teleportation room for the core battlefield. The veteran pointed to a large room. Gao Yang followed his finger and saw quite a few humans whose attire was vastly different from that of the Devoma soldiers, all heading toward the teleportation room. Sometimes I really envy you travelers. You are strong, optimistic, and possess all sorts of magical abilities. The veteran moved his mechanical arm a few times, speaking with a hint of envy. You are not bad yourself. Gao Yang spoke. He was not joking in his perception. Although the veteran had lost an arm and a leg, the raging fire of life within him still demonstrated his strength. If measured by the standards of the general network, his strength should be around 16 or 17 points, which is already quite strong among the human population. Hey, that is true. You should know that I am a great warrior who has slain 1,327 sea creatures, completing the 1,000-man kill. The veteran proudly pointed to a gleaming golden badge pinned to his chest. Afterward, he took the initiative to say, "Powerful traveler, I will not delay your journey any further." Gao Yang nodded and said, "Thank you." The veteran left, and Gao Yang walked toward the teleportation room where the general network players were gathered. There were about 100 general network players here, many of whom were still exchanging information with each other or even seeking to form teams. Gao Yang's arrival did not attract any attention. He was like a drop of water, naturally merging into a rushing river. Walking into the teleportation room, a massive teleportation array appeared before his eyes. Standing at the edge of the array were 4 soldiers, however. Compared to the soldiers in military uniforms, these soldiers in charge of the teleportation array were wearing robes that represented spellcasters and psionists. After Gao Yang and the many general network players stood on the teleportation array, magical light emerged from the hands of the 4 soldiers. As the light flickered, the array beneath their feet suddenly lit up. The intense light caused Gao Yang to instinctively close his eyes. When he opened them again, the scene before him had changed. The air was filled with the salty, damp scent of seawater mixed with the bloody stench of war. There were only 2 soldiers in this teleportation room. One of them looked at the people on the array and said, "Respected travelers, if you intend to head to the front lines of the battlefield, please turn left upon exiting to board the airships. If you have other plans, you may turn right upon exiting and move about freely. However, I must remind you all that this is the core battlefield, and danger is everywhere, especially at the edges of the battlefield. There are many powerful sea creatures hunting our isolated humans. Of course, we humans are also counter-hunting these powerful sea creatures." Gao Yang walked out of the teleportation room and turned left, where he saw the so-called airships. It was a massive contraption, built entirely of steel and wood, with a huge oval hot air balloon connected to the hull by thick steel cables. On both sides of the hull, several rows of dark cannon ports were mounted, with barrels protruding from them. At the tail of the airship, a giant propeller was installed. Not long after boarding the airship, flames roared to life in the center of the hot air balloon above, and then a terrifying lifting force pulled the steel cables, causing the airship to rise rapidly into the sky. As the altitude increased and the airship moved forward, Gao Yang saw the full view of their current location. They were in a place resembling a small continent, and this small continent seemed to have been sliced open by a blade, with the boundless sea directly connected to the land. On the dividing line between the land and the sea, countless humans and sea creatures were fighting frantically. Is this the spectacle formed after a plane collision? The sea and the continent are directly connected, without the slightest buffer zone. Not far from Gao Yang, a woman dressed in gauze robes somewhat similar to those of ancient Greece sighed with emotion. On her head, she wore a wreath woven from green branches, and an air of freedom and ease emanated from her. Seems to be a bard. Gao Yang withdrew his gaze and made a judgment in his heart. Afterward, he turned his eyes back to the dividing line between the ocean and the continent. After flying for a while longer, the airship slowly descended. Before their eyes appeared a vast, Endless expanse of military camps. Greetings, powerful traveler from afar. I am the core battlefield guide. May I ask which war zone you wish to head to for combat? Or would you prefer to go to the buffer zone first to prepare? I shall make the arrangements for you. A soldier stood at the airship exit. He looked at the players disembarking from the airship, his tone professional and concise. Gao Yang glanced at him and noticed that his arms were mechanical constructs. So, he immediately understood the soldier's role. After the soldier finished speaking, a beam of light emerged from his mechanical arm. The light condensed, forming a projection of a combat zone map above his head, a magical construct. Gao Yang took a look and immediately grasped the general situation of this core battlefield. The map thoughtfully marked their current location, the distance to the combat zones, and the approximate areas where certain powerful Sea Clan members were active. I need a copy of this map. He stepped forward and said to the soldier, "Of course, no problem." The soldier took a metal object the size of a single finger joint from the pack at his side and handed it to Gao Yang. "Input energy, and you can activate this map," the soldier explained, then added, "If you have any needs regarding combat supplies or specific combat zones, you can tell me, and I will arrange them for you. Many thanks, but for now, it is not necessary." Gao Yang took the map, stored it in his inventory, and then, under the gaze of the soldier and the other players from the comprehensive network behind him, his body suddenly transformed, and a pair of dragon wings spread out without restraint. Chapter 250 for Boundless Slaughter. Within the golden red battle aura, a humanoid dragon soared into the sky, flying straight toward the core battlefield ahead. Gao Yang swept over the military camp below. He keenly sensed that many entities within the camp had locked onto him. This undisguised threat caused him to feel a series of stinging sensations. Fortunately, these entities that made Gao Yang feel threatened did not launch an attack on him, instead allowing him to fly over the camp. Presumably, the humans in this endless expanse of military camps had already identified his identity. As his dragon wings flapped, Gao Yang drew closer to the boundary line between the sea and the land. At the same time, he saw countless human warriors and an equally endless number of Sea Clan members engaged in a frenzied slaughter on this boundary line. Blood, wails, and shattered body parts had long since carpeted the area. Gao Yang analyzed the battlefield situation slightly from there. Before he could even charge into the fray, several thick water arrows shot toward him from the sea. Gao Yang dodged them with ease, then flapped his dragon wings violently, his massive body beginning to dive toward the sea below. Like a comet falling to the mortal realm, a massive roar echoed through the heavens and earth, followed by a spray of water reaching 100 meters high, with waves nearly 10 meters tall crashing into all the Sea Clan members in this area. Amidst the violently churning seawater, Gao Yang, holding a greatsword burning with battle aura, walked from the water onto the surface of the sea. A chaotic and piercing roar rang in Gao Yang's ears. The Sea Clan members who had finally managed to steady themselves began to charge at Gao Yang. This was not the first time they had encountered such large-sized creatures. The best way to deal with them was to use overwhelming numbers to completely submerge them. Then, they would drown them alive within the seawater. Gao Yang stood on the surface of the sea, his endless battle aura being squandered wantonly with his movements. He raised the pitch-black greatsword in his hand high. The next moment, boundless power gathered within it, and with a flash of dim, cold sword light and a piercing shriek, he brought it crashing down. Rumble. Gao Yang had swung this sword in a diagonal slash, so the terrifying power of up to 26 points contained within the greatsword, along with a small amount of willpower, poured entirely onto the surface of the sea. In just an instant, the sea was cleaved open by a sword aura 100 meters long, creating a chasm 3 meters wide. All the Sea Clan members within the range of the attack died simultaneously in that single moment. After the strike, Gao Yang's strong arms moved like phantoms, and he changed the direction of the greatsword in his hand to strike again. Another 100-meter-long sword aura followed. Then, as if he were a perpetual motion machine, Gao Yang swung his sword again and again without any fancy tricks. The surface of the sea was continuously bombarded by the sword aura, emitting one explosion after another. Water splashed and shattered, and along with it, endless Sea Clan members were torn apart. Rampage, brutality, and checked tyranny, with no counterattack worth mentioning. Gao Yang wantonly vented his violent and terrifying power, along with his unstoppable, heavy strikes. The roaring lasted for a full 20 seconds. When everything finally quieted down, there was not a single living Sea Clan member left within a 100-meter radius of Gao Yang. The number of these Sea Clan members far exceeded Gao Yang's expectations. Every time he swung his sword, his general EXP would jump up by a significant amount. This terrifying rate of EXP accumulation left him astonished. A 100-meter radius might not seem large, but it contained over several thousand Sea Clan members. If described merely by numbers, it was just a very impressive concept. But as presented on the battlefield, the surface of the 100-meter sea area was crowded with the severed limbs and broken arms of the Sea Clan warriors. The surrounding Sea Clan members looked in terror at the spot where Gao Yang stood, and at the remains of their kin beneath his feet, who had been alive just half a minute ago but were now reduced to shattered corpses. A silent fear spread rapidly through their hearts. This speed and this efficiency had snapped the string of reason in the minds of these Sea Clan warriors, who had experienced countless life and death battles. They had faced the heavy artillery bombardment of the human race, the large-scale magical barrages of human mages, and the cold blades of human warriors. These things could only knock them down, but they could not break the will of these Sea Clan members. But now, they were truly and utterly broken. A wanton, efficient, and ruthless slaughter caused the fear in the hearts of these Sea Clan members to be magnified infinitely. All of this was thanks to the unbridled combat power Gao Yang displayed. And of course, it was also due to the newly added title attribute of the epic title Army Breaking Killing Star. Army Breaking Killing Star Attribute 3. You have acquired the passive intimidation effect and aura-like ability. All organized armies or units facing you must perform a willpower check, the intensity of which is based on the total number of lives of that race you have slaughtered. If the check fails, the unit falls into a state of collapse. Gao Yang looked at those sea race members whose faces were filled with terror. His heart did not waver in the slightest, nor did he feel even a trace of triumph, satisfaction, or any other such emotion. His will was firm enough to allow him to ignore these emotions that were born from his own actions. The next moment, he took a step onto the surface of the sea. The terrifying force caused the sea beneath his feet to explode, instantly creating a vacuum cavity, and the boundless seawater rushed toward his feet in an instant. At this moment, Gao Yang had already lunged toward the nearby sea race like a bolt of lightning. An ominous aura, like a natural disaster, hung over the area like a massive dark cloud, causing the sea region where Gao Yang stood to dim significantly. An indescribable power of brutality and slaughter was condensing over the azure sea. Amidst the thick scent of blood, countless sea race warriors were emitting their final, dying wails. They ran toward the distance in vain, diving into the seawater, but it was of no use. Under the heavy blade of his sword, their bodies were torn into pieces as easily as tattered cloth bags. Gao Yang simply walked across the surface of the sea, and everywhere he passed, there was only death. A harsh and resolute cry in the sea race language erupted from the mouth of a strong sea race warrior. It held high the steel trident that had accompanied it for 30 years, its eyes nearly popping out of their sockets, as it launched a charge toward Gao Yang without a second thought. In desperate situations, there is never a lack of those who overcome themselves and conquer their fear. Their soul fires, after undergoing such a baptism, became increasingly brilliant and noble. But it was not enough. Facing the giant sword that descended like a curtain of sky, the sea race warrior holding the trident tried its best to dodge, but it was still grazed by the intense sword energy. In just an instant, the strong body it relied on for survival became riddled with holes. Its knees went weak, and it collapsed headfirst onto the sea surface, which was already filled with the corpses of its kin, never to stand up again. Gao Yang waved his hand, and the giant sword swept horizontally. The intense wind pressure caused the splashing water to fly like bullets, raining down upon the fleeing sea race members. The slaughter continued. Chapter 255. Sea Race Powerhouse. Heyo wantonly devoured the lives on the ocean, and blood and screams spread into the distance, following Gao Yang's footsteps. The boundary line between sea and land stretched to the very edge of his vision. Along this long boundary, what Gao Yang encountered was far more than just these low-strength sea race warriors. The seawater exploded. A figure advancing at high speed moved like a shadow, passing through the sword energy and rushing before Gao Yang. This was a member of the sea race, holding a water-splitting spike only a foot long. Powerful magical fluctuations emanated from the spike in its hand. Its speed was so fast that it moved like a bolt of lightning. Even Gao Yang could not keep up with its movement speed. It moved at high speed around Gao Yang's body, constantly searching for flaws in Gao Yang's defense to strike with the water-splitting spike in its hand. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared in its large eyeballs, and the next moment, its body suddenly vanished into thin air. The next instant, it appeared at the back of Gao Yang's neck, the water-splitting spike in its hand glinting with a cold light as it struck down fiercely. Gao Yang did not even turn his head, but his pair of massive dragon wings suddenly retracted toward the center at the same time. Crunch! A teeth-aching sound of bones breaking rang out. The moment this high-speed sea race warrior launched its attack, its entire skeleton was crushed by Gao Yang's dragon wings. The corpse was tossed aside. Gao Yang grabbed the fallen water-splitting spike and directly stored it into his inventory. The speed is fast, but it is too lopsided. After dropping this evaluation, Gao Yang continued forward. Suddenly, Gao Yang felt a gaze that was grand and filled with an indescribable, powerful malice. Gao Yang instantly flapped his dragon wings and flew up from the sea surface. He looked around vigilantly. He had encountered this feeling before and knew that some deity was watching him. Thinking of the introduction to the Aura's plane, he could not afford to be careless. He hovered in the air for a while, but nothing happened. It seemed that it was just because of Gao Yang's actions that he had attracted the other party's attention. So, is this just a warning or a threat? Could it be because of that water-splitting spike? Thinking this, Gao Yang landed back on the surface of the sea. The next moment, the giant sword swung again. After several hours of slaughter, a warning with a scarlet hue suddenly popped up before Gao Yang's eyes. General System Prompt: Warning. You have been marked as immortal blasphemous by the Aura's god of the ocean. Once you step onto the Aura's plane, you will be hunted by sea race believers with an average level of at least 15. Gao Yang looked at the warning message floating on his retina, a hint of doubt in his mind. Hunted by sea race believers. Does this mean he can come into contact with elite units of the sea race? If that is the case, then Gao Yang felt that this attention might not be a bad thing. There was no help for it. He was currently slaughtering only ordinary sea race warriors. Although they provided him with sufficient general XP, they could not provide anything else. And like that sea race member from just now, it didn't just come. It even insisted on gifting him a transcendent weapon, the water-splitting spike. Perhaps those sea race believers who are level 15 or higher might have even better loot. Holding this mindset, Gao Yang continued to wantonly harvest the lives of the sea race in this core battlefield. And with his actions, his general XP and battle merits were steadily rising. Thump! A fishbone cannon pierced through layers of air, shooting toward Gao Yang from the distance. Wherever it passed, layers of air waves exploded, triggering a piercing sonic boom. Gao Yang turned abruptly, and Heiyao transformed into an afterimage, slashing toward his front. Clang! The blade collided with the fishbone cannon. A terrifying ripple of force surged into his body along the blade of Heiyao, only to be channeled by him, layer by layer, into the sea beneath his feet. The sea within 100-meter radius beneath his feet acted like a giant lung, suddenly contracting downward to form a bowl-shaped depression. Then, in a rhythmic cycle of contraction and expansion, a thunderous roar erupted, churning up endless waves. The sea surface split apart as shock waves swept outward, sending tens of millions of tons of seawater surging in every direction, capsizing all the Sea Clan members in the vicinity. Gao Yang gripped his black blade tightly, his muscles taut as steel. His heart hammered wildly, and the sound of blood rushing through his veins was audible. He tilted his blade, and a bone cannon projectile grazed the edge of his sword, sparking a trail of fire. He tilted his head slightly, and the projectile whistled past his skull, soaring into the sky behind him. Gao Yang exhaled a stream of scorching air. His somewhat numb body began to brim with vitality as his blood circulated. He looked up toward the direction from which the bone cannon projectile had originated. There, 4 Sea Clan members stood gathered together, and remarkably, there were no other Sea Clan members in their immediate vicinity. One of them was half crouched on the water, carrying a launcher made of chitin and bone on its shoulder. The previous projectile must have been fired from this weapon. strong warriors of the Sea Clan. Have you arrived so quickly? As Gao Yang looked at them, the 4 Sea Clan members simultaneously turned their gaze toward him. Beside the sturdy Sea Clan member carrying the launcher, another with purple gold scales drew a long sword. It pointed the blade directly at Gao Yang, as if issuing a death challenge. Ah! Gao Yang's lips curled into a slow grin. Then, he bent his legs and lunged, his body instantly transforming into a bolt of lightning, trailing layers of air waves as he charged toward them. The distance between the two sides shrank rapidly as Gao Yang sprinted. His massive frame tore through the waves. Appearing not far in front of the 4 Sea Clan members, Gao Yang remained expressionless, swinging his sword in a diagonal slash, deadly strike. Die. The moment the black sword descended, a flash of dark gold light erupted from the depths of Gao Yang's eyes. A Sea Clan member with a physique comparable to a dwarf instantly appeared in front of the others. Holding a large shield that seemed to be composed of scales, it crouched in place, holding the scale shield at an angle, clearly intending to take Gao Yang's strike head-on. Clang! Gao Yang's expression did not change in the slightest, and the trajectory of his black blade remained perfectly steady. He wanted to see if the Sea Clan tank could withstand his strike. Sharp, violent explosion rang out, causing the eardrums of the 3 Sea Clan members behind the tank to ache. This was followed by a powerful, high-penetration shockwave that forcefully scattered the 3 of them. When they finally managed to stabilize themselves and stand on the water again, the scene before them was one they would never forget. The humanoid dragon before them slowly rose to its feet, while their main tank companion, which had just been blocking their path, was now reduced to nothing but its lower half. Its upper body, along with the scale shield it held, had been completely pulverized. Beside the remains, several fragments of the shield could be seen rapidly sinking into the depths of the sea. Gao Yang flexed his slightly numb arm. He had to admit, the Sea Clan tank was truly tough. He had almost felt as if he couldn't cut all the way through. Chapter 256 Thunderous Strike. Indestructible through myriad calamities. In fact, if the Sea Clan tank hadn't stood its ground, it would have been sent flying by Gao Yang's strike at most, rather than having its upper body blown apart as it was now. It could be said that Gao Yang's ability to shatter the formidable Sea Clan tank in one blow was the result of their combined efforts. The Sea Clan tank had already stepped into the transcendent sequence. Since it wielded that scale shield, it proved that defense was its primary ability. Its constitution attribute had already become transcendent, and the transcendent reward it had obtained was also related to defense, known as fixed-point defense. In other words, once it entered a defensive state, its defense increased by 50%, and it could not be knocked back, remaining fixed in place like a concrete stump. As for Gao Yang, his catastrophe sword technique granted him terrifying slashing power, and his immortal will granted him the unstoppable strike. Combined, the lethality of this strike was self-evident, and the key was that his slash was in an unstoppable state. This scene was like the strongest spear meeting the strongest shield. There could only be one outcome. Either the spear pierced the shield, or the shield broke the spear. The scene before them had already told the final story of the battle. Gao Yang's dark golden vertical pupils locked onto the Sea Clan member carrying the cannon. The power of the previous bone cannon projectile was immense. Even he would likely be severely injured if he took a direct hit from that weapon. Such terrifying lethality was already nearing the pinnacle of the transcendent sequence. He just didn't know what price had to be paid for such a formidable long-range attack. Gao Yang never believed that power came from nothing. Since the opponent possessed such terrifying offensive capabilities, there must be a cost to unleash them, be it energy, time, or something else. But regardless, as long as he killed it before it could launch another attack, the problem would be solved. Gao Yang exhaled the stale air from his chest. The next moment, air waves exploded, and seawater splashed as he transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging toward the cannon-wielding Sea Clan member. His movements made the hearts of the 3 Sea Clan members tighten. The one targeted by Gao Yang, in particular, pushed off with its thick legs and leaped backward like a giant frog, desperately trying to widen the distance. The purple gold Sea Clan member with the long sword shouted something to the last member before charging toward Gao Yang. The last Sea Clan member had a slender frame, and the scales on its body shimmered with a moist, pale pink hue. If one were to judge by gender, it might have been a female, However, Gao Yang had never interacted with the Sea Clan and had no research on their gender, reproduction, or other behaviors. Therefore, in his eyes, these Sea Clan members all looked much the same, distinguished at most by the color of their scales. Gao Yang did not pay much attention to the purple gold Sea Clan member charging at him with a sword. In his perception, this Sea Clan member did not pose much of a threat. Rather, it was the Sea Clan member carrying the cannon that was more dangerous. As for the pale pink Sea Clan member, judging by its slender and frail physique, Gao Yang could roughly guess that it was not a melee class, though he did not know what its specific abilities were. Just as Gao Yang and the purple gold Sea Clan member grew closer, a deep blue bolt of lightning tore through the air, leaving a dazzling trail in the sky before striking down onto the top of Gao Yang's head in an instant. Crack! The thunderous roar echoed from far away. Gao Yang's entire body was covered in electric arcs, and the seawater beneath his feet suddenly caved in, with pale blue arcs spreading within the sunken pit of water. Standing at the bottom of the pit, Gao Yang violently flapped his dragon wings, and his battle ore erupted, dispersing all the electric arcs on his body. Blood dripped down from the shattered scales on Gao Yang's shoulder. He rarely checked his health points, which were now at only 81%. That single bolt of lightning had evaporated nearly 1/5 of his health. If it hit him a few more times, he would likely return his soul to the heavens. It is truly worthy of being a Sea Clan powerhouse capable of responding to the mark of the ocean god Auras and executing a kill order. Gao Yang charged again with his sword. The damage from that lightning strike was not as severe as he had imagined. At this moment, a deep red glow was rapidly flickering beneath his dragon scales, and his wounds were healing at an incredible speed. The indestructible effect granted by his extraordinary physique was boosting his health regeneration rate. Gao Yang's figure was like a sharp arrow, shooting straight toward the purple gold Sea Clan member, who was now 100 meters away. As the distance closed, Gao Yang could even see the surprise in its eyes, as if it were unexpected that Gao Yang had not been severely injured. Gao Yang streaked out like a black afterimage. In just 2 steps, he reached a point a dozen meters in front of the purple gold Sea Clan member, his greatsword swinging toward it with layers of sonic booms. Having witnessed Gao Yang shatter a Sea Clan companion known for defense with a single strike, the purple gold Sea Clan member naturally dared not take Gao Yang's slash head-on. The long sword in its hand instantly erupted with a water blue glow, coiling toward black obsidian like a flowing stream. At the same time, its body leaped to the side, avoiding Gao Yang's strike. Black obsidian struck the water flow, and the tough yet soft sensation of obstruction made Gao Yang frown slightly. Gao Yang exerted force and shook his blade, causing black obsidian to vibrate. The water flow wrapped around it away. Taking this opportunity, Gao Yang slashed out once more. Simultaneously, surging battle ore poured from his arm into black obsidian, and instantly, a sword ore nearly 100 meters long erupted from the tip of the blade. The purple gold Sea Clan member swung its sword whip again, and the thick water flow collided with the 100-meter sword ore above the sea. Gao Yang's body remained motionless, while the purple gold Sea Clan member was sent flying backward, bouncing across the surface of the sea dozens of times before it could barely come to a stop. The purple gold Sea Clan member lay face up on the sea, questioning its life. This kind of head-on confrontation was not supposed to be its job. But since the main tank who specialized in such dirty and tiring work had been killed by the monster opposite in one hit at the start, it had no choice but to bite the bullet and block Gao Yang. Right. Where is that monster? The purple gold Sea Clan member suddenly leaped up, and its large eyes instantly found Gao Yang's massive figure. At this moment, the latter was rapidly approaching the slender, pale pink Sea Clan member, facing Gao Yang's high-speed charge. The pale pink Sea Clan member stood frozen in place. It understood that with the speed Gao Yang had displayed, it could not dodge. Since it could not dodge, it would fight head-on and see who died first. The pale pink Sea Clan member raised its hands high above its head. Following its movement, Gao Yang sensed a stinging pain appear at the top of his head. Sizzle. Another bolt of lightning appeared instantly. The moment the lightning appeared, Gao Yang forcibly tilted his body. The dazzling electric light grazed his side, and only a small portion of the terrifying heat and electric arcs affected him. Ignoring the sharp pain coming from the left side of his body, Gao Yang exerted force under his feet once more. Closing in on his opponent. Chapter 257, Destructive Cannon, Will Smelting. One bolt of lightning missed, but the pale pink Sea Clan member did not pause for a second. One bolt of lightning after another appeared abruptly, striking toward Gao Yang. In the short 1,000-meter distance between them, it released more than 10 bolts of lightning, of which only 3 hit Gao Yang. By now, Gao Yang had charged in front of his opponent, the distance between them less than 20 meters. And this distance was enough. The greatsword swept across, and the terrifying sonic boom instantly enveloped the pale pink Sea Clan member. As death approached, the pale pink Sea Clan member's eyes widened to their limit. It opened its mouth and let out an earth-shattering roar at Gao Yang. The circular sound wave instantly poured into Gao Yang's ears, rushing straight into his mind. At the moment Gao Yang was about to fall into a daze, a flash of black gold light erupted in the depths of his eyes. A brilliant light of will emerged, and Gao Yang's gaze remained clear. PFFT. With one slash, the pale pink Sea Clan member before him was instantly cut into several pieces by the surging sword aura. You are also strong, but unfortunately, I am stronger. Gao Yang wiped the blood flowing from his nostrils. His health, which was now less than 1/3, was rapidly recovering under the passive effect of indestructible. Although the pale pink Sea Clan member's final hull had not stunned him, he had taken the full force of the sonic damage at such close range. At this moment, scales were shattered all over his body. A burnt smell permeated the air, and he was bleeding from his 7 orifices, looking extremely miserable. But in reality, both his health and stamina were still above the standard line. After killing the pale pink Sea Clan member, Gao Yang turned his head to look at the giant cannon Sea Clan member, whose figure was almost out of sight. He flapped his wings violently and flew into the air, chasing rapidly after the latter. In midair, in terms of speed, flying was naturally faster, but agility in the air was much worse than being on solid ground. That was why Gao Yang had not flown earlier, but had instead been running continuously across the surface of the sea. Right now, the giant cannon Sea Clan member was already too far away from him. At such a distance, if he wanted to catch up, flying was the better choice. Below him, in the sea area to his side, the purple gold Sea Clan member also turned its body and dove headfirst into the water, appearing to be desperately rushing toward the direction of the giant cannon Sea Clan member as well. At this moment, the giant cannon Sea Clan member had once again hoisted the massive cannon, a hybrid of chitin and bone, onto its shoulder. The base of the cannon connected with the seawater beneath it, as if it were devouring vast quantities of the ocean. It looked toward the battlefield. Upon seeing Gao Yang kill yet another companion with a single sword strike, a flicker of obvious sorrow appeared in its eyes. However, in the blink of an eye, its eyes returned to a state of calm. It raised its left arm, and with a mouth full of sharp teeth, it bit its own left forearm clean off. The severed left forearm was pulled by an invisible force and plunged directly into the cannon's muzzle. Instantly, a scarlet vortex formed at the originally light blue muzzle. In front of the vortex, a spherical ball of light appeared. It was intense energy compressed to its limit, and the terrifying fluctuations even formed an illusory cross-shaped flash. The giant cannon Sea Clan member crouched halfway on the surface of the sea. The water within its immediate vicinity became as still as a steel plate, without the slightest ripple or wave. The giant cannon had been charged to its limit. Intense power fluctuations spread outward, and several cracks even appeared on the shoulder of the giant cannon Sea Clan member. It looked with cold eyes at the humanoid dragon rushing rapidly from the sky, then slowly closed its eyes. The voice, like a murmur, escaped from its throat. "Oh God, watch over me." The next instant, a pillar of dark blue light, a full meter thick, erupted and blasted out. It tore through layers of air waves along its path, carrying a terrifying, unstoppable momentum, and reached Gao Yang in almost an instant. Black gold light flared brilliantly in Gao Yang's eyes. His senses were screaming frantically, and intense pain surged throughout his body. Everything was telling him, if you cannot block it, you will die. Infinite battle chi burned on Gao Yang's body, instantly merging with the nether vine armor and clinging to his right arm and the black obsidian blade. "Fuse for me," Gao Yang roared. His sea of will boiled instantly, and a massive amount of willpower seemed to turn into substance, filling his body and erupting simultaneously with the swing of his arm. Black obsidian transformed into a blur. instantly slashing out a brilliant golden sword aura as dazzling as the scorching sun. A violent roar erupted. The terrifying shockwave of the explosion spread 1,000 meters from Gao Yang as the center, followed by howling gales, and after that, towering waves rose up out the massive waves, blocking out the sun, surged into the high sky, and the next moment, they spread outward in a ring. Wherever it passed, all things were leveled. Crack! The battle chi armor shattered, and all the tentacles of the nether vine withered simultaneously, retracting beneath the scales on Gao Yang's chest. Gao Yang was bathed in blood. The dragon scales on the left side of his body were completely shattered, and blood sprayed into the sea. The intense pain constantly assaulted Gao Yang's nerves, yet it could not cause the slightest ripple in his emotions. He gripped the massive black sword, flapped his damaged dragon wings, and descended before the giant Cannon Sea clan member. The giant Cannon Sea clan member looked even more miserable now. Its right shoulder, which had been carrying the giant cannon, along with the right half of its body, had been completely charred. Its left arm was severed at the middle, and the scales on its legs had burst open. It had paid a heavy price to unleash that strike. If it had blasted Gao Yang to death with that shot, it would have been able to recover to its original state once it returned to the temple. But there were no ifs. After Gao Yang slashed through its peak strike head-on, it knew it was doomed. You will eventually die by divine punishment. The giant Cannon Sea clan member bared its mouth, revealing a full set of sharp teeth, and then tilted its head back as if on a pilgrimage. Its expression solemn and peaceful. Gao Yang did not understand the Sea clan language, but that did not prevent him from respecting his opponent. This was an absolute powerhouse. It was a pleasure fighting you. As the words fell, a flash of dim and bright sword light swept past in midair. A smiling Sea clan head flew up and hit the seawater with a splash. Just then, a streak of sword light shot out from the seawater below, aimed directly at Gao Yang. It was the purple gold Sea clan member that had dived into the water. It had finally launched its attack at this moment. Facing its attack, Gao Yang's heart remained completely calm. If it had been before, he might have felt something, but after experiencing the scene just now, he was completely different from before. He slashed out a casual sword strike, and the golden sword aura, infused with willpower and strength, instantly blasted into the seawater. As if a bomb had exploded, the seawater beneath Gao Yang's feet instantly blew apart. Waves surged, and Gao Yang had already charged into the water. Two more violent explosions followed, and when everything calmed down, Gao Yang slowly floated up from the sea. In his hand, he clutched a limp Sea clan corpse. It was the Sea clan member with the purple gold scales. With this powerful Sea clan squad had all perished. Gao Yang crushed the corpse in his hand, glanced at the boundless sea, and then turned to fly toward the direction of the land. Chapter 258 Agility 17. Gao Yang's current state was not very good. The injuries caused by the light pink Sea clan member and the giant Cannon Sea clan member were quite severe. Although the effect of the myriad tribulations and dying was constantly recovering his wounds, it required time and the consumption of life essence. Therefore, Gao Yang had to move away from the battlefield and return only after he had finished recovering. Through this battle, he had also fully experienced the strength of the Sea clan believers. Overall, their combat power was very strong. He just didn't know what level of combat power the Sea clan believer squad he encountered held within the entire Sea clan, or how many Sea clan members of this level existed. Better safe than sorry. Gao Yang was never a pedantic person. He crossed the sky, flying from the sea toward the land. Wherever he passed, the Sea clan members stared at his figure with hateful eyes, while the human warriors struck their chests with their right hands, offering him their highest respect. The saying one man's enemy is another man's hero was exactly this. The human warriors had all witnessed Gao Yang's slaughter of the ordinary Sea clan members and his great battle against the Sea clan believer squad. Therefore, seeing Gao Yang streak across the sky, they were all filled with excitement. Gao Yang's previous slaughter of the sea race had indirectly saved countless human soldiers. If not for Gao Yang, humanity would have had to sacrifice the lives of many soldiers to kill such a large number of sea race enemies. When magnified to the scale of the entire human civilization, such sacrifices seem like nothing more than a string of cold, hollow numbers. But if one narrows the perspective down to the individual, The hot-blooded youth who died defending his home and country was someone's son, someone's husband, and someone's father. Gao Yang's rival prevented the deaths of countless such youths and saved countless families. The logic is just that simple. By the time Gao Yang landed in the military camp, soldiers had already arrived at his side. The young soldier struck his solid chest firmly with his right hand, his eyes gleaming as he looked at Gao Yang and said loudly, "Respected traveler, greetings. Is there anything I can do for you? Give me a quiet place to rest, thank you." Gao Yang had already reverted to his human form the moment he landed. "Please, follow me." The young soldier quickly turned to lead the way. Within a few minutes, he brought Gao Yang to a military green tent. "You may rest here for as long as you need. Someone will bring you 3 meals a day. I will be right outside the door. If you have any other needs, just let me know." After the young soldier finished speaking, he stepped aside to clear the entrance. Gao Yang thanked him and then turned to enter the tent. The incandescent light illuminated the tent. Gao Yang sat down by the bed and took out some dragon meat from his inventory to eat. He needed life essence to heal his wounds. And what could be more nourishing than dragon meat? After eating 3 portions in a row, Gao Yang finally stopped. Feeling the warmth spreading through his abdomen, Gao Yang finally let out a breath. The replenishment of life essence caused a tingling sensation to spread throughout his body. It was his physical form undergoing rapid repair. Gao Yang pulled up the system interface and looked at the generally XP column. His previous want slaughter had caused his generally XP to skyrocket. It was now at 870. After a few more rounds of killing, his generally XP would exceed 1 million. Gao Yang revealed a faint smile, feeling quite satisfied with this rate of accumulation. After this campaign, his generally XP would likely be enough to cover his consumption for a long time to come. However, this was not absolute. If Gao Yang wanted to take on a brand new profession, this amount of generally XP would not be enough. Fortunately, he had no such need at the moment. For him, the only thing he needed to do was to constantly hone himself and keep getting stronger. Perhaps at some specific time, he would choose to take on a new profession, but not now. Gao Yang opened the campaign module and looked at his current battle merits. Originally having just over 30, his battle merits had now broken the 100,000 mark, reaching 120. Looking at the growth rate of his battle merits, Gao Yang finally understood why those system players would stay on this plane for 10 years. At this rate, the time he would need to save up 30 million battle merits would exceed a year. Moreover, Gao Yang could not guarantee that he would be able to survive such intense combat every single day for over a year. For other system players, their rate of acquiring battle merits could not be that high, so they could only make up for it with time, perhaps after accumulating enough experience. "I should leave this place." The rewards for the top 3 on the battle merit leaderboard were like a carrot hanging in front of a donkey for him right now. It was always hanging there, but no matter how fast the donkey walked, it could never reach it. Gao Yang could not accept staying on a single plain battlefield for 10 years like those other system players. For him, that would cause his adventure to lose its original meaning. Compared to spending 10 years accumulating battle merits, Gao Yang believed he had better ways to become stronger and acquire resources. Furthermore, he still needed to undergo abyss training, which was an excellent channel for him to grow stronger. After making his decision, Gao Yang turned to open his skill panel. After the battle with the Sea Race Squad just now, he felt that his 100 refined body had undergone some changes. 100 refined body unique specialty, passive 1. The character's body is considered natural armor. Every time the character suffers a sufficient degree of damage, the body becomes increasingly tough and strong. The damage reduction increases by 1%, and the character's physical attributes increase by 8.1%. Current bonus, sure enough. The passive of the 100 refined body had increased from 6.8 to 8, reflected in his attributes. His agility had increased to 17 points. As for his strength and constitution, because they had been improved previously, they did not increase this time. Gao Yang closed the system interface, then sat cross-legged and began to meditate. After experiencing a great battle, his will needed a period of buffering, and meditation was a very suitable method. The war outside continued. On this boundary between sea and land, there had never been a moment of peace. Dozens of kilometers away from where Gao Yang had fought, a slender mage with long golden hair was resting. And beside her was a tall male system player. "Hey Jennifer, it seems we have another competitor. Did you see his performance earlier?" The man sat on an ice floe, surrounded by countless sea race corpses. Jennifer glanced at him, nodded casually, and said, "I've never seen him before, which means he just arrived at this plain battlefield. It will take a very long time for him to catch up to our battle merits. Are you worried, Dirk?" Chapter 259. How could I be? I just simply want to have a fight with him. Dirk's eyes glowed with a fanatical light. Jennifer glanced at him, then sneered. He is someone who single-handedly wiped out an entire squad of Sea Clan believers. With your physique, if you dare to provoke him, he will hack you to death without hesitation. Do you believe me?" Jennifer's sharp tongue was like it had been coated in arsenic. Every word she spoke was like a dagger, stabbing straight into Dirk's heart. "Is that any way to talk to your own brother, Jennifer? Don't forget, I am your brother from another mother and father." Dirk wore an expression of profound heartbreak, questioning Jennifer loudly in an attempt to awaken the remnants of her sibling affection. Jennifer glared at him, gritting her teeth as she said, "I have told you many times. Do not keep saying that brother from another mother and father nonsense. If you mention it again, I will absolutely tear your mouth apart." Fine. I won't say it. Dirk raised his hands above his head, striking a pose of surrender. Seeing this, the dark green glow in Jennifer's hand gradually faded away. Meanwhile, on the eastern rear base of the Devoma Plain, another batch of Multiverse Network players had arrived. The plaza was bustling with Multiverse Network players. These adventurous souls were curious about everything they saw. Just then, the plaza suddenly fell into an eerie silence, and everyone turned to look in one direction. In the center of everyone's gaze, a woman as elegant as a black swan was walking slowly across the plaza. She was like the most exquisite porcelain doll, with golden hair, green eyes, and a slender neck. A black combat dress clung to her body, further accentuating her already curvaceous and delicate figure. She was like a rose with thorns, yet also like an elegant swan, walking through the mortal realm while remaining detached from it. "Is this the world currently undergoing a plain war that Talon spoke of?" Thalia's beautiful brows furrowed slightly, as if she were not very satisfied with the scent of this world. Her question naturally went unanswered, but that was of no importance. A faint crimson glimmer suddenly bloomed in her eyes. At that moment, the world in her vision became filled with countless threads, some thick and some thin, with the thickest one disappearing into the western horizon. "Is it over there?" Thalia muttered to herself, then prepared to take a step and head out of the plaza. Beauty, interested in forming a party. "Plain wars are very dangerous, you know." A Multiverse Network player waved at Thalia, his words filled with a hint of anticipation. Thalia did not even turn her head, continuing to walk forward. But just then, a dark red energy blade suddenly appeared before the Multiverse Network player who had just spoken, slashing down mercilessly. This sudden attack made the player's heart leap into his throat, but fortunately, those who could make it here were no ordinary players. A shield appeared in his hand instantly. The next moment, the energy blade struck the shield heavily. The dark red blade shattered instantly, turning into scattered venomous snakes that bypassed the shield and lunged toward the person behind it. Just as the snakes were about to bite him, they stopped abruptly in front of his face. The hot, flickering snake tongues sprayed onto his face, leaving his back drenched in cold sweat. "You won't have such good luck next time." An elegant and alluring voice drifted over, and the energy snakes instantly vanished into nothingness. Watching Thalia walk away, every male player present had the same thought cross their mind, which Gao Yang naturally did not know that after the departure of Talon, that loyal believer of war, another even more formidable believer of war had arrived in the blink of an eye. For him, there was only one thing to consider now: how to kill more of the Sea Clan more efficiently. After a night of rest, he had regained his vitality, his entire body brimming with endless energy. With his goal clarified, Gao Yang moved through the battlefield with increasing ease. War merits were no longer necessary for him. The chasm-like gap was not something that could be bridged by just a few days or months of slaughter. What he needed to do now was to acquire Multiverse Network EXP as quickly as possible and accumulate his own combat experience. Of course, if he encountered those powerful members of the C-Clan, he would not shy away from a fight. Slaughtering the C-Clan was for accumulating general EXP, but fighting against the strong was what truly made his blood boil. Under the effect of the Army Breaker Killing Star title, ordinary C-Clan members could no longer stand before him, and his attributes grew stronger with every kill. Looking at the dense swarms of the C-Clan in the seawater, Gao Yang flapped his wings and soared into the high sky. His massive body blocked the sun, casting a vast shadow below. The next moment, he dove into the ocean like a missile, stirring up towering waves. A massive whirlpool suddenly appeared, and terrifying sword chi shot out from within, shredding every C-Clan member in the vicinity. 25 seconds later, the whirlpool collapsed, and Gao Yang shot up from the mountain of corpses and sea of blood. His fiercely burning battle chi incinerated the blood staining his body, and he flew toward the land, clutching his black obsidian blade. Just as he flew out of the sea, Gao Yang lowered his head, his dark golden vertical pupils locking onto the ground. In his vision, the woman holding a slender, dark red blade and wearing a black combat dress stood quietly, looking up at him in the sky. Around her, there were no human soldiers. It was as if simply approaching her represented an unbearable pressure. Gao Yang met her gaze, and even he had to sigh that the heavens were sometimes truly unfair. The woman below could be described as stunningly beautiful, with skin as white as snow and a delicate figure in every respect. She was a top-tier beauty. It was the aura she emitted that truly surprised him. It was an aura of war and death, slaughter and destruction. In other words, the number of living beings who had died at this woman's hands was countless. A believer of the god of war, Gao Yang already had a guess in his heart, but he was unwilling to have too much contact with her, even though she looked as if she had come here specifically to wait for him. He withdrew his gaze and continued to fly toward the military camp. And just as he was about to fly over the space above the woman below, an extreme killing intent suddenly erupted from beneath him. Gao Yang reacted with extreme speed. The moment the killing intent emerged, battle aura ignited from his body. The next instant, several energy blades were already upon him, playing a sharp, rhythmic clashing sound rang out as Gao Yang blocked all of his opponent's attacks. Following this, his dragon wings gave a violent flap. He lowered his head and looked once more at the woman standing on the ground. The latter offered him a harmless smile, as if a rose were blooming, captivating and soul-stirring. Gao Yang descended slowly from the sky. The moment his feet touched the ground, he deactivated his dragon form. The nether vine armor wove across his body, reforming into the appearance of the lookout armor. Chapter 260, War Gods Chosen. The Army-Breaking Killing Star. The Army-Breaking Killing Star, the woman, who resembled a black swan, had dark red luster radiating from her eyes. She looked at Gao Yang with a smile, as if the previous attack had not been launched by her at all. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow, looking down at the woman before him from his height. I don't believe I know you. Of course, but I have heard of you, which is why I came here. Talia scrutinized Gao Yang, a look of satisfaction appearing in her eyes. This sentence immediately made Gao Yang think of many things, and he tentatively asked, "Do you know Tyron?" Talia tilted her head and flashed a smile. "That, it is not convenient to disclose." Gao Yang looked at the brilliant smile on her face, then turned and walked away. He did not want to have too much contact with her. The previous exchange was merely to confirm whether she was a friend or a foe. Now it seemed that they were neither. Seeing Gao Yang turn to leave, the dark red light in Talia's eyes suddenly flared. She abruptly looked up at his back and shouted, "My name is Talia, the War Gods Chosen, the Army-Breaking Killing Star." Gao Yang paid no heed to the shouting from behind. He stretched his slightly sore neck and continued walking forward. Talia stared at Gao Yang's back, suddenly revealing a hint of a crazed smile. The next moment, she transformed into a streak of dark red light and charged toward him. A fierce, cruel killing intent struck from behind, rushing into Gao Yang's perception at extreme speed. Swish! A sharp wind trail slashed from behind. Gao Yang tilted his head slightly, and a dark red blade grazed his cheek, the edge frictioning against his nether vine faceplate to create a series of sparks. Gao Yang turned with the momentum, his black obsidian blade tracing a semicircle as he slashed toward Talia, who was rapidly closing in behind him. Before the sword even arrived, the terrifying wind pressure was already making Talia's hair whip about violently. She looked at the rapidly approaching greatsword and chose not to meet it head-on. As a war god's chosen and a master of swordsmanship, she clearly sensed how dangerous this strike was. If she chose to block it directly, the terrifying, almost irresistible power contained within the greatsword would destroy her body in an instant. Under such an attack, even as a war god's chosen, she would inevitably die. Everything around them slowed down. The wind pressure from above made Talia's black battle dress flutter wildly, and a blood-like red glow emerged in the center of her pupils, laying thrust. Holding her long blade, she tapped her right foot slightly in the air, while it appeared as though she were meeting Gao Yang's descending greatsword. Her body appeared behind him in the next instant, her long blade slashing toward his undefended nape. Clang! A thunderous sound of metal clashing erupted. The greatsword Gao Yang had swung out returned with incredible speed, blocking behind him. The next moment, with Gao Yang as the center, the ground around him shattered instantly. Within a radius of several hundred meters, the earth cracked into pieces as if a bomb had been detonated, and a massive amount of sand and stone surged into the sky. The edge of Gao Yang's black obsidian blade grated against the enemy's blade with a screeching sound. His posture was slightly hunched forward, and his bones groaned. Although the opponent's strike seemed ordinary, the immense power contained within it left him astonished. Several kilometers away, Jennifer and Dirk stood on a fragment of ice floating in the air. Seeing the battle between Gao Yang and Talia, the corners of Jennifer's eyes twitched imperceptibly. She immediately turned to look at Dirk beside her and asked with a gloating tone, "My brother from another mother. Do you still wish to fight him?" Dirk's brows were tightly furrowed, and he felt quite annoyed upon hearing Jennifer's words. However, for once, he did not speak up to refute her, although he did not want to admit it psychologically. Having experienced countless battles, he was truly shaken by this casual exchange between the two. Whether it was Talia's single strike shattering the ground for hundreds of meters or Gao Yang's instantaneous recovery to block that strike without suffering the slightest injury, both left his scalp tingling. Dirk imagined for a moment, if he were the one facing Talia's strike, he would definitely not have blocked it head-on, but with her speed, which was akin to teleportation, he feared he wouldn't be able to dodge it even if he wanted to. The battle continued. After blocking the strike, Gao Yang exerted force through his arms. The blade grated against the enemy's weapon, and, pushing against Talia's suppression, he swung his sword from back to front, facing the blade slashing from bottom to top. Talia's figure exploded backward to the side by several dozen meters. The second after she retreated, a sword aura over 10 meters long slashed through the spot where she had been standing. If she had retreated straight back, she would have been split into by this sword aura. Gao Yang missed his strike and stomped his right foot heavily on the ground. The terrifying power caused the earth beneath him to explode. The immense recoil turned him into a bolt of lightning, crashing through layers of air waves as he charged backward toward Talia's position. If she were hit, Talia would be dead or at least severely wounded. Amidst the dust and smoke, a pair of scarlet eyes lit up, and Talia's body vanished from the spot once again. Gao Yang crashed through the air and appeared at the spot where Talia had disappeared. His boots sank into the earth, and a web of battle aura spread out beneath his feet, while providing him with sufficient support. It also allowed him to keenly track Talia's position. Talia had vanished into the dust. Gao Yang gripped his hand, and layers of high-frequency vibrating battle aura spread from his palm, propagating like radar within a 1,000-meter radius. Found her. Gao Yang charged out violently, like a heavy tank crushing everything in its path, reaching Talia in a mere 2 seconds. The tip of the Heiyao sword erupted with a piercing sonic boom, spitting out several meters of sword chi as it ruthlessly slashed down toward the position he sensed. A dark red light flashed, and Talia appeared in Gao Yang's field of vision. Heiyao slashed down in a rage, but Talia moved like an elegant black swan. The greatsword swept past the tip of her nose without harming her in the slightest. Thump! The ground surged like waves on the ocean. Yet this time the surface did not shatter, and that was precisely what made it so terrifying. As Gao Yang infused his willpower into the strike, the power he released took on even more horrifying supernatural attributes. This meant his striking force had become more condensed, so condensed that it could slightly alter the physical manifestation of the ground itself. The wave surged high, instantly sweeping over Talia's body, and an immense force erupted from beneath her feet, as earth and stone flew. Talia was caught off guard and blasted upward. But in the next instant, she vanished from her spot once more. Gao Yang did not pause for a single step. He stomped down heavily. A sonic boom rang out, and he erupted with shocking, terrifying speed, suddenly appearing 100 meters away. The moment he appeared, Talia also emerged from the void, her eyes filled with astonishment as she looked at Gao Yang, who had appeared right before her. Gao Yang's left fist slammed ruthlessly toward Talia, his flame-like battle aura coiling around his knuckles as he smashed down at the Talia who was now within arm's reach. Chapter 261. Taking them out in one wave. As the punch was thrown, Talia revealed a faint smile. The next instant, Gao Yang vanished from his spot. The moment after Gao Yang disappeared, an explosion suddenly rang out where he had just been standing. Dense, crisscrossing slash marks appeared, shredding the space in front of Talia into fragments. Had Gao Yang not disappeared in time, he would have been sliced into 1,000 pieces by these dense, overlapping strikes. 10 meters away, Gao Yang's body materialized. He stood in place, watching Talia quietly. At the same time, Talia looked back at him with a smile on her face. "You are truly strong. Star of Destruction. My name is Gao Yang." Gao Yang's cold voice emanated from behind his faceplate. "How, Gao Yang? It's a pleasure to meet you. You must not have had your fill just now. How about you let me please you to my heart's content?" Talia laughed with a touch of hysteria. She pulled down her collar, revealing the heaving bosom beneath. Her voice seductive and alluring. "If you defeat me, you can do anything you want to me." She looked at Gao Yang's dark purple faceplate. Seeing he did not speak, she continued, "Oh, but if you lose, you must offer your faith to my god." She watched Gao Yang. A few seconds later, Gao Yang's voice came from behind the faceplate. "I can fight you, but this battle does not come with any stakes. Faith is never something to be forced, and likewise, never use yourself as a bargaining chip." Talia looked at Gao Yang with amusement, her voice cold and hollow. "Are you certain that faith is never something to be forced?" Gao Yang paused slightly. He understood the meaning behind her words, but he did not care. As far as he was concerned, no existence could harvest his faith. He only believed in himself. He only believed that man could conquer heaven. This was the education he had received, the ideology bestowed upon him by the cultural environment he lived in. And it would not change in the slightest due to this brief career of adventuring through the multiverse. He looked at Talia before him and said slowly, "Come then. Let me see just how strong you are as a chosen of war." As his voice fell, the battle aura on Gao Yang's body surged and burned once more. The red light in Talia's eyes flared brilliantly, and the next moment, she vanished from her spot. A dark red long blade appeared before Gao Yang, carrying a thick scent of blood as it slashed horizontally toward him. Gao Yang swung his sword in response. This strike did not trigger a tyrant body slash, but the terrifying striking force did not diminish in the slightest. Clang! Two consecutive sounds of metal clashing rang out. After the greatsword and the long blade collided, an energy blade detached from the dark red long blade and slashed against the body of Heiyao. A massive force struck him, and Gao Yang slid back dozens of meters before he could barely come to a stop. Before he could steady himself, Talia had already pounced toward him again. Come on, let's fight. Let my lord witness that you have enough qualifications to be his chosen." The long blade transformed into a web of blades, shrouding Gao Yang within it. The look in Gao Yang's eyes behind the faceplate did not fluctuate at all. The opponent was a strength-agility warrior. Her strength was immense and her agility was not low. But relatively speaking, her physique did not seem to have reached the supernatural realm. Gao Yang, on the other hand, was a strength-constitution warrior. His strength was high and his physical constitution was strong. Conversely, his speed was not quite as fast. Between the two of them, Talia was like a high-attack, high-speed warrior, while Gao Yang was a high-attack, high-defense warrior. Both possessed the ability to kill with a single blow, but under equal circumstances. Gao Yang was more durable, while Talia could generate damage faster. Talia might need 2 strikes to finish Gao Yang, but for Gao Yang, he only needed 1 hit to kill Talia instantly. The sound of dense slashes did not only appear on the greatsword Gao Yang held in front of him, his armor also erupted with a layer of fine sparks. Vines were constantly being severed, only to be rapidly repaired by the underworld vines. Playing, suddenly, a gauntlet pierced through the layers of the blade web, and a punch was thrown toward Talia. Talia slashed her blade against the surface of the gauntlet, her body shuddering slightly, and her continuous offensive suffered a momentary lapse. It was this very lapse that allowed the greatsword to ruthlessly tear through the blade web and slash toward Talia. Red light flickered in Talia's eyes, and she prepared to use her old trick to teleport away. At that very instant, Gao Yang's left hand clenched violently. A massive amount of battle aura exploded within his palm, and the intense energy swept out in all directions. This fluctuation instantly struck Talia, causing her body to tremble once more, and even her preset teleportation was interrupted. The greatsword was already upon her. It was too late to cast teleportation again, and Talia could only use the long blade in her hand to block Gao Yang's attack. A terrifying, explosive roar erupted from the point where the blade and sword collided. Although Talia had already realized that Gao Yang's strike was formidable, it was only after truly coming into contact with it that she understood what real power was. Her entire skeleton felt as if it had been electrocuted the moment she forcibly blocked the greatsword. Her body fell into a state of numbness. At the same time, a voice pressed down upon her spirit, compelling her to kneel. This was the result of Gao Yang's power being fused together. A single sword strike contained not only all of his physical strength but also his willpower. This dual strike of physical force and mental pressure was not something an ordinary person could withstand. For instance, even though Talia was resisting with all her might, her legs had already begun to buckle, as if she were about to collapse to the ground at any moment. Gao Yang held his sword in his right hand, maintaining his suppression of Talia, while his left hand formed a fist. The nether vines coiled around it, forming a fist even larger than Talia's upper body. With a single punch, the ground beneath Talia's feet shattered. She was driven into the earth like a nail, her legs buried deep into the soil. Gao Yang swung his left fist repeatedly, blow after blow, giving Talia no room to breathe. He had no intention of showing mercy to a lady, directly pounding her completely into the ground. When the dust and smoke cleared, only Talia's head remained visible above the surface. Her eyes were tightly shut, clearly having fallen into a brief state of unconsciousness. Gao Yang glanced at Talia in the deep pit, curled his lips slightly, and then turned to jump out of the crater. After leaping out, Gao Yang looked up at the sky. In that direction, 2 people were standing on a floating ice floe, watching the scene. Upon being met with Gao Yang's gaze, both Jennifer and Dirk were slightly startled. "Jenny, you don't think he discovered us, do you?" Jennifer gave him a look that suggested he was an idiot. "If he hadn't discovered us, why would he be looking in our direction? Let's go. The free show is over." After saying this, Jennifer nodded slightly toward Gao Yang, regardless of whether he saw it or not, and turned to lead Dirk away from the area. Gao Yang withdrew his gaze and began walking toward the military camp. He hadn't gone far when a slight sound of wind breaking sounded behind him. A figure chased after him. It was Talia, who had already regained consciousness. Talia said nothing, simply following behind Gao Yang. Her eyes locked firmly onto his back. Chapter 262 Persuasion Through Words. "Do you still have business with me?" After walking for a distance, Gao Yang stopped and turned to ask Talia, who had been following him the entire time. A look of defiance appeared on Talia's face. She lifted her chin to look at him and said, "Let's fight again. If you were an enemy, do you think you would still have the chance to stand before me?" Gao Yang shook his head slowly. Talia's breath hitched. She understood what Gao Yang meant, in the strict sense. She had already died when she was knocked unconscious earlier. The only reason she could stand here was that she was not Gao Yang's enemy, and there was no life or death hatred between them. She said stubbornly, "What must I do for you to be willing to fight me again? If I lose, you may take my life as you please." She had many techniques she hadn't yet unleashed before being stunned by Gao Yang's sudden burst of power, which made it difficult for her to accept the outcome. "You are a chosen of war. Even if I kill you, Your soul will simply return to the divine kingdom of war. What difference does it make whether I kill you or not? Gao Yang responded with continued indifference. Besides, if I really killed you, what would I do if the Church of War came to cause me trouble later? Do you take me for such a fool? After saying this, Gao Yang stopped looking at her and turned to walk toward the military camp. Talia followed behind him once more. Returning to the camp, Gao Yang entered his tent. Talia tried to follow him inside, but the next second, the door slammed shut in her face. She was forced to stop, staring at the closed door. She abandoned the idea of breaking in. Even though the door was no thicker than a sheet of paper to her, she looked around, then chose an empty tent and settled in. At night, Gao Yang opened his door and stepped out of the tent. The moment he stepped out, Talia appeared beside his tent. Gao Yang, fight me again. This time, I will use my full strength. Talia's eyes were clear, and she remained persistent. I have already said it, in my eyes. You are already a dead person. I have no interest in engaging in a meaningless battle with the dead. Gao Yang glanced at her and continued, also, I will not join the Church of War. If, after I truly come to know and understand the God of War, perhaps I might choose to believe in him. But at least for now, I have no such intention. Can you understand that? But everything you do, and every path you tread, is paved with the flames of war. Although you do not believe in my Lord, your actions are truly and genuinely practicing the name of my Lord. Talia stared into Gao Yang's eyes and said slowly. Gao Yang looked down at the earnest expression on Talia's face and was truly speechless. Just as he had guessed before, those who entrust their faith to gods cannot, in a certain sense, communicate smoothly. In some aspects, they are synonymous with extremism. Just like this moment, he didn't know whether to call her confident or narcissistic. But regardless, he needed to nip this matter in the bud right here. War or slaughter, they are merely means to achieve an end. I do not use them as a source of power. As I said before, I do not believe in war. I simply need to use this method to obtain the nutrients required for my growth. Talia lowered her head, thinking quietly for a moment, before looking up again. Then, according to our previous agreement, I lost to you. You can command me as you please, even for anything. Gao Yang's gaze turned icy. He looked down at Talia from his height and said, word for word, then, from this moment on, leave this place. Leave this plane? No, Talia refused decisively. A trace of mockery appeared in Gao Yang's cold eyes. He said nothing more and turned to walk away. If you follow me any further, please reflect on the ridiculous words you just spoke. Thalia stood there at a loss. Not knowing what to do, Gao Yang headed to the military camp canteen. After eating his fill, he discovered that Thalia was still standing in front of his tent. This sight instantly soured the good mood he had gained from a full stomach. He walked past Thalia and entered the tent. Thalia stared blankly as Gao Yang walked into the tent and watched him close the door, wanting to say something but holding back. After a long while, her slightly dazed eyes gradually returned to normal. She looked at the tent in front of her and suddenly spoke aloud. War never deceives. I gave you my word, so I will leave this place now. However, Gao Yang, when we meet next time, I will definitely make you witness the true chosen of war. Believe me, that day will not be far off. After saying this, Thalia chose to leave the planar battlefield directly. The next moment, her body vanished from where she stood. Gao Yang walked out of the tent and looked at the spot where Thalia had disappeared, finally letting out a sigh of relief. If he were to be pestered by such a stubborn, powerful, and untouchable troublemaker, he would be miserable to death. Perhaps the best solution would be to leave this planar battlefield entirely so as not to give the other party a chance to make contact with him. But now that Thalia had left, he could stay in this war plane with peace of mind and continue to accumulate his generally XP. The slaughter at the land-sea boundary line seemed to have never experienced a pause. Even in the dead of night or at dawn, there were countless human warriors and sea clan members killing each other, constantly fighting for control of the boundary line and encroaching upon the other side's plane. The news of Gao Yang's appearance had been turned into a scroll and sent to the Sea Clan royal palace located in the deep sea. Prince Algo, covered in dark purple scales, looked at the information on the fish-skin scroll in his hand, a thick murderous intent emerging in his eyes. It was precisely because of Gao Yang's appearance that errors had occurred in the Eastern Front strategic plan. indirectly causing the camp he belonged to fall into a disadvantageous position. Because of this, Prince Ulgu needed to turn the tide as quickly as possible, and the fastest way was to behead Gao Yang, the culprit behind the collapse of the Sea Clan warriors, directly in front of billions of Sea Clan soldiers. In this way, not only could it boost the morale of the Sea Clan warriors, but it could also demonstrate the formidable strength of their camp, which had many benefits. Prince Ulgu looked at the Sea Clan members below him and released the fish skin scroll in his hand. A stream of water carried the scroll down into the hands of a Sea Clan member below, and he asked, "How are the preparations going?" The Sea Clan member holding the scroll immediately replied, "We have already contacted 5 saint squads of the Mother Goddess. 4 of them have agreed to join the encirclement of that human. This is the most elite force our Sea Clan has at the moment. I recall that Okadam seems to be not far from here," Prince Ulgu said softly. Okadam. Thinking of that notorious killing star among the Sea Clan, the Sea Clan member below trembled slightly, then braced himself and said, "Okadam is indeed not far from this sea area, but the other party seems to have important matters to attend to, and we are unable to contact him." Chapter 263. Flame Dragon emerges from the sea. Boom crack. Violent thunder shattered the curtain of rain, and bean-sized raindrops struck every creature exposed to the heavens and earth with impartiality. Amidst the rain, the slaughter between the humans and the Sea Clan continued. "Today, we shall let those lowly humans witness the greatness of the Sea Clan. Warriors, take up your weapons and go. Hunt to your heart's content." Prince Ulgu stood atop a massive pillar of water, his roaring voice even more violent than the thunder in the sky. In the sea area before him, countless Sea Clan warriors were lined up in perfect order. They held steel tridents, their bodies strong, as if they were from the Yaksha race of mythology, set out. Prince Ulgu let out a roar and was the first to charge toward the land-sea boundary line, with endless Sea Clan warriors following behind him like a raging tide tearing through the sea. Commanding the war did not require Prince Ulgu. After completing the initial pre-battle mobilization and setting an example, he had unknowingly fallen to the very back of the army. Beside him, apart from his personal guards, there were only 20 or so Sea Clan members. These were the Saint squads he had gathered for Gao Yang. These Saint Sea Clan members would look back toward the very rear from time to time, their eyes filled with disgust and wariness, as if there were some existence there they weren't willing to come into contact with. Following their gaze, one could see a Sea Clan member with a completely bald body devoid of scales, twice the size of a normal Sea Clan member, slowly following at the very end of the formation. Its body was incredibly strong, its limbs filled with explosive power, and its face seemed to wear a smile if not for the full mouth of sharp fangs. It would have looked quite normal. It was the deep-sea exile, the sin-prisoned death herald Okadam, a bloody executioner who had slaughtered thousands of his own kind with brutal methods. Note that those he tortured to death were not ordinary Sea Clan members, but Sea Clan powerhouses who were at least of the transcendent sequence. Because of this, Prince Ulgu and his guards always maintained a safe distance from him. The force of the impact spread for hundreds of meters, and wherever it passed, the seawater instantly exploded. Gao Yang stood on the surface of the sea, looking through the dark, gloomy rain toward the black, oppressive sea area in the distance. Beneath his feet lay countless Sea Clan corpses. For some reason, the Sea Clan was exceptionally tenacious today. Even though the number of Sea Clan members who had died at his hands already exceeded tens of thousands, they had still not collapsed. Even though they were trembling all over and their eyes were filled with fear, they still launched charges at him, even knowing that the outcome of the charge would be death. Gao Yang leaped high into the air, surveying the entire battlefield in his vicinity. With just one glance, he discovered something was wrong. The number of Sea Clan members today was exceptionally high, as if they were emerging from the seawater in an endless stream to attack the human front line. And in the direction where he was, the Sea Clan warriors were even more densely packed. He clenched his fist with one hand, and battle aura suddenly spread from his hand, radiating dozens of kilometers in the blink of an eye. In just an instant, the sea area for dozens of kilometers around appeared in his mind. Although he could not process such a massive amount of information, Gao Yang had already discovered the key point within it. The number of sea folk distributed here was several times greater than in other areas. Instantly, Gao Yang associated this with the mark of the ocean god. The next moment, Gao Yang plummeted heavily from the sky. Since the pursuit had already arrived, he had to be prepared. Rumble! A terrifying storm of sword chi churned the endless seawater, and in the blink of an eye, a massive vortex took shape. The sea folk warriors caught within the vortex had no power to resist against such a disaster-level attack and were completely torn to shreds. In just over 20 seconds, the terrifying blade vortex cleared out the sea folk for several kilometers around. The surface of the sea and the water itself were filled with the severed limbs and remains of the sea folk. Gao Yang emerged from this mountain of corpses and sea of blood, slowly rising to the surface as he gazed into the distance. Within his field of vision, more than 20 sea folk were rapidly closing in on his position. The aura of every single sea folk was no weaker than the squad of believers he had killed earlier, and in particular, several of those auras far exceeded the rest. Gao Yang clenched his fists, and terrifying power surged through his body. The previous blade storm had stacked the passive effect of his army-breaking killing star to the maximum. At this moment, he had gained a 300% temporary boost to all attributes. Although this boost was rapidly fading, it was enough for the current situation. Gao Yang took a step down, and his massive figure suddenly vanished. Boom boom. A continuous series of explosions erupted with every step he took. Each time his foot landed, a massive cavity formed in the sea surface beneath him. A vast amount of seawater was displaced by the violent force, only to crash back together in the next instant. In just a few breaths, Gao Yang crossed a distance of 5,000 meters, and those sea folk appeared before his eyes. Looking at the sea folk believers several hundred meters away, the battle chi on Gao Yang's body burned fiercely, and flames ignited along the blade of Heiyao. Crossing nearly 100 meters in a single stride, Gao Yang swept his sword out horizontally. Heiyao seemed to come alive in his hands, erupting suddenly as the flames on the blade merged with his battle chi, spewing forth from the tip. Firelight soared into the sky, scorching the curtain of rain. A massive amount of rainwater instantly vaporized, forming a sky full of white mist. Within this mist, the sound of a roaring waterfall seemed to echo. Or perhaps it was like a giant dragon raising its head and howling, magnificent and overwhelming. Vaguely, it felt as if a 1,000-foot waterfall of magma were crashing down from a cliff, crossing the horizon with an unstoppable, majestic power. It was as if a 1,000-foot flame dragon had suddenly leaped from the sea, its scales made of waves and its claws made of surges. Its momentum stacking continuously until it became unstoppable. Disaster, great waterfall. With a single slash, the battle chi poured down like a waterfall. It was unstoppable yet continuous, and in this instant, the cutting force of Heiyao was stacked to its peak. The terrifying and scorching sword chi swept directly across several thousand meters of the sea. Wherever it passed, the sea level dropped by several meters, and scorching steam filled the air. Supreme speed, supreme power, supreme swordsmanship. When Gao Yang appeared before them, the 20-plus sea folk believers had already realized something was wrong. But before they could block or dodge, the terrifying flame dragon had already pounced upon them. After the sword fell, the mist dissipated. 19 sea folk believers stood frozen in place, their bodies charred black, a slash mark blooming across their torsos. The sound of cracking grew louder until they exploded with a bang, and charred remains rained down. The remaining 4 sea folk believers looked at the death of their companions with terror, and when they looked at Gao Yang, their eyes were filled with dread. Gao Yang revealed a ferocious grin. He stepped down, the sea surface exploded, and he charged out again. His sword pressure locked onto the remaining 3 sea folk. Look at him. Facing this strike from Gao Yang, one of the 3 remaining sea folk let out a terrified roar. Chapter 264. Sweeping away the decaying. Gao Yang did not know what the sea folk was saying. He simply swung Heiyao in silence, pouncing upon them like a gale. A violent gust of wind struck them head-on, and the 3 remaining sea folk each used their own methods to dodge Gao Yang's slash. Gao Yang's previous strike had already shattered their courage. It was not that they had never encountered powerful opponents before, but they had never seen a terrifying existence like Gao Yang, who could wipe out 19 of their companions with a single sword strike. In just one exchange, they understood that Gao Yang was not someone they could handle. Perhaps only Okadam could fight him, but the next moment, Gao Yang had already appeared behind one of the sea folk. He swept his greatsword horizontally, directly decapitating the sea folk before him, its massive head falling. But no sooner had it fallen than it was snatched up by a dragon-clawed hand. Gao Yang then used it as a projectile, throwing it violently. The sea folk's head broke through layers of air waves, hitting the body of another sea folk with near teleporting speed, the terrifying force causing its body to explode instantly. Gao Yang suddenly turned his head to look at the last sea folk, which had already dived into the seawater. He grinned and threw the greatsword in his hand. Yao transformed into a spiraling beam of light, silently parting the seawater as it pursued the sea folk that was struggling to flee. With a soft puff, the black light sliced through the fleeing body underwater, its momentum undiminished as it continued to charge into the deeper sea. Gao Yang stood where he was, turned his body, and looked at a scaleless sea folk that was nearly twice as tall and strong as the others, standing on the sea surface at some unknown time. Ho ho ho! I won't let you go find your weapon. The scaleless sea folk laughed somewhat neurotically, pointing first at Gao Yang and then at the deep seawater below. Gao Yang was somewhat surprised. This was the first sea folk he had encountered that could speak human language. You can speak human language? Is that strange? The sea folk and the human race have been fighting for so long that they have been forced to have interactions. And language is one of them, or rather, the most important one. The scaleless sea folk shrugged. Its demeanor and tone did not resemble a sea folk at all, but rather a human. What should I call you? Gao Yang asked with interest. Okadam, or the betrayer, or the deathbringer, whichever you prefer. Okadam pulled an extremely thin and long spike from behind its back, a tyrannical light beginning to bloom in its eyes. Ready? If you are ready, I'm going to kill you. Gao Yang did not move. He looked at the sea race creature preparing to attack before him and said, Okadam, you are the first sea race member I have ever known, and also the strongest one I have encountered so far. And I will also be the last sea race member you ever meet. As Okadam finished speaking, its mouth curled into a crazed grin, its expression twisting. The next moment, violent power tore through the curtain of rain. It had already charged in front of Gao Yang, the extremely sharp spike in its hand thrusting toward the center of Gao Yang's brow without reservation. It had clearly seen earlier that the giant, terrifying black sword in the hands of the monster before it had been thrown into the seawater to slay the last sea race believer. Now, his opponent had no weapon in hand. Even if his scales were thick and hard, they could never block a weapon capable of slaying gods. No matter what method the opponent used, he could not withstand this strike. At the mere thought that it was about to kill such a terrifying monster in one blow, the blood in its body could not help but boil, and even its heart began to beat frantically. Gao Yang looked at the spike closing in on his brow, his expression not changing in the slightest. Then, a crisp clink rang out, and the black sword, resembling a door panel, appeared abruptly before him. The tip of the spike struck the blade of Yao, emitting a piercing, explosive sound. Okadam looked at the giant sword that had appeared out of nowhere and its own blocked attack. The expression on its face became even more excited and tyrannical. The arm holding the spike danced, creating a large swath of afterimages as it thrust toward every part of Gao Yang's body. Gao Yang took a step forward, his own mouth curling into a grin. The next moment, he moved. Yao slashed continuously like a gale, although it did not collide with Okadam's weapon. The exploding air currents transformed into incomparably violent wind blades, enveloping Okadam and a large area on it. When it came to who had the faster attack speed, Gao Yang never admitted defeat. Cling, 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 cling. Okadam could no longer continue its assault. Facing the incoming wind blades, it could only push its spike with both hands, blocking them incessantly. Even though some wind blades were blocked, more of them scraped across its body. Its flesh was sliced open, blood sprayed, and intense pain washed over it. Okadam leaped up violently. The intense pain on its body stung its consciousness, making its will even more frantic. It laughed crazily, and a blinding blue light erupted from the spike in its hand. Then, clutching this glimmer of blue light, it shot toward Gao Yang. Greeting it was Gao Yang's plain and remarkable slash. It looked remarkable, but when Gao Yang unleashed this sword strike, the pervasive mist was instantly parted, and the sea surface below was torn asunder by the sharp sword chi. Before they even collided, Okadam already sensed that something was wrong. It wanted to pull back, it wanted to dodge, but it could not. Clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out, followed by a dull squelch. That was the sound of flesh being sliced by a blade, of tendons and bones being severed in one clean motion. Gao Yang withdrew his sword and stood still. Before him, Okadam's massive body slowly toppled to both sides, catching the spike-shaped weapon from its hand. Gao Yang watched as the corpse fell into the seawater. He curled his lip. This so-called sea race elite did not seem very durable in front of him. He had not even used his full strength, and they were already wiped out. In the distant sea, Prince Ogu looked at Gao Yang standing alone on the surface of the water. His expression twisted while also feeling a sense of relief. Earlier, he had wanted to watch the battle from up close, but he never expected the opponent to be this terrifying. 22 Mother Goddess believers, plus Okadam the Executioner. Yet in the hands of this opponent, they did not even have the ability to cause any substantial damage. Such an exaggerated gap in combat power made Prince Ogu's expression twist even further. He understood that after this battle, unless the very top warriors of the sea race took action, the sea race could no longer stop this opponent. But the top warriors of the sea race were all fighting the humans on the central front line. They had no time and it was impossible for them to come here. Could it be that we can only give up? Prince Ogu's eyes revealed unwillingness, but no amount of unwillingness was of any use. He led his personal guards and quickly sank into the deep sea. Gao Yang remained in place for a moment, seeing that no more sea race members were coming to throw their lives away. He slowly spread his wings and flew toward the battlefields in other locations. Chapter 265 Departure, summarizing the gains. After experiencing the encirclement and killing by the sea race believers last time, Gao Yang did not encounter any opponents of sufficient strength for the following week. He could only act like a civil servant, heading to the sea-land boundary from 9 to 5 to slaughter the sea race and earn generally XP. After killing a fleeing sea race warrior not far away with a single sword strike, Gao Yang looked up at the two suns of different brightness in the sky. It is getting late. He leaned on Heiyao, standing amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, and suddenly sighed. After more than half a month of slaughter, Gao Yang felt a bit weary. Killing these seemingly endless sea race members like a machine all day long was clearly not an interesting thing. He did not take pleasure in harvesting lives, nor did he take pride in showing off his power to the weak. Yet what he was doing now occupied both. Gao Yang lowered his head, and the general network panel appeared before his retinas. Generally XP to 4,275. Over 4 million in generally XP, on average. Each sea race member contributed 10 points of generally XP, which meant that over 400,000 sea race warriors had died at Gao Yang's hands. 400,000 lives if viewed purely as a number. It did not seem to represent much. But if it were manifested, what would be presented to the world would be a true mountain of corpses composed of living beings. Excessive killing did not make Gao Yang bloodthirsty. On the contrary, it made his spirit somewhat numb. After all, if you play an invincible game for too long, you will eventually get bored. Due to the excessive amount of killing, his charisma actually increased by 1 point over these short few days, rising from the original 12 points to 13. However, it was obvious that his charisma could not be applied to conventional negotiation scenarios, nor could it be used to pick up girls or accept quests. It was only in certain specific situations that his charisma would truly exert its effect. Gao Yang turned around and flew toward the human military camp. In this camp that stretched to the edge of the horizon, there naturally existed a place to exchange merit points. But Gao Yang had looked through it before. Aside from the treasures in the top 3 of the merit ranking, the remaining items, even if they were extraordinary, were of little use to him. Rather than greedily exchanging for them, it was better to let them benefit other players. He did not have much he wanted to exchange for with his 400,000 plus merit points. In the end, Gao Yang only spent 30,000 merit points to exchange for 3 extraordinary tree seeds unique to the Duoma Plain. He planned to plant these 3 seeds next to the Kello fruit tree to see if they could bear fruit. After finishing all this, Gao Yang did not choose to continue staying in this war plane, but instead chose to return in a clean and decisive manner. Amidst a dizzying spin, Gao Yang's figure completely disappeared from the military tent. As the familiar environment came into view, Gao Yang removed the nether vine and threw himself onto the bed. The half-month-long slaughter had finally come to an end. Although Gao Yang had not obtained any treasure chests or system coins during this period, his gains were still significant. First was the generally XP. Over 4 million generally XP was enough for him to consume for a long time. But given that his own level had increased too quickly, Gao Yang did not intend to raise his level in one go right now. After he had accumulated a sufficiently solid foundation at this stage, perhaps he would raise his level again. Then there were the extraordinary grade weapons he had seized from killing those sea race believers. Although Gao Yang had not yet appraised them, it was clear that these weapons were not weak. Especially the spike held by Okadam. Gao Yang had studied it several times, and he even suspected that this was a weapon containing divine power. Finally, and also the greatest gain, was that he had initially completed the fusion of his strength and willpower. If the strength he displayed through his attacks before the fusion was merely pure destructive power, then, after fusing his willpower, the strength he displayed was no longer just simple destructive power. It contained some deeper, more miraculous power. His strength was no longer limited to the concept of matter, nor was it simply doing work between substances. It now possessed a certain conceptual nature. The specific manifestation was that he could attach his willpower to his attacks, which could both strengthen the attacks and allow him to exert influence over the attacks he launched according to his will. On this point, the war-chosen Talia should have a lot to say, because it was precisely because of the slashes Gao Yang unleashed, which carried intense willpower, that she was suppressed to the point of being unable to stand up or dodge, and was ultimately taken out by him in one wave. In short, for the attacks Gao Yang launched now, his willpower acted like an amplifier, which could make the power of his attacks even greater while simultaneously possessing power on an extraordinary level. Moreover, this was only the initial integration of willpower. As the fusion of willpower deepened, this manifestation would only become stronger and stronger. Perhaps this was the true meaning of strength fusion. With the deepening of strength fusion, he would also gradually possess the terrifying, great power to shatter mountains, destroy cities, annihilate nations, and even blow up stars with a single strike. Gao Yang felt some anticipation. This was exactly the meaning of becoming stronger that he was pursuing. To see more powerful existences, to witness a more magnificent world. However, before that, Gao Yang prepared to head to Jinghu City to find the normal rhythm of life as a human. In the Duoma plane, due to the situation of the plane, all life and entertainment in this plane had to give way to war, and life could be said to be extremely dull and tedious. Now that he had returned to his own plane, he naturally needed to use the vibrant atmosphere of life to dilute that slightly numb mental state. Half an hour later, in the center of Jinghu City, on the 7th floor of the largest commercial plaza, Gao Yang sat in a decent-looking buffet restaurant, eating while looking through the glass at the pedestrians with various expressions in the mall. Under this atmosphere full of the flavor of life, Gao Yang finally felt a trace of human warmth. Even if the taste of this buffet could not compare to those extraordinary foods with special powers, in Gao Yang's view, it was already quite good. Anyway, with his current physique, he would digest and absorb ordinary food very quickly, so he would just treat it as a pre-meal dessert. "Handsome, are you alone?" Gao Yang was eating slowly when he suddenly heard a somewhat sweet female voice ring in his ear. He had noticed the other party walking toward him earlier. He had originally thought it was just because the tables were close, but now it seemed that was not the case. Gao Yang turned his head and looked at the woman standing in front of him. To be fair, the woman in front of him could be considered a beauty, in her early 20s, with a very good figure, and especially this relatively enthusiastic personality was a big plus. Gao Yang suddenly smiled. This was the first time he had been hit on. Honestly, this feeling was quite novel. "Of course, I am a human," Gao Yang replied with a smile. When he smiled, the eyes of the beauty standing in front of him brightened a bit. "What a coincidence, I am also alone. Handsome, would you mind if we chat and enjoy the food together?" Gao Yang's appearance could only be considered above average, but with the increase in his strength and the enrichment of his experience, he possessed a unique aura that ordinary people did not have. In short, it was temperament. Because of this unique temperament, He appeared brighter in the eyes of ordinary people than the average person, and thus more prominent and more handsome. Would Gao Yang refuse? Naturally, he would not. Chapter 266 The Extraordinary Warrior Enjoying Life After a Pleasant Dinner. Gao Yang declined the beauty's invitation for a walk and left alone. Stepping out of the shopping mall, Gao Yang stood beneath a large electronic screen in the plaza, gazing up at the starry sky. It was already nearly 11 o'clock. Yet the center of Jinghu City remained brightly lit, bustling with heavy traffic and an endless stream of pedestrians. There were men in suits clutching briefcases, walking the streets with numb expressions. There were vibrant, youthful girls walking in groups, chatting and laughing, and there were white-haired elderly people dragging yellow or green snakeskin bags, tirelessly rummaging through every trash can. Gao Yang shook his head with a self-deprecating smile. If not for that one night of working overtime, he would never have been selected by the comprehensive network. And if he hadn't been selected by the comprehensive network, he would likely be just another member of this common herd right now. The myriad states of the world are nothing more than this. Withdrawing his gaze, Gao Yang tucked his hands into his pockets and walked slowly along the street. He moved through the crowd like a beam of light dispersing the darkness. Anyone who was about to come into contact with him would naturally veer off to his sides. This was something Gao Yang did intentionally. As his strength grew, his life magnetic field had become so powerful that it was almost unbearable for ordinary people. Much like the might of a dragon, mortals cannot look directly at a giant dragon, and might even suffer cardiac arrest and die unexpectedly from a single gaze. His life magnetic field was something similar. Usually, Gao Yang lived alone in his home in Qiyu village, where mortals could not reach him. But things were different now. He was walking on the streets of downtown Jinghu City, and here, he had to be cautious. Because of his transcendent power and physique, everything in this city looked like fragile porcelain in his eyes. Of course, Gao Yang could restrain his power well, just as he had dined in the buffet restaurant like a normal person earlier. But when out and about, although he could control his own power, he could not control accidents. Therefore, he released a slight bit of his life magnetic field, creating a subtle pressure on the surroundings, making them subconsciously feel that Gao Yang was not to be trifled with, and thus subconsciously keeping their distance from him. As he walked, a red light suddenly washed over him. Gao Yang looked up and saw the skyscraper in front of him glowing with festive red light, like a giant lead pillar. Immediately, 4 large golden characters grew from small to large on the building. Welcome the new year. Is it already New Year's Day? Gao Yang felt a moment of trance. According to the current solar calendar, from this moment on, it was already a new year. But this was only the solar calendar, for those born and raised on this land. Only the spring festival represented the arrival of a new year. Gao Yang stopped and watched the text on the building quietly. Soon, the 4 characters "Welcome the New Year" disappeared, replaced by a giant Arabic numeral 10, 9, 8, 7. Before he knew it, the people still on the street had all stopped in their tracks, and the echo of a countdown began to ring through the air. Unconsciously, many pedestrians joined in the countdown, and the deafening sound of the countdown resounded across the sky. As the numbers changed and finally settled on the initial 1, a massive cheer instantly ignited the lonely night. Happy New Year! The entire city center became an ocean of joy. Gao Yang stood in the crowd, watching the cheering people, and a smile could not help but bloom on his face. No matter how difficult life may be, people never lack a yearning and expectation for life. 2 minutes later, taking advantage of the fact that people were still immersed in the joy of ringing out the old and ringing in the new, Gao Yang walked alone to the back of a building, then leaped lightly, his body instantly shooting into the high sky and merging with the night. On the first day of the new year, Gao Yang, for once, did not get up early according to his usual routine. Today was the first day of the New Year holiday, but unfortunately, the weather was not in his favor. A drizzling rain was falling outside the window, and combined with the increasingly cold weather, it left one with no desire to go out and celebrate. In such weather, the most blissful thing was to curl up in a warm blanket, pick up a phone, and scroll through mindless short dramas to kill time. This was exactly what Gao Yang was doing at the moment. However, he was not watching the mindless and highly addictive short dramas, but the comprehensive network forum. Just like all comprehensive network players, when Gao Yang had nothing to do, he would browse the comprehensive network forum. On this grand stage, there were always some players who would come up with some unusual antics. Although the comprehensive network did not encourage such antics, it could not stop players who were determined to do so. Take, for example, the post Gao Yang was currently reading, which was titled as a challenge but was actually a quest for pleasure. The poster was a strong dragon-born warrior with a small amount of dragon blood, and the object of his challenge was a succubus. It must be mentioned here that the challenge he initiated was titled, Hard as Iron or Soft as Mud. The main content was the original poster engaging in non-stop close-quarters combat with different succubi and recording the final number of challengers. Since the post was created 3 days ago, up until 3 minutes before he read it, the poster had updated it 27 times. This meant that the dragon-born warrior had already engaged in close-quarters combat with 27 succubi and defeated them all. It had to be said that this dragon-born warrior was truly strong, especially in terms of close-quarters combat, where he was full of experience. The other party had even thoughtfully posted beautiful pictures of every succubus lady he had defeated in the thread, and Gao Yang, like many other comprehensive network players, was carefully evaluating the strengths and weaknesses of these succubus ladies. Time passed unknowingly, and half an hour later, the post updated. But what was updated was not a new battle record, but a plea for help from the original poster. Help! I am being hunted by a succubus. Damn it. Do succubi really have such strong combat power? I, a transcendent dragon-born warrior, am actually completely helpless. I can't run anymore. My legs are so weak. If anyone sees this, please come and save me. I don't want my manhood to leave me. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow, only to see that under the poster's post, players were constantly leaving comments. Among these comments, half were concerned about whether the poster's manhood had left him, and the other half were also concerned about whether the poster's manhood had left him. Only a small portion felt that the succubus was moving too slowly, as she still hadn't managed to make the dragonborn's manhood depart from him. Gao Yang looked at the comments scrolling by like a waterfall and couldn't help but shake his head. These multiverse network players were all just trolls who feared the world wouldn't be chaotic enough. When faced with such a scene, their first thought wasn't to provide reasonable or effective advice, but rather to focus on watching the spectacle. After thinking for a moment, Gao Yang still felt a bit of sympathy. So he began to edit a comment. Original poster, face life bravely. Small is also cute, you know. Chapter 267. The astonishing transformation of the Kolo fruit tree. And surprisingly, Gao Yang's comment was drowned in the ocean of replies. Even if a player saw it, they would only give it a casual like. However, the words of this dragonborn warrior made Gao Yang somewhat curious. It is common knowledge that the combat prowess of a succubus is always manifested in areas related to reproduction and desire. Like the situation described by this dragonborn warrior where a succubus completely overwhelmed a dragonborn in a head-on one-on-one fight, it wouldn't be strange if it happened among goblins, grey dwarves, or gnomes. But for it to happen with a creature like a succubus, that was truly rare. However, he thought about it again. The number of succubi is not small. With such a massive population base, it was not unacceptable for a few special individuals to be born occasionally. Just like on Blue Star, there are always some humans who, aside from possessing human physical characteristics, have nothing else in common with humanity. After another 10 minutes or so, the post updated again, this time with an attached image. The content of the post was, I was wrong. From now on, I will never have any physical contact with any succubus again. The accompanying image was of a grim and sharp-looking scythe. Gao Yang looked at that scythe, a trace of confusion appearing in his eyes. Why did this scythe look more familiar the longer he stared at it? After thinking for a long time, he suddenly realized something. He opened his Multiverse Network friend list and found the only succubus player on it, Gellis. Gao Yang looked at the war scythe in the post and finally confirmed that this was the pale gold weapon he had sold to Gellis a long time ago. His current greatest area of effect skill, Blade Storm, was obtained in exchange for this hatred war scythe. Back then, he had felt that this succubus player, Gellis, was a bit strange. Now it seemed she was truly extraordinary. Gao Yang lay in his warm bed, rubbing his chin, genuinely wanting to know just how much Gelis's strength had improved by now. A cold, ruthless succubus wielding a scythe. Just thinking about that contrast was already maxed out. Clicking on Gelis's avatar, Gao Yang thought carefully and finally chose a topic that both parties could accept. Hello, Ms. Gelis. May I ask if you have any melee-type skill books similar to Blade Storm on hand recently? The reason he had added her as a friend in the first place was for the melee skill books she might possess. Using this question as an icebreaker now didn't seem to be a problem at all. After Gao Yang sent the message, he scrolled through the post for nearly half an hour, but he didn't see any response from her. Could she still be teaching that Dragonborn warrior a lesson? Gao Yang thought casually. Afterward, he dragged himself out of his warm bed, washed up briefly, ate some roasted dragon meat, and leaped easily from the balcony. He had stayed in the Devoma Plain for over half a month, and the flow of time in the Devoma Plain was basically the same as the plain where Blue Star was located. In other words, lighting had gone without being fed for over 10 days again. However, Gao Yang was not worried, because he knew the authorities would help him feed it. Walking to the back mountain and arriving at the forest where Lighting lived, Gao Yang saw the huge food basin beside Lighting at a glance, which still contained leftover meat scraps that hadn't been finished. Looking at Lighting again, after more than half a month of a decadent life of eating and sleeping, even an extraordinary magical beast was a bit too comfortable at this moment. Even seeing his master, Gao Yang, arrive in person, Lighting only lifted its head casually and snorted to acknowledge him. Not even bothering to stand up, Gao Yang looked at Lighting, who was lying flat and waiting for death, and couldn't help but be amused to the point of anger. Was the speed at which this guy was being corrupted actually this fast? It had only been such a short time, and it had already turned into this state. If he gave it more time, wouldn't it turn into a useless glutton? Gao Yang thought for a moment. His expression darkened, and with a grab of his palm, Heiyao was in his hand. Lighting, who was lying flat and intending to sleep a bit more, suddenly sensed the undisguised killing intent emanating from its master beside it. It gave a violent jolt and sprang up from its nest in a single bound. Immediately, its large face wore a human-like, fawning smile as it rubbed its face hard against Gao Yang's body. At the same time, it would occasionally glance at the Heiyao in Gao Yang's hand, as if saying, "Master, you're here. Why bring this thing to scare me? I'm timid and can't handle being scared. Please put it away. Put it away quickly." Gao Yang looked at the nightmare beast, which already showed signs of sycophancy, and didn't know what to say. However, he still put Heiyao away. He patted Lighting's large head, his voice not loud but brooking no refusal. "Next time, I will take you with me. If you perform poorly, then you don't have to come back." Upon hearing this, Lighting snorted violently, and a wisp of ghostly blue flame sprayed from its nostrils. After giving Lighting a lecture, Gao Yang took several dozen pounds of white dragon meat from his inventory and tossed it into Lighting's food basin. "Mind your intake. If you eat yourself to death, I won't save you." After saying this, Gao Yang ignored the excited neighing of Lighting behind him and turned to walk toward the location of the kola fruit tree. A moment later, Gao Yang stood under a towering tree, a trace of surprise on his face. How long had it been since he last saw it? This kola fruit tree had actually grown this tall. Looking at the giant tree in front of him, which was at least 100 meters tall with a trunk diameter of nearly 10 meters, Gao Yang truly couldn't quite understand it. He couldn't figure out if this was the effect of the heart of 10,000 trees or if the nutrients from that frost giant were just too rich. However, after the initial surprise, he already understood that this change definitely stemmed from the heart of 10,000 trees that had burst forth from the nether mother tree. Gao Yang looked up, searching within the massive canopy. Soon, relying on his keen eyesight, he spotted many fruits, each only the size of a date, hidden among the branches and leaves of the crown. Most of these fruits appeared fiery red, but a small portion were icy blue, and others were ghostly green, looking quite magical. Gao Yang felt a sense of anticipation. Once the coral tree fruits matured, he would have an excellent source of energy replenishment. Patting the thick trunk, Gao Yang walked about 10 meters away, casually used a weapon to dig into the soil, planted the 2 extraordinary tree seeds he had exchanged for with battle merits from the Devoma Plain, and watered each with a bottle of energy drink. After finishing all this, Gao Yang clapped his hands and turned to walk toward his home. As for whether the sudden appearance of a 100-meter-tall towering tree outside Kyiv village would attract any attention, Gao Yang was not worried. On one hand, his current location was actually quite a distance from Kyiv village. At such a distance, even with an extra towering tree, it would have no impact on the elderly residents of Kyiv village. On the other hand, the authorities would not allow information about his location to be spread or leaked. Chapter 268 Heading to the Bottomless Abyss. Did you reply? Gao Yang stopped in his tracks, opened his Multiverse Network friend list, and saw the message Golis had sent back. I have two melee skill books here. I do not know if you need them, and it is not convenient for me to go to the Multiverse Trading Center right now. After Golis finished speaking, she also attached the names of the two skill books she held. War Stomp, Enhanced Charge. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow. He had originally just wanted to inquire for information, but he did not expect her to be serious. You actually have skill books. Moreover, the skill books in Golis's hands were not bad. War Stomp sounded like an area of effect skill, though he was not sure what exactly Enhanced Charge improved. However, this did not hinder his interest, so he replied, that is not a problem. What is the price for these two skill books? I want them both. Gao Yang still had quite a few good items in his possession. He kept the ones he could use, such as dragon blood potions, dragon meat, magic crystals, and various pieces of equipment, for himself. As for the items he did not need, he was too lazy to set up a stall to sell them. To him, that was not as practical as practicing his swordsmanship for a while longer. As for trading with Multiverse Network disaster coins, if Golis was willing, he would be more than happy to. Multiverse Network disaster coins could only be considered a general currency among players. If the trading partner was not a player, the coins did not hold much value. Most of the time, when players traded with non-players, they used magic crystals or other widely used general items. Anything is fine. But if it is disaster coins, it is 30,000 per skill book. If it is other items that can enhance strength, we can barter. Golis's reply was quick, and the content made Gao Yang breathe a slight sigh of relief. He indeed did not have enough disaster coins, but he did have some items that could enhance strength. Then, when will it be convenient for you to come to the trading center for the transaction? It will not be possible for some time. If you are not in a hurry, you can wait a little while. In any case, I will not sell the skill books to other players. Golis's reply left Gao Yang somewhat confused. The other party seemed to have encountered a tricky situation. After thinking for a moment, Gao Yang made a decision. If you cannot come to the trading center, I can go to the plane where you are to complete the transaction. Would that be convenient? That was right. This was Gao Yang's plan. Since it was inconvenient for Golis to come over, he would just go there directly to complete the transaction. Just like he did when he went to Agnia's hometown last time. It was just that since Golis was a succubus, he recalled her hometown was either in the bottomless abyss or the 9 hells, or perhaps both. Gao Yang did not have any aversion to planes of the evil alignment. Just as his purpose for going was pure, merely wanting to complete a transaction even if he were discovered by the local life forms or faced hostility, it would not slow his pace. Once the transaction was completed, he would simply choose to return. Of course, if there was time, Gao Yang would not mind experiencing the world of an evil-aligned plane. To emphasize, he was absolutely not just going to the succubus stronghold to see those succubus ladies. In a dim environment, Golis put down the scythe of hatred in her hand, her expression conflicted. She had many things to do, but she could not succeed in these tasks alone. She needed helpers. More and stronger helpers. After struggling for a moment, she finally made up her mind. If you want to come, here is the coordinate, but I need to remind you that my hometown is in the bottomless abyss, and it is not safe here. You could be in mortal danger at any time. The bottomless abyss. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow. The demons of the bottomless abyss were certainly memorable to him. Moreover, the multiverse was never short of young paladins who left their companions, ventured into the bottomless abyss alone, and returned home with long strides or stumbling steps months or years later. Such stories were not rare. Some told legendary experiences of courage and strength. while others could only quietly recall the pain suffered in the prisons of demons. The world had protagonists, and everyone once believed they were the protagonists of this world. But only when the bloody truth was laid before them did they realize it was merely the fantasy of an arrogant person. Gao Yang did not consider himself the protagonist of the world. He was just a pitifully lucky person. Therefore, venturing into the bottomless abyss was something he would sample only after he reached the legendary rank. For now, he just needed to go to the bottomless abyss and complete the transaction. After replying to Golis, Gao Yang clicked on the coordinates she had sent. Gao Yang frowned slightly after taking a look. Because of the unique nature of the abyss, he could not reach it directly through conventional teleportation methods. Instead, he needed to travel to the topmost layer of the abyss, Pezunia. Of course, this place is also famously known as the Plane of Infinite Portals or the Palace of 1001 Chambers. After arriving at Pezunia, one can travel to various layers of the abyss through the countless massive pits scattered across this level. And Pezunia has another even more famous name, one of the front lines of the Blood War. The armies of the Abyss and the Devil Legions from the 9 Hells of Badr frequently clash and wage war here. Gao Yang carefully searched for information regarding the Abyss. Gelasi's hometown was on the 4th layer of the Abyss, known as the Grand Abyss. After finishing the information on the Abyss, Gao Yang felt increasingly expectant about the upcoming adventure. However, he did not recklessly head straight to Pezunia, as that would be irresponsible to himself. He first made a trip to the Multiverse Trading Center, exchanging some items he no longer needed for magic crystals. This material was a hard currency, and there was no worry about finding buyers. Then, he had the spiked weapon of Orchidum appraised as expected. It was indeed a weapon containing divine power. However, the divine power within it was too thin, to the point that it could not unleash much of its divine might. It was merely stronger than an average extraordinary weapon. After finishing all this, Gao Yang purchased a few magic scrolls and accelerated learning scrolls, then rested at home for 3 days before preparing to set off. Of course, before leaving, Gao Yang still had to make a trip to the back mountain. He had said that he would bring Lighting, the nightmare beast that had grown quite plump, along on his next outing. And he would not break his word, mounting Lighting's back. Under the somewhat listless gaze of the beast, a portal opened before Gao Yang and Lighting. Looking at the portal in front of him, Lighting remained very calm, so calm that it did not move a single step. Gao Yang gently patted Lighting beneath him, his eyes narrowing slightly, and a murderous aura radiated from his body. Lighting shuddered violently, then let out a roar that could pierce metal and crack stone, moving its 4 hooves to charge into the portal before them. Chapter 269 Plaguehorn Town. The Death Herald's boom crack, dazzling. Wild lightning streaked across the gray sky, and the deep blue electric light slammed into a small town below that was shrouded in pale green mist, making the town appear even more eerie. Clop, clop. Heavy hoofbeats fell rhythmically. On the desolate, uninhabited plain, a giant horse with a single horn on its head walked slowly toward the town. On the back of the giant horse sat a human of normal build. Gao Yang sat on Lighting's back, watching the lightning that streaked across the sky from time to time, his expression calm. After passing through the portal, he and Lighting had arrived at this outland wasteland, and the town they were heading to was called Plaguehorn Town. In this town, there was a passage that could lead to the Plane of Infinite Portals in Pezunia. In the multiverse, the 2 most famous entrances to the abyss are Plaguehorn Town, which was not far ahead, and the river Styx. Gao Yang looked around. On this wasteland, there were rutted tracks everywhere, formed by years of constant travel. They were like rays shooting from a center point to every corner of the wasteland, and their center was that small town wrapped in pale green mist. Gao Yang looked toward the distance, where a caravan, pulled by pack beasts, was slowly advancing toward Plaguehorn Town. Teams like this were everywhere on this wasteland. Of course, besides them, there were even more adventurers like Gao Yang, who could be seen at a glance to possess formidable strength. As Gao Yang continued to advance toward Plaguehorn Town, he saw more and more life. Gao Yang felt that this was the time he had seen the greatest variety of different life forms since he began his journey. He looked at the town, which was now close at hand. He would arrive in just a few more minutes. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to the left, following his line of sight. A group of 4 humans wearing tattered, heavy black robes, their faces weathered but their expressions resolute, were walking in his direction. The middle-aged man in the lead had a dark complexion that carried a sense of purity about him. He walked up to Gao Yang and looked up at him. Sitting tall on Lighting's back, powerful warrior, we can hear the wailing of the thousands of dead entangled upon you. All things are moving toward true death, but not in the way you have wrought. Gao Yang looked down at the middle-aged man, not quite understanding what he meant, but he could clearly perceive the disgust and even hostility emanating from the man. What did he mean? Did he think he had killed too many? Gao Yang shook his head and did not respond to the middle-aged man below, instead urging Lighting to continue walking toward Plaguehorn Town. Lighting's massive iron hooves moved, and the middle-aged man blocking its path had to dodge to the side to avoid being trampled to death. The 4 men in black robes, looking like ascetics, stood where they were, watching Gao Yang walk toward the town. At the town gate, 2 guards were stationed there. The guard on the left was a half-orc with fleshy wings, who appeared to be a dragonborn. The guard on the right was a pure-blooded orc, with a burly, tall frame, holding a massive will axe in his hand. Hey brother, what did you say to the Death Heralds just now? You didn't speak rudely to them, did you? The half-orc on the left flapped his fleshy wings and asked Gao Yang curiously. I didn't even pay them any mind. What are these Death Heralds you speak of? Gao Yang replied, flicking his thumb, and a magic crystal shard danced lightly from his fingertip, which the dragonborn half-orc caught instantly. The Death Heralds of the Order of the Myriad Dead. You don't know them, brother. They are the death heralding angels who shuttle across the battlefields of the Blood War. They collect every fallen corpse with respect and care. As the dragonborn half-orc said this, he looked toward the 4 death heralds walking over from not far away, revealing an expression of respect. Regardless of what the doctrine of the Death Heralds may be, the actions of the Death Heralds are worthy of respect from any living being who possesses the concept of a homeland. The dragon-blooded half-orc withdrew his respectful gaze and turned to Gao Yang, saying, however, since they took the initiative to speak with you, brother, it seems that quite a few lives have ended by your hands. You could say that. How did you know? Gao Yang replied noncommittally, because the Death Heralds firmly believe that death is a good thing, a state of fulfillment, but they despise any death they deem unnatural. They harbor pure hostility toward any existence that causes a natural death. Fortunately, they generally do not take the initiative to intervene or participate in conflicts. So, brother, you can rest easy. It is merely pure hostility. The dragon-blooded half-orc explained. I see. Gao Yang finally understood why those 4 death heralds had stopped him. The number of vengeful spirits of the dead clinging to him was likely in the hundreds of thousands, if not 1,000,000. To the Death Heralds, such a vast number of the dead made him the most extreme of enemies. However, it was fortunate that because the Death Heralds loathed all unnatural deaths, they almost never participated in combat, let alone actively cause such deaths themselves. Double quotes. Thanks, brother. By the way, how do I get to the plane of infinite portals? Gao Yang thanked him and asked casually. The dragon-blooded half-orc raised an eyebrow at another guard and grinned silently, as if to say his judgment had been correct. Once you enter the town, the deep pit passage in the very center leads to the plane of infinite portals, the dragon-blooded half-orc said, pointing skillfully toward the center of the town. He encountered this question 1,000 times a day. If he didn't, it would mean the bloody battles today had been too intense. Gao Yang passed the town gate, looked toward the center of the town, and then urged Lighting to walk into the town. The 2 guards did not stop him. The magic crystal fragment he had paid earlier was more than enough to cover the entry fee. Plague Town looked vastly different from the outside than it did within. From the outside, it appeared to be a dilapidated, backward little town, but once Gao Yang walked inside, he realized that the town was extremely prosperous. Moreover, the scale of the town was not as small as it appeared from the outside. It was dozens, if not hundreds, of times larger. It made sense, as one of the only 2 entrances to Pazunia in the multiverse. If this place were too small, it would have long since been trampled flat by the countless beings from across the multiverse. Gao Yang walked along the streets of the town. On both sides of the road were various stalls and shops, all selling magical items and extraordinary goods. There was not a single mundane object to be found. Or rather, There were no mortals in the entire plague town. Gao Yang kept his goal in mind. After walking for nearly 2 hours through the town, he finally arrived at the center. There was a deep pit with a vast surface area here, and at the edge of the pit, nearly 100 roads converged. On these roads, various life forms were queuing in an orderly fashion, leaping into the deep pit. This was the way to reach Pazuni. Chapter 270, Pazunia, the Plane of Infinite Portals. After waiting for more than half an hour, it was finally Gao Yang's turn. Gao Yang sat on Lighting's broad back and looked at the deep pit before him. The pit was enormous, standing at the edge. It felt as if one could be dragged into the bottomless darkness at any moment. Beings were constantly leaping into the pit, disappearing into the profound darkness. Gao Yang looked back at the queue, which was becoming somewhat impatient, and then urged Lighting to leap into the pit before them. Sensing the approach of life, the deep darkness quickly rushed to embrace Lighting and Gao Yang. A hellish crimson sun hung high in the gray, hazy sky, recklessly scorching the barren land where not a blade of grass grew and dust swirled. Looking into the distance, the air was filled with distorted scenes caused by the intense heat. Distorted, barren, desolate. This was Gao Yang's first impression of Pazunia. Lighting stamped its hooves frequently and snorted continuously. The atmosphere in the air seemed to make it uneasy. Gao Yang patted its back, offering a symbolic gesture of comfort. Comfort leads to corruption, and the nightmare beast was no exception. After living a life of ease eating and sleeping for a period of time, Lighting was struggling to adapt to this dangerous environment. If it could not readapt, then this place would become its burial ground. Gao Yang never considered Lighting to be indispensable to him. Lighting was merely a reasonably suitable mount. If it could not fulfill its duties, he would not mind replacing it with a better one. Seeming to sense Gao Yang's thoughts, Lighting quickly ceased all unnecessary movements. Azure flames ignited from its hooves, eyes, and nostrils, and it seemed to regain a measure of the nightmare beast's imposing power. Gao Yang looked at the massive abysses scattered across the desolate land and urged Lighting to walk slowly across the terrain. According to the intelligence he had gathered, he needed to stay far away from these abysses, because no one knew when they might spit out something. It could be a lost petitioner, a dretch, or a terrifying baller wielding a flaming greatsword. Gao Yang did not want to engage in meaningless combat. He only wanted to find the coordinates provided by Gellis as quickly as possible so he could head to the fourth layer of the abyss, the Grand Abyss. But sometimes, the way things unfold does not follow Gao Yang's will. For instance, just now, as Gao Yang passed through the area between two abysses, a violent spatial fluctuation occurred. In the abyss to Gao Yang's left, the thick darkness surged violently, as if it were about to vomit something out. The next moment, a large group composed of various demons appeared in Gao Yang's field of vision. In the very center of these demons floated a hideous, grayish-brown sphere about 2 meters in diameter. Why was the sphere hideous? Because on this floating sphere, there was a massive eyeball that occupied 1/4 of its surface, and beneath the eye was a blood-filled maw lined with sharp fangs. On the other side of this giant spherical eyeball and blood-filled maw, more than a dozen tentacles, resembling feelers, were scattered in a chaotic mess. Beholder. The moment Gao Yang saw that single-eyed sphere, he understood exactly what he had encountered. Without a shred of hesitation or doubt, Gao Yang stomped heavily onto the back of Thunder, his entire body surging forward like a bolt of lightning toward the beholder, which was being protected by demons at the center. The appearance of a beholder meant that these demons were already slaves under its thrall. He did not know the strength of this beholder, but traveling through the abyss was never a pleasant experience. Taking advantage of this time gap to strike first was the optimal choice. Moreover, Gao Yang was not reckless when facing an enemy like a beholder. He possessed an innate, overwhelming advantage. In less than a second, Gao Yang had already charged forward dozens of meters, and the black obsidian greatsword in his hand had begun to burn with raging flames. At this moment, the beholder and its slaves, who had just arrived in Pazunia via the abyss, were finally recovering from the after effects of the teleportation. The first thing the beholder saw upon regaining its senses was a giant creature clad in full armor, wielding a burning greatsword, and spreading leathery wings as it lunged toward him. A Balor. The name subconsciously surfaced in the beholder's mind, but it dismissed the answer in an instant. The creature before it while sharing some similarities with a Baller, possessed an aura that was entirely different. Gao Yang paid no mind to this. The target had already entered his attack range. So without the slightest hesitation, he channeled his surging battle aura, wrapped it in flames, and unleashed a furious, thunderous slash. The nearly 50-meter-long flame sword aura descended, its terrifying pressure causing the beholder to subconsciously curl into a ball. However, in the next moment, it drove the slaves protecting it to launch a suicidal charge toward the incoming sword aura. A soft slicing sound echoed as the demons that rushed forward were, without exception, cleaved into by the sword. Gao Yang stomped his foot, sending dust flying. The terrifying force propelled his body forward, and in the next instant, the space emitted a sonic boom. The viscous air was displaced by his powerful physique, forming a conical, visible sonic boom cloud behind him. With that single step, the distance between Gao Yang and the beholder was reduced to less than 10 meters. The large eye in the center of the beholder stared at Gao Yang, and a mental shockwave erupted from its eye, instantly striking Gao Yang's body. System notification. You have been subjected to a mental charm from the beholder. If the check fails, you will become a slave to the beholder. Checking now. System notification. Check successful. You are immune to this mental charm and will not be affected by this specific charm for the next 60 seconds. With the check successful, a flash of black gold light flickered in the depths of Gao Yang's eyes, and he brought his greatsword down with ferocity. The large central eye of the beholder held a trace of disbelief. It wanted to flee, but its massive, spherical body was not suited for such movement. It could only watch helplessly as the creature before it, having ignored its mental charm, sliced its body wide open. Slash, slash, slash. The greatsword cut through several times in succession, and the beholder's massive body was hacked into more than a dozen pieces, dead beyond any hope of revival. The moment the beholder died, the demon slaves it controlled exploded simultaneously. In an instant, Gao Yang was engulfed by a storm of flesh and blood. When the storm of gore subsided, Gao Yang spread his wings, his body beneath them completely unscathed. You have killed the beholder. You have gained 150 generally XP. The beholder has been recorded in your adventure handbook. Flapping his wings to fly back onto the back of Thunder, Gao Yang acted as if he had merely performed a trivial task, continuing to advance toward the coordinates. Chapter 271, Planar Trader. Slaughtering a beholder and its slaves with lightning speed was not a major achievement for Gao Yang. It was simply because creatures like beholders represented trouble, and Gao Yang hated trouble. Furthermore, the nature of their opposing factions meant that a battle was inevitable the moment they met. In that case, why not strike first? Thunder continued to walk across the plane of infinite layers. This plane was too vast and too desolate. Gao Yang was curious about where all the people who had arrived here had gone. Judging by the frequency of people falling like dumplings earlier, he shouldn't be the only one here. There was no answer to this question, for Gao Yang finally spotted a group of intelligent beings that seemed capable of negotiation. It was a caravan, with pack beasts pulling flatbed carts loaded to the brim with goods. On the periphery of the pack beasts, there were figures riding horses, presumably guards. Gao Yang looked at this group, which resembled a merchant caravan, and felt not the slightest bit of surprise. This was the plane of infinite layers, a magical place filled with wealth and the unknown. For these merchants, traveling between different planes to conduct trade was a daily routine. They chased after profit, ever-increasing profit, never satisfied, never-ending, until their lives reached their end. Gao Yang headed toward the merchant caravan. Upon seeing the exaggerated size of the nightmare beast, the caravan clearly became somewhat agitated. However, it was evidently a highly experienced merchant group, and the commotion lasted only a few seconds before settling down. Shortly after, two individuals detached themselves from the caravan and rode their horses toward Gao Yang's position. Gao Yang stopped in his tracks, not advancing any further. The other party had already shown the appropriate attitude. If he continued to approach, it would clearly cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Soon, the two from the caravan arrived at a spot about 10 meters in front of Gao Yang. They reined in their horses and stopped moving forward. Greetings, powerful human. I am the president of the Paparosa Chamber of Commerce. My name is Paparosa. This is our chief guard, a powerful warrior. May the goddess protect us. The short, human-faced half-orc on the left spoke up to introduce himself. Gao Yang looked them up and down. A half-orc and a pure human with decent strength. Accompanied by some cargo and subordinates, did they really dare to come to the plane of infinite portals to conduct planar trade? In fact, this was Gao Yang overthinking things. Along the way, every enemy he had encountered possessed extraordinary strength. They were either leaders of a faction, major bosses, or children of destiny. This had caused his judgment of strength to become somewhat skewed, leading him to believe that their level of power was the norm. But in reality, any existence that had reached the transcendent realm, whether human, orc, elf, or otherwise, was already a big shot whose name shook their respective regions. Just like the human whom Gao Yang considered to have decent strength in Paparosa and his companion's homeland, he was already a prominent figure of great renown. It was precisely by virtue of this strength that they were qualified to form such a merchant caravan to conduct cross-planar trade. If a cross-planar team did not even have a single transcendent professional, they would be enabled to engage in such cross-planar activities. In the vast majority of cases, the transcendent professionals in a caravan did not actually need to take action. Their presence was more akin to a qualification for dialogue. Take the current situation, for example. If this merchant caravan did not have this transcendent warrior, they would be nothing more than genuine ants when encountering many of the transcendent beings here. Of course, due to the education and philosophy Gao Yang had received, he did not view others in such a way. As for the thoughts Gao Yang had earlier, it was simply because he had seen too many experts, which led him to subconsciously believe that the other party's strength was not up to par. As for the goddess mentioned by Paparosa, if there were no surprises, it should be Joaquin, the goddess of wealth and trade. Greetings, planar traders. Gao Yang's voice, processed through the nether vine, sounded somewhat hoarse and low. As you can see, I am a lone traveler. May I ask if you know the location of the abyss entrance leading to the Great Abyss? Paparosa and the guard officer exchanged a glance, and then Paparosa spoke. Powerful and respected human warrior, we have heard of the great reputation of the Great Abyss, but with our strength alone, we would never dare to head toward it. However, if a powerful being like you wishes to investigate it, you can head in the direction where the sun sets. This is what a merchant friend of mine told me. He once had the honor of hearing a friend who had been to the Great Abyss describe how to get there and what survival tactics to adopt once one arrives, which were the most intuitive and effective. By the end of his sentence, Paparosa's voice clearly carried a hint of longing. It was obvious that, in his view, being able to travel to the Great Abyss plane to conduct a merchant trade was undoubtedly a matter of pride. The direction where the sun sets. Gao Yang looked up at the dark red, prison-like sun in the sky. It seemed to hang there forever, never moving. The direction where the sun sets, he repeated. Paparosa, being a planar trader, naturally had a keen eye. Hearing Gao Yang's repetition, he immediately extended his finger and pointed to his left, which was Gao Yang's right. That direction. That is the direction where the sun sets. Gao Yang nodded slightly, then looked at the two people in front of him and said earnestly, thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have wasted a lot of time on this desolate land. Well then, I won't disturb you any further. I'm going to the Great Abyss to see a friend. Respected and powerful human warrior, I wish you a smooth journey. May the goddess protect you. Paparosa and the guard officer bowed slightly at the same time, watching Gao Yang's receding figure. A look of heartfelt envy appeared on the guard officer's resolute face. To travel alone into the famous Great Abyss of the bottomless abyss just to see a friend, this action was so confident and so composed, without sufficient strength to back it up. One could not speak such calm and collected words. As a transcendent warrior, he knew better than anyone what a terrifying place the bottomless abyss was. Just as he had faced Gao Yang earlier, he had a feeling that if he had harbored even a shred of malicious intent, he would have been decapitated instantly. He even felt that when he looked at the other party's mount, he wouldn't be able to defeat it either. How fortunate. We should go, guard officer. Paparosa withdrew his gaze, then looked at the guard officer and said. The guard officer nodded. Let's go. We must reach our destination as soon as possible. Walking on this plane of infinite portals is too dangerous, compared to that existence earlier. How does your strength measure up? Paparosa asked with some curiosity. "Me, please do not compare me to that lord, it would be an insult to him." The guard officer wiped the sweat from his forehead and said cautiously, Chapter 272. Arriving at the Great Abyss. Gao Yang walked for another half-day. Everywhere he looked, there were still bottomless abyssal pits. Of course, he also encountered quite a few living beings. Most of the beings were very polite after seeing him, while a small portion were somewhat irritable. Take the current situation, for example. Gao Yang stood on the ground, with thunder not far away. In front of him was blood splattered wantonly, along with severed limbs scattered all over the ground. In this bloody scene, a half-elf knelt on the ground, trembling, with a pitch-black greatsword resting on his shoulder. Spare me, my lord. From now on, I ask and you answer. If you answer wrong, the outcome will be like this. Do you understand?" Gao Yang's voice was calm as he looked down at the half-elf. "Thank you, my lord. Little Liba's answers will surely satisfy you," the half-elf said, trembling. "How far is the entrance to the Great Abyss from here?" "Not far now." "Be more specific." "Just keep walking in that direction for a while, and you'll be there." Liba pointed in a direction. His words filled with fear. Previously, he and his teammates had been so bold as to be blinded by greed, wanting to kill Gao Yang and loot his gold coins. As a result, with just a single sword strike, the strongest corrupted orc in their team had been split in two. Such a shocking scene caused the others to instantly snap out of their stupor, instinctively turning to flee. However, how could they possibly escape? In just a few sword strikes, his teammates were already strewn across the ground, leaving only Liba behind. "Lead the way. I trust you will not disappoint me." Gao Yang spoke, and Liba, trembling, stood up to lead the way ahead. Before long, a deep pit, identical to the other deep pits, appeared before them. "My lord, this is it. This is the entrance to the Great Abyss that is closest to us." Liba pointed at the pit before him and said earnestly, "Are you certain?" Gao Yang asked. "Certain, my lord. You must believe little Liba. Little Liba would never dare to deceive an existence as powerful as you." Upon hearing this, the half-elf trembled even more violently and hurriedly spoke. "Then, you jump down first." Gao Yang stood beside Liba and said this as casually as if it were nothing. Liba's body shook even more intensely. He looked at the pitch-black pit before him, then looked back at Gao Yang, who was holding his greatsword, and said with great difficulty, "My lord, I do not want to die. If I jump in, I will die. My strength is too low. I will not be able to hold on until the time to teleport back." Gao Yang nodded lightly, his tone not changing in the slightest. His meaning was simple. "You say this is the entrance to the Great Abyss, so you go down first. If you go down, I will believe you. If you dare not go down, then you die." It was just that simple and brutal. Liba looked at Gao Yang, who was standing 2 meters behind him. His amber-like eyes revealed despair, yet they also held a glimmer of hope. Finally, he gritted his teeth hard, closed his eyes, and leaped into the pit before him. Jumping did not necessarily mean immediate death, but not jumping meant certain death. He, the half-elf Liba, was going to bet everything he had on this one chance. At the edge of the pit, Gao Yang saw Liba grit his teeth and jump down, and his mood relaxed slightly. Between certain death and possible death, any intelligent creature would choose possible death rather than certain death, since the other party, after being forced by the threat of certain death, still jumped down. It meant that this place was in all likelihood the entrance to the Great Abyss. Gao Yang hesitated for only a moment before leaping into the pit with lighting. After passing through the thick darkness, Gao Yang's feet touched solid ground. Comprehensive network notification. You have arrived at the 4th layer of the bottomless abyss, the Great Abyss. Warning. This plane is extremely dangerous for the player's current level. The player is at risk of death at any time. Warning. This plane may contain deities, legends, and divine entities. Warning. If the player remains in this plane, they will suffer from corruption. If the level of corruption becomes too deep, the player's alignment will shift to chaotic evil. Just after landing, 4 lines of notifications appeared in Gao Yang's eyes. Gao Yang glanced at the notifications, then looked at the 3 lines of scarlet warnings, and immediately observed his current location. Dim light fell from overhead, but there was no sky in his field of vision. Beneath his feet were jagged stones and exposed, hard rock. The surroundings were quite open. Without many obstructions, it did not feel like he was in a cave. Gao Yang looked not far away, where an anxious, thin figure was running away frantically. Behind him, four hybrids that looked as if they were a mixture of humans and flies were following at a leisurely pace, looking extremely disgusting. These were chasm, which usually appeared beside powerful demon lords as interrogators and overseers. Gao Yang mounted lighting, and the next moment, lighting shot out like a bolt of lightning. The violent sound of trampling caught the attention of those chasing ahead. Whether it was the half-elf or the four chasm, they all turned their heads to look in the direction the sound was coming from. A blinding golden red light filled their eyes, and what followed was a tyrannical sword aura that instantly engulfed them. After slaying the half-elf and the chasm before him, Gao Yang tapped on Galaxy's avatar and began to send a message. No demon knows the full picture of the Great Abyss, just as no one knows exactly how many layers the bottomless abyss has. In a dim cave, Galaxy leaned back against the stone beneath her, looking slightly exhausted. Before her were dozens of succubus companions. They were sitting, or lying down, or bandaging their wounds, filled with fatigue. Are succubi truly beyond saving? Galaxy recalled what had happened earlier, and the light in her eyes dimmed. Succubi are naturally chaotic evil creatures. Their behavior always conforms to this standard, and their most common behavior is to rely on their beautiful appearances to seduce the souls of mortals and cause them to fall into the bottomless abyss. In the bottomless abyss, the life of a succubus is never easy. They have either actively or passively become tools for the venting of high-level demons. Even some powerful mages would use various means to summon succubi as their servants. Galaxy was different. The chaotic factor in her blood was only a very thin portion, which allowed her to resist the influence of her chaotic evil nature. After experiencing enough, she became a comprehensive network player. The moment she became a comprehensive network player, Galaxy found her goal: to save the succubus race, to let them no longer suffer from the torment of their bloodline, to let them no longer be tools for lust, and to let them live with dignity. However, when she truly began to practice this goal, she discovered that the difficulties involved were far greater than she had imagined. Despite her unremitting efforts, to this day, there were fewer than 20 succubuskin by her side, and the enemy they had to face was the entire Great Abyss. Chapter 273. Carving out a bloody path. Gao Yang, have you arrived at the Great Abyss? Galaxy looked at the flickering information on the comprehensive network panel, feeling somewhat surprised. She had originally thought that it would take the other party a long time to reach the Great Abyss. After all, the bottomless abyss is not a place one can reach just by wandering. It is a place where countless corpses and lives are buried. Of course, but I do not know where I am right now. The scenery here is too dim, and there are no specific landmarks to use as a reference. Gao Yang frowned. The environment of this Great Abyss was vastly different from other planes. There was no sun here, and what one saw when looking upward was not a sky, but rather something resembling a mass of rock. He did not understand this phenomenon, but in the multiverse, anything was possible. So, he had no choice but to accept it. Is there any landmark or anything similar where you are currently located? Goris asked, forcing herself to stay focused. Gao Yang carefully observed his surroundings and then described them to Goris: exposed, hard rock, an empty environment, and stone pillars rising from the ground. Oh, right. I also encountered a few chasm demons. Goris looked at Gao Yang's description, her cold, frost-like face showing a slight furrow of her willow leaf eyebrows. Gao Yang, if my guess is correct, you are most likely in the desolate Chaos Valley. If possible, you should leave the Great Abyss as soon as possible. Gao Yang looked at Goris's reply and asked, is it very dangerous here? Very dangerous. The desolate Chaos Valley is the territory of Amarylith. She has several demon armies under her command. Take advantage of the fact that they haven't discovered you yet and leave this place immediately. The chasm you killed has already died. You don't have much time left. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow, feeling a bit of interest. Is that Amarylith a legend? Goris looked at the message Gao Yang sent and didn't quite understand his intent. What time is it now? You still have the leisure to care about the strength of Amarylith. However, she still replied quickly, no, but I have heard that she is already very close to the legendary rank. Leave here quickly. Once I find the time, I will head to the Multiverse Trading Center to complete our transaction. It's already too late. First, send me the route from the desolate Chaos Valley to your location. Gao Yang closed the conversation with Goris. He looked toward the distant land through the dim light. There, dense and bizarre black shadows were jumping up and down. That was the visual manifestation of running. In other words, many demons were charging toward his direction. A hint of excitement appeared in Gao Yang's eyes. He had killed many demons before, but he didn't know which were stronger, the demons in this bottomless abyss or the demons on the demon continent. He just sat there on lighting, standing on the desolate land, waiting for the demon army that was surging toward him like a tide. Charging at the very front was a group of rocks with sturdy bodies and bone blades in their hands. These low-intelligence demons were the best choice for charging into battle. Behind them were other low-level and mid-level demons. When the Vrox saw Gao Yang and the lighting beneath him, the instinct derived from their chaotic bloodline made them act as if they were insane. They charged toward Gao Yang regardless of everything, seemingly unable to wait to tear him into pieces. Lighting felt a bit uneasy. This feeling of facing an enemy army of thousands all alone made its blood tremble slightly. But the ferocity and courage inherent in its nightmare beast bloodline made it stand firmly in place. And it even assumed a charging posture. Gao Yang was very satisfied with Lighting's performance. If it had chosen to turn and flee when facing the demon army, Gao Yang would have cut off its head without hesitation. But now, it was naturally different. Gao Yang patted Lighting's back, and the latter immediately reared up its front hooves, letting out a violent neigh. Swoosh! The moment Lighting's front hooves landed, Gao Yang had already disappeared. In his place was a humanoid dragon with wings on its back, horns on its head, and a body covered in dragon scales. A seed appeared in front of Gao Yang's chest, and vines rapidly crawled over his entire body, continuing their momentum to wrap around the nightmare beast beneath him as well. In just an instant, both Gao Yang and Lighting were encased in the Nethervine battle armor, looking like nightmare knights who had slaughtered their way out of hell, without needing to be urged or to roar. Lighting felt the formidable defensive power of the armor on its body and roared again. Its fur hooves kicked up azure flames, and its massive body charged out with a boom. Thick battle ore spread from Gao Yang's body, enveloping both him and Lighting in the blink of an eye. The golden red battle ore burned fiercely, like an inextinguishable fire. On the dim land, a knight wrapped in flames charged single-handedly toward the demon army that was like a surging tide. The greatsword swept across the air in a straightforward, unadorned horizontal slash. 100-foot sword aura erupted from the tip of the blade, wherever the sword aura passed. Whether it was of rock, a Hezru, or any other type of demon, they were all sliced into by the single strike. Humble! Gao Yang swung his sword again, and the 100-foot sword aura swept through another large group of demons. However, the number of demons in the army was simply too vast. After the two strikes, the space that had been cleared was already filled again by demons. Lighting let out an excited neigh, and meter-long azure flames sprayed from its eye sockets. It lowered its head, its sharp horns pointing directly at the demon army ahead, its forelimbs stomping the ground with increasing force as violent power surged within its body. In this instant, it had completely regained the state it had when it once conquered the four corners of the world. Bang! Bang! The two sides collided with a thunderous crash. Lighting's sturdy body was constantly attacked by the demons it collided with. The intense pain stimulated its nerves, but it ignored it all, just keeping its head down and charging forward with all its might. The memories in its blood told it that it could not stop. Once it stopped, death would come. Only by running at full speed and breaking through all obstacles ahead could it survive. It gored with its horns, bit with its teeth, and rammed with its body, but its pace never faltered for even a second. That's the spirit. Awesome! Gao Yang sat on Lighting's back, frantically swinging the black obsidian to slaughter every demon that came near. This feeling of breaking through an army alone made his blood begin to boil. He let out a hearty laugh, and the battle aura on his body surged once more. Slaughter, collision. Biting Lighting could no longer see the road ahead. Its field of vision was filled with dense masses of demons. It simply closed its eyes and lowered its head, charging forward with all its might, until a certain moment, the rear of the demon legion exploded, and a man and a beast charged out from within the ranks. Thunder only felt the continuous, relentless attacks suddenly vanish. and the pressure in front of it disappeared. It opened its eyes to find that there were no more demons ahead. Looking back, a bloody path nearly 1,000 meters long appeared behind them. Single-handedly, they had carved a path through the Demon Legion. Chapter 274, Six-Armed Snake Demon. Behind them lay the demon army, still surging forward out of inertia, and a path of crushed flesh and blood dot in front of them. The land was vast and empty, with strange, hideous stone pillars standing upon the earth. Poof poof. Two flames ignited atop a stone pillar in front of them. The sudden flare of light dispelled the darkness, reflecting the entity on the pillar into the eyes of Gao Yang and Thunder. On its massive torso, 6 arms were arranged along its sides. A head of wild, emerald green hair danced in the firelight, and beneath the hair was a cone-shaped, triangular face with a pair of vertical pupils that held no emotional fluctuation. Looking downward, the lower half of its body was hidden in the darkness, but in that fleeting glimpse, one could see a python tail as thick as a water barrel, human torso, snake tail, 6 slender arms. It was a high-tier demon, a 6-armed snake demon. Gao Yang looked up with interest at the 6-armed snake demon standing on the stone pillar. He could sense an extremely sharp aura emanating from it. It was a killing intent, condensed through endless slaughter, that felt like needles pricking at his back. He was somewhat curious just how strong this 6-armed snake demon, known for having the fastest attack speed, truly was. However, judging by its attitude, it seemed to intend on observing for a while longer. High-tier demons were not like those mindless, beast-like low-tier demons. Throughout their long lives of slaughter, what they gained was not just strength and rank, but also a cunning and caution that stopped at nothing. Gao Yang turned his body and once again rode Thunder into the demon army. Sword energy surged back and forth. Wherever he passed, flesh and blood flew. Gao Yang slaughtered these mid to low-tier demons wantonly, as if he were in an empty field. Since that 6-armed snake demon was unwilling to enter the fray personally, Gao Yang did not mind. These low-tier demons would provide him with generally XP anyway. Wars rang out incessantly, driven by higher-ranking demons. The Demon Legion surged toward Gao Yang's position. The number of demons was so great that they formed a massive sphere around Gao Yang's location. From above, below, left, and right, demons launched attacks at him. The slaughter lasted for over 10 minutes. Gao Yang, riding Thunder, stood in the center of a battlefield mixed with blood and severed limbs. Around him, not a single demon remained standing. Only at the edge of the battlefield were there a few scattered demons frozen in place. Thunder's eyes spewed azure flames, and the fire beneath its hooves almost completely engulfed its limbs. It raised its head high, lifted its front hooves, and let out a deep, violent roar. Gao Yang remained seated on Thunder's back. He looked up at the stone pillar again, slowly extended his left hand, and beckoned with his finger toward the 6-armed snake demon at the top. The 6-armed snake demon's vertical pupils contracted slightly in the firelight, and then its body vanished into the shadows. Gao Yang stared at the stone pillar. Although the flames were gone, he could clearly see the 6-armed snake demon winding its way down the pillar. Soon, the 6-armed snake demon swayed its body and slithered into the bloody battlefield, supported by its thick snake tail. Its height was nearly equal to Gao Yang in his human dragon form, and each of its 6 arms, it held a long, narrow blade. The blades were blood red, and before it even drew near, Gao Yang could already feel a faint scent of blood wafting toward him. Gao Yang smiled. He pushed off with one hand, leaped from Thunder's back, and stood in front of the beast, signaling for Thunder to move further away. Thunder snorted, shook its massive head, but did not leave. It seemed to want to fight side by side with him. Gao Yang did not pay it any mind. He walked forward a few steps, then stopped, waiting for the 6-armed snake demon's arrival. Swish, swish, swish. The 6-armed snake demon swayed its tail and stopped 100 meters away from Gao Yang. Its pair of vertical pupils stared fixedly into Gao Yang's eyes, and its 6 arms began to dance, clang, 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 as its arms moved. The 6 blood-red blades unleashed bursts of energy. Wherever they passed, the earth tore apart, and the air emitted sharp, explosive cracks. Gao Yang held black obsidian, his eyelids lowered. Time stood still for an instant, then resumed its flow as both behemoths vanished simultaneously. The next moment, the 2 giants collided with a boom in the center of the battlefield. Clang, clang. Clang! A series of ear-piercing sounds of metal clashing rang out. The shrill sonic waves and the stray blade and sword energies swept across the surroundings. The earth crumbled beneath their feet, and the blood and severed limbs were blasted away, as if by an explosion, causing a flower of mixed blood and soil to suddenly bloom. Thunder's eyes narrowed. Its four hooves moved like the wind, and it bolted away without looking back. It only slowed its pace after running several hundred meters just a moment ago. A wisp of blade energy had struck it. That sliver of energy had shattered its scales without any resistance, leaving a meter-long wound on its body. This terrifying scene left Thunder completely unsettled, and its ambition to fight alongside Gao Yang was instantly extinguished without a trace. On the battlefield, Gao Yang and the six-armed snake demon were trading blows frantically. The six-armed snake demon's six arms were natural weapons, and each was exceptionally agile. Even when all six arms attacked at once, they could do so without interfering with one another. The continuous attacks from the six arms created a dense web of blades that could make one feel breathless. If all six arms attacked simultaneously, the six consecutive slashes were even harder to defend against. Furthermore, the opponent had no legs. Its lower body was a snake tail, making its movement patterns unpredictable. Upon the first contact, several wounds appeared on Gao Yang's body. However, with the support of the nethervine armor and his battle chi, the wounds did not affect his movements. However, if the six-armed snake demon was a high agility warrior with maxed out attack and movement speeds, then Gao Yang was a violent fighter who had pushed his attack power to the extreme. After a few seconds of contact, he realized that his attack frequency simply could not keep up with the six-armed snake demon before him. However, his slashes were not something the Merilith could compare itself to, until now. Apart from their very first clash, which could be considered a direct head-on collision, the Merilith had not dared to trade blows with Gao Yang again throughout the rest of the battle. This was because, from that single strike alone, the Merilith had felt as if the terrifying power transmitted through its body was about to shatter every one of its bones. Had it not retreated quickly, it likely would have already perished. After fighting for a while longer, the injuries on Gao Yang's body gradually worsened. A flash of light crossed his eyes, and he stomped his foot down. A shockwave of battle aura expanded outward, the dense energy enveloping both Gao Yang and the agile body of the Merilith. Sensing something amiss, the Merilith attempted to flee the range of the aura, but Gao Yang had already extended his left hand, clenching it fiercely toward the Merilith. In an instant, the expanding battle aura seemed to transform into a giant hand, firmly imprisoning the Merilith within its grasp. If this attack were used by someone with insufficient or low-quality battle aura, it would be a complete waste of energy. The enemy would only need to exert a little force to break free, but in Gao Yang's hands, the power was exaggeratedly strong. Even a high-tier demon like the Merilith remained imprisoned for a split second before it could break loose. Chapter 275, Execution. But that was exactly the moment Gao Yang needed. The instant he used his battle aura to bind the Merilith, Heiyao had already descended with an unstoppable, immense force. In a flash, the air was torn apart by the violent sword energy, emitting a piercing shriek. The Merilith's eyes narrowed sharply. It was too late to dodge, so it could only cross its six arms, forming a shield with its six blood-red blades. At the same time, its snake tail coiled up, forming a defensive base, seemingly attempting to dissipate the impact of Gao Yang's strike. The greatsword descended. Black gold light flickered in Gao Yang's eyes as the unstoppable, overwhelming force poured entirely onto the blade shield before him. Clang, clang. Two crisp sounds of metal snapping rang out, followed by the harsh screech of grinding blades. Of the six long blades in the Merilith's hands, two were unable to withstand the immense force the moment they made contact and snapped in half. Reacting quickly, the Merilith tilted the angles of the remaining four blades, allowing the sword edge to slide along them to further dissipate the force. However, the tyrant body slash that Gao Yang had actively unleashed was not something so easily blocked. The Merilith's arms began to go numb at an extreme speed. It knew it could no longer resist head-on, so it shifted the four blades again, sliding backward by leveraging the massive force of Gao Yang's strike. Trying to run, Gao Yang let out a cold snort. His wings flapped violently, his massive body tearing through the air as he pursued the Merilith with even greater speed. The next moment, Gao Yang's greatsword struck again like lightning, clang, 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 one strike after another. In the void, it was as if lightning were flashing. Every appearance was accompanied by a piercing sonic boom. Under the gaze of several low-tier demons, the Merilith was forced into a continuous retreat. Within its cruel snake-like pupils, rage rose to its limit. It had never imagined that it, a high-tier Merilith, had always been the one to wantonly harvest lives. When had it ever been suppressed and beaten like this? Most importantly, it truly could not withstand this terrifying slashing power. It could sense that the monster opposite it was on the same level of life as itself, perhaps even slightly lower. But it was precisely because of this that it felt even more enraged. It had always been the one to crush those of its own rank. When had it ever been its turn to be crushed by someone else? However, once this rage reached its limit, it transformed into an unavoidable terror, because it could clearly perceive that, through the continuous collisions, its body had reached its limit, especially its 6 arms, which had become completely numb and sore from repeatedly blocking the slashes. Swoosh! Another sword descended head-on. The Merilith still could not shake off Gao Yang's pursuit and could only continue to use its remaining blades to block. But this time, it did not feel the immense force strike. It froze for a moment, seemingly puzzled by the situation, but the next moment, excruciating pain struck. It let out a sharp hiss, its body stumbling heavily. Gao Yang's strike had severed the 3 arms it had used to block. With the arms gone, it naturally could not feel much force being transmitted. The Merilith had paid the price of 3 of its own arms to realize that Gao Yang's continuous, super heavy slashes were simply impossible to block. The Merilith had naturally experienced countless battles and slaughters to reach its current rank. It possessed extremely rich combat and killing experience. Otherwise, it would not have been able to suppress Gao Yang at the very beginning. However, it had ultimately been negligent. Although the opponent's swordsmanship and combat techniques could not be called crude, there was still a significant gap compared to itself. A master of the blade, this gap had allowed it to face Gao Yang's offensive with ease and find opportunities to counterattack during the process. But what it had not expected was that a single mistake would cause it to lose the ability to resist. It had always avoided the opponent's slashes, but a single error allowed the opponent to seize the opportunity. Under the continuous barrage of slashes, even a Merilith like itself could not escape. The opponent's slashes were like an abyss, or perhaps a storm, firmly sucking it into the sword's momentum, leaving it only able to block passively. Another sword descended, severing the other 3 arms, and a massive wound was carved into its body. Only terror remained in the Merilith's eyes. It understood that with all 6 arms severed, it could not escape death. Yao descended once more with a piercing sonic boom. Violent power was imbued into the blade, easily tearing through the Merilith's flesh, bones, and internal organs, finally splitting its upper body in 2. The greatsword did not lose momentum, slicing its snake tail into several segments before slamming heavily into the earth. The hard ground was cleaved open like tofu, and massive fissures spread out in a spiderweb pattern. Gao Yang slowly straightened his body. The excruciating pain caused by the wounds on his skin continued to erode his nerves, yet it could not shake his will in the slightest. He looked at the 6-armed snake demon he had just slain and suddenly let out a laugh. What use is exquisite swordsmanship if it can only scratch me? I have to say, your combos were smooth, but fortunately, my skills were a cut above. A treasure chest emerged from the corpse of the 6-armed snake demon. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow and picked it up. A treasure chest dropped by a 6-armed snake demon might just contain something good. If he could manage to pull out something like the bloodline of a 6-armed snake demon, that would be an item of immense value. After Gao Yang completely finished off the 6-armed snake demon, the low and mid-tier demons that had been watching from afar scattered in a panic, fleeing desperately into the distance. Lighting approached Gao Yang's side, its large eyes fixed on the mangled, incomplete body of the 6-armed snake demon on the ground, carrying a hint of wariness. Gao Yang patted Lighting on the shoulder. He was quite satisfied with Lighting's performance today. As a mount, it was considered qualified. Mounting the horse, Gao Yang deactivated his dragon transformation, then opened the comprehensive network panel and saw the message from Galisi. Gao Yang glanced at it and replied, "The trouble has been resolved. I have already set off and will arrive at your location in a few days." Afterward, he identified the direction, urged lighting to move, and began to advance according to the route provided by Galisi. On the other side, Galisi stared at the chat box between her and Gao Yang, her brows tightly furrowed. More than 10 minutes had passed since Gao Yang sent his last message. In these 10 minutes, she had not received any reply from him. Thinking of the demon army under the six-armed snake demon, Galisi sighed slightly, as if she could already foresee Gao Yang's fate. Just as she was about to close the chat box, a message suddenly popped up. She was startled, and as she looked at the message Gao Yang had replied with, she was stunned for a moment. The trouble has been resolved. Was it the demon army that was resolved, or the six-armed snake demon? Galisi felt a bit bewildered, but she quickly reacted. Whether it was the former or the latter, it meant that Gao Yang's strength was extremely formidable. Such a powerhouse deserved the respect due to them, no matter where they were. Chapter 276. The beginning of the succubus queen's rise in the vast, empty land. A warhorse treading on azure flames was galloping at high speed. On its back sat a fully armored knight, and hanging from the front shoulder of this warhorse was a series of dark red broken blades. No demon recognized this strange warhorse, nor did they recognize the fully armored knight on its back. However, there was no demon living and fighting in the Great Abyss who did not recognize the six-armed snake demon of the Barren Valley and its six blood-slaying long blades. But now, those six blood-slaying long blades were all snapped, hanging on the body of this warhorse as trophies showcasing the merits of this mysterious armored knight. With all six long blades broken, the fate of the six-armed snake demon of the Barren Valley was self-evident. Once they understood this, any demon with a shred of sanity avoided this knight at all costs. Only those like the madness-driven demons, who knew nothing but slaughter, would weave their weapons and charge up screaming to their deaths. Gao Yang rode on Lighting's back, following the route given by Galisi. Time felt particularly thin in the Great Abyss, as it was always dim here, with no distinction between day and night. According to what Galisi said, it would take about 20 days to travel from the Barren Valley to her location. This speed was based on Galisi's own pace. If converted into distance, it was approximately 5,000 kilometers. No one knew how large the Great Abyss was or where its borders lay. All Gao Yang could do was rush to her location as quickly as possible, having grown tired of the constant harassment from the demons encountered along the way. He chose to hang the broken weapons of the six-armed snake demon all over Lighting's body to deter those demons. Of course, from his perspective, after hanging up the trophies, the demon's suicide attacks did indeed decrease slightly, perhaps from 100% down to 98%. Demons were a race of monsters governed by negative emotions such as slaughter, desire, and destruction. They did not care about their own lives, nor did they care about the lives of others. They only cared about the soul-deep comfort brought by destroying life and tearing apart flesh. I hope those two skill books are powerful enough. Gao Yang remained silent as always. Galisi's rescue plan had not achieved ideal results, and there were many reasons for this. On one hand, it stemmed from the chaotic and evil nature of the succubus bloodline. They could not stop the fatal pleasure brought by seducing mortals into depravity, just as they could not stop the pleasure derived from physical intimacy. It was just that the former was sinful evil, while the latter was sinless evil. On the other hand, it stemmed from Galisi's own strength being too weak. Although she had the conviction to save the entire succubus race and worked tirelessly for it, her power, which was only at the entry level of the transcendent sequence, could hardly support her own beliefs. Furthermore, her actions were tantamount to provoking the various lords of the Great Abyss. If she wanted to save the succubus race, the most basic requirement was to have a territory belonging exclusively to succubi. The Great Abyss was a paradise for demons, and countless demons fought and scrambled over this dim land, all to control more territory. With territory came a foundation, and with a foundation came the capital to reap the benefits within it. Galisi's actions were also declaring to all the lords that she, too, intended to join the struggle. Additionally, as creatures widely present in the abyss, succubi performed a very important task, luring the souls of mortals into depravity to serve as tools for venting. If Khaleesi ruled all the succubi and cut off these channels, the interests of the lords would be damaged, and she would naturally face harsh strikes from the other lords. After yet another battle, Khaleesi's hair was disheveled, and her eyes were filled with scarlet. After a slaughter between demons, the bloodline instincts she had managed to control with such difficulty were triggered once again. She craved slaughter, she craved mating, and she craved seeing mortals fall into depravity. But because of the existence of the Multiverse Network, Gorys had already witnessed a much broader world. So she fought desperately to suppress the desires originating from her very bloodline. This was not an easy task. To restrain desires stemming from the mind, one could potentially hold on as long as their will was firm. But to restrain desires that were innate and originated from the bloodline itself was undoubtedly much more difficult. This point could be seen from her team. After a battle, the original team of 20 succubi had lost another 5. 3 of them had died in battle, while the other 2 succubi had fallen back into evil, completely abandoning Gorys to return to their original way of life. Gorys's fair, slender hands gripped the handle of her hatred war scythe tightly. She gasped for air, seemingly trying to use this to calm the cravings rising from her bloodline. She looked at the companions beside her, her eyes filled with self-loathing. If she were not a succubus, she would not be troubled by her bloodline. If she had not connected to the Multiverse Network, she would not be tortured by her own thoughts. If she did not have power, she would not be so unwilling to accept the status quo. But there were no such ifs. She took food from her inventory and had a fellow succubus distribute it to the rest of the group. Looking at her kin, whose faces were full of exhaustion yet whose expressions remained firm, the conviction in Gorys's mind grew even stronger. She would definitely lead her companions to build a homeland that belonged solely to the succubi. Here, succubi would not suffer humiliation or abuse, would not be treated as food or playthings, and would not be treated as expendable consumables. She would become the queen of the succubus race just like other demon lords. And she would protect all succubi. She would occupy the Great Abyss and ensure that only succubi existed throughout the entire Great Abyss. But before that, she had to survive the encirclement of the other demon lords. After resting for less than 2 hours, Gorys picked up her weapon and walked toward the cave entrance. Outside the cave, a large number of low to mid-tier demons had already gathered. Looking at Gorys standing at the entrance, they either roared in excitement or greedily licked the drool dripping from their jaws. There was no language, no need for language, only slaughter. This was the bottomless abyss. And this was what it meant to be a demon. The war scythe swung, its sharp blade cutting through the air and tearing apart the demons surging forward like a tide. Around Gorys's hot, curvaceous figure, a thick aura of blood gathered. This layer of blood energy provided her with a constant stream of power while simultaneously blocking the endless attacks directed at her. Every kill provided her with momentum, supporting her in carrying out even more efficient slaughter. As time passed, the other succubi joined the battle as well. Without exception, they wielded war scythes, fighting the numerous demons in a style similar to Gorys's. In the midst of this carnage, they were also constantly absorbing a certain power, a power that made their bodies and strength grow stronger and stronger. Chapter 277 The Path of Rise nearly cut short. When Gao Yang spent 7 days arriving at the approximate location of Gorys, he saw nothing but a scene of devastation left behind by a battle. As for Gorys, she was naturally nowhere to be found. He jumped off Thunder, a movement that caused the various trinkets hanging on Thunder to collide and jingle. Gao Yang walked into the cave. It was empty, but the lingering traces told him that a fierce battle had taken place here. It seems her days in the abyss are not easy either. Gao Yang walked out of the cave, remounted Thunder, and followed the traces of the battle to pursue them. On the other side, in front of a massive pit, Gorys's eyes were blood red as she continuously swung the war scythe in her hands, slaughtering the various demons rushing toward her like a tidal wave. At her side, only the very last of her kin remained, fighting shoulder to shoulder with her and resisting with great difficulty. However, her hot, curvaceous body was already covered in wounds. The excessive loss of blood made her attacks increasingly weak and her movements slower and slower. Clang! Gorys used her war scythe to block a bone blade aimed at her companion. She bit her lip hard, her heart filled with pain and regret. If it weren't for me, they wouldn't have died. Cruel images of one companion after another being engulfed by demons flashed before her eyes. She put strength into her arms, pulling the war scythe hard to split the attacking rock in two. Am I really wrong? Are succubi really destined to only ever act according to their bloodline urges? Goris looked back at the deep pit behind her. This was an unknown abyssal passage, connecting to an unknown abyssal plane. No demon had ever fallen in here and returned to the great abyss unscathed. Therefore, this abyssal passage was also known as the mouth of death. With just a glance, Goris regained her focus and continued to face the enemies surging in like a tide. Slaughter, slaughter, endless slaughter. With a soft sound, the last succubus's body trembled and collapsed limply to the ground. A thin line of blood appeared on her neck, and then her head rolled away, falling directly into the deep pit. Goris was expressionless. The various emotions churning in her heart had already left her numb. She had lost her faith, and her only remaining thought was to slaughter as many of these hideous demons as possible. Clang! A massive force was transmitted from the war scythe into Goris's arms, causing them to fly upward, leaving her chest completely unprotected. Above her, a rock tilted its head and let out a piercing shriek, then flapped its wings and dove down. A sharp claw reached out like lightning, grabbing toward Goris's head. Looking at the shadow that blotted out the sky and the sharp claws closing in, Goris's mind grew dull. She had already tried her best to resist, but she still hadn't made even the slightest ripple in this great abyss. Under the attack of the tidal wave of the demon army, she and her fellow followers were like a lump of mud thrown into water, melting away into the depths without a sound. She did not even get to see the mastermind who had thrown them into the water. Unwillingness, remorse, anger, heartache, all emotions became meaningless before the arrival of death. For death is the final destination of all emotions. It ends here. Grace closed her eyes. On her fair, blood-stained face, there was an unexpected peace as death approached. Perhaps she had realized that this was a road of no return the moment she stepped onto it. The excruciating pain she had imagined did not come, and the agony of blades piercing her body was out of the question. Grace only heard a piercing sonic boom, followed by the dull sound of bodies being torn apart. She opened her eyes and saw a massive shadow blocking her path. He was wielding a pitch-black greatsword, and wherever the greatsword passed, not a single demon survived. Beside him stood a tall warhorse, its body draped in various ornaments, complex yet filled with a sense of wild power. Gao Yang did not pay attention to Grace behind him. He strode forward, wantonly slaughtering the demons before him, displaying his immense power. What is this? These demon legions that had brought despair to Grace and her companions were no stronger than the weakest wretch in front of this humanoid dragon. A large number of demons died under his sword, and yet more demons rushed into his attack range, only to be wiped out by a single swing of his blade. This cycle repeated until no more demons stood before him. Gao Yang put away the black obsidian and turned to look at Grace, who was still somewhat dazed. This was their second meeting. Compared to the stunning impression of their first encounter, Grace looked rather disheveled now, with traces of battle all over her body and large amounts of blood stains remaining on her armor and skin. Fortunately, I made it in time. Grace, I didn't expect our next meeting to be in such a form. Gao Yang walked up to Grace, his body suddenly shrinking back to the size of a normal human. Grace looked at the human male standing before her, the face in her memory slowly overlapping with the person in front of her. She forced a smile. Her red-rimmed eyes and strained smile, paired with her beautiful face and alluring temperament, fully embodied what it meant to be the incarnation of sexiness and brokenness. Hello, Gao Yang. Thank you for your rescue. If it weren't for you, I would probably be dead by now. Grace's voice was weary and carried a hint of hoarseness. Let's not talk about that. How are you feeling now? Do you need to rest for a while? Gao Yang waved his hand. These were just minor efforts to him, and they didn't mean much. Grace shook her head. She knew the purpose for which Gao Yang had gone through so much trouble to find her. She took two scrolls from her inventory and handed them to Gao Yang. Gao Yang took them and realized they were indeed the two skill scrolls Grace had shown him during their previous conversation. Gao Yang did not stand on ceremony. He directly stored the two skill scrolls into his inventory and then looked at Grace, saying, I have accepted the skill books. Grace, Tell me what you need. I have magic crystals, dragon blood potions, or other extraordinary items here. That is no problem. Grace shook her head slowly. You have already saved my life. That is enough to pay for these two skill books. Gao Yang was not willing to take such an advantage. To him, saving Grace was merely to ensure the transaction proceeded normally. If Grace died, who would he trade with? Speak up, Grace. We need a fair trade, otherwise I cannot accept these two skill books with peace of mind. Grace looked earnestly at the Gao Yang before her, recalling his combat power that had crushed the Demon Legion just moments ago. Hope rose in her heart, and she blurted out, I want to become strong as you. Please teach me. Let this be the trade. Chapter 278 The Way to Become Strong. There are no shortcuts to becoming strong. It implies countless hardships and obstacles, built with blood and tears. Especially when one pursues strength excessively, one often goes astray. Gao Yang looked down at the scarred succubus before him. In her eyes, he saw longing and remorse, as well as a deep hatred for demons. Longing to become strong is not wrong, but if one loses their original heart because of it, they will fall into an abyss from which they cannot extricate themselves, eventually destroying their soul along the path of seeking strength. I am prepared. When the last of my kin died before my eyes, I was already prepared to face everything. Grace looked up at Gao Yang, her tone incredibly firm. Gao Yang's gaze passed over Grace's shoulder and landed on the abyss behind her. Actually, I am curious. Why were you being hunted? Grace gave a miserable smile, tightened her grip on her war scythe, and said slowly, It is not a complicated story. You can think of it as one day, a succubus on the verge of falling into her bloodline's nature experienced a spiritual awakening because she connected to the comprehensive network. She was no longer chaotic, no longer followed the evil within her bloodline, and was no longer willing to let herself or the entire succubus race suffer humiliation. She wanted to build a kingdom that belonged only to succubi. Grace's voice paused for a moment. She stared closely into Gao Yang's eyes, enunciating every word. Therefore, I, Grace, was born. Gao Yang nodded slightly, indicating he understood. The rise of any force will always be met with suppression and obstruction, especially in the bottomless abyss. Here, the rise of no force is easy or smooth sailing. Only after experiencing countless slaughters and struggles can one finally stand tall in this abyss. And clearly, Grace's first attempt was undoubtedly a failure. If he had not arrived, she might never have had another chance to try again. Gao Yang said slowly, I cannot make you become like me. This is not because I am stingy, but because the paths we have walked are not the same. Even with the same experiences, the results obtained are not necessarily the same. Hearing Gao Yang say this, the light in Grace's eyes gradually dimmed. However, if you want to become stronger, perhaps I have a way. The process might be a bit arduous and could consume quite a bit of time, but it should yield certain results. Gao Yang's voice rang out beside Galaxy's ear, causing the light in her eyes to reignite. Then, I will leave it to you, Gao Yang. Galaxy nodded heavily. She was already prepared. Gao Yang shrugged slightly and said nothing more. Before that, I think you need to rest for a while. As his words fell, Galaxy could no longer hold on. Her eyelids closed, and her body went limp. Gao Yang was quick-witted and caught her arm. Behind them was the abyss passage. If he had let her fall, she would have plummeted directly into it, and the consequences would be self-evident. He hoisted Galaxy's body up, walked over to Lighting, and tossed her onto its broad back. Afterward, he leaped lightly onto Lighting and steered it away from the area. Inside a mountain cave, a bonfire flickered incessantly. On one side of the fire, Gao Yang sat cross-legged with Heyo resting on his lap. On the other side of the fire, Galaxy was lying on a soft blanket. She had been awake for a while, but Gao Yang had been in deep meditation, so she did not disturb him, choosing instead to lie on the blanket, lost in thought. Awake. At some unknown moment, Gao Yang had finished his meditation. With a single grasp of his hand, Heyo vanished. He looked at Galaxy, who was lying quietly on the blanket, and then took a portion of white dragon cuisine and a bottle of energy drink from his inventory, handing them to her. Thank you. Galaxy snapped back to reality, sat up, and took the food from Gao Yang's hand. After taking her first bite, she froze in place. She looked at the neatly sliced pieces of meat in her hand, then looked at Gao Yang, who was also eating on the other side of the bonfire, and suddenly asked, "What kind of food is this? Why is the energy content so rich?" "Oh, you mean this? It is a simple meal made from the meat of a white dragon." Gao Yang did not think much of it, but the corners of Galaxy's eyes twitched violently. "Is your strength already enough to slay a dragon?" Gao Yang swallowed the food in his mouth and corrected her, to be precise. It was just a juvenile white dragon. It was not very difficult to deal with. Galaxy's gaze returned to the food in her hand, and she began to chew heartily. After finishing the meal, Gao Yang and Galaxy sat facing each other. "Let me first explain my plan. In my view, wanting to become stronger means higher attributes, more powerful skills and specialties, better combat techniques, and a more resolute will. I cannot give you attributes or specialties. The only thing I can provide is to have you experience enough battles, through enough evenly matched fights. Your combat techniques will inevitably improve significantly. In this process, whether your willpower improves or not will depend on you, but with this foundation, acquiring other things will become much simpler." Gao Yang paused here before continuing. "Therefore, my method is to have you fight against more powerful opponents. Through countless battles, you will enhance your combat techniques, temper your fighting spirit, and ultimately form your own unique combat style." Galaxy nodded heavily. This was indeed a very correct path. By the way, are you able to enter the training space? Gao Yang seemed to have thought of something and looked at Galaxy to ask. "Training space?" Galaxy frowned, looking puzzled. Seeing this, Gao Yang understood. Galaxy's Zhongwan module did not have a training space. This also explained why his combat techniques surpassed those of the Zhongwan players he had encountered. Because his version had a training space, he could temper his combat skills more efficiently. "Oh, never mind." Gao Yang waved his hand and continued, "Before that, you need to tell me about the Lord factions you know, the powerful demons, and the combat style you excel at, so that I can make a judgment regarding your strength." "Never mind. Just tell me about the former first. As for your combat style, we will have a spar later, and I will have a rough idea then." Galaxy did not refuse and began to earnestly describe the Great Abyss as she knew it. A moment later, Gao Yang had a general idea in his mind. He looked outside the cave, where lighting was keeping watch. "All right. If you have recovered enough, get up. Since we just finished eating, let's have a spar to loosen up our bodies." Chapter 279. Gao Yang's guidance is simple and direct. After speaking, Gao Yang walked out of the cave first. Galaxy hurriedly stood up and followed closely behind. Outside the cave, lighting stood up as soon as it saw Gao Yang emerge. Gao Yang patted its front leg to signal it to rest, then walked toward a nearby clearing. Galaxy followed behind Gao Yang. As she passed lighting, she looked at the various weapons hanging on its body and felt a strange sense of familiarity. However, before she could think about it, Gao Yang had already come to a stop. She halted her steps and looked at Gao Yang. "This is far enough. Right here." Gao Yang grasped his hand, and Heiyao appeared in his grip, with the tip of the sword touching the ground. He looked at Galaxy and asked, "You should have already reached the transcendent level. Would you mind telling me which attribute you transcended?" Galaxy held her scythe of hatred, assumed an offensive stance, and then said, "Agility." Gao Yang nodded slightly. "Transcendent agility. That should be quite good. Then, you may initiate the attack. I will only defend." Galaxy had no objections. Facing someone who had already accomplished the feat of dragon slaying, she dared not be the least bit lax or careless. She certainly did not feel that the other party was humiliating her. "Here I come." Galaxy let out a low cry. A flash of crimson light flickered and vanished, her body leaving behind trails of afterimages. The scythe carved an eye-catching arc through the air, striking directly toward Gao Yang's head. Clang! The war scythe was blocked by the greatsword. Gao Yang tilted his head slightly, looking at Goris from behind the weapons held between them. "Your speed is sufficient, but your attack route is too direct. A weapon like a war scythe requires more variation and a wide array of attack methods." Again, as soon as Gao Yang finished speaking, he exerted a slight force, and Goris was instantly repelled several meters away by the immense power surging from the greatsword. Goris regained her footing and launched another attack toward Gao Yang, Swish, swish, swish. The scythe of hatred carved 3 slashes into the air, striking toward Gao Yang from 3 different directions. Gao Yang did not raise his sword to block. His battle aura erupted, burning fiercely to form a semi-solid suit of armor over his body. The war scythe struck Gao Yang's battle aura armor, emitting a crisp sound like a single chime. The battle aura armor shattered, revealing the nethervine armor beneath. Gao Yang's free left hand reached out like lightning, his gauntlet-covered hand instantly seizing the blade of the war scythe. Your attack is effective, but unfortunately, the force is insufficient. You saw the result yourself. You could only break the armor I condensed from battle aura. And you couldn't even scratch the armor I am wearing, let alone harm me. Again, Gao Yang released his grip, and Goris swung the war scythe without hesitation, aiming for his neck. Gao Yang stepped back, and Goris gritted her teeth, pursuing him with the war scythe in hand. The two moved in a rhythm of retreat and pursuit, quickly covering a distance of 100 meters, while blocking Goris's attacks. Gao Yang critiqued the problems she revealed. Your combat techniques are too crude, your accuracy is poor, your attack power is insufficient, and your mind is restless. You still have a long way to go. Finally, Gao Yang stopped abruptly. He stared directly at the lunging Goris, raised his black obsidian sword high with his right arm, and then brought it crashing down. A piercing shriek drilled into Goris's eardrums as she watched the greatsword descend. Feeling the aura that seemed capable of destroying everything, her body began to tremble. She held the scythe of hatred in front of her, but the feeling that she was about to die under this single strike grew increasingly intense. Clang! The edge of the sword merely touched the handle of the scythe. Yet Goris suddenly dropped to one knee. She looked up at the greatsword suspended in midair, her eyes filled with disbelief. Her throat moved with difficulty as she swallowed, and the gaze she directed at Gao Yang was filled with awe. Gao Yang withdrew his sword, leaned forward slightly, looked at Goris, and asked, "Have you perceived the problems within yourself?" Goris nodded mechanically. "Then remember those problems and work on solving them specifically." Gao Yang stood upright and looked toward Thunder, who immediately ran to his side with a clattering sound of metal ornaments. "Let's go. Just talking about it doesn't have much effect. In my homeland, there is a saying, reading 10,000 books is not as good as traveling 10,000 miles. Traveling 10,000 miles is not as good as meeting 10,000 people. I will take you to witness the powerhouses of this great abyss." Goris stood up. From this angle, she could see the ornaments hanging on Thunder more clearly. Looking at a jagged, broken bone blade close at hand, she suddenly paused. Why did that bone blade look so similar to the weapon of a high-ranking demon? And those 6 blood-red broken blades, if restored, they would be identical to the weapons used by the 6-armed snake demons of the desolate Chaos Valley. As this thought emerged, the way Goris looked at Gao Yang changed once again. "What are you still standing there for? Get on." As Gao Yang's voice fell, Goris quickly leaped up and sat behind him. Gao Yang frowned slightly and said, "Sit in front of me." His relationship with Goris had not yet reached the point where he could turn his back on her. Goris sat obediently in front of Gao Yang. Although Gao Yang deliberately kept his distance, at such close proximity, he could still smell the luring fragrance emanating from her. It was a scent unique to succubi. Not something Goris did intentionally, but an innate ability. Gao Yang controlled the nethervine to form a thin purple film to cover his nose and mouth, then drove Thunder forward in a random direction, on a plane. Goris sat upright on Thunder's back, her gaze following the fully armored figure that was slaughtering demons wantonly in the crowd ahead. Wherever the sword light passed, no matter what kind of demon it was, they all met the most equal death. A moment later, Gao Yang rested his great sword on the head of a berserker demon and turned to look at Goris. Goris jumped off Thunder, came before Gao Yang, and took out the scythe of hatred. Gao Yang tapped the berserker demon lightly with his great sword, and the latter uncontrollably lunged toward Goris. It stumbled for the first 2 steps, but in an instant, this formidable berserker demon regained its balance, wielding 2 bone blades. It roared and charged at Goris. In just a moment, the two were locked in battle. Seeing that they had begun to fight, Gao Yang turned and walked back to Thunder's back, beginning to study his newly acquired skill, War Stomp. War Stomp is a wide-area attack skill. The principle is simple. Gather battle aura at the soles of the feet, and then stomp down violently. destroying the terrain around the caster. Depending on the caster's strength and the total amount of battle or input, it causes varying ranges and degrees of destruction. Of course, everything within this range will suffer multiple hits. Gao Yang pondered War Stomp, occasionally looking up at the battle between Gorus and the Berserker demon. It was not until a squelch sound rang out that he stopped his contemplation and fixed his gaze on the battlefield. Chapter 280 Meditation is for controlling yourself. Gorus stood behind the Berserker demon. The war scythe in her hand had pierced through the back of the demon's head and emerged from its throat. The previous squelch sound was the noise made by the bone blades in its hands hitting the ground. Gorus stepped onto the Berserker demon's back and pulled the scythe of hatred out with a sudden, forceful tug. Squelch! The sound of the scythe blade cutting through flesh rang out sharply, and a large amount of blood sprayed into the sky. Gorus flicked the war scythe, and the blood on the blade was flung away completely. She leaped lightly, jumped off the Berserker demon's corpse, and walked to Gao Yang's side. Gao Yang watched her standing before him with her head tilted back, her expectant expression resembling a pet waiting for praise. "Let's go. We still have a long way to go." After dropping these words, Gao Yang turned and leaped onto Lighting. Gelis pursed her lips, said nothing, and quickly leaped onto Lighting's back. Sitting in front of Gao Yang, Lighting snorted, lifted its fur hooves, and galloped away. On a desolate wilderness, Gao Yang sat cross-legged on a giant rock, quietly meditating. Beside the giant rock was a slightly smaller stone, where Gelis was also sitting cross-legged, the scythe of hatred resting across her full, slender thighs. Her brows were slightly furrowed. It was clear she could not achieve the same calm meditation as Gao Yang so quickly. In particular, the impulses stemming from her bloodline were quite difficult for her to suppress. She stuck out her tongue to lick her lips, squeezed her eyes shut, and carefully followed what Gao Yang had taught her, beginning to empty her mind and perceive the weapon in her hands. An hour later, Gao Yang opened his eyes to see a campfire already burning nearby. Gelis was crouching by the fire, skewering chunks of meat to roast. "I meditated for about half an hour as you taught me, but I truly couldn't continue. So, I started a fire and prepared some food." Seeing Gao Yang's gaze sweep over, Gelis shrank her head and whispered a defense. Gao Yang stood up, walked over to Gelis, and said in a deep voice, "If you don't really want to become stronger, there's no problem with doing this. You cannot restrain your own thoughts. Gradually, you will find that your convictions are once again scattered by the impulses from your bloodline, and the desires and instincts of your bloodline will once again dominate your body and behavior. When that time comes, if you look back on today's performance, what will your thoughts be?" Gao Yang paused, looked up slightly, and gazed down at Gelis, who was sitting on the ground. "Sorry, I misspoke, because by then, you wouldn't even remember today at all." These words were merciless, like an ice pick stabbing directly into Gelis's heart. She silently put down the meat in her hand and walked toward the giant rock. "I'm sorry, Gao Yang. I know what I need to do now." Gelis sat back down on the giant rock and began to meditate. Gao Yang sat in Gelis's previous spot, picked up the sizzling, oily piece of roasted meat, blew on it, and took a bite. Rich grease mixed with thick meat juices exploded in his mouth. He raised an eyebrow slightly. The meat roasted by Gelis tasted unexpectedly good. Eating the roasted meat slowly, Gao Yang pondered his subsequent plans in his mind. The great abyss was vast, and there were true demon lords here. Such demon lords were not like the Merilith. They were great, evil existences who truly possessed supreme power and divine authority. Fortunately, their range of activity was relatively fixed. As long as Gao Yang did not foolishly take Gelis into their territory, he would generally not attract their attention. After resting for 5 hours, the two and the beast set off again. "Next, we are going to what you call the Rotten Lands. From what you said, there are many powerful demons there, which should be very suitable for your growth." Gao Yang watched the scenery on both sides receding rapidly, his calm voice falling into Gelis's ears. Gelis's body trembled slightly. She turned her head to look at Gao Yang, her eyes filled with a hint of fear. "There are indeed many powerful demons in the Rotten Lands, but can I really handle them? Besides, there seem to be demon signs there." The demon signs she spoke of, according to Gao Yang's understanding, were what were known as divine beings. Of course, While the strength of such divine beings might be formidable, their intelligence and rationality had serious flaws, and their strength was generally below the legendary rank. Without rationality or wisdom, it was undoubtedly extremely difficult to cross the threshold of the legendary rank. Don't worry, if there really are demon scions, I will naturally take action. Gao Yang's unhurried voice made Gelis's anxious heart settle a bit, but the next moment, Gao Yang's words made her heart beat violently again. Of course, before that, you will be the one to first experience the power of a demon scion. Gelis opened her mouth but ultimately said nothing. Gao Yang's strength was extremely high, a level of power that exceeded what Gelis could comprehend. Since he had agreed to her request, he likely wouldn't let her be killed. Lighting galloped through the great abyss for a full 3 hours, during which any demons they encountered were slain by Gelis. When it slowly came to a stop, a vast swamp appeared before Gao Yang and Gelis. "Is this the Rotten Lands?" Gao Yang asked. Gelis nodded silently. "Then, let's go." Gao Yang leaped off lighting and prepared to walk into the Rotten Lands. Gelis hurriedly called out, "Wait." Gao Yang looked back at her in confusion. Gelis pointed worriedly at the soft, oily green mud of the Rotten Lands and said, "We need protection. If we step directly into it, we will be dragged down and swallowed by this region." Before she could finish her sentence, she saw Gao Yang standing on the Rotten Lands as if it were flat ground, and she was rendered speechless for a moment. Gao Yang stood on the Rotten Lands, a thin layer of battle ore beneath his feet. He turned around, looked at Gelis, and said with a strange expression, "Use your body's energy and spread it flat under your feet. That way, you can stand on things like this swamp or water." "You didn't know this." Gelis's expression froze, but she still shook her head honestly. Gao Yang sighed slightly and then said, "Give it a try. It's not a difficult task. It only requires a little control over your body's energy." Gelis whispered an apology and then, as Gao Yang had said, began to practice standing on the swamp. Regarding the use of battle aura magic, or other forms of body energy, the principles are actually roughly the same. It is just that, in many cases, others cannot do it simply because they have never thought about it in that way, or their hardware is not up to standard. After several hours of attempts and falling into the mire more than a dozen times, Grace was finally able to stand steadily on the swamp. "Gao Yang, look, I did it." Grace revealed a heartfelt smile and called out toward Gao Yang. Chapter 281. The Land of Decay. Yeah, that's pretty good. Since you've managed it, let's get going. As Gao Yang spoke, he turned and walked toward the Land of Decay. The smile on Grace's face vanished. Anyone could hear the perfunctory tone in Gao Yang's words. She remained silent, took a few quick steps to follow behind Gao Yang, and headed into the depths of the Land of Decay. Not long after they started walking, Gao Yang slowed his pace. Without looking back, he said directly, "Be careful. Something is coming toward us." Grace gripped her war scythe, her eyes scanning the surroundings constantly, but unfortunately, after searching all around, she did not find a single trace of any demons. Gao Yang looked at her performance, feeling somewhat speechless. Honestly, it was truly difficult to imagine how someone with this level of performance could have reached the transcendent sequence. Gao Yang even began to wonder if she had only been clearing dungeons through mental projection from the moment she became a Multiverse Network player until now. Otherwise, it was hard to explain how a transcendent sequence Multiverse Network player could be this incompetent. "It's beneath the swamp. Where are you looking?" Gao Yang could no longer stand it, and with his eyes lowered, he spat out the words. Grace suddenly looked down at the swamp beneath her feet, but as far as the eye could see, the swamp was without the slightest ripple or disturbance, completely still. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Gao Yang suddenly turn around to face her and stomp his foot down into the swamp below. A muffled thunderous sound exploded. The swamp beneath their feet seemed to be pressed down hard by a giant hand, forming a massive bowl-shaped depression. Then, as the force dissipated, the surrounding swamp mud and water rushed back into the bowl-shaped pit under the influence of gravity. Between the depression and the surge, a massive amount of kinetic energy was generated. Grace struggled to stabilize her body. Once she finally managed to steady herself, she saw several beast-like monsters exposed from the swamp. The closest monster was less than 5 meters away from her, and one of its tentacles was already reaching toward Grace. But because of Gao Yang's interference, its body swayed continuously with the surging swamp, and the reaching tentacle missed its mark. Plop, plop, as the sound of several sticky, heavy objects hitting the ground rang out. 5 monsters with indescribable appearances surrounded Gao Yang and Grace. Gao Yang remained calm, but Grace gripped her scythe of hatred tightly, putting on the appearance of facing a formidable enemy. "Wait here, just protect yourself." Gao Yang dropped these words, and before Grace could even nod, his body had already turned into an afterimage and vanished from the spot. The tip of his greatsword tore through the air, emitting a piercing sonic boom. 3 dim sword lights reflected in Grace's eyes. By the time the sword lights vanished, 3 of the 5 monsters surrounding them had already been hacked into. Blood sprayed onto the oily green swamp, and the corpses, having lost their strength, seemed to be swallowed by the swamp as they slowly sank downward. Gao Yang stood in the distance, with 2 somewhat panicked monsters between him and Grace. He looked past the monsters at Grace and said, "Same old rule. The rest is up to you." Grace nodded heavily, then immediately swung her scythe of hatred. Several light blades flew out, directly drawing the attention of the 2 monsters toward her. Gao Yang sat back, and a chair made of battle aura formed instantly. He sat there on the chair condensed from battle aura, watching Grace's battle with the swamp monsters. In truth, there wasn't much to see. He was merely acting as an insurance policy, so that if Grace were about to die, he could intervene in time to save her. The swamp monsters were not weak. If all 5 had besieged Grace at once, she likely would have met her end on the spot. But with Gao Yang having taken out 3 monsters right at the start, it was much easier for Grace to handle the situation. After some effort, Grace successfully found an opening and killed one of the swamp monsters. With that, the situation shifted from 2-on-1 to 1-on-1, and the pressure on Grace lessened even further. 2 minutes later, as the sound of the war scythe slicing through flesh rang out, Grace stood before Gao Yang once again. 7 minutes and 30 seconds. "Let's go." Gao Yang sat up, and the battle aura chair beneath him quickly melted and vanished under his feet. Grace's lips moved, but she remained silent. Following behind Gao Yang as they continued forward, a massive black shadow, like a mountain of flesh, slimed heavily into the swamp, splashing up a large amount of oily green mud. Gao Yang looked at this scene and inexplicably thought of the black spiders that the children at the orphanage used to get from Grandpa Dean during the New Year when he was a child. Back then, they would throw the black spiders into the mud-filled, foul-smelling ditches and hide far away while covering their ears. With a loud explosion, the foul-smelling mud would be blasted apart, and they couldn't have been happier. Gao Yang shook his head, waves of intense pain washing over him. He flapped his wings and landed on the back of the now dead monster, which resembled Godzilla. In the far distance, Grace was struggling to fight more than a dozen mini-Godzillas. This was an extremely powerful monster. It hadn't appeared initially. It was only after Gao Yang and Grace discovered a mini version of Godzilla and killed it that this big guy had appeared. Clearly, Grace was unable to handle a big guy of this caliber. Gao Yang had very decisively transformed into his humanoid dragon form and engaged it in battle. Although this big Godzilla was very strong, its intelligence was extremely low, so despite some difficulty, it still died under Gao Yang's sword. Gao Yang paused for a few seconds and flew toward Grace's direction. If he didn't go over there, she was going to be torn to pieces. The distance between them was covered in an instant by Gao Yang's speed. In less than a minute, several mini-Godzillas had already died under his sword. Grace felt the pressure lift significantly, allowing her to focus entirely on the 3 mini-Godzillas that Gao Yang had deliberately left for her. In the midst of constant combat, Grace's fighting techniques became increasingly refined, and her style began to evolve, incorporating her extraordinary agility to lean toward a light and flexible approach. Swish! Her war scythe sliced through the air, and along with it, the head of a mini-Godzilla was severed. Soon, all 3 mini-Godzillas lay dead at Grace's hands, breathing heavily. Grace stood before Gao Yang and took the initiative to say, "Gao Yang, I need time to digest my insights." Hearing this, Gao Yang did not waste words. He grabbed her, flapped his wings, and flew toward the outskirts of the swamp. It had taken quite a while to arrive, but the return journey was exceptionally simple. Before Grace had even caught her breath, She was already standing outside the rotten lands. Gao Yang placed her beside Thunder and said casually, "Just suggest them here. With Thunder watching over you, there won't be any problems. Are you leaving?" Grace blurted out. "No, I'm just a bit tired." As he spoke, Gao Yang reverted to his human form, climbed onto Thunder's back, lay down, and began to rest. Chapter 282 Voluptuous. Grace watched Gao Yang's relaxed figure, a flicker of envy flashing in her eyes. This was the abyss. After all, such a style of conduct was truly enviable. But Grace also knew that in this great abyss, as long as no demon lord took action against him, he was invincible. Previously, in the rotten lands, that massive Godzilla monster had already proven this point. She shook her head, casting aside the distracting thoughts in her mind, sat down cross-legged against Thunder, and began to close her eyes in contemplation. Cultivation was like this. One could not blindly engage in constant battle, nor could one simply shut themselves away to work in isolation. After every high-intensity battle, one needed a period of undisturbed time to digest and absorb all the inspiration and experience that had erupted during the fight. Only by thoroughly absorbing them could they be put to use, which would lead to further improvement in subsequent battles. By the time Grace opened her eyes, Gao Yang was already half lying on Thunder's back, studying a scroll in his hands. Awake. Gao Yang shifted his gaze to look at Grace. Grace nodded. "Then shall we continue?" Grace nodded again. Gao Yang put away the scroll, slid off Thunder's back, and walked directly toward the rotten lands. Soon, the two disappeared from Thunder's field of vision. In many planes of the bottomless abyss, it was impossible to distinguish between day and night. But this was not something worth noting, because for demons who had been in the midst of slaughter since birth, they did not need to rest in the dark, nor did they need the illumination of sunlight. In a land of molten fire, Gao Yang crushed an ugly head with demon horns under his foot and exhaled a breath that carried a hint of scorching heat. It had to be said that the Balrogs in this molten land were quite strong. Even for him, facing the attacks of several Balrogs required him to be slightly serious. As for Grace, after a month of tempering, she was already able to put up a decent fight against a Balrog. When Grace used her war scythe to slice open a Balrog's body and kill it completely, Gao Yang finally turned to her and revealed a faint smile. Grace looked at Gao Yang. This was the first time he had smiled at her in such a long time. She was somewhat surprised, but more than that, she felt dazed. "Gao Yang, did I do well?" Gao Yang nodded with a smile and said, "Grace, your progress is significant. That cannot be denied." "Then let's continue," Grace suggested proactively. Gao Yang looked at her and shook his head slightly. "And this past month, you have experienced enough battles. What you need next is not to continue fighting, but to improve in other aspects. These aspects are not things I can help you with. The help I can provide has reached its limit. Even if you engage in more battles, the improvement for you will not be that obvious. Do you understand?" Hearing this, Grace nodded silently. Gao Yang beckoned to her, and Grace walked over to him with her long legs. "I have to go back and continue my own adventure, so congratulations, Grace. You have graduated from my tutelage." Grace looked up at Gao Yang, wanting to say something, but she did not know how to begin. She did not want Gao Yang to leave just like that, but she did not know how to make him stay. She had no more skill scrolls to offer. In the end, she could only nod with a slightly dim look in her eyes. Seeing this, Gao Yang said, "How? Always keep your conviction in mind. Perhaps one day, the title of Succubus Queen will spread throughout the entire bottomless abyss and echo across the multiverse. I think before that happens, your reputation will have long since spread across the multiverse." Grace said with a smile. Gao Yang was non-committal. The path to becoming a succubus queen was not easy, and becoming a legend whose name echoed across the multiverse was equally difficult. However, he held an optimistic attitude toward this. Who knows, in any case, keep working hard. Remember, you must control yourself. Do not let your bloodline dictate your actions. Grace nodded heavily. After this month of fighting and meditation, her control over herself had deepened, and the bloodline instincts of the past no longer held their former power over her. She even planned to pass on the practice of meditation to all her fellow succubi in the future. Then, goodbye. Gao Yang waved his hand, intending to return directly through the general network. It was strange to say, but while it was impossible to reach the bottomless abyss directly through the general network, one could return from the bottomless abyss through it. Gao Yang turned to walk toward Thunder, but unexpectedly, before he had taken 2 steps, a body carrying an alluring fragrance hugged him around the waist from behind. It was Grace. Gao Yang. Will I be able to see you again? Grace buried her head in Gao Yang's back, her voice trembling for some unknown reason. Gao Yang patted Galaxy's slender arm and sighed, saying, "Of course. The multiverse network is so powerful, it wouldn't be difficult for you to find me. Would it?" Galaxy did not answer, but instead continued to wrap her arms around Gao Yang's waist, the fragrance on her body growing increasingly rich and intoxicating. She moved around to face Gao Yang, lifted her head, and revealed a face flushed with crimson, her eyes hazy and filled with a gaze that seemed almost tangible. She stood on her tiptoes, slowly leaned in close to Gao Yang, and looked into his eyes as she said, "Gao Yang, I am clean." Galaxy knew that humans, as a species, differed greatly in certain aspects from demons, those chaotic and evil creatures. For a demon, if desire arose, one simply needed to vent it. They did not care about the circumstances of the object of their desire. But humans were not all like that. By saying this, she was also clarifying her situation to Gao Yang. After speaking, Galaxy hooked her arms around Gao Yang's neck and took the initiative to offer a passionate kiss. Her alluring lips were offered up, carrying a trace of inexperienced trembling, yet they were as fervent as a flame. Although Gao Yang had not initially harbored such thoughts, once the situation unfolded, he would not refuse. Just as was his consistent style of conduct, he felt a strong aversion toward those unfamiliar succubi who had experienced too much. But he could naturally accept someone like Galaxy. Soon, Galaxy's movements became more bold. As a succubus, even one who had never had experience before, her talent in this area was astonishingly high, several grades stronger than her combat aptitude. Galaxy slowly crouched down, her plump, beautiful buttocks outlining an arc that was visually striking. Gao Yang drew in a sharp breath. In this open-air setting, his senses were amplified significantly, making the stimulation even more intense. He looked down at Galaxy, his palm stroking her cheek, everything unfolding in silence. Soon, the 2 bodies were entwined together. Ever since returning from the demon continent, Gao Yang had been practicing abstinence until today. Now, ignited by Galaxy, a succubus, that fire was not something that could be extinguished in a short amount of time. Chapter 283 Question: How to save a homeland invaded by an evil god. The physical structure of a succubus was roughly the same as that of a drow. But compared to a drow, a succubus was perhaps more supple, and possessed greater endurance and recovery capabilities. It was not until Gao Yang had written a complete character for 5 on Galaxy's thigh that she could no longer hold on. Her eyes rolled back, even the small, fleshy wings behind her drooped, and she fell into a deep sleep. Gao Yang placed her gently onto the blanket and panted heavily for a few moments. Licking his lips, Gao Yang put on his clothes and waited on the spot for Galaxy to wake up. This was the abyss. After all, he could not just walk away, as that would result in Galaxy being torn to shreds by unknown demons while she slept. He took a stack of dragon meat rations from his inventory, along with 30 bottles of dragon blood potion and a pile of magic crystals, packing them up and placing them by her side. After waiting for about 3 hours, Galaxy finally stirred and woke up. Her face still bore a lingering flush, and the gaze she directed at Gao Yang was filled with attachment and adoration. "You're awake," Gao Yang said softly. "These are some things I prepared for you. Among them is dragon blood potion, which can increase physical strength. Follow your own physical condition and choose appropriate intervals to consume them." Galaxy looked at the package on the ground and nodded earnestly. She did not say anything to try and make him stay, just as she knew Gao Yang would not try to persuade her to give up on building a succubus homeland. "I'm leaving. If you need help in the future, send me a message." After Gao Yang finished speaking, Galaxy nodded to show she understood. Seeing Galaxy nod, Gao Yang no longer lingered. He leaped onto the back of Thunder, then used his consciousness to summon the Multiverse Network interface and selected to return. A spatial vortex appeared before Gao Yang. He looked back at Galaxy one last time, then turned and charged into the spatial vortex. The spatial vortex vanished. Khaleesi slowly stood up, her perfect body, white as congealed fat, glowing under the reflection of the firelight. She took her clothes out of her inventory and put them on one by one, finally covering herself with a black robe. Stowing the package Gao Yang had left behind into her item inventory, Khaleesi stepped out of the area and disappeared into the darkness. The journey ahead would have to be traveled alone by the future succubus queen. Blue Star, Jinghu City, Kiyu Village. Above the Ironwood Martial Arts Arena, a spatial vortex suddenly appeared. Following this, a warhorse that seemed to have charged out of hell, carrying a fully armored knight, passed through the spatial vortex and landed with a thud in the arena. Returning to a familiar environment and enjoying the warmth of the sun, Thunder let out a contented snort. For it, the greatest gain from this trip to the bottomless abyss was escaping the possibility of being eliminated. This was not something to be proud of or lucky about, because it was the result of its own desperate fighting. Gao Yang leaped off Thunder's back, then took out a large piece of dragon meat and tossed it to Thunder as a reward. Thunder bit into the dragon meat and trotted happily toward the back mountain. As for Gao Yang himself, he headed toward his bedroom. After engaging in a fierce battle with a succubus, there were more or less some after effects. Even for a warrior with an extraordinary physique like Gao Yang, it was difficult to avoid. Lying on the bed, Gao Yang stared at the ceiling, lost in thought. It was about 4 in the afternoon, and more than half a month had passed since he left, which showed that the flow of time in the bottomless abyss was basically consistent with the real world. For some reason, the warm light of the setting sun hitting the bedroom made Gao Yang feel uncharacteristically sleepy. Yawning, Gao Yang closed his eyes and drifted directly into dreamland. He slept until late at night. When Gao Yang woke up, the cold moonlight was spilling through the balcony onto the glass door, and then through the glass onto the wooden floor of the bedroom. Gao Yang checked the time. It was already approaching 12 o'clock. I actually slept for so long. Gao Yang shook his head. After this deep sleep, he felt great, his entire body brimming with strength. Lying on the bed, Gao Yang opened the Multiverse Network interface out of boredom and began to check his personal information. After the massive slaughter in the bottomless abyss, his charisma attribute seemed to have increased once again. He always felt that if things continued this way, he would eventually turn into a true major villainous boss. However, this did not seem to be a bad thing. During this trip to the bottomless abyss, even the Death Angel of the 10,000 Death Society had chosen to use persuasion rather than more aggressive methods when facing him. This kind of charisma could help him avoid a great deal of unnecessary trouble. Gao Yang's gaze fell upon his unique specialty. Because he had not engaged in combat with any overly powerful demons during this trip to the abyss, his body of 100 refinements had not improved. There was no particularly good solution for this. The difficulty of upgrading the body of 100 refinements was simply too high. Ordinary battles had no effect at all. Only battles where one had to push themselves to the limit and dance on the edge of life and death could absorb enough energy for it to grow. Gao Yang finally understood why the strength of the old city lord of Wasteland City in the Demon Wasteland had not reached a monstrous level. In his early years, the old city lord had traversed the Demon Wasteland, slaughtering all his enemies, and in the process, he had condensed the unique specialty known as the body of 100 refinements. But later, following the establishment of Wasteland City, he had become the #1 expert of the Demon Wasteland, standing alone at the peak, invincible and seeking defeat. No one could fight him, and no one dared to fight him. Thus, even though the old city lord possessed the growth-type unique specialty of the body of 100 refinements, he could not use it to become stronger without battles of sufficient intensity. If the old city lord had been a player of the comprehensive network, perhaps he would have already achieved legendary status, with his name spread across the entire multiverse. Because only Gao Yang, as a possessor of the body of 100 refinements, knew exactly how monstrous this unique specialty truly was. But since things had reached this point, Gao Yang could only sigh and call it a pity. After browsing through his skills, he opened the comprehensive network forum, wanting to see if any players had stirred up any major trouble. Soon, his attention was caught by a post. Question: when the plane where your hometown is located is invaded by an evil god, how should you save your hometown? The string of replies below included suggestions to find the Plane Guardian Association, to seek out legendary mages with relevant abilities, or even advertisements, among many others. However, among the numerous replies, there was one that could be described as blunt. Drag the evil god out and kill it directly. That will naturally save your hometown. Beneath this reply, there was a uniform stream of sycophantic responses. Not a single mocking or refuting comment appeared. Gao Yang was a bit curious, so he clicked on the profile of the player who had made the comment. He saw that the player's profile page was blank, and the player's name consisted of only 3 characters, but the suffix was a long string. Yunshengshan, Godslayer, Legendary Destroyer, Plane Wrecker, King of Slaughter. Good heavens. None of the 4 suffixes were positive, but the deterrent force they brought was maxed out. It was no wonder there wasn't a single stubborn reply underneath. When encountering such a hard-nosed character, people really didn't dare to talk trash. Chapter 280 For the Kello fruit tree has borne fruit. Although the advice provided by this player named Yunshengshan was excellent, Gao Yang knew very well that this reply held no practical reference value for the original poster who had asked the question. If the original poster were capable of achieving the level Yunshengshan described, there would have been no need to ask the question in the first place. However, for Gao Yang, this was not an unrealistic answer. After thinking for a moment, he left a reply under Yunshengshan's comment. May I ask, expert, how can one eliminate an evil god at the root, especially considering the conceptual immortality of an evil god? Not long after Gao Yang posted his question, he watched as one reply after another refreshed beneath his query. However, none of these replies were from Yunshengshan. They were all from onlookers. Good heavens. I originally thought having one big shout was already outrageous, but I never expected there to be another expert. Army breaking killing star. Heavenly fiend. I knew it. Anyone who could ask such a question couldn't be an ordinary player. This is also a top-tier combat expert. My mom asked me why I was kneeling on the floor. How could I tell her I was kneeling while reading an expert's post? Black dots appeared on Gao Yang's forehead, and he felt somewhat speechless. He immediately opened his own forum profile, and right after his name, 2 suffixes were also shining brightly. They were his 2 epic titles, Army Breaking Killing Star and Heavenly Fiend. He had never paid attention to his forum profile page, so he hadn't expected them to be displayed so directly. Gao Yang thought about it for a moment. Since they were already displayed, there was no point in hiding them now. So he kept the suffixes as they were and continued browsing the comments. The flattery had not stopped, and quite a few players even began trying to add Gao Yang as a friend. To this, Gao Yang naturally ignored them directly. After a while, Yunshengshan finally replied, I don't know what your combat system is like, but if you want to erase an evil god from a conceptual level, the first thing you need is relevant extraordinary abilities capable of harming an evil god, such as god-slaying power, destruction power, and so on. Additionally, you need legendary level strength. This point is very important. Although evil gods are not exactly top tier, they are not something that players in the extraordinary sequence can just mess with. Good heavens. The evil god is only considered not top tier in the eyes of the expert. Is this the vision and perspective of a god-slaying expert? God-slaying power, destruction power. How come I've never heard of either of them? Gao Yang looked at Yunshengshan's reply and raised an eyebrow as well. One had to admit, this legendary destroyer truly possessed the essence of humble bragging. The tone seemed plain and unremarkable, yet the words spoken were enough to make one's vision go dark. Gao Yang pondered his own composition of abilities and realized that although his power fusion did not explicitly state it, the power capable of attaching his will to it would likely possess similar effects. In the Great Abyss, the god-natured creature Godzilla he had hacked to death was proof of that. Without the corresponding abilities, his attacks should not pose much of a threat to that Godzilla-like demon. Thus, he replied, thanks for the clarification, senior. Once I reach the legendary stage, I will come to find you for a spar. A short sentence, yet it reflected Gao Yang's confidence in ascending to the legendary rank. Very well, then you had better hurry, Meteor Saint Heart replied. Seeing the reply, Gao Yang smiled and closed the Multiverse Network forum. Although the Multiverse Network forum was a mixed bag of people, true dragons did indeed lurk within it. A god slayer above the legendary rank. The value of such a person was likely on par with a legendary archmage. Gao Yang began to look forward to how exhilarating a battle with such a legendary existence would be. However, before that, he still had to reach the legendary stage first. Leaping down from the 3rd floor, Gao Yang arrived at the training grounds and began practicing his swordsmanship. Swordsmanship was also an important component of his strength, capable of multiplying the explosive power of his physical constitution. Therefore, he had never been lax in his practice in this regard. After practicing swordsmanship for a while, Gao Yang felt inspiration sparking in his mind. So, he sat down cross-legged and entered the cultivation space directly. Through his conversation with Grace, he had already learned that the existence of the cultivation space was not something every player possessed. Or rather, only players with certain special versions had this module. Since it was not a universal feature, it was all the more worthy of attention. After entering the cultivation space, Gao Yang chose the solo cultivation mode and began to convert the inspiration in his mind into his own swordsmanship. The cultivation space had no concept of time, and it just so happened that Gao Yang's current multiverse network disaster coins were enough to support him for a long period of cultivation. Thus, by the time he exited the cultivation space, the sun was already hanging high in the sky. The continuous heat spilled onto his body, warm and cozy, as if he were soaking in a hot spring. Gao Yang opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was a huge horse face. It was Thunder. Seeing Gao Yang open his eyes, Thunder snorted excitedly, then shook its head, gesturing wildly toward the back mountain. Gao Yang stood up and looked in the direction Thunder was pointing. That was where the kolo fruit tree grew. Could something be wrong with the kolo fruit tree? A thought flashed through Gao Yang's mind, and then he set off, walking toward the back mountain. Upon reaching the back mountain, Gao Yang discovered that there was nothing wrong with the kolo fruit tree. Rather, it had blossomed and borne fruit on the towering tree, which was over 100 meters tall. Round fruits the size of soccer balls, each in different colors, hung from the branches. There were ice blue ones, earthy yellow ones, and fire red ones, and all the fruits emitted a faint magical glow, looking like lanterns hanging from the branches. Setting aside how they taste, they certainly look good. Gao Yang rubbed his chin and commented. Then, several questions arose in his mind. Are the fruits ripe now? Can they be eaten? Do they taste good? Gao Yang looked up at the kolo fruits hanging on the branches and counted roughly. There were over 500 just within his line of sight. With this quantity, even if I pick a few to taste first, it shouldn't be a problem. Thinking this, a pair of dragon wings unfurled from Gao Yang's back. He flapped his wings and flew toward the canopy with ease. Soon, he reached the canopy of the kolo fruit tree. He approached a bright red kolo fruit and was just about to reach out to pick it when he noticed the fruit dodging to the side. Gao Yang was surprised and looked at the branch that was retracting. It seemed that after absorbing the heart of 10,000 trees, the kolo fruit tree had undergone some miraculous changes. Before he could finish being surprised, the branches of the kolo fruit tree made a rustling sound. Gao Yang then saw a particularly thick branch reach out in front of him. At the tip of this branch hung a kolo fruit the size of a basketball, wrapped in a fiery red halo, looking like a small asteroid. Chapter 285. 3 kolo fruits with different flavors. The kolo fruit tree had gained sentience. This was Gao Yang's first reaction, but after processing it, he became calm again. Even if it had gained sentience, it was merely a tree spirit that could not move for the time being, let alone possess any lethality. Perhaps, as the kolo fruit tree continued to grow, with the passage of time, it might even become something like a great demon. Thinking this, Gao Yang plucked the red fruit that the kolo fruit tree had proactively offered. Afterward, he pointed to the fruits of the other 2 colors and said, "Give me one of each of these 2 types as well." The kolo fruit tree paused for a moment, seemingly trying to understand Gao Yang's meaning. Then, the branches rustled again, and 2 branches, carrying an ice blue and an earthy yellow fruit respectively, reached out in front of Gao Yang. Gao Yang reached out to pluck them, patted the branch that the kolo fruit tree had extended, and then flew downward with satisfaction. While Gao Yang was checking on the kolo fruit tree, on a hillside several kilometers away, 3 clear-eyed and vibrant young people were fiddling with a camera. Meng Meng, The scenery here is so beautiful. A long-haired girl in casual clothes looked at the cute girl in a JK uniform beside her and shouted excitedly, "Men, I shall achieve you. Approve of your suggestion this time." On the other side, a veteran anime fangirl made a Chunabu declaration in her hand. She held a mobile phone, filming the breathtaking scenery. The JK girl known as Men also revealed a smile. This was a unique landscape of Jinghu City. She had searched the internet for a lot of information before finding it. Suddenly, Zhang Yuyu's eyes widened. She looked at the scene captured on her phone. And as if in disbelief, she reached out to zoom in on the lens repeatedly. Men, Wudong, come look quickly. Am I seeing things? I saw an angel or a demon. Zhang Yuyu's exclamation immediately drew the attention of the other two girls. They hurried to Zhang Yuyu's side and looked together at the image captured on her phone. At just a single glance, gasps of shock escaped their lips simultaneously. This is impossible. It must be fake. On the phone screen was a massive tree canopy that filled the entire display. And upon that canopy were many glowing points of light flickering. Beneath the canopy, a black speck was flapping its wings, slowly flying toward the top of the tree. Is that a human with wings? Men widened her clear, dark eyes, speaking in disbelief. Maybe it is just some kind of bird. Wudong frowned. Even if it is a bird. Have you ever seen such an exaggeratedly large tree? Zhang Yuyu said, beginning to zoom out on the phone. As the camera pulled back to the original view, that tree canopy still resembled a grand parasol, occupying the majority of the phone screen. Why talk so much? Let us just go closer and take a look. In the end, it was Wudong who made the decision. The three of them thought the same. So they began to take action, quickly packing their things, riding their electric scooters, and heading in the direction of Kyu Village. Before the three of them could even get close to Kyu Village, two black vans blocked them on the road, one in front and one behind. The three girls looked at the group of burly men in black suits stepping out of the vans, appearing as fragile as three little white rabbits. The lead man in the suit walked up to the three of them, first saluted them, and then politely reached out to ask for their phones. After having them unlock the devices, the man in the suit quickly checked them, thoroughly deleted the video from earlier, and only then returned the phones to the three of them. The man in the suit saluted again and said in clear, standard Mandarin, "Sorry, the three beauties. The area ahead is a restricted zone. Please understand. Additionally, please completely forget about what happened today. If there is any leak, we will meet again immediately." Zhang Yuyu and the others nodded like chicks pecking at rice. This kind of display had already exceeded the understanding of the three college students. But precisely because of this, they no longer held any skepticism regarding the authenticity of the scene they had just witnessed. Gao Yang was unaware of what had happened outside Kyu Village. At this moment, he was sitting on a rattan chair on the balcony, with 3 kilo fruits of different colors placed on the glass coffee table beside him. Gao Yang looked at the 3 basketball-sized kilo fruits with curiosity in his eyes. He reached out and picked up a fiery red kilo fruit, holding it to his nose to sniff. A fragrance as gentle as sunlight drifted into his nasal cavity, causing his mouth to involuntarily begin to salivate. On the kilo tree, this fiery red fruit was the most abundant. It should be the original fruit of the kilo tree. He brought the kilo fruit to his lips and took a bite. The plump, crisp, and sweet flesh was chewed in his mouth, and the juices were squeezed out. Rich energy mixed with the fruit pulp slid down his esophagus into his stomach. Gao Yang savored the pulp in his mouth quite enjoyably. The taste of this fruit surpassed any fruit he had ever tasted in the past. Before long, the large fiery red kilo fruit had been eaten clean by Gao Yang. Gao Yang patted his stomach. The taste of this fiery red kilo fruit made him look forward to the other 2 varieties even more. Moreover, the energy contained in this kilo fruit was very rich. If converted, it should be enough to sustain Gao Yang's energy consumption for an entire day. Furthermore, this energy was very gentle, enough for him to absorb slowly. After resting for a few minutes, Gao Yang picked up the ice blue kilo fruit and began to taste it. The ice blue kilo fruit tasted somewhat like ice cream, yet it had the crisp sweetness of fruit pulp, with a hint of mint-like coolness. After finishing it, Gao Yang felt his entire being become much more refreshed. Could it be that this kilo fruit was influenced by the frost giants? A magical thought appeared in Gao Yang's mind, only to be diluted by the third, earthy yellow kello fruit. Because the earthy yellow kello fruit had a different texture, its pulp was thicker, and the taste was more mellow. It was slightly bitter upon entering the mouth, but it quickly transformed into a rich sweetness, like chocolate. After eating it, Gao Yang could clearly feel that his body had become much more solid. This earthy yellow kello fruit should be able to improve physical fitness. He just did not know if it was a permanent or temporary boost. However, whether it was temporary or permanent did not matter to Gao Yang, because he had hundreds of kello fruits that could last him a long time. And the greatest advantage of the kello tree was that as long as there was sufficient energy, the speed of its fruit production would be very fast. Calculated this way, he should not lack fruit to eat in the future. Moreover, based on the taste of the kello fruit, there should also be many people who would enjoy it. Chapter 286. Giant Creature Fishing Tournament. Gao Yang stood up, feeling that he had eaten a bit too much. Usually calm in such a situation, he needed to do some moderate exercise to promote digestion. But simple exercise was no longer enough to satisfy his physical needs. So Gao Yang skillfully opened the Multiverse Network panel, intending to see if there were any exercise projects that were not too intense. Dungeons were temporarily out of the question because those were entered with soul consciousness. At most, they could kill some time, but they would not be very effective for promoting digestion. Gao Yang felt that some activities and non-combat campaigns would be a good choice. There were many campaigns in the Multiverse Network panel, both combat-oriented and non-combat-oriented. Gao Yang focused on the non-combat campaigns and soon found a pastime that looked quite good. The Mossa Bay Giant Creature Fishing Tournament. Medium Campaign. Mossa Bay Giant Creature Fishing Tournament. Location: Mossa Bay. Danger Index. Tournament duration: 3 days. Registration fee: 2,000 Multiverse Network disaster coins. Includes fishing gear. Costs. Campaign description: Mossa Bay is a massive crescent-shaped bay, stretching a full 15 kilometers in length. Every so often, Mossa Bay hosts a grand giant creature fishing tournament, where countless fishing masters, dragon hunters, and druids gather to earn the honor of being a giant creature conqueror and win heart-pounding prizes. If your fishing skills are exquisite enough, your reflexes sharp enough, and your strength formidable enough, then this is an unmissable event where you can make a name for yourself across the multiverse. Of course, in every giant creature fishing tournament, there are always a few unlucky souls who get dragged off the cliffs by the massive creatures they hook, ultimately meeting their end in the chaotic ocean. A battle that would make countless anglers go wild. That was how Gao Yang evaluated this giant creature fishing tournament. Moreover, looking at the description of the battle, Gao Yang remained somewhat skeptical about these so-called giant creatures that could be hooked. If it were just a simple fishing competition, it wouldn't be strange to attract fishing masters. But why would this competition attract dragon hunters, or even druids? Could it be that there are actually dragons in this chaos sea that can be fished up? Or perhaps there are certain giant creatures that satisfy the aesthetic preferences of furries like druids? Is a fishing tournament really this hardcore? His curiosity piqued. Gao Yang paid 2,000 multiverse disaster coins directly. He wanted to see just how hardcore this giant creature fishing tournament really was. As Gao Yang's registration was confirmed, a portal appeared before him. Gao Yang did not enter immediately. Instead, he stood up and walked toward the kolo fruit trees. For a fishing tournament like this, how could he go without some snacks? A few minutes later, Gao Yang returned to the portal and stepped directly inside. Space shifted rapidly, and Gao Yang's perspective detached from the material plane, switching to a much broader interface. Colorful streams of light streaked past his eyes. Gao Yang could capture some strange auras within them, but these auras were fleeting, disappearing from his field of vision almost instantly. When Gao Yang's feet touched solid ground again, the surrounding scenery returned to normal. He looked around. Before him lay a flat, rocky expanse, and the briny sea breeze blew from behind, carrying a hint of moisture. He was standing in front of a massive white building, and above his head were rows of colorful sun umbrellas. The people here were dressed in light, airy clothing and wearing straw hats, giving off a distinct Hawaiian vibe. Gao Yang looked around and his gaze landed on an upright signed registration office. Following the directions, he walked to the building on the left. In front of him, More than a dozen Multiverse Network players were already waiting in line. Standing in front of Gao Yang was a sturdy dwarf. He wore the braided beard common among dwarves, and his bronze skin glowed with a ruddy, flame-like luster throughout the wait. He kept chugging away at a drink. Praise Moradin. When he was in high spirits, the dwarf suddenly raised his bottle high and laughed heartily. Gao Yang looked at the dwarf's back and also said with a smile, in a low voice, "Praise Moradin." Ha ha, few humans would agree with that sentiment. The dwarf in front turned his head, looked at Gao Yang standing behind him, and said with a hint of drunkenness, "I agree with it very much." Gao Yang shrugged. His weapons and armor were forged by master dwarfsmiths and even received the blessing of Moradin. So praising him was the most natural thing in the world. HHHA. I think we should have a drink for the great Moradin. As the dwarf spoke, he took out a large glass, pulled out an open bottle of liquor, and poured a glass for Gao Yang. Gao Yang took the glass filled with the pale red liquid, clinked it against the dwarf's, and then tilted his head back to drain it in one gulp. Seeing this, the dwarf laughed heartily, tilted his head back, and began chugging directly from the bottle. The registration process was efficient. After the dwarf, Iron Anvil, finished 3 bottles of strong liquor, it was Gao Yang's turn. The staff member in charge registered Gao Yang's name and then handed him a fishing rod and a spool of fishing line. That is it. Gao Yang held the rod and the spool, looking somewhat stunned. What else? It is fishing. What else did you want? The staff member was quite calm, clearly having encountered such questions many times before. Of course, if you feel that the standard fishing rod and line do not suit your status, we also have many fishing rod skins here for you to choose from. After the staff member finished speaking, he pressed a button on the table, and the background behind him immediately shifted, turning into a dazzling fishing tackle shop. But unlike ordinary tackle shops, the rods sold here all came with special effects. For instance, the rod hanging in the most prominent position was golden all over, with an illusory giant dragon constantly circling it, letting out a dragon roar from time to time. The special effects were maxed out. The staff member looked at Gao Yang with glowing eyes, anticipating his choice. Gao Yang originally had no interest, but after seeing these cool rods, he couldn't help but ask, "Do these rods have stronger effects? What kind of talk is that?" The staff member's expression turned serious, and he said sternly, "These are merely to make the contestants' rods look cooler. They do not possess any other functions. As the organizers, we must ensure the fairness and impartiality of the competition." "Oh, but I heard that some contestants can bring their own fishing gear to the competition," Gao Yang said. This was what the dwarf, Iron Anvil, had told him. Cough, cough. "The ultimate goal of our giant creature fishing tournament is to judge based on the results of what is caught. Those famous masters naturally have their own familiar fishing gear. That is easy to understand, isn't it?" Gao Yang looked at the staff member and smiled, then spent 3,000 multiverse disaster coins to choose a rod that looked decent. "Please walk slowly, and welcome back next time." Behind him, the staff member waved enthusiastically. Chapter 287 Bait Fishing. After obtaining his equipment, Gao Yang followed the flow of people toward Masa Bay. Not long after, the full view of Masa Bay revealed itself before Gao Yang. This is a crescent-shaped bay. From where Gao Yang is currently standing, he can see both ends of the bay stretching to the horizon, though they appear somewhat blurry. Along the edge of the bay, there is a 3-meter square concrete fishing platform every 5 meters. These platforms extend directly out over the edge of the bay, with nothing but empty space beneath them. Gao Yang walks to the edge of the bay and looks down. The seawater is about 700 or 800 meters below his position. As the waves surge, pitch-black water crashes against the stone walls of the bay in wave after wave. In that dark water, one can seemingly catch glimpses of the silhouettes of giant fish. The giant creature fishing tournament has no specific time limit. As long as one catches a giant creature of sufficient weight within 3 days and hauls it onto the Masa Bay, it counts as a success. Just as Gao Yang is observing, someone has already baited their hook and begun to cast. As for the bait, it is bizarre and varied, making Gao Yang's eyelids twitch. For instance, not far to Gao Yang's left, a human female mage waves her staff, and a magic circle appears before her. Once the light fades, A massive demon of an unknown species appears in front of her. This demon's physique is like a maggot magnified millions of times, with rings of spiral teeth inside its circular mouthparts. However, once summoned, it has no power to resist and is pierced straight through by the human mage using a fishhook thicker than an arm. Following that, she waves her staff, and the bait is gripped by an invisible giant hand and smashed thunderously into the distant sea. The speed is so fast that it actually produces a series of sonic booms. Zzz screech. The reel floating in front of the female mage spins so fast it almost sparks. With a piercing screech, an unknown length of fishing line is pulled taut, plummeting toward the chaotic sea below. Hardcore, Gao Yang stares, dumbfounded, at the tough female mage. The latter sits gracefully on her fishing platform and, meeting Gao Yang's gaze, returns a sweet smile. Gao Yang gives her a thumbs up, then stands on his own platform, beginning to ponder what he should use as bait. To be honest, he truly did not expect this so-called giant creature fishing tournament to be this hardcore, having witnessed the methods of these participants. If he still thought he could catch a giant creature using small chunks of fish meat, he would be far too naive. Gao Yang checks his inventory. Only some leftover white dragon meat remains, with nothing else suitable for use as bait. Soon, Gao Yang has an idea. He threads a piece of white dragon meat weighing about 50 pounds onto the hook, uses all his strength to cast it out, and then sits down on the platform, holding his fishing rod. Gao Yang is not the first to cast his line, and naturally, he is not the last. While waiting for a giant creature to take the bait, he sees many players' rods bent into full moons, their lines pulled taut. These players use various methods, manipulating their rods and lines, constantly reeling in to tug at their hooked prey. Roar! Accompanied by a violent roar, Gao Yang sees a flash of white near the surface of the water below. That patch of white alone is nearly 100 meters long. One can imagine that the prey on the hook is definitely not small. Gao Yang turns his head to look at the owner of the rod and sees a very muscular centaur player pulling the rod with both hands, engaged in a frantic tug-of-war with the giant creature in the sea. His upper body is bare, and his muscles, which look like they were carved from marble, are all bulging, displaying his explosive power. Behind him, a large number of spectators are cheering and waving flags for him. The scene filled with intense excitement. Gao Yang watches the contest between the centaur player and the sea giant with great interest. A moment later, while the battle between the centaur and the giant remains undecided, there is movement on Gao Yang's side. The reel on Gao Yang's rod spins wildly, screeching. While a tremendous force travels through the rod, he grips the rod with one hand, feeling the force transmitted through it, and he already has a rough idea. This is not a very large fish. He is too lazy to even move, simply reeling in the line slowly. More than 10 minutes later, a large fish resembling a great white shark, but over 20 meters in length, surfaces. Gao Yang watches the large fish, which has just surfaced and is still struggling violently. He exerts force with one hand, and the rod in his grip suddenly bends to its limit. Then, in the eyes of many spectators, the rod snaps back, and the large fish below is launched toward the sky like a rocket. Splash! With a thunderous sound of water, the 20-meter-long great white shark surges onto Mosa Bay, continuing to shoot toward the sky. After flying for nearly another 100 meters, the great white shark crashes down toward Gao Yang's position. Gao Yang raises one hand, fingers spread, and steadily catches the great white shark, his body not moving an inch. The next moment, battle ore spreads through his palm, wrapping the entire great white shark in the blink of an eye. Gao Yang withdraws his hand, and a giant hand of battle ore holds it in midair, retrieving the hook. Gao Yang produces black obsidian in his hand. Several sword flashes pass, and several huge wounds instantly appear on the great white shark's body. Though the wounds are large, they are measured with precision, not damaging its internal organs, merely slicing through the skin and flesh. After finishing, Gao Yang uses the hook to pierce directly through the great white shark's spine. Then, under the gaze of many spectators, he grabs the shark with one hand, the muscles in his arm bulging. How? With a light shout, he tosses the great white shark, and it disappears from everyone's field of vision at an incredible speed. Many players look at Gao Yang and cannot help but swallow hard. This kind of raw power is a bit too exaggerated. Gao Yang claps his hands and sits back down on the fishing platform. It must be said that this bit of activity has helped his slightly bloated stomach subside quite a bit. He feels he could still scarf down another kello fruit. Taking out a kello fruit, Gao Yang sits calmly, watching the battle between the centaur player and the giant creature while slowly eating the fruit bite by bite. The centaur and the giant creature battled for a full 2 hours. Eventually, the behemoth beneath the sea surface was exhausted, and amidst the cheers of the crowd, the centaur exerted force in his arms once more, pulling the fishing line with all his might. Soon, a massive head broke through the surface of the water, appearing before the eyes of the spectators on the bay. Even from such a distance, the ferocious aura it exuded could be felt by everyone. As the head emerged, the body beneath it gradually surfaced, and the centaur player pulled with even greater intensity. Before long, the entire giant sea monster appeared in everyone's field of vision. It was a colossal sea monster resembling a giant eel, measuring a full 300 meters from head to tail, its massive body thrashing restlessly even while suspended in the air. Chapter 288. Giant Creature Rating O. A thunderous roar of cheers drowned out the Mosa Bay. More than a dozen spotlights shone down from above onto the centaur player, enveloping him in their glow. Under the gaze of the masses, he strained to turn the reel in his hands, pulling the giant eel upward bit by bit. As the centaur player continued to drag it, the 300-meter-long eel struggled with increasing violence. Its massive body slammed against the cliff face, producing a series of thunderous booms. The centaur player's bare upper body was flushed deep red, his muscles bulging and veins popping. Clearly, battling such a behemoth was no simple task for him. "I get up here." The centaur player let out a heaven-shaking roar, and amidst this shout, his body began to swell and grow circle by circle. In the blink of an eye, his entire frame expanded several times over, transforming into a terrifying giant nearly 20 meters tall. In this state, his strength was significantly enhanced. One could see the centaur player holding the fishing rod, which now looked like a toothpick in his hands, pulling it upward inch by inch. Boom, boom. The eel's struggles grew more intense, its body twisting and slamming against the cliff, creating roars that grew louder with each passing moment. Finally, the centaur pulled the eel to a position just a few meters from the top of the bay. Immediately after, another centaur beside him threw out a rope, which moved as if it had a life of its own, wrapping around the eel layer by layer. Finally, the two centaurs grabbed the rope and let out a synchronized shout, dragging the massive eel onto the bay. Once the 300-meter-long behemoth was dragged onto the bay, it lay motionless, as if it had lost all its strength. Gao Yang watched with interest as the fishing tournament staff approached the eel. Clearly, this situation was something the organizers had prepared for. After all, there were many spectators on the bay who had paid for tickets, and if they were injured by these terrifying monsters, it would damage the reputation of the event. The tournament staff held staves, and a flicker of magical light emerged, causing the giant eel to float as if it were weightless as they led it toward the building. At the same time, the eel continued to shrink, as if the space it occupied was being constantly compressed. "Hey Anvil, where are they going?" Gao Yang was curious, so he turned to look at the dwarf in the adjacent fishing spot to his right, tossing him a fiery red kello fruit. Anvil reached out with his large hand to catch the fruit and took a big bite without hesitation. His eyes widened immediately, and he looked at Gao Yang. "Gao Yang, the taste of this fruit is truly amazing. Oh, it's hard to imagine how delicious it would be if used to brew wine." After expressing his admiration, Anvil answered the question Gao Yang had just asked. "They are going to weigh it. The organizers have a legendary item specifically for weighing. The staves you see in the hands of those staff members are actually components of that legendary item. It is precisely because of the existence of this legendary item that these staff members, with their different types of magic, are able to contain and transport these giant creatures for weighing." "I see." Gao Yang nodded. "It's not just that. That legendary item doesn't just measure simple weight, it also measures the life essence, abilities, and grade of these sea monsters, and finally gives a comprehensive rating. The one with the highest rating will be the champion of the giant creature fishing tournament." It was clearly not Anvil's first time participating in the giant creature fishing tournament, as he was well versed in the procedures and steps. Under his explanation, Gao Yang gained a concrete understanding of the judging process for the tournament. "Thanks, Anvil," Gao Yang said, tossing him another kello fruit. Though this one was earthy yellow, after a while, the crowd of spectators let out another wave of exclamations. Gao Yang listened carefully and realized they were saying things like 498, so high, and so strong. After listening for a moment longer, Gao Yang understood. It turned out the giant creature caught by that centaur player had received a final rating of 498, judging by the reactions of the audience. It was a very good score. Shortly after, the centaur player strode back to his fishing platform, arms crossed over his chest, striking a victorious pose. Looking at him, it seemed he had no intention of continuing to hunt for a trophy with a higher rating. Gao Yang withdrew his gaze and focused his attention on the fishing rod in his own hands. When he had cast the great white shark as bait, he had felt a continuous pulling force transmitted through the fishing line to the rod. This force was not particularly strong and remained well within Gao Yang's control. Moreover, through this pulling force, Gao Yang understood one fact. His bait was still struggling. "I wonder what level of giant creature this bait will be able to catch." Gao Yang wasn't particularly concerned about what he might catch. For him, this was merely a post-meal digestive exercise. Another point was his simple curiosity as to why this giant creature fishing tournament would attract beings like druids and dragon slayers. The centaur player seemed to be just the beginning. In the time that followed, along the 10-kilometer-long bay cliff, one creature after another of various shapes and sizes was pulled up by fishing lines. They all shared only one common trait. They were massive in size. Half a day passed quickly. Not far to the left of Gao Yang, the female mage who had previously summoned a demon as bait suddenly saw her fishing line pull taut. A powerful force instantly dragged her fishing rod dozens of meters away. But the mage did not panic. She made a grasping motion with one hand, and a large, pale blue hand suddenly materialized to seize the flying rod. Following that, with her exertion, the rod was pulled back in front of her. The mage reached out again, and the pale blue mage hands began to manipulate the rod and line, wrestling with the entity hidden within the chaotic sea below. Gao Yang watched with interest. After all, watching a woman with an excellent figure, face, and strength was far more pleasing to the eye than watching a centaur or a dwarf. The mage's progress was much faster than the centaur's. In just half an hour, a monster was hauled out of the chaotic sea below. It was a massive, crimson-red fish, estimated to be over 500 meters in length, a true behemoth. A giant, sharp horn grew from the forehead of this crimson fish, and one look was enough to tell that it was no simple creature. However, this not-so-simple creature was ultimately dragged onto the Mosa Bay under the various magical spells of the mage, where it was quickly taken away by the staff. Soon, the results were out. The fish's score exceeded 700, reaching a total of 745 points, making it the highest-scoring catch so far. Upon learning the score, the mage curled her lips, seemingly unsatisfied with the result. Chapter 289. Gao Yang gets a bite. Gao Yang sat on his fishing platform as another day passed in the blink of an eye. Throughout the day, a large number of contestants had already caught giant creatures that satisfied them. However, there were also quite a few players who, lacking sufficient strength, were dragged off their platforms by their prey and fell into the pitch-black chaotic sea. Fortunately, aside from two unlucky souls, the rest of the contestants quickly adjusted and managed to return to Mosa Bay from the chaotic sea. Gao Yang, where on earth did you cast your bait? How has nothing taken the hook after such a long time? The dwarf iron anvil stood beside Gao Yang, holding a wine bottle in one hand and a kello fruit in the other. Looking at Gao Yang as he spoke, "Who knows? Maybe my bait is too inspiring, and it hasn't been swallowed yet." Gao Yang shook his head, feeling somewhat puzzled as well. "Hey, one look and I can tell you're a novice. Casting isn't about throwing it as far as possible. Moderate distance is the best." Iron Fishing Master Anvil gulped down a bottle of strong liquor and said drunkenly. Gao Yang glanced at the dwarf who never let go of his wine and scoffed at his words. Seeing Gao Yang's expression, Iron Anvil's eyes widened, and his already ruddy face turned even redder. "What kind of look is that? Are you questioning my fishing skills?" Gao Yang shook his head and said in an extremely perplexed tone, No, I was just wondering. If your fishing skills are so high, why were you dragged into the water? That's right. Iron Fishing Master Anvil had been dragged off his platform by a giant creature he had hooked half a day ago, and he had soaked in the chaotic sea for quite a while. That was just me being careless. If it hadn't taken advantage of me while I was drinking, I definitely would have reeled it in. Iron Fishing Master Anvil's forehead veins bulged as he shouted angrily in explanation. Gao Yang nodded repeatedly. Yeah, sure. Seeing Gao Yang's reaction, Iron Anvil knew that anything he said would be useless, so he could only snort coldly. HMPH. Humans are always so hypocritical. Gao Yang shrugged, feeling immune to such harmless remarks. Although the average lifespan of a dwarf is 4 to 5 times that of a human, the differences between the races meant that individual humans often achieved far more in certain areas than the vocabulary poor and simple living dwarves. Iron Anvil was about to say something more when he saw the fishing line in front of Gao Yang suddenly pull taut to its limit. The reel spun with a whoosh, rotating at least 100 times in the blink of an eye. You got one, you got one. Iron Anvil roared with great excitement. Faster than his voice, however, was Gao Yang's hand. The moment the line went taut, his right hand gripping the rod tightened instantly. Even when faced with the sudden, terrifying force, his arm holding the rod remained as steady as a rock. But in just a split second, he felt that the pulling force coming from the rod was somewhat too powerful. Gao Yang hesitated for a moment, then decisively threw away the kello fruit he had only taken 2 bites of. He gripped the rod with both hands and began to wrestle with the giant creature in the chaotic sea. Using both hands, Gao Yang unleashed his 21 points of extraordinary strength without reservation. Even so, he remained somewhat unsteady, and the rod in his hands never ceased its steep, curved arc. I want to see exactly what kind of monster you are today. Gao Yang's spirits were lifted. In this moment of strength-based confrontation, he seemed to understand the joy that obsessed anglers felt. This hardy, vigorous battle of strength and the mystery of the unknown before the prey surfaced were all stimulating the heartstrings of the angler. Even if one were to turn their back on all living things and sit alone in an emperor's coffin, one would still fish through the ages. No one could stop an angler's path. In this regard, the heavenly emperor, he was the most glorious great emperor of the fishing Dao, who had forcibly ignored the terrifying suppression of the lousy Zhu Daoshan, became immune to the brainwashing of the soul-sucking demonic sound, and ultimately walked his own path to achieve eternal glory. Gao Yang's mind stirred, and his vast sea of will seemed to open a floodgate. A continuous stream of willpower flowed through his hands and into the rod he held. Could the effect of willpower smelting really be so narrow? With the addition of his willpower, the rod in Gao Yang's hands finally stabilized. At this point, Gao Yang could no longer remain seated on the platform. He stood up, his legs braced firmly against the edge of the platform, holding the rod and continuously reeling in the line. With the support of his 21 points of physical strength and his immense willpower, the entity at the other end of the line seemed unable to resist, and the line was reeled in, circle by circle. It took a full half-day before a glimmer of metallic, dark light finally appeared in the chaotic sea below. Just that single glimmer of dark light was enough to make Anvil, who was watching the battle from the side, let out an excited exclamation. Sea dragon, Gao Yang, you have hooked a sea dragon. His incredibly loud voice immediately drew the attention of the surrounding spectators and contestants. It must be known that the sea dragon has always been one of the most famous giant creatures in the chaotic sea, and one that offers the highest score bonuses. If anyone could hook a sea dragon, they would undoubtedly rank in the top 10 of the giant creature fishing competition they were participating in. There had never been an exception. Gao Yang did not know the value of the sea dragon, but just from the way Anvil was acting, he could sense that the thing he had hooked seemed to be extraordinary. Damn it! How could it be a sea dragon? If this sea dragon is over 150 meters long, it is not something that contestants of our transcendent sequence can catch. Anvil frowned, looking at Gao Yang with great distress as he said, if this sea dragon is over 150 meters long, Gao Yang, you must give up in time. If you were dragged off the fishing platform by a sea dragon, there has never been a survivor. Is it that exaggerated? Gao Yang continued to maintain the state of wrestling, turning his head to glance at Anvil, seemingly unable to believe it. Would I lie to you about this? This is something everyone knows. Anvil tapped the concrete fishing platform in front of his feet with an empty wine bottle in dissatisfaction. Gao Yang had no time to converse with Anvil at this moment. As the sea dragon was gradually pulled toward the shore, the strength he needed to exert grew greater. At the other end of the fishing line, the strength of that sea dragon was truly formidable. Gao Yang looked down and saw the pitch-black seawater being churned violently by it, with massive amounts of spray erupting from the chaotic sea and crashing against the cliff walls. Every time the line was reeled in, it was followed by a fierce tug. The battle between man and dragon had entered a completely white-hot stage. Gao Yang gritted his teeth, pulling on the fishing rod, and looked down at the chaotic sea below. He saw that in the dark seawater below, a massive, majestic dragon head covered in scales was also slightly protruding from the water, looking up at him along the fishing line. Two dragon horns and a body covered in dragon scales, everything about it proclaimed the identity of this giant creature. Chapter 290 Score 907. The sea dragon's head emerged from the sea, its pair of scarlet, hellish vertical pupils filled with a tyrannical light. It opened its blood-red maw, its dragon teeth interlocking like a forest of long blades. The angry, tyrannical dragon roar resounded throughout Mossa Bay. Layers of sound waves spread out, whipping up rolling gales, as if the entire Mossa Bay were being swept by a hurricane. After the dragon roar sounded, Gao Yang felt the fishing rod in his hand sink violently. The thick fishing line pulled taut, and a massive force struck, nearly dragging him into the sea. Gao Yang's body sank, his legs rooting into the ground of the fishing platform like an old tree. And only then did he barely manage to resist this sudden, immense force. Click, click, click. As Gao Yang wrestled with the sea dragon below, the fishing rod in his hands emitted unbearable clicking sounds. It seemed that if even a little more force were applied, it would snap on the spot for all the spectators to see. Gao Yang adjusted his breathing, gripped the fishing rod with both hands, and reeled in the line bit by bit. On the sea surface below, the sea dragon, perhaps feeling the pain, let out another tyrannical dragon roar. Then, Gao Yang felt the force in his hands loosen slightly. He was just feeling puzzled when he heard Anvil screaming in terror at the top of his lungs from the side. Gao Yang, it is coming up. The sea dragon is coming up. Cut the fishing line quickly, or it will drag you into the chaotic sea. Hearing this, Gao Yang looked over the fishing platform toward the bottom and saw a sea dragon covered in iron-gray dragon scales on the pitch-black sea surface. It extended its sharp dragon claws, grabbed onto the bay's cliff wall, and began charging toward the top of the cliff along the rock face. Its speed was extremely fast. In the time it took for Gao Yang to glance at it, its entire body was already pressed against the cliff wall. The sea dragon's physique was different from that of a Western dragon. Strictly speaking, it bore more resemblance to the divine dragons of Chinese mythology. It had the same dragon head and horns, the same long, snake-like body covered in scales, and the same sharp claws. The only difference was that along the sea dragon's spine was a row of steel blades that shimmered with a cold light, looking extremely dangerous. At this moment, as the sea dragon charged toward the cliff top, its size was exposed to everyone's eyes. Gao Yang, cut the line. This sea dragon is over 140 meters long. It is only one step away from the legendary threshold. Anvil let out an exclamation and immediately advised him. Gao Yang looked at the sea dragon charging up from below and raised his eyebrows slightly. Since it had not reached the legendary realm, there was still a chance. With this thought, he no longer hesitated. Accompanied by a violent intake of breath, his body suddenly expanded, transforming into his dragon form. Anvil looked at Gao Yang, who had turned into a dragon. His alcohol-numbed brain suddenly going blank. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but not knowing what to say. In the end, a bellyful of words turned into a single curse, pervert, on Gao Yang's side. Amidst the exclamations of the numerous spectators, he had already flapped his dragon wings, leaped off the edge of the fishing platform, and then, like a meteorite, charged toward the sea dragon below. He dove down. Having discarded the fishing rod, he held only the line spool in his hand, with the fishing line connecting the two. Under the gaze of the many spectators, Gao Yang and the sea dragon collided with a boom, clang. A violent roar exploded. The sea dragon's head slammed heavily into the cliff wall, shattering large chunks of rock that fell into the pitch-black sea below, splashing water dozens of meters high. Gao Yang retreated slightly, then charged toward the sea dragon's head again. Boom, boom, again and again. Blow after blow, Gao Yang continuously hammered the sea dragon, pinning it firmly into the rock wall as if driving a nail. The sea dragon let out a hiss, only to be kicked on its dragon horn by Gao Yang. The ferocious force pressed its head back into the rock wall, causing its hiss to come to an abrupt end. The sea dragon's massive body writhed in the rock wall, its sharp scales and claws carving away large amounts of rubble as if it were cutting through tofu. It twisted its body violently, striking at Gao Yang with the speed of lightning. Clang! It was fast, but Gao Yang was faster. A flash of black light swept past, and the sea dragon's head was once again slammed heavily into the rubble. Gao Yang, holding the black obsidian, hovered above the sea dragon. Then he extended his dragon claws, and a mass of vines sprouted from his palms, quickly binding the sea dragon's body firmly. Ignoring the sea dragon's struggles, Gao Yang flew back to the Mosa Bay, stowed away the black obsidian, and grabbed the vines with both hands. Terrifying power surging through his body. The height of several hundred meters did not take him much time. With earth-shaking thud, the 140-meter-long sea dragon was slammed heavily onto the open ground of the bay. Staff members who had been waiting on the sidelines rushed over, operating tools to restrain the sea dragon, and hurried toward the weighing area. Gao Yang, what kind of bloodline ability is that? Anvil came to Gao Yang's side, pulled a forging hammer from who knows where, and gently tapped Gao Yang's ankle. Are you being polite? Gao Yang looked down at the dwarf, who was only slightly taller than his ankle, shifted his feet, and looked at him. Anvil sheepishly put away his forging hammer, then looked up at Gao Yang and said, "Can you change into your human form? We can't communicate as equals like this." Gao Yang felt that this point was fair, so with a thought, he reverted to his human form. Gao Yang, I have a feeling you're going to win the giant catch fishing tournament this time. Anvil walked up, stood on his tiptoes to pat Gao Yang's shoulder, and said quite excitedly. Gao Yang didn't really care about that, but since he had already caught such a rare creature, he was somewhat looking forward to the sea dragon's final score. The two did not have to wait long before the staff members who had hurried away came rushing back. The staff member waved his hands and shouted loudly, 907, a score of 907, currently in first place. Upon hearing the score, Gao Yang nodded slightly, feeling that it was a decent result. Beside him, the dwarf Anvil was nearly jumping for joy. 907, 907, my brother. You are too strong, haha. Gao Yang looked at the dwarf Anvil with some suspicion. He guessed that this dwarf might have never caught a high-scoring giant creature before, which was why he was so excited. However, the excitement of catching the giant creature had passed, and Gao Yang rubbed his belly. The kello fruit he had eaten earlier had long since been digested. Gao Yang stretched, his bones popping like firecrackers, and asked the dwarf beside him, I'm heading back, Anvil. Are you staying here to wait for the results? Hearing this, Anvil shook his head. Given the lifespan of dwarves, they never measured time in days. If they did, their lives would be far too meticulous. All right then, I'll be going first. Gao Yang nodded and chose to exit the campaign. Chapter 291, title, Giant Conqueror. Your fishing score is 907. Calculating final rankings. First place in the giant catch fishing tournament not achieved score 958. Second place in the giant catch fishing tournament not achieved score 942. Third place in the giant catch fishing tournament not achieved score 919. Fourth place in the giant catch fishing tournament achieved score 907. Campaign scoring complete. Calculating campaign rewards. You have received 10. 0 Multiverse Network Disaster Coins. You have received the Giant Conqueror Fishing Set Elite Edition. You have received the title Giant Conqueror. Giant Conqueror type. Title requirements. Achieve a top 10 ranking in the Giant Catch Fishing Tournament to obtain this title. Title description. Ahahaha. How could a mere little fish of a few hundred meters escape my hook? Come on up. Title attributes. None note. This title is an honorary title awarded by the organizers of the Giant Catch Fishing Tournament and holds no practical value. P.S. Risk Trading House is offering an unlimited buy order for the Giant Conqueror title at a base price of 5. 0 Multiverse Network Disaster Coins. Interested parties please contact Risk Investment Trading Center. P.S. Giants or whatever don't hold any attraction for me at all. I don't even bother to fish for them. I just have a small stamp collecting hobby. Offering a 0 Multiverse Network disaster coins for the Giant Conqueror title. Interested parties private message me. Don't force me to beg you. Anonymous Multiverse Network player at noon. A day and a half after Gao Yang returned from the fishing tournament, he was enjoying a meal when a series of messages flashed before his eyes. The final rankings for the giant catch fishing tournament had been released, and the corresponding rewards had been issued. Gao Yang hadn't expected to achieve 4th place. Not only did he receive a reward of 10 0 Multiverse Network disaster coins, but he also got an elite version of a fishing set and a title called Giant Conqueror. Looking at the 2 notes at the bottom of the title description, Gao Yang couldn't help but chuckle. Although the anonymous Multiverse Network player sounded very tough, he guessed that the person was likely on their knees when they typed that last sentence. Offering a 0 Multiverse Network disaster coins for a title with no attributes, that is indeed something a hardcore fisherman would do. After all, back when Gao Yang was working, he had heard of many outrageous things fishermen would do when they couldn't catch fish. Buying fish to pass off as their own catch, catching crabs, digging into eel holes. There were even those who bought special props from online shops to make the fish they caught look bigger. It had shocked him greatly when he had just started working, and he had called it covering one's ears to steal a bell, deceiving oneself. He took out the fishing set. It consisted of a fishing rod, a reel, and a hook. The rod even had the words Giant Conqueror engraved on it. After weighing it in his hand a few times, Gao Yang placed it in the corner of his inventory. Unless necessary, he probably wouldn't be using this set anytime soon. As for the newly acquired title, Gao Yang added it directly to his title book. After finishing his lunch, Gao Yang got up and went to the study. Ever since he became a Multiverse Network player, it had been a long time since he had sat down to read and study. There was a time when Gao Yang believed he would never have any use for the knowledge he learned from books. However, while in the demon wasteland, he felt for the first time the charm of the ancient wisdom passed down through thousands of years. Consequently, Gao Yang developed a greater pursuit of knowledge. Even if he could not become as learned and knowledgeable as a mage, that did not hinder him from learning and accumulating more knowledge. This knowledge might not show its utility in the short term, but he believed that at some moment in the future, it would play the role it was meant to. Thanks to the requirements during the construction of this villa, the books in the study were quite rich, basically enough to satisfy Gao Yang's current needs. After reading for several hours, Gao Yang looked at the descriptions of mountains and lands in the books and suddenly felt a sense of yearning. Before becoming a Multiverse Network player, his life consisted of only a few simple things: survival, study, and making money. As an orphan, when all his classmates signed up for the spring field trip, he had rationally found his homeroom teacher and stated that he did not want to participate. When he reached university, while his roommates and classmates were discussing where to travel and which local delicacies to taste during holidays, he had to seize the time to work part-time jobs to earn his living expenses and tuition. For Gao Yang, his growth trajectory did not include those things meant for enjoyment. For him, the most limited form of entertainment was merely playing the currently popular games on his roommates' computers. Gao Yang put down the book, picked up his phone, and searched for the route from Jinghu to Mount Tai. As the head of the 5 great mountains and a famous mountain under heaven, Mount Tai had been the place where emperors performed the Fengshen sacrifices since ancient times, so it naturally became his primary target. However, looking at the 10+ or self-driving route on the navigation, Gao Yang thought for a moment and booked himself a high-speed rail ticket. Although he could have flown directly, it was too late, and Gao Yang did not want to do that. Moreover, if he always left without saying goodbye, it might make the authorities feel a bit uneasy. Soon, a ticket for 10 o'clock tomorrow morning was successfully booked. Gao Yang put down his phone and picked up the book to continue reading. In downtown Jinghu, Ruan Xiaoyu was preparing to relax when her phone suddenly vibrated. She helplessly picked up the phone and opened a dedicated app. A message appeared before her eyes. Gao Yang has booked a high-speed rail ticket to Mount Tai for 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Inquire whether he needs more professional services or if things should remain as they are. A flash of excitement crossed Ruan Xiaoyu's eyes. As she continued to adventure in the multiverse network and her strength constantly improved, she could increasingly feel Gao Yang's power, and at the same time, she became more and more attentive to this job of acting as a liaison between him and the authorities. Of course, maintaining contact with Gao Yang also required some techniques, rather than asking directly. Soon, Ruan Xiaoyu found an entry point to contact Gao Yang, which was the matter regarding the 3 female university students from a few days ago. Subsequently, the topic was led by her to tourism, which also allowed her to obtain Gao Yang's purpose for going to Mount Tai. The purpose was simple. It was just a pure trip, and beyond that, there were no other thoughts. Regarding the professional services she proposed, Gao Yang also politely declined after receiving the answer. Ruan Xiaoyu relayed Gao Yang's intentions to the authorities, and the matter came to an end. The next day, just past 9 o'clock, Gao Yang arrived at the Jinghu high-speed railway station wearing casual clothes. Before he even entered the station, he saw Ruan Xiaoyu standing outside the station with a smile on her face. Ruan Xiaoyu was wearing a pink t-shirt on her upper body, and her round, long legs were clad in a knee-length skirt and black stockings. She looked stunning, exuding an aura of youthful vitality, which caused many passengers rushing for their trains to cast frequent glances. A look of helplessness appeared on Gao Yang's face. He walked up to her and said, "Didn't I say I could come by myself?" "I know, but I thought that with me here, it should save you some time," Ruan Xiaoyu said with a smile. "But with a great beauty like you here, it's hard for me to keep a low profile," Gao Yang joked. Ruan Xiaoyu covered her mouth and chuckled, then leaned forward slightly, looking at Gao Yang with interest as she asked, "Then, having a great beauty come specifically to see you off, how does it feel right now?" Gao Yang glanced casually at the surrounding passengers, felt the gazes they projected, and said with a smile, "I am honored." Chapter 290 to Magic Web, Spellcaster and much. The two entered the high-speed rail station, and just as Ruan Xiaoyu had said, with her presence, he once again passed through smoothly and boarded the high-speed train bound for Mount Tai. However, looking at Ruan Xiaoyu sitting beside him, Gao Yang asked half-jokingly and half-seriously, "Xiaoyu, didn't you say you were just seeing me off? Don't tell me you're planning to accompany me all the way to the Southern Heaven Gate." Ruan Xiaoyu blinked her innocent, large eyes and said quite aggrievedly, "What? Are you allowed to go out and play?" "But I'm not allowed to go out and play. Are you saying only the magistrate is allowed to burn down houses, while the common people are forbidden from even lighting a lamp?" Hearing this, Gao Yang shook his head helplessly. He did not yet know what Ruan Xiaoyu's intentions were, but these thoughts posed no harm to him, and that was enough. Besides, traveling with a beauty was not a bad thing, was it? Watching the scenery flying past outside the window, ripples also stirred in Gao Yang's sea of consciousness. Seeing Gao Yang looking out the window without speaking, Ruan Xiaoyu wanted to say something to liven up the atmosphere, but the words reached her lips and she swallowed them back. It was true that she had decided to go to Mount Tai with Gao Yang on a whim. There was no denying that. Now that Gao Yang had shown he did not mind if she were to be tactless and engage in awkward small talk or disturb him, it would inevitably lead to his annoyance. Do not be fooled by the fact that Gao Yang had always appeared extremely decent and generous. Just like a good citizen, Ruan Xiaoyu understood that this was only because he was no longer on the same level as people like them. They were all just mortals, while he, if one really had to say it, could already be considered an immortal who did not eat the food of the mortal world. She withdrew her gaze, took out her tablet, and began her own research. Ruan Xiaoyu was a spellcaster. Gao Yang had known this for a long time. At this moment, watching Ruan Xiaoyu constantly writing and drawing on the tablet, he also developed a slight interest. He slightly tilted his head, and the first thing he saw was a model formed by connecting lines. It seemed Ruan Xiaoyu was analyzing a spell model. There had always been many schools of spellcasters, but currently, the most common spellcasters were those who inscribed spells into spell slots and released magic directly through those spell slots when needed. This situation inevitably required a great existence, the weave. Here, one had to mention the weave. The weave, also known as the magic network, was the otherworldly version of the internet. A long, long time ago, The energy between heaven and earth was chaotic and disordered. Spellcasters who wanted to cast spells had to thoroughly comprehend the spell model, construct a complete magic circuit, and, with various strange materials, infuse magic to cast spells. Undoubtedly, under such circumstances, there were extremely high demands on a spellcaster's intelligence and learning ability, making the threshold to become a spellcaster extremely high and the difficulty immense. Then, under an accidental circumstance, the weave was born. The birth of the weave allowed living beings to cast spells through the magic network, as long as they inscribed the spells into spell slots beforehand. This process did not require spellcasters to possess very high intelligence. They only needed to look at it daily, memorize the spells through the weave, and then directly construct the spell model through the weave, bringing these spells into a prepared state. When needed, they only had to chant the incantation to complete the casting. However, spellcasters who completed spells by linking to the weave had a fixed number of spells they could cast each day. It could be said that the weave was a standard idiot-proof teaching method, saving living beings a lot of time researching spells and allowing them to become spellcasters without needing extraordinary intelligence. But clearly, the shortcomings of weave spellcasters were also obvious. They only knew what to do but not why, meaning they did not understand the essence of spells. The spell models they memorized were merely superficial memories. Once the magic was released, they would disappear along with the spell. To cast again, they would need to re-memorize the spell. However, it was undeniable that the birth of the weave greatly lowered the entry barrier for spellcasters, leading to the emergence of countless low-level spellcasters through the weave. They only needed to meet the lowest conditions to link and cast spells. But the existence of the weave also became a shackles for all weave spellcasters. To obtain stronger and higher level spells, they had to gain higher weave authority. And if their weave authority was sealed, then weave spellcasters might not even be able to cast the lowest level spells. Under these circumstances, many spellcasters did not choose the relatively easy path but continued the ancient way of spellcasting, memorizing spell models themselves, comprehending magic circuits, and then casting magic. Undoubtedly, this path was more arduous, but similarly, spellcasters who grew up through this method were generally given another title, Archmage. They were not bound by the weave, nor by spell slots. As long as their magic power was sufficient, they could cast any spell they desired. They also did not worship the goddess of magic. In their view, gods were merely powerful life forms, and under certain conditions, they were not unkillable. God-slaying was something these types of spellcasters could achieve. And now, the path Ruan Xiaoyu had embarked on was clearly the ancient way of spellcasting. Perhaps her growth rate in the early stages would be slow, but once she matured, she would undoubtedly become extremely powerful. Ruan Xiaoyu noticed Gao Yang's gaze. She put down the tablet, rubbed her temples, and said with a wry smile, "See, now you know why I'm so weak." Gao Yang nodded. The power of a spellcaster required a great deal of time and refinement to forge, except for those with extraordinary talent and innate intelligence. After thinking for a moment, he took out an ice blue crawl fruit from his inventory and handed it to Ruan Xiaoyu. "What is this?" Ruan Xiaoyu looked at the ice blue fruit, almost the size of a basketball, with great confusion on her small head. "It's a crawl fruit. I grew it. It has a refreshing and invigorating effect, which should be helpful to you," Gao Yang explained. "Really?" Ruan Xiaoyu's eyes immediately lit up. This item was truly timely for her. However, she then frowned, conflicted. This fruit clearly looked like an extraordinary fruit, very valuable. It didn't feel right for her to just accept it. But, given her current strength, she was a nobody. Even if she took out all her possessions, there probably wouldn't be anything Gao Yang would find appealing. Or, should I repay him in a different way? As this thought emerged, Ruan Xiaoyu glanced at Gao Yang's charming face, and her flawless, jade-like cheeks instantly flushed crimson. She vigorously shook her head, shaking that terrifying thought out of her mind. "You don't want it." Gao Yang's voice reached her ears, interrupting her wild thoughts. "Yes, yes, yes." Ruan Xiaoyu hastily took the crawl fruit, a silly smile appearing on her face. Chapter 293, The Experienced Driver. This is Tian. It truly is different from Jinghu. Stepping out of the high-speed rail station, Gao Yang looked at the environment. which was distinctly different from Jinghu, and remarked with emotion. Ruan Xiaoyu glanced into the distance and said, "Is it? I don't feel much difference." In her opinion, these modern cities were all quite similar, only those ancient, quaint cities could truly convey some of the local unique charm. Gao Yang glanced at her, knowing that the environments they had once lived in were completely different, and her words carried a natural humble brag. "Let's not talk about that. Let's go." Gao Yang started walking, and Ruan Xiaoyu followed closely behind. "Are we going directly to Mount Tai? Speaking of which, this is my first time visiting Mount Tai. Are there any good foods here?" Amidst Ruan Xiaoyu's incessant chatter, the two gradually walked away. Night fell and streetlights illuminated a snack street in Ta City. Gao Yang and Ruan Xiaoyu sat opposite each other, and on the simple table in front of them, various snacks were piled high. For Gao Yang, even if there were several times more of these foods, he would still be able to eat them all, as his extraordinary physique granted him extremely powerful digestive abilities. Ruan Xiaoyu was also no longer an ordinary person, and her appetite was not small either. It didn't take long for the two of them to finish all the snacks on the table. Of course, Gao Yang was naturally the main force. After tasting the local delicacies of Taiyan, Gao Yang and Ruan Xiaoyu prepared to head towards Mount Tai together. Ruan Xiaoyu quickly hailed a taxi. She didn't have Gao Yang's abnormal stamina. One must know that this was still the city center, and it would take a considerable amount of time just to walk to the foot of Mount Tai, not to mention the subsequent climb up Mount Tai, which was known for curing stubborn mouths. It seemed all taxi drivers were talkative. Seeing Gao Yang and Ruan Xiaoyu sitting properly in the back, the driver uncle smiled knowingly and immediately started chatting away. In his words, he repeatedly hinted that young people should be ambitious and take the initiative when necessary. The driver uncle was observing everything around him and cursing at other drivers. Yet he still maintained a normal conversation with Gao Yang and Ruan Xiaoyu. My wife decided to date me after we climbed Mount Tai together back then. Is Mount Tai that magical?" Ruan Xiaoyu asked curiously. Little girl, you've asked the right question. When my wife and I climbed Mount Tai back then, I didn't even pant once the whole way. And in the end, I even carried my wife down Mount Tai. Do you know? I carried her for over an hour. It's still fresh in my memory. So, Andy was impressed by your good stamina, uncle. Ruan Xiaoyu innocently picked up the conversation. Gao Yang coughed loudly, and sure if it was because the car was going too fast or if there was something wrong with his own thoughts. Soon, the taxi stopped, and Gao Yang and Ruan Xiaoyu got out one after another. "Thank you, uncle." Ruan Xiaoyu paid the fare, not forgetting to thank the enthusiastic and talkative driver uncle. Don't mention it. You young people, when you go climb Mount Tai, remember to rent two trekking poles and a military overcoat. After saying this, the driver uncle even winked at Ruan Xiaoyu with a "you know what I mean" expression. Gao Yang looked at the driver uncle through the window. He was a bit too enthusiastic, even specifically reminding them to only rent one military overcoat. If they were an ordinary young couple, understanding his hint would likely lead to a pleasant and romantic trip to Mount Tai. However, it was clear that he and Ruan Xiaoyu were not in that situation. Mount Tai was not very high, at least in the eyes of most first-time visitors. Gao Yang and Ruan Xiaoyu followed the crowd, ascending the steps. Every now and then, they would encounter tourists pinching their thumb and forefinger, boasting, "Little Mount Tai conquered." Of course, these were mostly energetic young people. Whenever someone made such a gesture, it would always elicit silent and benevolent smiles from some staff members. As Ruan Xiaoyu walked, she saw a stall selling trekking poles. Remembering what the driver uncle had said, she asked, "Gao Yang, do you want a trekking pole?" Gao Yang looked at her with a strange expression, not speaking. Ruan Xiaoyu's face flushed, and she immediately realized that the person standing in front of her was an extraordinary and transcendent being. How could he need such auxiliary tools? Gao Yang steadily ascended the steps, one by one, and his mood began to settle. As the foremost of the 5 great mountains, Mount Tai naturally had its unique qualities. Its profoundness, grandeur, and majesty were recognized by the Chinese people. When Gao Yang set foot on Mount Tai, he also felt its profoundness. This profoundness was not merely material, rather, It was the sense of profound antiquity that manifested before him when thoughts, spirit, and the concept of Mount Tai intertwined. As the altitude continuously increased, Gao Yang's vision also broadened, although it was night. This could not obstruct Gao Yang's sight. Upon reaching the South Heaven Gate, Gao Yang's expression remained normal, but Ruan Xiaoyu, who had been closely following his footsteps, was already a little out of breath. Of course, the tourists at the South Heaven Gate were all gasping for air as if their lungs would burst. The young people who were originally full of energy now looked as if they were about to drop dead right there. And no one was uttering grand words like Little Mount Tai, conquered anymore. Gao Yang turned to look at Ruan Xiaoyu and casually asked, "Can you still keep up? Do you want to rest?" Seeing this, Ruan Xiaoyu quickly shook her head, stood up, and indicated that she was fine. Gao Yang nodded, then continued towards the Jade Emperor Peak. After some time, Gao Yang reached the Jade Emperor Peak. Standing on the Jade Emperor Peak and looking down, his vision was greatly broadened. Looking up, the night sky was pitch black, so close it felt as if it connected with the heavens. At this moment, Gao Yang perceived a vast spirit lingering here, but more than that, he felt its profound charm. Without a word, he directly sat cross-legged facing east. Seeing Gao Yang like this, Ruan Xiaoyu no longer panted heavily. Instead, she subtly moved a finger, and the surrounding sounds quickly diminished and faded. They sat there until sunrise. As the first streak of purplish-red light pierced through the boundless dark sea of clouds, an immense roar of sound immediately erupted on the Jade Emperor Peak. At this moment, Gao Yang also opened his tightly closed eyes. In his eyes, that wisp of purple energy was so dazzling. A moment later, a fiery red sun suddenly leaped out from the sea of clouds, as if breaking free from some kind of restraint, giving a sense of great freedom and liberation. This scene also deeply imprinted itself in Gao Yang's mind. After watching the sunrise, Gao Yang and Ruan Xiaoyu followed the crowd down Mount Tai. Ruan Xiaoyu looked at Gao Yang and asked curiously, "Gao Yang, you've seen Mount Tai. How do you feel? It was worth the trip?" Gao Yang recalled his previous insights and the sights he had seen, speaking with a touch of emotion. This seemingly ordinary trip slowly settled his will, and imperceptibly, his will became even more resilient. To my dear readers, starting from July, I will be increasing my update frequency. I am setting a goal, a minimum of 6,000 words per day. At the same time, I kindly ask you to cast your monthly votes and support the original version of this work on the Kidian app. Chapter 294. The path begins to emerge. The appearance of this change made Gao Yang realize that, aside from combat, having a sufficiently broad perspective could also improve oneself. However, compared to the strength gained through combat, the growth gained from broadening one's horizons was much more subtle. Yet its impact was in no way inferior to the growth obtained from fighting. For instance, right now, just by climbing Mount Tai and sitting in meditation at the Jade Emperor Peak for a night, his vast willpower had become slightly more resilient. Blindly engaging in bitter cultivation and constant fighting could make him stronger, but it would also cause him to gradually fall into the narrow perspective of a frog at the bottom of a well, eventually reaching a point where his strength would stagnate and he would be unable to make any further progress. Conversely, going out to see the magnificence of the world and broadening one's vision and mindset could, at certain times, yield even better results. Vaguely, Gao Yang gained a deeper perception of cultivation, even touching upon the direction forward in the mysterious depths of his consciousness. But as time passed, this feeling quickly vanished without a trace. Gao Yang shook his head, not discouraged. He could not grasp this feeling now, but as his strength grew, he would eventually seize it. Ruan Xiaoyu's gaze fell on Gao Yang's face, and she asked with a hint of curiosity, "So, do you plan to return to Jinghu? Or do you want to continue wandering around?" Facing Ruan Xiaoyu's question, Gao Yang thought for a moment and said, "Let's continue. I want to see the land of China and explore the famous historical sites across the country." He paused for a moment before adding, "This is a method of cultivation for me, but for you, it might not be as suitable. A spellcaster at your stage needs a stable environment for study and research. Are you still going to accompany me?" Ruan Xiaoyu nodded firmly and replied, "I understand my own path of cultivation. At some point, I will end my journey and return home to continue my practice. That is good. Gao Yang nodded and then asked, do you have any suggestions for the upcoming itinerary? Ruan Xiaoyu shook her head, looking obedient and compliant. Gao Yang thought for a moment and said casually, then let's head north. Once we reach the northernmost point of China, we will head west. I'm fine with anything, I'll listen to you. Ruan Xiaoyu said obediently, let's go. Gao Yang waved his hand and started walking. Since he said he would head north, Gao Yang intended to keep his word. Furthermore, during this process, he did not use any modern transportation, choosing instead to measure the land of China with his own feet. This was nothing to Gao Yang, but for Ruan Xiaoyu, it was the beginning of a painful ordeal. There was a massive gap between her physical fitness and Gao Yang's, which made her speed, stamina, and other attributes appear extremely weak. By the third day after leaving Mount Tai, Ruan Xiaoyu was already beginning to regret coming out with Gao Yang. By the fifth day, Ruan Xiaoyu could no longer hold on. Gao Yang, I think my current strength is not enough to support such an expansive way of cultivation. I have deeply realized my own weakness. On the vast, endless plain, Ruan Xiaoyu tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and looked at Gao Yang, saying, I have to go back and continue my cultivation in peace. Gao Yang looked at the exhausted and weary Ruan Xiaoyu, wanting to laugh but holding it back. If you have made up your mind, I respect your decision. Ruan Xiaoyu nodded heavily. Gao Yang looked at the endless plain, finally revealing a hint of a smile as he asked, do you need me to give you a lift? Ruan Xiaoyu looked at the surrounding plains and agreed to Gao Yang's proposal. Then, have you ever flown before? Gao Yang looked at Ruan Xiaoyu and asked suddenly, fly? I've been on airplanes. And quite a few times at that. Why ask this? No, I mean, flying by your own power. Gao Yang corrected. Ruan Xiaoyu's breath hitched, and she shook her head. The next moment, before she could react, two large wings suddenly spread from Gao Yang's back, and vines wrapped around her body, securing her to his side. Whoosh! A violent sound of wind rang in her ears. The intense air pressure caused Ruan Xiaoyu's beautiful face, caught off guard, to distort, and even simple breathing became exceptionally difficult. When she finally regained her senses, she saw a pale purple, transparent membrane shielding her from the intense wind pressure. Only then did she realize that beneath her feet were the clouds that had once been unreachable. The earth had shrunk countless times in her eyes, and the world had never been as clear as it was at this moment. Flying into the blue sky by one's own power felt completely different from riding in an airplane. A strange feeling emerged from the bottom of her heart, making her unable to suppress the urge to shout out loud to vent the uncontrollable impulse within her. She opened her mouth and shouted with all her might. After the shout, Ruan Xiaoyu looked at Gao Yang with a flushed face, her eyes filled with intense emotion. She had no doubt now that if Gao Yang used this method to pursue a girl, he would succeed almost every time. No one could possibly refuse. Riding the wind and entering the blue void, this was the romance hidden deep in the bones of the Chinese people. After flying for several dozen minutes, Gao Yang landed with Ruan Xiaoyu outside a town. Ruan Xiaoyu stepped onto the ground, but her legs still felt a bit weak. Thank you, Gao Yang, for letting me experience a joy I have never felt before. Gao Yang coughed twice, waved his hand, and said, that's it then. You can take a taxi back from this town. After saying this, Gao Yang took two ice blue kello fruits from his backpack and handed them to her. Take these two fruits. Looking at the two kello fruits held out before her, although Ruan Xiaoyu wanted to refuse, her hands reached out and took them quite honestly. Thank you, Gao Yang. When you return to Jinghu, I will treat you to a meal. After thinking it over, Ruan Xiaoyu could only say this as a polite formality. She truly did not know how else to repay such a precious favor. We can talk about that when you get back. Gao Yang did not mind. Soon, Ruan Xiaoyu walked toward the town, while Gao Yang turned and stepped toward the vast plains. Late at night, the starlight fell like a waterfall, spilling across the expansive plains. Gao Yang sat cross-legged on the top of a protruding hillside, his blade hair resting on his lap. The water-like starlight spread over him, casting a mysterious glow upon his figure. An hour later, his meditation ended, and Gao Yang slowly opened his eyes. He gripped Heiyao and slowly stood up. The next moment, The sword followed his movements, under the vast sky and across the wide earth. He began to swing his blade slowly. Threads of insight appeared in his mind one after another as he swung Heiyao, and he absorbed and digested them all. His sword momentum also began to change slowly, shifting from the initial swiftness like wind and continuity like a waterfall toward something heavy and expansive. Between the wide, sweeping movements, there was a unique charm. Chapter 295. A reply from the Plain Guardian Association. The place where Gao Yang was located was outside the city, with the nearest village several kilometers away. So the significant commotion caused by his sword practice did not attract anyone's attention. Under the inky night sky, it was the best time to comprehend sword arts. Gao Yang practiced for quite a while before putting down Heiyao and sitting back down cross-legged. The Multiverse Network could digitize his physical attributes and display them intuitively. But for certain skills or abilities comprehended independently by players, there was no corresponding intelligent representation. However, this was not important to Gao Yang, as long as he had a sufficiently clear understanding of his own sword arts. That was enough. After resting for a while, just as Gao Yang was about to get up and continue his journey, he suddenly noticed a golden Multiverse Network notification appear before his retina. Multiverse Network notification. Plain Guardian Association member Mindmaster Legendary Arcanist Palmer requests to establish a consciousness link with you to discuss the matter of the plane's destruction. Do you agree to establish the consciousness link? A member of the Plain Guardian Association, and a legendary arcanist at that. Gao Yang looked at the golden notification on his retina, his heart trembling slightly. If he agreed to the consciousness link, this might be his first time coming into contact with a powerful existence at the legendary level. For a long time, Gao Yang had been very curious about legends. As he continued to gain experience in the Multiverse Network, he discovered that becoming a legend was not something that could be achieved casually. There were too many Multiverse Network players and life forms from other planes who could not step into the legendary realm in their entire lives, only to waste away their years within the transcendent sequence and eventually face the arrival of death. Just as the title legend implies, the story behind the achievement of every legend, if written down, would surely be a magnificent epic worthy of being recorded in history. It was precisely because of their legendary experiences that they finally broke through the transcendent boundaries and ascended to the rank of legend. Without hesitation, Gao Yang chose to agree. Multiverse Network notification. Request accepted. Establishing consciousness space. Multiverse Network notification. Consciousness space established successfully. The player may enter or exit the consciousness space at any time. Multiverse Network notification. The energy for the construction of this consciousness space is shared equally by both parties. 1,000 Multiverse Network disaster coins will be deducted from the player. Following the 3 Multiverse Network notifications, Gao Yang found a closed door suddenly appearing in his mind. He stared at this door, feeling in his heart that he could easily push it open. As Gao Yang moved his mind, the door in his mind was gently pushed open, and a soft light shone from within. Gao Yang's vision blurred, and when he regained his sight, he was already in an antique-style room. Furniture that had been tempered by time was placed here and there. Under his feet was a cashmere carpet covering the room. A white bonfire burned slowly in the fireplace, and brown leather sofas half enclosed a wooden coffee table. On the sofa, a middle-aged man who looked like a scholar, dressed in a wool robe, was leaning back with his eyes closed, resting. When Gao Yang's gaze fell upon him, the man slowly opened his eyes. The moment their gazes met, Gao Yang felt as if he were looking into an infinite starry sky. That deep darkness seemed as if it wanted to suck everything it saw into it. A black gold light flashed in the depths of Gao Yang's eyes, and he slammed his eyes shut. My apologies. I was lost in thought just now, which caused me to fail to restrain my mental fluctuations. You weren't affected, were you? Gao Yang. A gentle voice rang in his ears. Gao Yang looked at Palmer, who was sitting on the sofa, and shook his head slightly. Please forgive me. Due to the severe shortage of manpower in the Plain Guardian Association and the sheer number of things that need to be handled, rest is often a luxury for us. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Palmer, and arcanist. As Palmer spoke, he stood up from the sofa and extended his right hand toward Gao Yang. Gao Yang reached out and grasped Palmer's firm and powerful palm, shaking it gently, and said, "Master Palmer, I am very happy to speak with you. My name is Gao Yang, a warrior. Please sit." After Palmer finished speaking, he sat down first, and Gao Yang followed suit, sitting opposite him. "The association has received your letter. To be honest, if I hadn't happened to be in the vicinity, it might have taken many years for you to receive a reply." Palmer made a joke, then turned serious. "Gao Yang, I have already read the description in your letter. According to what you stated, the Saint Gold Plane still has several decades before it reaches the end of its life. Is that correct?" Gao Yang nodded solemnly. "That is correct. I have been to the Saint Gold Plane once. It suffered severe erosion and was originally on the verge of collapse at any moment. The only reason it has been able to hold on for so long is because the humans of the Saint Gold world have completely eradicated all sources of erosion. You did very well, as a life form of the plane. Doing your best to protect the plane you rely on for survival will naturally result in feedback from the plane itself," Palmer said in a calm voice. Gao Yang looked at Palmer opposite him with a hint of anticipation and asked then, "Master Palmer, do the surviving life forms of the Saint Gold Plane have any new places of survival to choose from?" Palmer looked up at Gao Yang, then lowered his head again and said slowly, "I am sorry, Gao Yang. Perhaps as a plane guardian, I should not say this, but some things are beyond my control. Just as the sun rises as usual, this is the natural law of the universe's operation. I can feel your urgent desire to save the living beings of the Saint Gold world, but at the same time, I can also feel voices more urgent and longing than yours. According to the association's assessment, the Saint Gold world can still persist for several decades. For the beings of that plane, this period is already long enough. We will not intervene in the birth and destruction of planes. Saving the beings within a plane is never a simple matter, and finding a suitable new habitat is not something that can be done easily. For the association, there are too many planes waiting for us to save within these 10+ years. I hope you can understand. Before that, you can only wait, or you can try other methods to save the living beings in the Saint Gold Plane." After listening to Palmer's statement, Gao Yang remained silent. Perhaps, as the other party said, the Saint Gold Plane was no different from other planes in his eyes. So, as an association whose duty is to guard planes, there must be a priority order, clearly. In the Plane Guardian Association's assessment, the situation of the Saint Gold Plane was not the most urgent and had sufficient buffer space. I understand. I offer my highest respect to you and the entire Plane Guardian Association, and I also thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule to have this conversation with me. Gao Yang stood up, bowed slightly to Palmer, and said, "There is no need for that. This is what every capable lost wanderer is trying their best to do," Palmer said with a calm expression. "Then, I shall take my leave now, Master Palmer." Gao Yang nodded to Palmer in greeting, then chose to exit the consciousness space. Chapter 296. The cultivation of the mind exiting the consciousness space. Gao Yang's consciousness returned to his body. He looked up at the starry sky and placed his right hand on his chest. Beneath his palm, the heart that had fused with the blazing sun furnace beat firmly and powerfully. Ygritte. There is still nearly 25 years left. I will become strong enough, and then I will fulfill my promise to you." After saying this softly, Gao Yang lowered his hand and cast his consciousness into the cultivation space. He had to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger could he fulfill his promise. The stars and moon faded, and the brilliant sun rose. When the sunlight shone on Gao Yang, he also woke up from his cultivation. He stood up, took a step, and continued to walk toward the north. Although he longed to become stronger, this journey was an important part of his cultivation. At this moment, he was incomparably clear about this. Compared to the strength of the physical body, the strength of the mind was even more important. And through this journey, Gao Yang's mind would grow slowly, heading north all the way. Gao Yang traversed the boundless earth and crossed several great rivers. In this process, he used his heart to experience the customs and traditions of different places, tasted the local delicacies, and was almost no different from an ordinary traveler. 5 days later, Gao Yang was walking in the Taihang Mountains. This place was already deep in the mountains, belonging to an area that humans could not reach. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but endless rolling mountains and trees. Gao Yang walked among them, the sounds of birds, beasts, and insects ringing in his ears. Although complex, it was not noisy. His speed was very fast. Every step he took could cover more than 10 meters. If a foreigner saw this, they would definitely exclaim Chinese Kung Fu regardless of the situation. Suddenly, Gao Yang's footsteps paused. A deep, earth-shattering tiger roar shook the mountains and forests and fell into his ears. His eyes suddenly lit up. Come to think of it, he had never seen a tiger with his own eyes before. He had only seen them in books and documentaries in the past. As for the zoo, given his previous conditions, it was naturally a luxury consumption. So, he had naturally never been. Gao Yang exerted force under his feet, stirred up a gust of wind in the forest, and rushed toward the source of the tiger's roar. Soon, Gao Yang discovered a tiger with yellow, white, and black fur in the forest. It was lying on a giant rock. When Gao Yang saw it, it was still lazily yawning. Gao Yang walked toward it with interest, wanting to take a closer look at it. Seeing Gao Yang, the tiger rolled off the giant rock, landed on all fours, crouched low, and let out a threatening low growl from its throat. Don't be afraid. Look at what this is. Gao Yang flipped his palm, and a piece of roasted meat appeared in his hand. A pungent aroma wafted out. The tiger opposite sniffed the rich meaty fragrance in the air, and a pair of golden tiger eyes locked onto the roasted meat in Gao Yang's hand. Gao Yang tossed the roasted meat toward it. This action caused it to jump back several meters in vigilance. But it did not go far. Seeing this, Gao Yang did not make any extra movements and sat directly on the giant rock where the tiger had previously been lying, observing the tiger not far from him with interest. In just a few minutes, he discovered that this tiger was similar to the cat senior from his university days. Just as curious. In just a few minutes, the tiger could not resist the curiosity in its heart and the scent of the roasted meat it had never encountered before. Seeing that Gao Yang was sitting motionless on the giant rock, it gradually approached the spot where the meat had landed. Soon, after several probes, it finally bit the roasted meat in its mouth. As the roasted meat entered its mouth, its teeth ground gently, and the rich meaty fragrance and juices burst out in its mouth. Its chewing motion paused for a moment, and then it swallowed in large gulps. In just a few bites, it swallowed the entire piece of roasted meat. After swallowing the meat, the tiger licked its lips, still wanting more, and then looked at Gao Yang, who had occupied its throne. Perhaps having food in its belly made the tiger less aggressive. It just slowly circled around Gao Yang on the giant rock, occasionally reaching out to paw at him. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably be torn and bleeding from a pawing like this. But for Gao Yang, this level of pawing was no different from a tickle. Seeing that Gao Yang was indifferent and made no move, the tiger's actions became increasingly bold, its nose occasionally poking out to sniff at Gao Yang. Whenever Gao Yang reached out a hand, it would quickly retreat, prioritizing caution above all else. Gao Yang chuckled, flipped his hand to retrieve a fiery red kello fruit from his inventory, and with a gentle flick of his finger, a piece of the fruit's flesh separated from the whole. He tossed the piece of fruit to the tiger a few meters away. The latter did not stand on ceremony. After a brief observation, it extended a tongue covered in white barbs and drew the fruit into its maw. Once swallowed, a look of human-like satisfaction appeared on the tiger's face. Gao Yang tossed the kello fruit in his hand and beckoned to it. A hint of hesitation flickered across the yellow and black striped face, but eyeing the fruit in Gao Yang's hand, it eventually walked slowly toward the giant rock. The feeling of petting a tiger is truly great. Deep in the mountain forest, Gao Yang traveled at high speed, the wind howling behind him. Half a day had passed since he first encountered that tiger. Aside from the initial wariness, the tiger had been completely conquered by the various foods Gao Yang produced, allowing him to handle it freely and rub its fur to his heart's content. This satisfied his desire to pet a cat immensely, and even his body and mind felt invigorated during the process. Although Gao Yang knew Milifena, the cat elf, given her personality, there was no way Gao Yang could ever pet her. More often than not, Milifena treated Gao Yang as a mobile cat bed friend. Speaking of Milifena, Gao Yang felt he should send her a message and offer her some kello fruits of various flavors to taste. Not long after the message was sent, Milifena replied, Gao Yang, you haven't been in touch with this cat for a long time. Did you go into a dungeon again? I really don't understand you. Isn't it happy enough to bask in the sun, eat grilled fish, and play with your kin every day? Why must you work so hard to go into dungeons? It seemed that playfulness was the nature of all feline creatures, and cat elves were no exception. Compared to Gao Yang's life of cultivation, Milifena's life was much simpler and more relaxed, just as she said. Basking in the sun, eating fish, and playing with companions occupied most of her life. Her adventures in the Multiverse Network were only a small part of her existence. Milifena, you should know that not all life forms can grow stronger just by eating, drinking, and playing every day like you cat elves. Nor do they possess a lifespan of hundreds of years. Gao Yang continued his reply. Most of the time, humans like me need to spend a vast amount of time just to catch up to the starting point of your cat elf race. All right, I know. You're very busy and you're working very hard. Gao Yang looked at Milifena's reply, smiled slightly, and asked, the kello tree I planted has borne fruit, and the taste is quite good. Would Miss Milifena like to have a taste? There is one more chapter. I will post it later. Sesame keeps their word. Chapter 297. Meeting on the multiverse trading platform. Yes. Why did your tree seeds bear fruit so quickly, while mine are still just little saplings? Milifena's words carried a hint of indignation, as if she felt her tree seeds were not living up to her expectations. Gao Yang looked at Milifena's reply and shook his head with a smile. Just as he was about to answer, he looked up toward the forest on his right. There, a wisp of blue smoke was rising. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow. Winter had already arrived, and the weather was getting colder and drier by the day. Being deep in the mountains, it was a place rarely visited by people. If a forest fire were to start by accident, the forest that had finally grown to this state would likely be reduced to ashes. To grow back to its current state, it would probably take at least 30 to 50 years. If he hadn't encountered it, he wouldn't have dwelled on it. But since he had seen it, he had to go and check the situation. Gao Yang moved quickly. In less than a minute, he had reached the source of the blue smoke. In a clearing that had been manually cleared, a triangular campfire was burning. Above the fire was an iron rack with an iron pot hanging directly over the flames. Something was boiling inside, looking a vibrant, emerald green. Not far from the campfire, 3 tents were pitched, and people were moving in and out of them. Gao Yang observed for a few minutes and confirmed that they were not poachers, but rather thrill-seeking, primitive backpackers, standing on the treetop. Gao Yang saw from a distance that one of the men was leaning on a straight branch, limping out of a tent with the support of a woman, and heading toward the campfire, including the 3 men and 1 woman who had been moving in and out of the tents earlier. This expedition team consisted of 4 men and 2 women, appearing to be 3 couples. That's right, 3 couples. Gao Yang saw it clearly. The 2 men were sharing a tent, their movements and behavior very intimate, making it basically certain that they were gay. However, now that one of the men had a leg injury, it seemed it would not be an easy task for them to walk out of this mountain range. Gao Yang did not intend to go and interact with them. He had only come to see if the smoke was a forest fire caused by the dry weather. Since he had discovered it was not, he had no spare time to help these people. After all, when they decided to venture deep into such uninhabited, remote mountain forests, it was equivalent to implicitly abandoning their own lives. Everyone needs to be responsible for their own choices and bear the consequences that come with them. Gao Yang turned around, exerted a little force, and immediately soared away like a wild goose. In the campsite below, the worried men and women naturally would not know that someone had visited without their knowledge. They were still considering how to solve the problem of lunch and why the rescue team had not yet arrived. The next morning, having crossed more than half of the Taihang Mountains, Gao Yang finally walked out of the range covered by the mountains, and traces of human activity gradually appeared in his field of vision. He took out his phone, opened the navigation, and discovered that he was already not far from the capital city. As for the Saijuqing, Gao Yang had only ever heard of it. Many times, he had wanted to visit Saijuqing to watch the national flag-raising ceremony, but unfortunately, his wallet was too thin and life was too exhausting. causing the idea to remain nothing more than a thought. As for now, Gao Yang had no intention of going there to take a look. His current identity was not suitable for suddenly appearing in such a place, as it might startle certain entities, although they might just be scaring themselves. Gao Yang did not have such a perverse sense of humor. After checking the navigation, Gao Yang headed toward the nearest city. An hour later, in a luxury suite at the most opulent hotel in F City, Gao Yang took a hot shower and lay comfortably on the large bed. A while later, a message from Milifane arrived. Gao Yang glanced at it, summoned the Multiverse Network, and the next moment, his vision went black as the familiar sensation of dizziness washed over him. When his vision cleared, he had already appeared within the multiverse trading platform. Gao Yang stepped out of the teleportation array. He had agreed to meet Milifane at the proprietress's shop, so he just needed to head there now. Soon, Gao Yang pushed open the shop door and saw the proprietress resting her chin on her hand, gracefully flipping through a book in front of her. Long time no see, proprietress. How has business been lately? As soon as Gao Yang entered, he looked at the proprietress with a smile. The proprietress looked up, glanced at Gao Yang, and then said in a languid tone, "Not too bad. What brings you here today? I recall that your dragon meat shouldn't have been finished that quickly." "Well, that is true. I came here to meet a friend this time. Here, try this, proprietress." As Gao Yang spoke, he reached into his inventory and took out 3 kilo fruits of different colors, placing them on the bar counter. The proprietress propped herself up, looking at the fruits before her with interest. "What kind of fruit is this? It feels like the same variety. Yet why do they have such distinct energy properties?" "Kilo fruit. I grew them in the backyard of my home," Gao Yang replied with a smile. "In that case, thank you very much." The proprietress gave a sweet smile and then reached out to accept the 3 kilo fruits. Less than 2 minutes later, Milifane, the cat sprite with golden fur and a faint golden glow, arrived at the proprietress's shop. "Hi, Gao Yang. Long time no see." "Hi, proprietress. Long time no see." As soon as Milifane walked into the shop, she greeted Gao Yang and the proprietress, who were sitting on either side of the bar. "Long time no see, Milifane." Gao Yang and the proprietress replied in unison. Milifane landed on the bar counter. She tilted her little head to look at Gao Yang and asked with some anticipation, Gao Yang, where are the kilo fruits you said you would let me taste? Hurry up and let this kid have a bite." "Milifane is as cute as ever." The proprietress smiled and then said, "It just so happens that Gao Yang gave me some earlier. Wait a moment. I will go cut some for you. Sorry for the trouble, proprietress," Milifane said very politely. Gao Yang looked at Milifane, reached out to stroke her little head, and then said, "You can taste them later to see which flavor you like, and then I will give you more of the ones you prefer." Milifane rubbed against Gao Yang's palm and let out a rather satisfied meow. "You are still the best to me, Gao Yang." While they were talking, the proprietress had already brought a fruit platter to them. Milifane looked at the 3 completely different types of fruit flesh and asked with some surprise, "I remember you only had 1 kilo fruit tree seed back then. So, why did you grow 3 different kinds of fruit? Don't ask so many questions. Just hurry up and taste them." Gao Yang stroked her little head again and said with a smile, "Asking for monthly votes for the 3rd update isn't too much, right?" Chapter 298 Special Campaign, The Fallen Sky City. Milifane really likes this blue fruit flesh. Milifane narrowed her eyes and said to Gao Yang, "As long as you like it." As Gao Yang spoke, he took 5 ice blue kilo fruits, each larger than Milifane herself, out of his inventory and placed them in front of her. "Take these to eat first. Tell me when you finish them." Kilo fruits mature in batches, and there aren't many in a single batch. Meow. "Thank you, Gao Yang." After thanking him, Milifane put the kilo fruits on the table into her inventory. The proprietress stood to the side, watching the interaction between Gao Yang and Milifane with a smile. She could clearly see that Gao Yang treated Milifane like a genuine cat lover. But it was hard not to like such a cute cat sprite, wasn't it? "Why eating the kilo fruit?" Milifane looked at Gao Yang and said, "Gao Yang, it has been a long time since we fought side by side." Gao Yang raised an eyebrow. It seemed that was indeed the case. "That is true. Does Milifane have any good suggestions?" Milifena took a large bite of the callow fruit flesh and then shared a quest from her quest list with Gao Yang. The Fallen Sky City. Gao Yang looked at the golden text floating before his retinas and muttered to himself. He focused his consciousness on the description of the golden text, and immediately a more detailed description appeared. Special Campaign Quest, the Fallen Sky City Campaign Scenario. Large-scale or common campaign level, level 10 and above. A campaign type, multiplayer single-player, party, campaign entry fee, 2000. Multiverse Network Disaster Coins Dungeon Description, as the eternal, glorious wonder of the ancient empire. Yan, the Sky City had been regarded as the symbol of the empire since the day it was built. The capital was established on the Sky City, and under its carriage, it patrolled the vast territory of the empire without end. All the subjects of the empire believed that the Sky City would continue forever along with the empire. But eternity is the most potent poison in the world. Beneath the extreme brilliance and splendor lay an inevitable decline, one that even the powerful ancient empire could not escape. For thousands of years, the contradictions accumulated by the empire continued to intensify, and eventually, civil war broke out. War swept through the entire ancient empire, and even the high and mighty Sky City could not be spared. After a violent war, the city in the sky, once regarded as the eternal, glorious wonder of an ancient empire, plummeted from the 9 heavens down to the mortal realm under the gaze of the endless empire's subjects. The divine fell, faith collapsed, and the majesty of the empire shattered in an instant. Under the flames of war, the former wonder of eternal glory had been reduced to vast ruins. To this day, the repentant dead, the resentful spirits who refused to pass on, and the subjects of the empire who would not die have made this fallen city in the sky increasingly dilapidated and wretched. The last guardians of the empire, unwilling to let their former wonder become a place of corruption, used the remaining treasures of the entire city in the sky to issue invitations for this campaign to nearby planes, seeking brave souls willing to cleanse the city in the sky. Whether you ascend to the former wonder of eternal glory is for you to decide. Campaign rewards, extraordinary items, rare resources, free attribute points, various professional skill scrolls, and special class inheritances. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow as he looked at the campaign description before him. He was immediately drawn to the free attribute points and the various professional skill scrolls among the rewards. The foundation of an ancient empire naturally contained countless treasures, especially an imperial civilization capable of building a wonder like the city in the sky. Gao Yang became quite interested, although this was called a campaign mission. For a multiverse network player, it was more of a clearing type quest. After all, the campaign description stated clearly that one only needed to clear out the spirits and other entities within the city in the sky. Gao Yang felt that the intensity of the war should not be too high, as the recommended level for the campaign was level 10 and above, which was not overly strict. However, entities like spirits and vengeful ghosts, which lacked physical forms, were generally immune to physical attacks. Killing these beings required specific attack methods from the players. Simple physical attacks would not be very effective. But Gao Yang was not worried about this, as his slashes, bolstered by the Sun Furnace Battle Chi and his willpower, would possess considerable lethality against these non-corporeal monsters. After reading through this special campaign, Gao Yang decided to participate in this large-scale event. After all, the rewards looked very generous. Not only were there free attribute points, but also professional skill scrolls and even the unique class inheritance of this ancient empire. Milifena, this campaign mission looks quite good. Gao Yang withdrew his gaze and said to Milifena, who was sitting opposite him. Milifena flicked her furry tail and said quite happily, I only received this campaign invitation in the last 2 days. I wasn't planning on participating. But if you are interested, Gao Yang, I don't mind going with you. Gao Yang looked at that tsundere Milifena, smiled, and reached out to rub her little head, then said, then let's go and explore the ruins of this city in the sky together. Niaowu, no problem. Milifena nodded her little head vigorously, then stared at Gao Yang with her large eyes, looking very serious. Let's agree on this beforehand. It's a 50-50 split, and I get 50. This silly cat. Gao Yang had black lines on his forehead and said irritably, you get 50. Fine, you get 50. Happy now. After speaking, He opened his Multiverse Network panel and chose to accept the mission. When selecting the participation mode, he chose to form a team. Suddenly, a dialog box appeared on his retina. A team requires a minimum of 2 members and a maximum of 5. For every additional member, the entry fee increases by 50%. Please confirm your team members. Gao Yang sent a team invitation to Milifena, and she quickly joined the team. With the team formed, Gao Yang chose to sign up for the campaign. Detected that the player is in team mode. Team members. 2. A cost of 5. 0 Multiverse Network Disaster Coins is required. Do you wish to pay? Gao Yang chose to pay. 5,000 Multiverse Network Disaster Coins successfully consumed. Player registration successful. Campaign start countdown. 1 day, 17 hours, 45 minutes, 13 seconds. Current number of participants, 8,540 to 10. It actually requires waiting. Gao Yang was a bit surprised. This was the first time he had encountered such a campaign mission. Usually, previous campaign missions would trigger a teleportation immediately. Moreover, looking at the scale of this campaign, 10,000 Multiverse Network players was certainly not a small number. After all, in the campaigns Gao Yang had participated in previously, he had never encountered such a large number of Multiverse Network players. Presumably, it would be a magnificent scene when the time came. Gao Yang looked up at Milifena and said, "The campaign hasn't started yet. Milifena, do you need to go back and prepare?" Milifena nodded. Having eaten so much, she needed to go back and take a nap. Chapter 299. Professionally educated Multiverse Network civilization players. The campaign has met the participant requirements. Constructing the portal. Teleportation countdown 5 minutes. The next day, while Gao Yang was sitting cross-legged on the wild grass meditating, a Multiverse Network notification appeared before him. Gao Yang glanced at the notification. The time was almost up, and he had nothing left to prepare. 5 minutes passed, and the familiar sensation of dizziness struck. Gao Yang's vision suddenly went black. Every time I teleport, I have to worry about whether I'll be torn apart by the violent spatial turbulence. This is truly a bad experience. I must master space teleportation-related magic as soon as possible so that I can construct my own teleportation arrays. Mu Wang leaned on his staff, dry heaved a few times, and gritted his teeth, bowing fiercely. Forget it. Do you think space magic is that easy to master? Just the mana circuits alone would be enough to keep you studying for a lifetime. Nearby, Burke, clad in heavy armor, responded while keeping a lookout on the surroundings. Are you done yet? If you are, hurry up and scout the surrounding situation. That is your duty, Mu Wang. Seeing Mu Wang still dry heaving, Burke couldn't help but urge him. Ha! Mu Wang is always like this. Relying on him is worse than relying on me. Beside Burke, the busty, cute girl Mengyan looked at Mu Wang and let out a merciless laugh. In the multiverse, there will always be all kinds of civilizations. Once these diverse civilizations connect to the multiverse network, they always bloom with the unique brilliance of their own civilization. Mu Wang, Burke, and Mengyan originated from a human-dominated material plane. Though the plane they inhabited had been connected to the multiverse network long ago, the integration of the multiverse network had caused their civilization to undergo a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering transformation. The tentacles of their civilization, which had originally been heading toward a technological path, were forcibly severed, eventually evolving into the mystery-oriented civilization dominated by the extraordinary that exists today. Fortunately, before the multiverse network was integrated, their civilization had already achieved preliminary widespread communication, which allowed the existence of the multiverse network to be known by the majority of humanity. To this day, in their plane, the multiverse network has been integrated into the lives of all humans. Even the currency they use has been directly converted into multiverse network disaster coins. From this point alone, it is enough to prove just how exaggerated the penetration rate of the multiverse network is in their plane. And due to the broadened horizons and extraordinary powers brought by the multiverse network, humans in this world undergo a series of preparatory education and training for multiverse network integration from a very young age. Each person chooses corresponding pre-career training based on their own talents and interests, so that the moment they connect to the multiverse network, They can develop in the direction they desire. In their plane, a career system dominated by roles such as warrior, mage, priest, and assassin gradually formed. Mu Wang is a mage, but not a magic net caster. He is a caster walking the path of the magic lord. Burke is a warrior, and Meng Yun is a high-output priest. It is worth mentioning that Meng Yun's identity as a priest is not that of a cleric for any deity, but rather because she studied life energy and healing spells extensively and mastered healing abilities, thus being called a priest. Under the teasing of Burke and Meng Yun, Mu Wang finally stopped his retching, straightened his back, and gathered some spirit. As a caster with a multiverse network level as high as 14, Mu Wang's combat power is very reliable. Moreover, compared to direct combat power, casters have the strongest ability to deal with various complex environments. Therefore, as a caster, Mu Wang is not only the team's long-range firepower support, but is also responsible for intelligence and logistics. Don't you dare look down on us casters. And don't you dare underestimate the bond between us casters and magic. As Mu Wang spoke, the staff in his hand slammed into the ground, and a wave of magical power spread rapidly in all directions with the staff as the center. After the magical wave spread out, Mu Wang instantly entered his state. His eyes lost focus, and his consciousness had already spread far away along with the magical fluctuations. Multiverse Network Campaign Teleportation Regulation 1 Safety Detection. No strong energy fluctuations within a 1-kilometer radius. Multiverse Network Campaign Teleportation Regulation 2 Environmental Detection. No lethal pathogens or known biological entities within a 1-kilometer radius. Multiverse Network Campaign Teleportation Regulation 3 Terrain Detection. The area within a 1-kilometer radius is all ruins. Ahead of us are ancient ruins, with no energy fluctuations detected yet. Behind us is shattered earth, and further away is primitive ecology, based on the judgment. We are currently on the edge of this campaign's target zone, and the danger assessment is level 3. Following the feedback provided by the detection spell, Mu Wang quickly carried out a series of data reports and assessments according to the teleportation manual he had studied since childhood. Don't be careless. Although this campaign is a special campaign, there are a full 10,000 Multiverse Network players participating. Not all of them are of the lawful good alignment like us. Burke frowned and reminded him after hearing the danger assessment given by Mu Wang. A level 3 danger assessment in their civilization system represents temporary safety, which is inappropriate for the scale of this campaign. Burke is the leader of this squad and a Multiverse Network player with a warrior level as high as 15. While Meng Yun is a level 14 priest. In fact, despite their youthful appearance, they are already over 40 years old. Due to the increase in strength and the extension of lifespan, 50 is the standard for adulthood in their plane. They are currently elite students at the same legendary academy. They participate in campaigns partly to improve their strength and partly to accumulate enough of a resume, which is of great significance for their subsequent professional evaluations and whether they can stay at the school. Don't worry, my detection spell has already given me enough feedback. The environment we are in now is quite safe. Mu Wang retorted immediately upon hearing this. I think you should look behind you. Burke's voice was somewhat dull. A trace of doubt appeared in Mu Wang's eyes, but he still turned his head to look behind him. More than 10 meters away, a void human form and a feline biological form were gradually solidifying from virtual to real. Does this look a bit like a summoner or a beast tamer? Mu Wang subconsciously threw a detection spell in that direction. Immediately, a Multiverse Network prompt appeared before his retina. Multiverse Network prompt. The unit is in a teleportation state and is immune to all detection spells. Meng Yun slapped Mu Wang's arm. The latter gave a sheepish smile. And once the human shadow had completely solidified, he immediately cast a subtle detection spell. Human:height: 1.88 meters. Estimated career: leaning toward warrior or beast tamer. Alignment judgment: lawful neutral. Danger level: super high risk. Super high risk. Feeling the feedback from the detection spell, Mu Wang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Chapter 300 Stress Response and Communication. Just as Mu Wang's voice fell, a black shadow flashed, and Burke had already appeared in front of him. A tower shield, 2/3 his height and covered in spikes, appeared in Burke's left hand. while a broadsword was held in his right dot at the same time. Mengyan also jumped to a distance with extreme agility, distancing herself from Mu Wang while maintaining the maximum effective healing range for Burke. In just an instant, they displayed powerful combat literacy and a highly professional response plan. And just as they were prepared to respond, the human male who had just finished teleporting, who should have been in a negative teleportation state according to Mu Wang's consciousness, suddenly opened his eyes. A killing intent, as tangible as a physical force, swept over them like a tidal wave. Subconsciously, Mu Wang pointed the staff in his hand directly at the other party. This killing intent was released and retracted in an instant. Then, under the other party's gaze, indifferent and as dark as an abyss, Mu Wang forced a smile and lowered his staff. I am sorry. He is a bit stressed. Burke straightened his body, leaned his tower shield against himself, and looked at the other person, saying with a smile, My name is Burke. This is Mu Wang. And that over there is Mengyan. We are a team that came to participate in this campaign. After Burke finished speaking, his left hand, hidden behind his back, gestured frantically. Seeing this, Mu Wang immediately apologized. I am sorry. I did not mean to do that just now. He truly had not meant to do it. According to the response training they had received, he should have simply held the staff in his hand. It was strictly forbidden to point a charged staff directly at a stranger. But for some reason, the moment the other party opened his eyes, he had the illusion that he would die under the other party's sword in the next second. It was this terrifying illusion that prompted him to instinctively point his staff at the man. However, looking at it now, the other party seemed quite reasonable. Yet, Mu Wang could not fathom how a player possessing such terrifying killing intent could still be judged as lawful neutral in terms of alignment. He did not know if it was because his detection magic was of too low a version to detect valid information, or if the other party was truly a lawful neutral player. But regardless, Mu Wang had already secretly made up his mind in his heart that once this campaign ended, he would definitely go to the Grand Magic Academy to purchase the latest version of detection magic. No matter how many Multiverse Network disaster coins it cost, Gao Yang. They seem to be a little afraid of us. Milafina jumped onto Gao Yang's shoulder, rubbed against his cheek, and whispered, Of course. The strength of the few people present was not trivial. This whisper had no masking effect in their ears, and instead made Burke and the others even more awkward. Gao Yang reached out his right hand to stroke her little head, then nodded at Burke and the others, saying, My name is Gao Yang, and this is my teammate Milafina, an elegant cat elf. Milafina lifted her little head, looked at the three people opposite her with a haughty air, and nodded in greeting with a touch of reserve. Gao Yang did not have much of a reaction to the trio's previous actions. The other party had not launched a substantial attack on him, and he had not sensed any killing intent emerging from the three of them. This meant that they had not done it on purpose, but merely for self-preservation. Are you two the only ones participating in this campaign? Burke said with a dry laugh. This was a case of making conversation just to fill the silence, perhaps also to ease the awkwardness from just a moment ago. Gao Yang glanced at him sideways and did not answer this obvious question. Instead, Mengyan, who was standing to the side, walked over quickly, as the only girl among the three, and a cute girl at that. One with a slender frame but surprisingly impressive assets. She possessed a natural advantage. Therefore, in many past situations, she had been the one to act as the team's diplomat. Sorry, Mr. Gao Yang. Burke meant that the danger level of this campaign is very high. We are all humans. If you are willing, we can travel together. Listen to that. That is what you call professional competence. Gao Yang looked at the gifted cute girl in front of him and said, Thank you for your kindness, but I am used to acting together with my teammate. I see. In that case, let us head to the Sky City together. According to our previous detection, our current location is on the uttermost periphery of where the Sky City crashed. There is still some distance to travel before we reach it, Mengyan suggested. The meaning behind this statement was that until they reached the Sky City, there would be no conflict of interest between them, so they could engage in a certain degree of friendly communication. Regarding this, Gao Yang did not refuse. The group walked side by side toward the city ruins that rose hundreds of meters above the ground ahead. Say, I see you are also a warrior, right, Gao Yang? Burke walked shoulder to shoulder with Gao Yang, with Mu Wang on his right and Meng Yin to the right of him. That is correct. My class is indeed a warrior. Gao Yang nodded and answered affirmatively. Regarding this, he had nothing to hide. Oh, I am a warrior too, you know. My father was a warrior. Ever since I was a child, I wanted to become a powerful warrior like him. So when I was 10, I joined the Multiverse Network Preparatory Warrior class, Burke said with some excitement. He looked at Gao Yang and asked with interest, Gao Yang, are you the same? Did you want to become a powerful warrior since you were a kid? Mu Wang and Meng Yin also looked toward him. They were very curious about this human male from another plane who possessed such terrifying killing intent. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow regarding this question. He thought for a moment and replied, perhaps there was a factor of wanting to become stronger involved, but becoming a warrior was the best choice for me at the time. How? So that means your physical talent is excellent. You are a natural-born warrior. Right, you could say that, Gao Yang replied. As expected, we are the same kind of people. Warriors are a man's romance. Burke walked with a clatter, his heavy armor colliding to produce a series of muffled metallic sounds. Mu Wang felt quite unconvinced by this statement, but hindered by the fact that Gao Yang was also a warrior. He found it difficult to refute and had to change the subject. Gao Yang, have you been a Multiverse Network player for a long time? Why do you retain such heavy killing intent? Too much killing intent will affect your cultivation. Does your plane not have a corresponding institution for eliminating foreign energy? This question touched upon a blind spot in Gao Yang's knowledge. Gao Yang looked at the other party and asked in turn, what is an institution for eliminating foreign energy? You do not even have that. The three of them were somewhat shocked out after all. In their view, such a thing was a mandatory procedure after every Multiverse Network adventure. Gao Yang looked at the three shocked faces. He always had the feeling that the style of these three people was not in the same dimension as his own. He felt that their behavior was somewhat abstract. Just as he was about to speak, a phantom image began to gradually solidify before them. 3 updates. Seeking monthly tickets. Chapter 301 Knights Templar. Detect Evil. More players have arrived on the battlefield. Burke stopped in his tracks, looked at the solidifying phantom before him, and spoke. Gao Yang also stopped. This was his first time witnessing the process of players arriving at their destination via the Multiverse Network's teleportation. In the past, he would simply open his eyes to find he had already arrived. Mia, should we wait for their teleportation to finish? Milifena asked. Yes, Ms. Milifena. You cannot touch them while they are in the process of teleporting, otherwise it will cause spatial fluctuations, and you will be shredded by the immense spatial forces. Meng Yin explained. That is so dangerous. Upon hearing this, Milifena shrank closer to Gao Yang. It seemed safer to stay by his side after all. While they were speaking, the phantom before them gradually solidified. The first thing that came into view was a row of 10 knights clad in bright silver knight armor, holding cruciform longswords. Behind them were 10 punitive priests, each wielding a flail in their left hand and a scripture in their right. Their physiques in no way inferior to the 10 knights in the front. Further back was a row of female priests, their bodies radiating a hazy, holy light. The moment their figures solidified, Mu Wang had already cast a detection spell. Race, human, number 30, estimated profession. Suspected knights and priests of the Church of Light. Alignment assessment, lawful good, danger level, high risk. A string of professional information was reported from his mouth, making Gao Yang even more curious about the plane civilization they belonged to. Seeing this, it was clear that this was a standard procedure. Although it was a formulaic approach, it also showed from the side that the plane where Mu Wang and his group originated already had sufficiently mature strategies for dealing with the Multiverse Network. The Knights Templar that had just arrived on the battlefield clearly entered as a team, and compared to players like Gao Yang, Burke, and Mu Wang, they looked much more professional. The moment the teleportation ended, the knight in the center of the first row immediately cast a Detect Evil spell toward Gao Yang and his group. Burke, Mu Wang, and the others remained unchanged, but their vision suddenly turned a deep crimson. They immediately turned to look at Gao Yang, only to see a crimson light so thick it seemed almost tangible erupting from his body. Gao Yang had not expected that this Knights Templar, having just finished teleporting, would disregard other players and cast Detect Evil the moment they met. Casting Detect Evil was one thing, but they had cast the version visible to everyone. Mu Wang also cast detection spells, but his spells generally had no fluctuations and had no effect on the person being detected. Clang, a sharp, piercing hum tore through the air. Burke and the others saw a pitch-black greatsword held in Gao Yang's hand, and a killing intent like a surging mountain or a crashing sea rushed toward the opposing Knights Templar. The big boss is angry. This Knights Templar has kicked an iron plate, Burke said in the team chat channel. Mu Wang and Meng Yun exchanged a glance and nodded. It was true. These church knights were always so arrogant, always liking to throw around Detect Evil spells as if they were the only righteous party in the entire multiverse. In previous adventures, they had encountered such Multiverse Network players before. Although they hadn't suffered any losses, it was truly infuriating. Gao Yang carried his sword, walking toward the Knights Templar 10 meters away with a cold expression. His gaze locked onto the knight who had just cast Detect Evil. He said nothing, but the bloody killing intent grew increasingly intense. The opposing Knights Templar had already assumed a combat stance, looking toward their leader and waiting for his orders. The bloody light on the person opposite them was so thick it was almost impossible to dissolve. This was enough to explain everything. As long as the commander gave the order, they wouldn't mind purifying the evil person before them before officially participating in the battle for the Sky City. 10 meters, 8 meters, 7 meters, 5 meters. Gao Yang stood 5 meters in front of the lead knight, looking at the knight before him with his resolute face and body radiating holy energy. He didn't waste any words. He left a sharp slash mark in the air with Heyo and swung his sword down directly at the knight's head. Burke and the others' eyelids twitched, and they hurriedly retreated. While retreating, Burke quickly said in the team chat channel, "The big boss is worthy of being a big boss. He starts fighting without a word. Let's stay further away so we don't get caught in the crossfire." On the other side, Gao Yang had struck with a furious slash without a second thought, instantly igniting the entire Knights Templar. To the left of the Knight Commander, 3 knights stepped forward and shouted in unison, "For justice!" Milky white holy battle chi surged wildly from their bodies, and in the blink of an eye, it converged into a platinum tower shield that encompassed all 3 of them. At the same time, the knights to the right of the commander also moved. The cruciform longswords in their hands erupted with meter-long holy battle chi, and they swung them toward Gao Yang simultaneously. As they swung, 4 crescent-shaped holy light sword beams shot out. Gao Yang remained expressionless, not even looking at the knight's attacks. His own attack didn't change in the slightest. No way. Even if the big boss is strong, he can't be this arrogant, right? "Those knights are all level 13, Mu Wang said, his eyelids twitching wildly as he watched the scene. Just as his voice fell, Gao Yang's greatsword landed on the platinum tower shield. The moment they made contact, a terrifying roar exploded. In everyone's eyes, the tower shield didn't just fail to block it, it didn't even last a second before being shattered by Gao Yang's sword. The fragments of the shattered tower shield exploded, turning into battle chi that shot in all directions. Heyo's momentum remained undiminished, directly smashing the incoming holy light sword beams. Burke and the others watching from afar felt their eyelids twitching wildly. They had guessed how the battle would go, but they never expected Gao Yang to shatter the defense condensed by 3 knights with a single sword strike, while simultaneously destroying the incoming sword beams as well, with a single strike. He shattered the obstruction before him. Gao Yang's gaze remained lowered, and without the slightest hesitation, he took a step forward and brought his sword crashing down once more. This time, it was not a simple slash, he had imbued it with battle aura. A sword glow over a yard long flickered at the tip of the black obsidian blade. Having witnessed the terrifying power of Gao Yang's previous strike, none of the knights in the order dared to be careless, and even the captain leading them changed his expression. A tower shield appeared in his hands, and at the same time, he roared, "Defend!" Milky white battle aura surged wildly from the bodies of the knights in the front row, merging into a single sheet in the blink of an eye and pouring entirely into the tower shield held by their captain. The knight captain stepped forward, holding the tower shield now encased in holy battle aura high above his head, facing Gao Yang's strike head-on. A collision sound even louder than the previous one exploded forth. A circular shockwave of force instantly expanded, causing the ground beneath the Night Order to shatter like a spider web, inch by inch, before turning into debris and being blasted into the air. Chapter 302 Total Annihilation. The greatsword collided with the tower shield, and a scene that no one had expected unfolded. The captain, who had gathered the strength of numerous knights, was knocked back several meters, crashing heavily into the knights behind him and toppling a large group of them. As for Gao Yang, who fought alone, he remained standing in his original spot. After delivering the strike, he acted as if he had felt nothing and continued to walk forward. The knight captain landed, and a large mouthful of scalding blood sprayed from his mouth. He looked down at the tower shield in his hands, his expression incredibly complex. The tower shield he held was now reduced to a mere fragment, while the rest of it had been sliced away, its whereabouts unknown. Before he could recover, Gao Yang had already swung his sword again. Deadly strike. In this strike, Gao Yang held nothing back. The black obsidian blade spat out a golden red sword over 10 meters long, appearing as solid as reality, and swept horizontally toward the Night Order. 5 knights gritted their teeth and stepped forward, blocking the path in front of their captain. Tower shields appeared in their hands, and milky white holy battle aura surged forth as if it were free. Clang! A synchronized cutting sound echoed across the battlefield. The 5 knights felt a sharp pain in their bodies, and the next moment, the world began to spin. In the terrified eyes of Burke and his 2 companions, Gao Yang had sliced these 5 knights, along with their shields, in half at the waist with a single swing. Only then did the punitive priests behind the knights rush toward Gao Yang, swinging their flails at the same time. The healing priests at the very back began to rapidly cast divine spells to treat their companions who had been cut in half but were not yet dead. Boom crack! Boom crack! Several golden bolts of lightning appeared out of thin air and crashed down toward Gao Yang. The moment the lightning fell, vines emerged from Gao Yang's skin, instantly weaving into the shape of armor over his body. Simultaneously, a pair of broad dragon wings sprouted from behind him, wrapping around from both sides to shield Melifina inside. The lightning struck the armor and the dragon wings, and a massive amount of electric arcs, carrying extreme temperatures, spread wantonly across Gao Yang's body. The eyes of the charging punitive priests lit up, but before they could rejoice, they saw golden red battle aura, resembling a scorching sun, burning fiercely on Gao Yang's body. Immediately after, the dragon wings gave a violent shake, dispersing all the electric arcs completely. Gao Yang looked at the Night Order, which had already reformed into a combat formation, and gathered infinite battle aura into his right leg. Then, he lifted his leg and stomped his right foot heavily onto the ground before him. The instant his right foot hit the ground, the earth within a 100-meter radius centered on Gao Yang suddenly collapsed into a bowl shape. The ground within that range shattered once more, and the pulverized rocks and soil, sent flying by the impact, turned into the most terrifying weapons, attacking every living creature within that area indiscriminately. At the same time, the dragon wings on Gao Yang's back gave a fierce flap, and he shot into the Night Order like a bolt of black lightning. The greatsword tore through the air, emitting a piercing hum wherever it passed. There was not a single enemy who could withstand a single blow. When the dust finally settled, only one figure with wings stood in the middle of the battlefield, holding a sword. The knight captain knelt on one knee, his long, wavy golden hair disheveled. He was gasping for air, and blood dripped from his nose and mouth. However, compared to him, his teammates nearby were in a much worse state. Not a single complete body could be found, and severed limbs were scattered all over the ground. Burke stood at the edge of the crater, looking at the carnage within, and felt a chill run straight from his tailbone to the top of his skull. Damn it, this can't be real, right? Mangyan groaned, her pupils trembling incessantly as she watched Gao Yang, who was resting his greatsword on the shoulder of the kneeling knight captain, and her. Mu Wang's mouth twitched. If he had made a move against him earlier, he would likely have become one of the bodies in that crater by now. A bunch of trash, daring to imitate paladins by throwing around detect evil. How? You don't have the strength, yet you dare to be this arrogant. All of this is caused by you, the leader, Melifina. Her entire body burning with pale golden phantom flames, crouched on Gao Yang's shoulder. She looked down at the kneeling knight, spitting out trash talk like a machine gun without the slightest bit of restraint. The captain, kneeling on one knee, looked at the severed limbs covering the ground. Just moments ago, he had been laughing and joking with these teammates, and he had even planned how he would lead them to gain enough glory in this large-scale campaign. But now, simply because he had cast Detect Evil, all his team members were dead, and he himself was not far from death. He looked up at the tall figure before him, because he was facing the light. The person's face was hidden in darkness, with only a pair of dark golden eyes shining brilliantly. Evil people will inevitably be met with divine punishment. Ah! Gao Yang let out a cold laugh. He looked down at the man under his sword and said, "Whether I am an evil person or not is for me to judge. This was our first meeting, yet you intentionally used Detect Evil on us. I assume you saw that we were few and you were many, and you thought we were like the other players you've humiliated in the past, too afraid to resist, right?" Before the other could reply, Gao Yang continued, "I gave you enough time to apologize, but until I walked right up to you, you didn't say a single word of apology, nor did you show even a hint of remorse. Looking at the team members beside you, I think you must have been prepared for a fight for a long time, perhaps even doing this on purpose, just to execute me, this evil, on the spot, and add a merit to your record in front of the god you believe in. Tell me, am I right?" The disheveled knight commander glared with wide eyes. He stared fixedly at Gao Yang and roared in anger. "You slaughtered the most loyal believer of the God of Light. You will surely suffer divine punishment." Watching his frantic and exasperated appearance, Gao Yang did not speak. He merely shook his head with a hint of boredom, then swung his greatsword, and the roaring sound came to an abrupt end. Gao Yang, why was he so angry? Melafina tilted her head and asked Gao Yang. "He was not so angry because I misunderstood him, but because I spoke the truth." After Gao Yang finished speaking, he thrust Heiyao forward. Heiyao seemed to pierce into a different dimension and vanished instantly. He turned his head to look at Burke and his two companions, who were standing outside the battlefield, and said in a calm voice, "Sorry for taking up some of your time. Now, let us continue our advance toward the city in the sky." Burke and his companions shuddered. Then, Burke braced himself, forced a smile, and nodded slowly. The four of them began walking toward the fallen city in the sky again, as if what had just happened was merely an insignificant interlude. However, the atmosphere within the team clearly revealed everything. Gao Yang continued to walk side by side with Burke, chatting idly, while Mu Wang and Meng Yan followed behind Burke like machines, their limbs stiff and wearing rigid smiles on their faces. Chapter 303. The Last Guardian of the Empire. Gao Yang glanced at their behavior. How could he not know what they were thinking? He did not offer any explanation. They were just people he had just met, and his connection with them would likely be limited to this battle alone. But to be honest, he was quite curious about the plane Burke and the others came from. Based on their description, it should be a civilized plane that had deeply integrated into the multiverse network. And fortunately, as things stood, let alone inviting him to their plane, they probably did not even dare to say more than a few words to him. As the four of them moved forward, the figures of other multiverse network players gradually appeared in the surroundings. Everyone walked silently toward the ruins of the city in the sky, which looked like a mountain range, and no conflicts occurred during the journey. Soon, Gao Yang and his group reached the edge of the ruins. There was no path further ahead. They had to climb upward. "Then, I will head up first." Gao Yang looked back at Burke and his two companions and said. The three of them nodded with smiles. Seeing this, dragon wings sprouted from Gao Yang's back. He flapped them slightly and flew upward, carrying Melafina with him. The ruins of the city in the sky were not very high. A distance of only 100 meters took no time at all, and it was impossible for it to pose any obstacle to these players who had already stepped into the transcendent sequence. When Gao Yang landed on the ruins of the city in the sky with Melafina, many players had already arrived before him. Gao Yang landed and looked at the extremely conspicuous pillar of light shooting into the sky within his field of vision. Undoubtedly, such an eye-catching marker was meant to be seen by them on purpose. As for the purpose, it was naturally to gather them there. Many players shared his thoughts. Everyone was in existence who had roamed the multiverse for a long time. They were not so naive as to fail to see through this. Following the ruins underfoot, Gao Yang joined the main force of players and headed toward the Pillar of Light. The Pillar of Light was not far from the edge of the city in the sky. After walking about a kilometer, the source of the light was already right before their eyes. It was an extremely ancient and massive city gate, and the top of the gate was the source of the Pillar of Light. What Gao Yang focused on was not this Pillar of Light, but the figure sitting cross-legged on the city wall, facing them, whose entire body was covered by a black robe, as well as the faint curtain of light that used the city gate as a boundary, shrouding all the space behind it. After Gao Yang arrived, he waited for about a quarter of an hour, and no more players arrived behind them. At this moment, the figure sitting on the city wall finally moved. They slowly raised their body, finally revealing their true appearance from beneath the black robe. Gao Yang raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat surprised. The reason was simple. Beneath the black robe on the city wall was actually the soul body of an elderly man in a pale blue hue. Through his soul body, one could even see the black robe at the back of his head. The elderly soul opened his eyes and looked at the Multiverse Network players standing below. Without his lips moving, an aged voice resounded in the ears of all the players. Respected Multiverse Network players, first of all, thank you for agreeing to this summons and being willing to join the cleanup operation of the city in the sky that I have initiated. So, this elderly soul was the last guardian of this ancient empire, the Yan Kingdom. Gao Yang looked up at the old man who was now nothing but a soul, wondering how many years he had guarded this long-fallen city in the sky. Secondly, this cleanup operation is not as simple as it seems. Please be aware that if you truly encounter life-threatening danger, please flee in time to the sacrificial temple within the city. There, you will receive a brief moment of respite. As for whether you use it to rest or to end your journey in this battle, that is for you to decide. The old man's voice echoed in their ears again, and Gao Yang silently took note of it. Sacrificial temple. Linking this to the name of this ancient empire, Gao Yang gained a bit more understanding of this ancient civilization. Simply put, Yan, meaning fire, is used for sacrifices. It seems the Yan Kingdom was an ancient empire that placed great importance on rituals, to the point where they could obtain certain transcendent powers through sacrifice. Gao Yang thought silently to himself, and then he heard the aged voice of the soul form old man again. In the ruins of the city in the sky behind me, there are many unexplored relics and treasure vaults. Of course, there are also many undead, vengeful spirits, and immortal beings within them. Everyone, as I said when I initiated this battle, you may take everything within the city in the sky, but the prerequisite is that you must eliminate those monsters in the city in the sky that have caused the corruption. The fewer monsters remain inside the city in the sky, the more treasures you will be able to take out. If half of the monsters inside the city in the sky are cleared by you, then you may choose to take out half of all your spoils. If 70% are cleared, then you may also take out 70% of all your spoils. As the soul form elder's voice faded, a buzzing sound erupted before the ruins of the massive city gate. The soul form elder acted as if he had heard nothing and continued. Since this is a campaign, there will naturally be rewards for battle merits. The sky leaderboard has been activated. Shortly, all players who enter the city in the sky, that is, the light curtain behind me, will be automatically recorded on the sky leaderboard. The top 50 players on the leaderboard will receive additional spoils of war. The higher the rank, the more bountiful the rewards. Everyone, that is the final legacy of an ancient empire, and it has already been submitted to the Multiverse Network. In short, it will absolutely not disappoint you. By the time he finished, there was a hint of temptation in the soul form guardian's tone. Gao Yang stared at the soul form guardian on the city wall and then sighed slightly. From the other party's words and this series of measures, it could be concluded that this final guardian of the empire truly hoped for the city in the sky to regain its tranquility. This tranquility was not a physical one, but a deeper, more profound peace. Those monsters rampaging through the ruins of the city in the sky were the culprits hindering this peace. Now, this imperial guardian, who was nothing more than a soul, could finally endure it no longer. He wanted to purge these monsters completely. The soul form guardian's voice sounded once more. If there are no questions, you may all pass through the light curtain behind me and enter the true ruins of the city in the sky. After the guardian finished speaking, the ruined plaza suddenly fell silent. A few minutes later, a lone wolf player leaped several times. brushed past a spot not far from the soul form guardian, and collided directly with the faint light curtain. Under the gaze of numerous players, his body seemed to melt into water upon touching the light curtain, quickly vanishing from everyone's sight. With the first player gone, the remaining players did not stand on ceremony and began to pass through the light curtain one after another, entering the ruins of the city in the sky. Gao Yang did the same, together with Milafina. Just like most of the players, he walked into the light curtain without a ripple. 3 updates today. Asking for monthly ticket chapter 304, campaign leaderboard Omniverse Network prompt. You have entered the fallen city in the sky. Current location, Outer Ruins. Multiverse Network prompt. The campaign leaderboard is now active. Players can view their own battle merits through the campaign leaderboard. Multiverse Network prompt. Campaign leaderboard rewards will be unlocked when the clearing progress exceeds 50%. Gao Yang looked at the prompt before his retinas and then summoned the campaign leaderboard. In these short few minutes, players had already achieved specific battle merit rankings on the leaderboard. Currently ranked first in battle merits was a player named Rosseth, with 220 battle merits. The second place had 140 battle merits and was named Tian Hong. As for the players below them, although they also had battle merits, they generally did not exceed 100. So Gao Yang did not pay them further attention. He checked his own ranking. Perhaps because he had not yet slain any monsters in the sky and had no battle merits. Only the words not ranked appeared after his name. At the very bottom of the leaderboard, there was also a progress bar for the clearing status. Because the players had just entered the city in the sky, the current progress displayed was still 0%. Gao Yang closed the campaign leaderboard and began to survey this city in the sky, which had been fallen for who knows how long. Unlike how it looked from the outside, the sky here was gray and hazy, as if the very air had been coated with a layer of gloomy ash. Gao Yang keenly spotted some translucent ghost-like creatures hovering in the ruins not far away. They still retained some of their abilities from when they were alive, some wielding swords and blades, others holding staves, and so on. Gao Yang looked around. The Multiverse Network players who had entered around the same time as him had already begun to advance toward the ruins of the city in the sky ahead. Gao Yang recalled that although the number of players gathered before the Pillar of Light earlier was not small, it was far from reaching 10,000. There were at most 2,000 or 3,000. This meant that this entire city in the sky did not have only the city gate they entered through as an entrance or exit. Gao Yang extended his dragon wings from his back and then flew toward the sky. As his altitude increased, the scene within his view became increasingly vast. Everywhere he looked, endless stretches of architecture extended to the edge of his vision. Looking into the distance was no use, so Gao Yang looked down at his feet, following the edge where he had stood earlier, and looked toward both sides. At this height of several hundred meters, the edge of the city showed only a slight curve, extending to the horizon until it reached a gray haze. Gao Yang involuntarily flapped his wings and continued to fly upward. Before he had risen even a few dozen meters, a sharp pain suddenly struck, and Gao Yang hurriedly halted his movement. He turned his head to look at his dragon wings and saw that the bony protrusion at the very tip of the wing had vanished by about the width of a finger. The cut as smooth as a mirror. Clearly, this height was the limit. The protective light curtain that trapped the city in the sky also confined them. The Multiverse Network players, within it. The area of this city in the sky is larger than I imagined. Gao Yang descended toward the ground while turning his head to speak to Milafina. Milafina was quite confident. She lay leisurely on Gao Yang's shoulder and said casually, "Isn't that better? The bigger it is, the more interesting the adventure, isn't it?" "Fine, you have a point." Gao Yang landed, refocused his gaze on the front, and said just as casually. Then, he accelerated and dashed toward the front left. It was too close to the entrance here, and there were too many players. The number of monsters was fixed, and with so many monks and so little gruel, he couldn't be bothered to fight others for them. In any case, the area of the city in the sky was much larger than he had imagined. 10,000 people scattered inside wouldn't even make a splash. It would be better to run further along the edge and then slowly push inward. After running along the edge for half an hour, the entrance from before was long out of sight. Gao Yang finally stopped in front of a pile of collapsed building ruins. Perhaps it was the commotion of his arrival that awakened the undead in this area. Or perhaps they were attracted by the vigorous blood energy radiating from his body. But more than a dozen undead creatures surged out from the ruins before him, letting out shrill, piercing screeches as they lunged toward him. Swish! A golden red sword aura slashed through, and the lunging undead turned into flying ash amidst their screeches. Gao Yang calmly sheathed his sword. The strength of these undead was simply too weak. So weak that they could not even withstand a single strike of his sword aura. You have killed a Sky City primary undead. You have gained 50 generally XP. You have gained 5 battle merits. Gao Yang looked at the information on his retina and did a rough calculation. The generally XP granted by each undead was not low, and there were also 5 battle merits. That single sword aura of his just now had reaped 70 battle merits, which was not bad at all. Gao Yang carried his sword and walked toward the inner perimeter of the Sky City. Along the way, primary undead constantly lunged at him, only to be directly wiped out by a single sword strike from Gao Yang while they were still in midair. Melifina lay on Gao Yang's shoulder, yawning, looking somewhat bored. This repetitive way of killing monsters had no use for her support. So Melifina simply added a stamina recovery acceleration buff to Gao Yang to leech off some assists. Gao Yang, is our progress a bit too slow? Gao Yang glanced at the campaign leaderboard. The first place already had over 10,000 battle merits. One had to realize that only an hour had passed, if these were all primary undead. The opponent had already eliminated over 2,000 of them. He looked at the cleanup progress at the very bottom again. Well, an hour had passed, and the progress had barely managed to break through from 0, reaching a mere 0.8%, while slaying the undead. Gao Yang quickly calculated the total battle merits obtained so far and found that the sum of all players' merits was just over 80,000. In other words, 100,000 battle merits equaled 0.1% progress, and 1 million battle merits was approximately equal to 1% of the dungeon progress. To reach 50% cleanup progress, it meant that all of them, the Multiverse Network players, had to obtain a total of 50 million battle merits. If they only killed primary undead, they would need to kill 10 million of them, even if distributed equally. Each person would have to kill 10,000. I'm calculating it this way. It did not seem like such a difficult task after all. Gao Yang looked at Melifina's bored expression and felt that this speed was indeed a bit slow. So, he smiled and said, "Then Melifina, get ready. I'm going to transform. Now hurry up and get big. Let us crush these poor wretches." Hearing this, Melifina immediately jumped onto the top of Gao Yang's head and issued a wild declaration. Gao Yang shook his head slightly, and the next moment, his body changed dramatically. Whoosh! Dragon wings flapped, and a violent gale swept across the ruins, blowing far into the distance. Gao Yang's battle aura boiled, as if he were a golden red sun, wantonly declaring his presence to the entities within the ruins of the Sky City. Chapter 305. First place on the leaderboard, the Black Fog Palace. A golden radiance lit up, dispelling the haze that had covered the Sky City for years. Many Multiverse Network players saw a golden red sun hanging high in the sky and began to curse in low voices. Madman! The moment the golden red sun appeared, all the areas illuminated by the sunlight suddenly fell into a state of boiling. Like a pot of scalding oil, countless undead rushed out from the ruins, screaming and wailing as they charged toward Gao Yang in midair. The number of undead was simply too vast, like a swarm of locusts covering the sky and earth. Gao Yang watched this scene, his battle aura burning even more intensely. Melifina's entire body ignited with pale golden illusory flames, and her fur stood on end along with this phantom fire. She looked at the sea of undead swarming toward them like locusts, cast layers of buffing light onto Gao Yang, and then let out a wild, maniacal laugh that spread in all directions. Gao Yang, you have been buffed by me. Go on, take them all out. Gao Yang ignored the series of buff notifications on his retina, grinned, and swung his 10-meter-long greatsword. The next moment, a terrifying sword aura storm descended with a roar. Sword auras shot out in all directions. When all the lunging undead collided with this sword storm, they were like moths to a flame, instantly shredded into powder by the surging sword energy. We are the strongest combination. Kill them all, you lowly, pathetic wretches. Let me grant you eternal purification. Within the storm, one could faintly hear that wild, maniacal laughter. Not far from Gao Yang, there were also a few Multiverse Network players. Originally, they felt very annoyed by Gao Yang's blatant monster-pulling behavior. But after witnessing the terrifying sword or a storm that seemed capable of grinding everything to dust, every single one of them shut their mouths. Being able to openly fly into midair and take the initiative to attract all the undead in the surrounding area was, in itself, a sign of absolute confidence in one's own strength. Now, this terrifying sword or a storm further corroborated this point. These few Multiverse Network players did not react slowly. They quickly opened the campaign leaderboard. And soon, someone saw Gao Yang and Milafina, whose rankings were soaring like a rocket. Gao Yang, Milafina. They firmly etched these two names into their hearts. Unless there was a fundamental conflict later on, they would absolutely not provoke these two guys. The blade storm continued, and as time passed, the range of the storm grew larger and larger, wherever it passed. Whether it was undead or the debris of ruins, everything was torn to shreds by this terrifying sword aura. The Multiverse Network players watching from the sidelines retreated while silently observing the two's rapidly climbing ranking. By the time the sword aura storm completely ceased, Gao Yang's battle merits had accumulated to 35,000, ranking him first on the campaign leaderboard. As for Milafina, because she was a support, she only received 30% of the battle merits. Even so, her battle contribution had now exceeded 10,000, ranking her third on the campaign leaderboard, just a few hundred points behind the second-place player, Rasid, Freak. The surrounding Multiverse Network players, upon seeing the humanoid dragon wielding a pitch-black greatsword, cursed under their breath while firmly etching the characteristics of this person named Gao Yang into their minds, before quickly departing the area. The monsters in this sector had already been wiped clean by the other party. Why would they stay here and waste their time? How refreshing. Milafina jumped onto Gao Yang's shoulder, the pale golden flames on her body flaring up to a full meter in height, which was enough to show just how excited she was feeling right now. The monsters in this area have been cleared out. Shall we go look for the treasures buried in these ruins next? Milafina tilted her little head up and looked at Gao Yang. Gao Yang cast his gaze into the distance. Within his field of vision, there was a massive palace enveloped in thick black mist. Outside the palace, one could even see some undead with more solid, tangible bodies. They moved along fixed routes in an orderly fashion, as if they were guards patrolling the palace, and they looked quite extraordinary. Perhaps we have found our target. As Gao Yang spoke, he flapped his dragon wings and carried Milafina toward the palace hidden in the black mist. As the two of them pushed forward, the strength of the undead they encountered grew increasingly higher. It went from primary level undead that could be wiped out in a single sword strike, to intermediate level undead that required one strike each, and then to high level undead that required a follow-up strike after the first. Note that the one strike here refers to the sword energy unleashed by Gao Yang, not a physical attack from the Black Obsidian Greatsword. If Gao Yang still needed to use the physical Black Obsidian Greatsword to slay these undead while under the various buffs provided by Milafina, then the difficulty of this Sky City campaign would be somewhat off the charts. One must know that they were still in the outer perimeter of the Sky City. They hadn't even reached the inner circle yet. If the monsters in the outer perimeter were this strong, then in the inner circle, most players would likely find it impossible to take a single step. Gao Yang walked through the ruins of the Sky City. From these collapsed and standing structures, one could vaguely see the prosperous appearance of the ancient empire once known as the Yan Kingdom. However, as years passed and time proved ruthless, everything had been submerged in the flow of history. The former glory had been covered in thick dust, turning into the dilapidated state seen today. The distance to that palace was truly not short. It took Gao Yang and Milafina a full half-day, during which they eliminated every monster that appeared along the way, before they finally arrived in front of the palace gates. Standing before this palace, the black mist that had been churning in his eyes earlier was now much thinner. In its place, the bodies of the patrolling undead were becoming increasingly solid. And after Gao Yang arrived here, these undead had already formed a military formation, blocking the path between the palace and Gao Yang. They seemed to possess no small amount of intelligence. It seems the existence within the palace is quite extraordinary. Gao Yang looked at the undead army standing in formation before him. After a brief evaluation, he drew black obsidian and prepared to step forward. But just as he took a step, he stopped abruptly. He turned around and looked at the empty ruins behind him. He spread his left hand, and dense battle aura gathered into a ball in his palm. The next moment, he clenched his 5 fingers tightly, and the ball of battle aura in his palm exploded, rippling toward the ruins behind him. I will only say this once, get lost. If I discover anyone following me into this palace, you die. Gao Yang's voice was calm. After speaking, he turned and walked toward the undead army lined up in front of the palace. After he turned away, quite a few Multiverse Network players emerged from the shadows or behind the ruins and turned to run into the distance. The wave of battle aura that Gao Yang had detonated earlier had already exposed them. In this situation, most Multiverse Network players were unwilling to come into conflict with Gao Yang and naturally chose to leave. After all, Gao Yang's combat prowess had been displayed to these players to varying degrees. Chapter 306 Opening the Gate. Gao Yang faced the undead army before him once again. His gaze passed over the undead in the front and landed on an undead at the very back. It was different from the other undead. On the surface of its body, thick black mist gathered into a suit of chainmail, which looked extremely striking. Moreover, the eyes of this undead wearing chainmail were not devoid of intelligence, but carried a glimmer of sentient light. Gao Yang took a step, his body suddenly accelerating to the limit. The black obsidian in his hand spat out sword energy, slashing down toward the undead army in front of him in a plain and unadorned manner. Black obsidian struck the undead at the very front, but the scene of it being killed in one strike, as expected, did not occur. Gao Yang looked at the pitch-black metal shield that had manifested in the undead's hand, as well as an undead soldier at the very back of the army that had suddenly disintegrated. And he became thoughtful. Is the entire army a single entity? The moment my attack lands, the undead soldier bearing the brunt of my attack receives the support of the entire army's strength. But if the attack exceeds the limit, it will still cause casualties to the army. Having experienced countless battles, Gao Yang understood the key to this almost instantly. An army capable of pooling collective strength, while possessing unparalleled defensive power, would also have corresponding weaknesses. As the number of soldiers in the army decreased, the power they could exert would also become weaker. Therefore, such an army would likely develop sufficiently powerful offensive means. That way, as long as they eliminated the enemy, the weakness would not manifest. Sure enough, when the opposing army took Gao Yang's strike, the 2 undead soldiers at the very back turned directly into black mist. The next moment, a black mist blade with a cold metallic luster, exceeding 10 meters in length, appeared above the army. The moment the black mist blade took shape, the undead army in front of Gao Yang shrieked in unison, and the black mist blade, carrying cold killing intent, slashed down toward Gao Yang. The moment the black mist blade fell, an extremely powerful binding force suddenly appeared on Gao Yang's body. Gao Yang felt this sudden, restrictive force. If someone facing this attack intended to dodge, they would likely fall into a moment of panic upon being hindered by this restraint, naturally putting them at a disadvantage when dealing with the follow-up strike. However, this was useless against Gao Yang. He had never intended to dodge in the first place. One must personally experience an enemy's attack to better judge their true strength. Gao Yang swung his sword at the same time, and black obsidian collided with the black mist long blade in midair. The long blade plowed across the edge of his sword, leaving a trail of sparks in the air before crashing into the ground beside Gao Yang, sending stone fragments flying. The force of this strike was immense. At the very least, after taking it head-on, Gao Yang had to choose to deflect the impact to the side. If he had been struck directly, for such blows would have been enough to kill him on the spot. However, how many times could the opponent unleash an attack of this caliber? Having just neutralized the frontal strike from the undead army, Gao Yang took a step forward the very next moment, rushing toward the army with a trail of afterimages. The greatsword black obsidian in his hand descended with a piercing whistle and intense wind pressure. Surging golden red battle aura poured into black obsidian. As this nearly 10-meter-long greatsword cleaved downward, the terrifying wind pressure had already forced the black mist on the bodies of the undead soldiers before him to sink toward the ground even before contact was made. The undead soldier at the very front, facing Gao Yang's strike head-on, felt its very soul body begin to fluctuate. A massive pitch-black shield appeared before it, rising to meet black obsidian, catastrophe, great waterfall. The greatsword and the shield collided. There was no sound in the initial moment, but in the next instant, a violent explosion erupted, and the roiling blackness clashed crazily with the golden-red battle aura. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The edge of the greatsword dragged a series of sparks across the surface of the shield. Gao Yang gripped the hilt with his other hand, took a deep breath, and relaxed and then tightened his muscles, unleashing a terrifying, explosive force once more. A shockwave blasted outward. The edge of the greatsword shattered the shield directly, then drove straight through to strike the undead soldier behind it. Crack! With one swing, dozens of undead soldiers were reduced to dust, and deep slash marks appeared on the ground beneath their feet. Not far away, the Multiverse Network players who were still hiding in the shadows witnessed this scene with their own eyes, and several more quietly slipped away. A clash of this magnitude was heart-stopping just to watch. Not to mention that the current situation was one where that single Multiverse Network player was suppressing an entire undead army by himself. With such strength, if they still wanted to scavenge for scraps, their brains must have been broken. Gao Yang finished his swing, hot air venting from his nose and mouth. He looked at the army, which now had a gap torn through it, a fierce glint in his eyes. The next moment, his arm rose again with incredible speed and struck down heavily once more. 3 consecutive strikes, each heavier than the last. After the 3 strikes, a large portion of the undead army blocking Gao Yang's path had been wiped out. If the previously intact undead army couldn't stop Gao Yang, this now scattered force stood even less of a chance. Just 2 minutes later, Gao Yang extinguished the undead soldier wearing chainmail with a single strike, and the undead army before him vanished completely. Gao Yang stood straight and slowly exhaled the stale air from his chest. Then, he looked at the tall palace gates half hidden in the black mist before him, reached out, and pushed them open with a slight exertion of force. Accompanied by the roar of the opening gates, this palace, sealed for countless years, was once again revealed to the world. Inside the main entrance of the palace was a vast platform paved with stone tiles, followed by a long and wide flight of stairs leading upward. The stairs consisted of 3 platforms, with the end reaching directly into the thick black mist, where a towering, majestic hall stood in silence. On both sides of the stairs, undead soldiers clad in armor and holding spears and halberds stood guard. Gao Yang stood in the center of the palace gates, his gaze fixed on the palace hidden in the black mist ahead. If this scene were frozen in time, it would surely possess a sense of epic grandeur. Gao Yang stepped through the main palace gate with Melifina, and the doors behind them closed again with a thunderous boom. Gao Yang didn't mind. He simply carried his sword and walked toward the palace on the stairs. As he moved, those undead, who had seemed like inanimate objects, awakened one after another. They held their spears and halberds, their gazes following Gao Yang's every step. But, quite unusually, these undead did not launch an attack. They simply stared at him. Since they didn't attack, Gao Yang was happy to let it be. Soon, he reached the final platform along the stairs. Before him, the black mist in front of the great hall slowly receded to both sides, revealing a tall and imposing main entrance. Gao Yang reached out and pushed it open. Light followed the opening doors, falling into the hall and landing on the figure sitting on the throne in the center. A figure 3 meters tall. 3 updates today, asking for monthly tickets. Chapter 307. Undead General, God of Flame Martial Arts 3000. His burly frame sat upon a metallic throne. Beside him was a knight's great sword equal to his own height. He wore a suit of pitch-black heavy armor, and the darkness within the hall gathered behind him, merging with his armor. As Gao Yang looked at him, the figure suddenly opened his eyes. A pair of pitch-black pupils so dark they were piercing locking onto Gao Yang. In a trance, it felt as if thousands of troops were brandishing weapons, charging toward Gao Yang with a tragic and overwhelming killing intent. A golden black luster flashed in the depths of Gao Yang's eyes. He stared directly at the figure on the throne, completely unaffected. Click, click, click. Under Gao Yang's gaze, the burly figure on the throne slowly reached out and removed the beast mask from his face. A cold, pale face appeared in Gao Yang's sight. Gao Yang was somewhat surprised. This guy didn't seem to be a mere undead, he appeared to possess a physical body. During this standoff, the entity on the throne suddenly spoke, his voice hoarse as if it hadn't been used in 10,000 years. It has been a long time since a living being came to my general's mansion. He actually possessed consciousness and could communicate. My name is Yan Qianren, Lord of the Yan Kingdom's World Extinguishing Army. I command 500,000 world extinguishing soldiers, serve as a general of the Yan Kingdom, and hold the title of God of Flame Martial Arts. You may address me as such. Before Gao Yang could reply, the existence seated upon the throne spoke once more, the Flame Martial God. Gao Yang repeated the title, looking toward the other. The next moment, he slowly shook his head and stepped forward, walking toward him. Flame Martial God, the Flame Empire has already been destroyed, and even you have already perished. The Flame Martial God on the throne remained expressionless. Facing Gao Yang's blunt words, he sighed slightly, his voice still raspy. I know. In fact, I know it even better than you do. But as I am now, I can only sit withered in this general's mansion, unable to go anywhere. As he spoke, he stood up slightly from the throne. In an instant, a massive amount of blackness surged behind him. I guard this place, suppressing 500,000 world-ending undead. Even though I know the outside world has rotted away, I am still powerless to do anything. This is the promise I made to them. Then, you must be in great pain. Gao Yang continued to advance. What? Do you wish to try and grant me release? A hint of vitality seemed to enter the Flame Martial God's voice. A pair of dragon wings unfurled behind Gao Yang, and dragon scales emerged across his skin. Of course, you may not know this, but we came to this place at the invitation of the Empire's last guardian, to bring peace to this fallen city in the sky. The Flame Martial God was silent for a moment, then straightened his body in front of the throne. Following his movement, the black mist behind the throne surged like a tsunami. Thousands of piercing, shrill cries of the undead echoed through the great hall simultaneously, pouring into the ears of Gao Yang and Melifina like a soul-reaping demonic melody. The Flame Martial God gripped the hilt of the greatsword beside the throne with his right hand, his voice becoming completely vivid, like that of a normal person. Then, to show my respect, I will do my utmost to unleash my full power to fight you. I hope you can grant me my release. As his words fell, the black mist behind the throne emitted even more piercing shrieks. The massive blackness compressed frantically toward the Flame Martial God's back, eventually forming a cloak of the undead that appeared almost tangible. Roar! The undead cloak let out a roar, a sound that seemed to be a mixture of thousands of voices. Layers of air waves spread out with the roar. Gao Yang lowered his eyelids. The incoming air waves seemed to have no effect on him at all. The Flame Martial God stretched his body, emitting a creaking sound, as if his muscles had not moved for thousands of years. The Flame Martial God looked at Gao Yang, who had completed his dragon transformation, and Melifina, who was perched between Gao Yang's dragon horns. His facial muscles contracted, pulling into an incredibly stiff smile. Sorry to have kept you waiting. As the words fell, his body suddenly vanished from in front of the throne. He had taken the initiative to charge at Gao Yang. Wind pressure hit them head-on as the mottled knight's greatsword slashed horizontally. Gao Yang was not afraid in the slightest. Golden red battle ore ignited on his 10-meter-long black obsidian sword, and he swung it down in a furious strike as well. Fatal strike, clang! A sound of clashing metal rang through the entire hall, and thousands of sword ores shot out in all directions from the point where the two great swords collided. Gao Yang felt a terrifyingly massive force coming from the sword. Even with his strength, he felt intense pressure in this pure clash of power. The flying sword ores struck his body, creating intense collisions, but they did not cause the slightest injury. A series of sparks flew as the two great swords suddenly separated. Gao Yang's dragon wings vibrated, and his body accelerated to the limit within a tiny space. At the same time, he flipped the great sword in his hand and, carrying massive battle ore, slashed down toward the Flame Martial God in front of him. The black sword struck the top of the Flame Martial God's head, but it was blocked by the swirling undead cloak behind him. Piercing howls erupted from beneath his sword. It was the undead within the cloak being melted away under the sun like golden red battle ore. The Flame Martial God's pitch-black pupils flickered, and then he thrust his sword straight at Gao Yang's waist and abdomen. Gao Yang lifted his leg, and his right foot kicked out with a boom, like a launched cannonball. Gao Yang's foot arrived first, kicking the flame martial god away before his greatsword could strike Gao Yang's body. The undead cloak behind the flame martial god suddenly expanded dozens of times over. From the edges of the cloak, undead heads poked out, biting at everything within reach, forcibly stopping the flame martial god's backward momentum. The flame martial god hovered in midair in the great hall. He looked down at the heavy armor on his chest, which was slowly recovering, and slashed out with his sword. A massive black sword beam surged toward Gao Yang, with the figures of the undead visible within it. Clang! The black sword beam was blocked by the obsidian sword. Holding the sword with both hands, Gao Yang felt his arms go slightly numb from the force of that strike, and he took the opportunity to retreat a distance, standing firm again. He looked at the flame martial god hovering in midair and exhaled a heavy breath of stale air from his chest. Milafina, get ready. We're going in, Yao. Her crisp, decisive cry was her response. Whoosh! Surging golden red battle aura instantly permeated Gao Yang's entire body. He vibrated his dragon wings, leaving a golden red flame trail, and appeared in front of the flame martial god the next instant. The black sword in his hand slashed down with astonishing momentum. Clang! The moment the black sword fell, the black cloak spread out in front of the flame martial god, blocking Gao Yang's strike. With his sword blocked, Gao Yang did not pause for even a second, swinging his sword again in a counterclockwise slash. The power of this strike had increased significantly, and a brilliant black gold light flickered in the depths of his eyes. The black undead cloak reached out again, but facing Gao Yang's strike, the black undead cloak was sliced open, and the greatsword slashed toward the flame martial god protected beneath the cloak without any obstruction. Clang! A loud explosion rang out. An airwave broke through, and the flame martial god's body, along with the undead cloak behind him, flew backward. The heavy armor on his right arm was now shattered into pieces, revealing the pale skin beneath. The flame martial god landed on the floor of the great hall, causing a violent roar. He straightened his body, and the shattered parts of his heavy armor were slowly recovering, filled in by the black undead mist. You are truly strong. The flame martial god stared at Gao Yang, who was flapping his wings in midair, and suddenly grinned, laughing quite happily. It seemed that the person before him might truly be able to kill him. By the way, I forgot to ask earlier, what kind of reward did that guardian of the empire you mentioned promise you? Gao Yang descended from the air, facing this question from the flame martial god. He replied, everything within the Sky City. Ha 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 ha. Everything within the Sky City. The flame martial god acted as if he had heard the greatest joke in the world. He laughed for a good while before looking at Gao Yang and asking, do you have a map of the Sky City? Gao Yang shook his head. Then do you know where the treasury of the Sky City is located? Gao Yang continued to shake his head. Then do you know what items of value are inside the Sky City? Gao Yang thought about it for a moment, but still chose to shake his head. If you know nothing, how do you intend to obtain your reward? The flame martial god laughed loudly once more. Then his laughter stopped abruptly. He stared straight at Gao Yang, his voice grave. Come, defeat me. Once you defeat me, I will tell you the map of the Sky City and the locations where treasures might be hidden. However, let me warn you in advance. In the state I am about to enter, I will completely disappear. If you cannot kill me, then you, as well as that little kitten on your head, will likely die by my hand. Furthermore, those living beings in the outside world will likely not escape death either. Gao Yang flicked Taiyao, the blade shimmering with several meters of golden red sword chi, and said calmly, come then, HMM. Very well. The flame martial god smiled again, but the next moment, his expression suddenly froze. The undead cloak behind him suddenly retracted. These black mists and undead spirits scrambled to burrow into the flame martial god's body. During this process, the flame martial god's presence in Gao Yang's perception became increasingly faint. Gao Yang gripped Taiyao, standing motionless on the spot. In this nearly frozen atmosphere, time passed second by second. A minute later, the last trace of black mist merged into the flame martial god's body, and the entire hall suddenly became much brighter. This brightness was not on a physical level, but on the level of perception and spirit. It was as if a thin mist had been covering their eyes, and now that mist had vanished. The flame martial god stood there with his eyes tightly shut. The aura on his body had been restrained to the extreme. If he were not standing right in front of Gao Yang, Gao Yang would not have even been able to detect him with his senses. A massive amount of blackness surged into his body, causing his physique to undergo a tremendous change. At this moment, the flame martial god was nearly the same height as Gao Yang, and the knight's greatsword in his hand had also extended by several meters. The flame martial god casually raised the knight's greatsword. The cloak behind him had already disappeared. He took a deep breath, and his tightly shut eyes snapped open. In that instant, every living being in the hall was struck by a terrifying mental shock. System prompt: you are suffering from the flame martial god's gaze of intimidation. Willpower check successful. You are immune to this intimidation. Chapter 308 Purification. The flame martial god's eyes had previously been purely pitch black, but now, although his pupils remained black, not a single trace of intelligence could be seen within them. There was only violent killing intent and a desire to destroy everything. Gao Yang, I feel that this flame martial god is even more dangerous than before. Milafina spoke. The current flame martial god had lost his sentience, transforming into a monster governed entirely by the desire to kill and destroy. That feeling made her heart tremble. Roar, as if issued by thousands of undead simultaneously, erupted from the flame martial god's mouth. An intense killing intent rushed toward them. The next instant, blackness resembling flames ignited on the flame martial god's body. He dashed out, leaving an afterimage, and appeared before Gao Yang in the blink of an eye. The knight's greatsword in his hand slashed down toward Gao Yang with terrifying wind pressure. Swish! Gao Yang tilted his body slightly, dodging the sword by a hair's breadth. Wumble! The sword struck the ground, and everything in the hall trembled. The floor beneath their feet was peeled away layer by layer, like countless sharp blades cutting through the entire hall over and over again. With the sword missing its mark, the flame martial god pulled his empty left hand back to his waist, forming a fist, and the next moment, he struck directly toward Gao Yang's chest. A black torrent of undead energy, like a ray of light, surged along the flame martial god's fist toward Gao Yang. Gao Yang snorted coldly, his battle chi burning fiercely on his body. A vortex of battle chi instantly condensed at his chest, and the next moment, a beam of battle chi as thick as an arm shot toward his opponent. The black ray and the golden red ray collided in midair. There was no violent explosion. Instead, there was a sizzling sound as they eroded each other. The golden red battle chi of the scorching sun furnace possessed a certain restraining effect on such undead existences. The two rays remained deadlocked for only a few seconds before the golden red ray shot from Gao Yang's chest gained the upper hand, beginning to push back the black ray unleashed by the flame martial god. Forced, the flame martial god had no choice but to stop the bombardment and shift his body, dodging Gao Yang's counterattack. Gao Yang revealed a dangerous smile. The moment the flame martial god dodged, he had already taken a step forward. With the support of his immense strength, his body left an afterimage as he chased down the flame martial god. Whoosh! A sound like surging ocean tides suddenly echoed through the hall. Before the flame martial god could steady himself, he saw Gao Yang slash over with Heiyao, the blade trailing a long stream of battle chi. If a player's various attributes are the foundation, then skills are the amplifiers that bring those base attributes into play. Beyond class skills, the unique skills or techniques a player comprehends themselves can also multiply the effectiveness of their base stats. Just like Gao Yang's strike at this moment, although he did not actively use an attack skill like Fatal Strike, under the swordsmanship he had comprehended himself. The power of this strike, combined with the passive slashing force provided by his Calamity swordsmanship, had already reached an exaggerated level. Clang! The two great swords collided. The force on the Heiyao greatsword was like a waterfall, continuous and ever-increasing in intensity. The flame martial god was sent flying by Gao Yang's strike, turning into an afterimage as he was knocked backward, crashing heavily into a stone pillar in the hall that required 5 people to encircle. Debris scattered everywhere. The next moment, Gao Yang had already appeared before the stone pillar that had been smashed in two, and he thrust his sword straight toward the Yan martial god amidst the ruins before him. The Yan martial god kept his eyes locked on Gao Yang. The instant Gao Yang attacked, the heavy armor on his chest suddenly split open, and as the sharp edges interlocked, It transformed into a hideous, gaping maw. The moment the giant maw appeared, the roars of thousands of undead souls manifested into tangible sound waves, enveloping Gao Yang within them. In that instant, a dense stream of information cascaded like a waterfall across the corner of Gao Yang's retina. The moment the armored maw appeared, Gao Yang had already sensed that something was wrong. Without hesitation, he activated the two active effects of Immortal Will. The former granted immunity to all mental and soul-based control, while the latter placed him in a state of unyielding slash, ensuring his attacks could not be interrupted. The soul-shaking roar came to an abrupt halt. The greatsword, burning with golden red battle chi, had pierced through the armored maw and emerged from the back of the Yan martial god's heart. The brilliant black gold luster in Gao Yang's eyes faded. He looked down at the Yan martial god, whose chest he had run through with his sword, and grinned. The next moment, an increasingly surging flame poured along the blade into the body of the Yan martial god. In just an instant, the terrifying golden red flames had completely engulfed the Yan martial god's form. Piercing screams of the undead echoed incessantly from within the Yan martial god's body. Gao Yang gripped the hilt tightly, pinning him firmly against the stone pillar, while simultaneously stepping on the Yan martial god's chest to restrict his movements. As the battle chi of the blazing sun furnace continued to scorch him, large amounts of black mist surged from every part of the Yan martial god's body, only to be quickly reduced to wisps of smoke by the burning battle chi and dissipate into the air. This process lasted for a full half-hour. During this time, the black mist never ceased, and a vast number of undead spirits were turned into fly ash by the furnace battle chi. It was not until the last wisp of black mist turned into smoke that Gao Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief. If he did not possess the blazing sun furnace, which had a high-tier battle chi that carried flame-scorching damage and an incredibly abnormal recovery rate, he would never have been able to complete a purification process lasting half an hour. Even so, his battle chi was now down to less than 300 points. If the opponent had held on for just a few more minutes, his battle chi would likely have been the first to run dry. However, fortunately, he had held on. Gao Yang moved his foot away and pulled he out from the Yan martial god's chest. Ugh! A pained groan came from the ruins. The next moment, a large hand brushed aside the rubble, revealing the Yan martial god, who had now returned to his normal size. "How do you feel?" Gao Yang looked at him and asked, unprecedentedly light. The Yan martial god first looked at Gao Yang in astonishment. Then, after sensing his own state, spoke with a smile on his face. "I never imagined that after the empire collapsed and the wonders fell, there would come a day when I would be this clear-headed." Gao Yang slung Heiyao onto his back and shrugged, saying, "But clarity comes at a price. Based on the rate at which your body is dissipating, you can hold on for 3 minutes at most. Is there anything you want to tell me?" The Yan martial god let out a dry laugh. He then reached up and wiped his temple, pinching a light spot the size of a moonbeam between his fingers, and held it out toward Gao Yang. Gao Yang looked at the light spot in his hand, a trace of surprise and confusion appearing in his eyes. "This is memory extraction, a common secret technique of our Yan kingdom." The Yan martial god looked at the surprise in Gao Yang's eyes, and for some reason, a sense of superiority rose in his heart. Gao Yang reached out to take the light spot and asked the Yan martial god, "What a marvelous secret technique. Can I learn this technique? As a reward for helping me regain my clarity, what is this small secret technique worth?" The Yan martial god very generously reached out, took another light spot from his mind, and placed it into Gao Yang's hand. Gao Yang looked at the 2 light spots in his hand, which he had wrapped in battle chi, and smiled his thanks. 5,000 words today. My thumbs are aching unbearably from hitting the keyboard. Chapter 309 Map and Inheritance. Focus your attention on these 2 light spots, and you will be able to read the information within them. It is very simple. The Yan martial god lay in the rubble, wisps of black mist flying out from his body. His body was also rapidly fading during this process. The second light spot is the memory extraction secret technique itself. Once you place it against your temple, you can absorb it directly and master this technique very quickly. However, if you want to pass it on to others, you will need to have mastered this technique to a certain degree first. The Yan martial god's speech quickened slightly. As for the first light spot, it contains my memories from when I was alive regarding some precious locations in the Sky City. including the locations of the Empire's 1st, 7th, 13th, and 15th treasuries. There are also some places of professional inheritance. Although you are already strong enough, I can sense that you still have many shortcomings. Therefore, go to these locations in my memories and constantly supplement yourself. Remember, if you have not reached your current limit, do not go to the very center of the Sky City under any circumstances. Only when you feel that you have reached your peak should you head to the center of the Sky City. Only then will you be able to face the Emperor upon the Sky Throne. The Yen martial god's body had faded to the point of being thinner than the lowest level undead. After he finished speaking, obvious sorrow appeared in his eyes. Time has proven that we were wrong, but unfortunately, we no longer have the chance. If you see the Emperor, please do me the favor of delivering a message to him. Please, speak. The Yen martial god stared blankly at the ceiling of the hall. After a few seconds, he spoke. Just say, we were wrong. Rest assured, if I see him, I will deliver those words. As Gao Yang's voice fell, the Yen martial god finally reached his end. After casting a faint smile at Gao Yang, his body faded into nothingness and disappeared completely. You have killed the undead general of the Sky City. You have gained 7,000 general EXP. You have gained 2,000 merit points. The system prompt appeared right on time. Gao Yang looked at the notification on his retina, his thoughts still lingering on the words spoken by the Yen martial god. Based on the information obtained so far, there should be quite a few beings like the Flame Martial God within the Sky City, especially at the very center of the city, where an emperor resides. If the Flame Martial God on the outermost perimeter is already this formidable, one can only imagine how terrifying the strength of the emperor at the heart of the Sky City must be. Perhaps that will be the strongest enemy Gao Yang has had to face thus far. If not for the warning from the Flame Martial God, he might have recklessly charged forward until he encountered an opponent he could not possibly defeat, only stopping once he was repelled or killed. But now, since the Flame Martial God has already warned him, if he were to continue acting that way, it would no longer be a matter of intelligence. Gao Yang raised his hand, picked up the light orb containing the memory extraction secret technique provided by the Flame Martial God, and placed it against his temple. The moment the light orb touched his temple, it merged beneath his skin without the slightest resistance. Like a drop of water blending into the ocean, threads of insight rapidly emerged in Gao Yang's mind, and he digested and absorbed them just as quickly, closing his eyes and then opening them again. Gao Yang had already mastered the memory extraction secret technique. Truly miraculous. Gao Yang looked at the air in front of him. After learning the memory extraction technique, his brain seemed to have established a computer-like system. If he wanted to extract certain memories, he only needed to find the corresponding storage space, use his consciousness to circle the memories he wished to copy, stuff them into a folder, right-click to select copy, and finally wrap the copied folder in his battle aura and tuck it into a flash drive. It was so efficient and simple. After experiencing it for a moment, Gao Yang looked at Milafina on his shoulder and said, Milafina, once I have fully mastered this memory extraction technique, I will teach it to you. Milafina wagged her tail indifferently and said, Okay. Seeing this, Gao Yang said nothing more. He took a kello fruit from his inventory, split it in two, and handed half to Milafina. Neo, thank you, Gao Yang. Milafina took the kello fruit, her large eyes squinting into happy crescents. While eating the kello fruit, Gao Yang placed the other light orb against his temple and absorbed it. Ugh! Gao Yang's brows furrowed slightly. The information contained within this light orb was truly substantial. Gao Yang took a moment to steady himself and began to slowly process the information in his mind. First was the map of the Sky City. In the Flame Martial God's memory, the Sky City covered an area roughly the size of 3 Jinghu urban districts. How large was the Jinghu urban district? About 70 square kilometers. In other words, the area of the Sky City was approximately 200 square kilometers. Within such a vast area, there were 13 wide streets extending from the center of the Sky City all the way to the city's edge. These 13 avenues divided the Sky City into 13 sectors. The center of each sector was the 0 zone, and they extended outward in numerical order. His current location was the 72nd zone of the 6th sector. He still had 71 zones to pass through before he could reach the very center of the Sky City. Next was the location of the treasure vaults in the Flame Martial God's memory. There were 4 vaults in total, and the one closest to him was in the 51st zone of the 7th sector, also known as the 7th treasure vault. In addition to this, there were other important locations within the Sky City, such as the Imperial Library, the Profession Inheritance Halls, and so on. The nearest Profession Inheritance Hall was right here in the 72nd zone, deep within this very palace. That was the inheritance belonging to the world-ending army. Although Gao Yang did not know the situation regarding the world-ending army, that did not stop him from taking a look. Soon, following his memory, Gao Yang arrived at the deepest part of the palace, where there was only a 3-meter-tall bronze door. Gao Yang reached out and pulled it open, amidst a thunderous rumble. The Profession Inheritance Hall of the world-ending army appeared before his eyes. The space of the Inheritance Hall was not small. Against the walls were rows of bookshelves, and on the shelves were thick, heavy books. In front of the bookshelves were rows of desks, and in the very center stood a circular high platform. On top of the platform sat a bone-like disc. Looking at this bone disc, information automatically surfaced in Gao Yang's mind. This was the Profession Inheritance of the world-ending army. Gao Yang walked onto the bone disc and took a magic crystal from his inventory, crushing it with a crack. As the magic crystal shattered, the magic power contained within it quickly dissipated. However, this magic power did not drift far. Instead, it was entirely absorbed by the bone disc on the platform. After absorbing the magic power from the crystal, a warm, gentle luster flashed across the bone disc and then vanished. Seeing this, Gao Yang reached out and covered the disc with his hand. The next moment, information flowed through his heart like a stream. Chapter 310. The vengeful spirits of the 7th sector. A moment later, he withdrew his palm, a faint trace of disappointment flashing in his eyes. The inheritance of the world-ending army was quite decent, but its most crucial aspect was that it allowed the world-ending army to possess a uniform type of killing battle aura. It was precisely this homogeneous killing battle aura that had forged the fame of the world-ending army. However, this type of generalized, military-style killing battle aura provided no benefit to Gao Yang. But if he were to switch to cultivating the killing battle aura now, he could immediately advance it to an exaggerated level. The reason was simple. The killing intent he carried was far too heavy. Beyond that, the rest of the world-ending army's inheritance focused mostly on battlefield combat formations, which were also useless to Gao Yang. What's wrong, Gao Yang? Does the inheritance here not meet your needs? Milafina floated in the air, looking at Gao Yang with concern. Gao Yang smiled and said, "It's not easy to just stumble upon an inheritance that perfectly suits me, but even so, it's not like I gain nothing." Gao Yang opened his palm, and a wisp of pale red blood thread appeared in his hand, following his thoughts. This blood thread began to change into various shapes. Whoosh! The blood thread suddenly transformed into a thin needle, piercing the air and shooting into the distance. Upon reaching the intended position, the needle suddenly split into dozens of strands, and tiny barbs appeared on these hair-thin blood threads. Gao Yang waved his hand, dissipating the wisp of blood energy. Learning a few techniques for controlling killing intent from the legacy of the world-ending army was well worth it. Let's go. There's nothing left here worth lingering over. Gao Yang beckoned to Milafina, turned around, and began walking outside. Milafina landed on Gao Yang's shoulder and said, "Gao Yang, the overall clearing progress has now exceeded 3%. The second-place player, Rasif, is biting very closely at your heels in terms of battle contribution. Let him be. The current ranking isn't that important to us. Let's wait until the clearing progress exceeds 50% and the treasures on the battle contribution leaderboard appear. We can see then." Gao Yang did not care about the current ranking. After all, the campaign had only just begun, and according to the current clearing progress, there should still be a long time before the campaign ended. With so much time, he had other, more important things to do. "Then where are we going now?" Milafina asked. "To the 7th Imperial Treasury to see if there are any treasures inside." As Gao Yang spoke, he had already walked out of the Legacy Hall. He turned back to close the bronze gate behind him while explaining to Milafina, "Yay, it would be great if there were some shiny magic power gems inside." Milafina tilted her little head, saying with a hint of anticipation, Magic power gems were a superior version of magic crystals. They were shaped like actual gemstones, but the magic power contained within them was far purer and more immense than that of magic crystals, making them extremely precious resources. Moreover, due to the nature of magic power, the luster of these gems was incredibly dazzling, making them highly favored by women and dragons alike. The Yan Kingdom was so prosperous, perhaps there will be magic power gems inside. That's true. But so much time has passed. I wonder if those magic power gems might have lost their magic. Melifina wrinkled her little face, saying with some concern, "We'll know once we go and see." Gao Yang stroked Melifina's little head and smiled. While they were talking, the two had already walked out of the general's mansion and arrived outside. When he killed the undead General Yan Wuxian, the black fog outside this mansion had also dissipated. Gao Yang identified the direction and then headed toward the 7th district. The location of the 7th treasury was still a considerable distance away, and the number of monsters in this stretch was by no means small. Passing the general's mansion, Gao Yang took Melifina deeper into the ruins. Soon, their movements attracted the monsters in the surrounding ruins. One by one, undead with solid bodies and wielding various weapons lunged at Gao Yang, only to be shattered into pieces by his sword, strike after strike. Under the fire damage imbued by the sun furnace, these undead were almost unable to put up any effective resistance. The two pushed forward all the way, and their battle contribution and general experience points continued to rise. After spending several hours, Gao Yang led Melifina across the street between the 6th and 7th districts and officially stepped into the 64th domain of the 7th district. And upon stepping into the 64th domain, Gao Yang noticed a difference. The monsters that appeared were no longer just simple undead. There was an additional type of monster called a vengeful spirit. These guys were trickier than the undead because they existed between the ethereal and the physical. If they encountered physical attacks, their bodies would become ethereal. If they encountered magical attacks, their bodies would materialize. At the same time, they also possessed the ability to launch mental attacks, compared to the undead. Their means of attack were much more varied. However, for Gao Yang and Melifina, none of this was a problem. Having tempered his willpower, every sword strike Gao Yang unleashed was not merely a physical attack, it also carried a powerful mental assault. This hybrid type of strike was a perfect counter for vengeful spirits, because whether they materialized or turned ethereal, they would still be struck by Gao Yang. The damage from these strikes was also incredibly abnormal. At the very least, the vengeful spirits he had encountered so far could not withstand them. As Gao Yang continued to push forward with Melifina, a series of violent roars suddenly erupted from the front left. As mentioned before, the area of the Sky City was divided by 13 main avenues. Each area was a trapezoid, meaning the closer one got to the center of the Sky City, the smaller the area became. Therefore, it was normal for them to encounter other players while moving forward. Gao Yang continued to advance along his previous route. In his estimation, he would not have much contact with the players ahead. Once he passed by, the other party could continue to farm their own monsters, while he would head toward the 7th treasury. Thinking this way, Gao Yang soon saw the player causing the commotion not far ahead. It was a male player wearing mage robes. He held a staff, and a series of arcane missiles shot out from it, continuously blasting the charging vengeful spirits into pieces. Gao Yang did not deliberately hide his figure, so the other party also discovered him. Gao Yang glanced at him once, withdrew his gaze, and continued walking forward. He would have thought that an arcane missile would shoot over rapidly, landing a few meters in front of him and blasting a crater the size of a wash basin into the ruins. Gao Yang stopped in his tracks. Melifina, on his shoulder, arched her back, her fur standing on end, and let out a threatening hiss at the male mage ahead. "This road is closed." The male player held his staff, his gaze indifferent as he looked at Gao Yang and the Melifina on his shoulder. Chapter 311, Spellcaster. Lucia Spellcaster. And not the kind of spellcaster that relied on the magic net. Gao Yang let his gaze fall on the other man's face, shook his head slightly, and said, "You are too slow. I need to get to the front. This road is closed," the spellcaster said, his staff blooming with dense arcane fluctuations. His expression growing increasingly cold and stern. Gao Yang said indifferently, Whether this road is closed or not is not for you to decide. Actually, I just want to make this campaign as simple as possible. Why must you be so stubborn? He then asked. There are countless monsters in these ruins of the Sky City. Are you sure you want to make an enemy of us for the sake of a few points of battle contribution? That is very likely to result in your death on the spot. If you wish to pass, then you must fight me. If you win, you may naturally pass. If you cannot win, then do not even think about getting past me. The spellcaster seemed somewhat rigid, still refusing to budge. Gao Yang shrugged helplessly, his hand making a grasping motion in the air, and the Heiyao sword he carried on his back instantly appeared in his grip. Come on. I am in a hurry. The spellcaster's expression remained calm, showing no emotional fluctuation at Gao Yang's arrogant attitude. He merely raised his staff, and the arcane fluctuations grew increasingly intense. My name is Luke, an arcanist. As the words fell, Luke's body levitated into midair, and a pale blue shield manifested on the surface of his body. At the same time, a mass of milky white clouds rapidly appeared, obscuring Luke's figure within them. Following that, a massive fireball appeared out of thin air in front of the mist, scorching the surrounding air as it crashed down toward Gao Yang's position. Gao Yang took a step forward, his figure moving like lightning. He faced the incoming giant fireball head-on, without the slightest intention of retreating. Clang, a flash of dim, obscure sword light streaked by. Gao Yang crossed paths with the fireball, and a perfectly clear, dim slash mark appeared in the center of the massive sphere. The giant fireball was instantly split in two, but before Gao Yang could land, the fireball behind him now severed exploded with a roar, and a violent sea of flames engulfed a range of several dozen meters. Everything within the blast radius was swallowed by the surging ocean of fire. Whoosh! Bathed in golden-red battle aura, Gao Yang charged out of the sea of flames. Before he could even clearly see what was in front of him, a giant hand shimmering with arcane light appeared before him. The giant hand clenched into a fist, smashing toward Gao Yang's body at a terrifying speed. Gao Yang took a step, and the ground beneath his feet shattered with a boom. A terrifying force erupted in an instant. Facing this sudden, incoming giant hand, he simply swung his sword down in a furious strike. After a deafening roar, the arcane giant hand, which had struck like a cannonball, was sent flying dozens of meters away by Gao Yang's sword, crashing into a pile of ruins. Gao Yang looked up, his body suddenly accelerating to its limit as he charged toward the thick clouds diagonally above. He had only traveled a few meters when he swung the long sword in his hand. Heiyao emitted a piercing screech, growing larger the moment it was swung. By the time the strike was halfway through, it had transformed into a giant sword a full 10 meters long. At the tip of the giant sword, nearly 30 meters of sword chi spewed forth. With just this one strike, Gao Yang bridged the distance between them, slashing toward Luke, who was hiding within the mist. A violent wind pressure rushed toward him. Luke could sense the mist he was hiding in being rapidly blown away. The power of this incoming sword strike had already exceeded his estimations. However, he did not panic. He gently waved his staff, and in the next instant, his figure vanished from the spot. The sword pressure stirred up by Heiyao blew the mist away directly, but there was no trace of Luke within it. After Gao Yang finished his strike, he suddenly turned to look to his right. 50 meters away, a figure holding a staff appeared out of thin air. Blink, is it? Gao Yang spoke, his voice low. After finishing his sentence, he slashed out directly, and 3 fierce streaks of sword chi pierced the air, flying toward Luke. Luke's demeanor was casual. Before the 3 streaks of sword chi reached him, his body swayed slightly and actually split into 4 identical figures. The 3 streaks of sword chi only destroyed one of the clones. The other 3 identical Lukes all looked at Gao Yang simultaneously, their gazes indifferent. Is this a mirror image? Gao Yang looked at Luke, who could cast spells so effortlessly, and felt a spark of interest. This was a true spellcaster, someone who could cast whatever spell they wanted at will, rather than relying on spellbooks or the weave to cast magic. Fighting someone like this was the only thing that could make one's blood boil. Milafina, you go somewhere further away first. This spellcaster's strength is quite formidable. Gao Yang stood with his sword in hand, turning his head to instruct Milafina on his shoulder. Milafina was a pure support cat elf. If the spellcaster opposite them targeted her, Gao Yang wasn't entirely sure he could protect her well. This was because his understanding of spellcasters was too limited. The little knowledge he had was all through public and transparent information on the comprehensive network. He hadn't had many actual encounters with spellcasters. Not to mention facing an extraordinary ranked spellcaster with real blades and guns, as he was doing now. The reason for this was not that Gao Yang was inexperienced, but that the spellcaster profession involved hiding in libraries or studies during the early stages, constantly delving into magic. By the time they emerged, they had usually already stepped into the extraordinary sequence for a long time, just like Luke, who was currently in front of Gao Yang. There was also the fact that Gao Yang wanted a one-on-one fight with Luke. Having Milafina present would inevitably make the opponent feel it was unfair. Milafina jumped off Gao Yang's shoulder quite obediently, floating in the air as she headed back in the direction they had come from. They had already cleared that area earlier, and as long as no new undead or vengeful spirits appeared, it was still very safe there. Watching Milafina move into the distance, Gao Yang finally turned his head back, looked at the three Lukes flying in midair, and said, "Luke, you are the most authentic spellcaster I have ever met. My name is Gao Yang, and I am very happy to be able to fight you." The three Lukes nodded slightly in unison and spoke in perfect synchronization. "Come, Gao Yang. If you fall by my hand, I will save you." Gao Yang chuckled, the ground beneath his feet exploding as he charged toward the Luke on the far left without hesitation. A flash of surprise crossed the eyes of the Luke on the far left, as if he hadn't expected Gao Yang to be able to accurately identify his true form. But that was all. He waved his staff, and three stone walls, each a meter thick, rose from the ground, blocking Gao Yang's path. At the same time, the arcane giant hand that Gao Yang had previously knocked away opened its 5 fingers and reached out to grab him. This was not the end. Luke chanted a few rare spell words, and the next moment, a thick beam of lightning erupted from the tip of his staff, shooting toward Gao Yang with extreme ferocity. Chapter 312, Ninja Bane. With several attacks descending simultaneously, Gao Yang took a deep breath, and golden red battle aura roared to life across his body. The battle aura covered him entirely, forming a translucent suit of armor that protected him firmly within. Gao Yang swung his sword with an expressionless face, and Heiyao struck the fastest lightning beam with pinpoint accuracy. Crack! After a short, sharp sound, the lightning beam vanished in its place. The intense electric arcs that had been present previously traveled along Heiyao and onto Gao Yang's body, dancing wildly across the battle aura armor on his skin, creating a tingling, numbing sensation. However, this did not cause Gao Yang's movements to falter in the slightest. After shattering the lightning beam with a single strike, Gao Yang's momentum remained undiminished, and he slashed once more toward the giant hand reaching for him. This time, Gao Yang severed the index finger of the arcane hand with one strike. The continuous, surging force of the slash contained within Heiyao sent the arcane hand flying away once again. With the immediate threat gone, Gao Yang looked toward the 3 stone walls in front of him. The defensive power of these 3 stone walls was clearly formidable at a glance. So Gao Yang did not intend to clash head-on and hack through them. Instead, he dashed toward the side, intending to bypass the stone walls and continue his assault on Luke. But how could Luke easily let Gao Yang achieve his goal? Seeing Gao Yang's intention to detour, Luke waved his staff, and the ground at the edge of the stone walls instantly softened into mud, rapidly transforming into a swampy vortex. This type of swamp vortex could not only slow down movement speed, but if one were careless enough to get entangled in the mire, even a transcendent could potentially perish directly within this swamp. He's actually not dodging or avoiding it. Luke felt a hint of surprise as he watched Gao Yang step directly toward the swamp spell. One had to know that in this brief exchange, he had already discovered that Gao Yang was a warrior. If a warrior dared to step directly onto a swamp spell, what awaited him would inevitably be being pulled into the bottom by the ruthless swamp vortex. Unable to move. If that were truly the case, Luke would inevitably feel a bit disappointed. If Gao Yang, who possessed such impressive strength, were to fall to a mere swamp spell, he would feel that this trial was not even worth participating in. Under Luke's gaze, Gao Yang stepped into the mud vortex formed by the swamp spell. The expected sinking and cries for help did not occur. Gao Yang stood on the swirling swamp mire as if he were standing on flat ground. Gao Yang possessed astonishing strength and a transcendent physique, with the augmentation of his athletic prowess. His agility attribute could also benefit from his explosive strength, which meant his speed was incredibly exaggerated. At the very least, the current Luke was unable to track Gao Yang's movement trajectory. Stepping onto the swamp, Gao Yang rushed out of the 30-meter wide swamp area in just 2 strides. Once his feet were back on solid ground, Gao Yang launched another charge, rushing toward Luke like a speeding war chariot. Banishment. Luke let out a low shout and pointed one hand at Gao Yang. The moment Luke pointed at Gao Yang, he did not stop his pace, simultaneously swinging his sword toward the air in front of him. A black gold light shone in the depths of his eyes, and in that very instant, Gao Yang felt a strange force acting upon his body. This force was more peculiar than anything he had witnessed before. It felt as if an invisible giant hand was desperately squeezing the space he occupied, trying to force him completely out of the current plane of existence and banish him to an unfamiliar demi-plane. You have been subjected to Luke's banishment spell. Charisma check failed. Willpower check successful. You have immunized yourself against the effects of this banishment spell. A line of text appeared before Gao Yang's retina, but he paid it no mind. He only knew that when he swung his sword, he had triggered the tyrant body slash. The magic power capable of banishing him to an alien plane naturally could not block the power of his unique specialty. After Gao Yang swung his sword, he did not stop his stride. He was now only 20 meters away from Luke. At this distance, Luke had already entered Gao Yang's attack range. Seeing this, Luke did not hesitate, and a crimson light quickly lit up on the staff in his hand. These rays of light rapidly converged toward the tip of the staff, and almost instantly, a mass of extremely violent fire tribute energy gathered at the top of Luke's staff. This mass of energy was held in check without being released. Yet Luke suddenly extended his free left hand and pointed at Gao Yang once again. You have been subjected to Luke's hold person. Perception check failed. Willpower check successful. You have immunized yourself against the effects of this spell. Another check. Gao Yang continued his charge. The hold person spell cast by Luke was directly exempted by him. Luke's expression changed. He had not expected that he would cast 2 control skills in a row, only for both to be exempted by the human warrior before him. Unwilling to give up, he chanted a spell once more. As a few syllables were uttered, his soul capturing, dazzling rays of light suddenly erupted from Luke's eyes, aimed directly at Gao Yang, to prevent the possibility that the spell level was too low. This time Luke used the Gaze of the Mind, a 6-circle spell. Its effect could be applied to the vast majority of existences below the legendary rank, unless the existence possessed an exceptionally formidable willpower, in which case they might be able to exempt it. Gao Yang was forced to meet Luke's gaze, but after only a split second, his eyes returned to clarity. Luke's face revealed a bitter expression. He finally believed it now. The warrior before him possessed extremely strong control immunity. The best way to fight him was to use powerful force far exceeding his capacity to withstand, and blast him directly into dust. With this thought in mind, Luke did not hesitate any longer. He pointed his staff fiercely at Gao Yang. Solar Ray. The violent fire attribute energy contained within the staff seemed to have found an outlet, and a crimson ray as thick as an arm shot toward Gao Yang. Wherever it passed, the space itself appeared slightly distorted due to the terrifying high temperature. Deadly critical hit. Gao Yang swung his sword instinctively. Heiyao appeared before him in an instant, striking the crimson ray that had arrived as if by teleportation. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Heiyao burned with majestic battle chi, clashing crazily with the solar flare rays as they annihilated one another. Ultimately, Heiyao gained the upper hand. Under Gao Yang's swing, a sword or dozens of meters long slashed toward Luke, forcing him to use blink to teleport dozens of meters away. Gao Yang's expression remained unchanged. He simply swung Heiyao again, and waves of sword oars rained down, shooting toward Luke's position. Facing such dense attacks, Luke's expression darkened. Although he had a magic shield, he knew that against such relentless, seemingly inexhaustible attacks, no matter how strong his shield was, it would not last long. Moreover, having released so many spells earlier, the mana within his body was on the verge of exhaustion. Luke took a deep look at Gao Yang, blinked once more to appear in the distance, and lowered the staff in his hand. He looked at Gao Yang and said in a calm voice, "You are very strong. I cannot defeat you at this moment." Upon hearing this, Gao Yang also put away He Yao, stood where he was, and looked at him, saying, "You are not bad either. These spells truly opened my eyes. Without experiencing them personally, one would never understand the formidable power of these arts." Chapter 313, The Empire's Seventh Thunder Legion Combined Chapter. Luke took a deep look at Gao Yang and then stepped backward. A spatial gate appeared behind him. As Luke entered it, the gate vanished. Gao Yang slung He Yao back onto his shoulders and waved at Melifina in the distance. Melifina immediately flew over and jumped back onto his shoulder. Gao Yang stroked Melifina's forehead and walked toward the depths of the 7th district. Gao Yang passed through several areas, but everywhere he looked, there were only vengeful spirits. He did not encounter any other Zone 1 players. Looking at it this way, being able to reach this distance in a large-scale battle of 10,000 people, and being proficient in such a wide variety of spells, Luke's strength was indeed not low. Carrying Melifina, Gao Yang moved like a tank, slaughtering his way toward the 51st area of the 7th district. The number of these vengeful spirits was smaller compared to the undead, and their strength had improved. However, for Gao Yang, they were still no different from the undead. Under the scorching heat of his sun-like battle chi and slashes that seemed capable of severing the earth, these vengeful spirits were easily melted like snow under the blazing sun, advancing like a hot knife through butter. After more than an hour of slaughter, Gao Yang and Melifina stopped in front of a massive military camp with walls over 50 meters high. The 7th treasury lay deep within this camp. As the foundation of the empire, the Imperial 7th Treasury naturally possessed its own unique defensive forces. The force guarding the Imperial 7th Treasury was known as the Imperial 7th Thunder Legion. According to the memories of the Flame Martial God, the 7th Thunder Legion was one of the few legions in the Empire that had mastered the power of lightning. Whenever the 7th Legion fought, the sky would always be filled with lightning, blasting their opponents into dust. The camp gates were tightly shut, and on the high walls, one could vaguely see the defensive formations unique to the Yan Kingdom. Gao Yang crouched slightly and then leaped gently. His body soared nearly 100 meters into the air. He crossed the high wall and looked into the interior of the 7th Thunder Legion's camp. He had not been looking for more than a few seconds when 8 vengeful spirits, wreathed in lightning, leaped from the arrow towers on the high wall and shot toward Gao Yang. At the same time, dozens of energy arrows entwined with lightning were fired from the high walls, shrouding Gao Yang from all sides. Even in death, you still guard your objective, do you? If Gao Yang had truly relied on physical strength to jump this high without the ability to fly, he would have definitely had to go to great lengths to deal with such a sudden attack. But he simply snapped his dragon wings open, and his body suddenly stopped its descent, flying backward. The attacks from the 8 lightning-wreathed vengeful spirits missed. Their bodies, seemingly devoid of gravity, adjusted slightly in mid-air before landing back on the high wall. As for the arrows that had been fired, because they missed their target, they finally exhausted their energy after traveling a long distance and dissipated directly in the air. Gao Yang flapped his dragon wings, continuing to observe the situation inside the camp from outside the range of the high walls. But unfortunately, with his appearance, the camp seemed to have received a warning. A large amount of blackness surged out from within, obscuring most of the buildings inside the high walls. Gao Yang, the guards in this place look very strict. Should we continue to break in? Melifina asked, crouching on Gao Yang's shoulder and withdrawing her gaze. Of course we have to break in. Don't you want to see what kind of good things are hidden in this heavily guarded Imperial 7th Treasury? Gao Yang said firmly, while a trace of doubt arose regarding the destruction of the Imperial 7th Thunder Legion. From the current perspective, the Imperial 7th Thunder Legion still maintained a complete structure, even after death. They had turned into vengeful spirits and continued to follow their duties, guarding this treasury with all their might. But based on his current analysis, it seemed that this powerful legion had died abruptly while they were still guarding the Imperial 7th Treasury. What kind of power could possibly wipe out an entire Imperial Legion simultaneously? Was it that blackness? And what exactly caused this ancient empire to fall? These questions were difficult to answer with the limited information available. Therefore, Gao Yang stopped thinking about it and instead landed in front of the 7th Legion's camp gate. "Are we going to fight our way in from the front, Gao Yang?" Melifina asked, looking at the massive bronze gate that resembled a wall of the sky. "Of course. This is the most effective method for now." Gao Yang patted Melifina's little head and asked with a smile, "Is the powerful and noble Princess Melifina afraid of the adventure ahead?" Melifina snorted, lifted her little head proudly, and said resolutely, "I'm not afraid at all. Besides, you're here to protect me, Gao Yang." "Haha, then let's get ready to go in." Gao Yang laughed, and Melifina immediately jumped onto the top of his head. The next moment, a 10-meter-tall humanoid dragon appeared before the giant bronze gate. Gao Yang extended both hands, pressing them against the two massive bronze doors. With a low shout, a violent surge of power erupted from within his body. Rumble! The bronze doors, which had remained shut for who knows how many ages, emitted a strained, hoarse groan under Gao Yang's full-force push. Amidst this grinding sound, they gradually began to part toward both sides. Crackle, crackle. As the bronze doors were pushed open, violent lightning immediately shot toward Gao Yang through the widening gap. Dazzling blue-white electric arcs danced across Gao Yang's skin, but they were blocked by his dragon scales. Aside from a slight tingling sensation, Gao Yang felt nothing else. After transforming into a giant dragon, his strength of 22 points and constitution of 21 points had turned him into a rampaging behemoth. This level of attack could not hinder his advance. "Open for me!" And during the dense barrage of lightning, Gao Yang let out a roar. At the same time, he exerted sudden force with his arms, causing the already parted bronze doors to accelerate as they slammed toward the sides under this immense strength. Clang!